It all starts in a fantasy world packed with volcanoes and wild dinosaurs. Right in the middle of all this dangerous jungle, someone in armor appears. A group of warriors armed to the teeth stays in ambush in the bushes, waiting for the perfect moment to strike the threat. But the ambush plan goes down the drain when a bizarre monster with a bad attitude pops up right behind them. With no time to panic, the warriors quickly get into combat stance to try to survive the creature's strike. The beast opens that huge mouth full of sharp teeth, ready to turn the poor guys into an afternoon snack. That's when the blue-eyed warrior awakens a glowing power on his forehead, showing that the monster picked the wrong opponent. With an amazingly fast and stylish move, he swings his sword, cutting through the wind and anything in his path. The hero flashes forward like lightning, delivering a precise slash that goes straight through the massive creature without giving it a chance to defend. The monster ends up sliced into several pieces, spreading mess everywhere while gravity does the rest of the job, and the warrior finishes in a victory pose under a red shower, showing that style is essential even in the middle of chaos. I'm already liking this prota. But it was all just a TV commercial for a hero agency promising a bright future to anyone who signs up. They really fooled me. Young Oh-chan-soo gets hypnotized by the flashy ad, daydreaming about the chance to change his life in the blink of an eye. But out of nowhere, someone calls out to him. His boss shows up yelling and demanding productivity, wanting to know why the kid is slacking off instead of working. While the old man complains that today's youth only live with their heads in the clouds, Chan-soo bows desperately, apologizing. The boss orders him to go clear out the vines over there immediately, and the guy runs off to avoid more lecturing. Chan-soo gets worried about getting fired on his very first day while listening to the old man grumble about how his generation used to work. He grips the scythe tightly, terrified of losing his job again, and resolves to do his best to impress. With a surprisingly fast movement, he makes a precise slash through the air that almost looks like something a pro warrior would do. The strike cuts through all the vines at once in such a perfect way that it doesn't even look like the work of a mere gardener. The boss watches the scene and is completely speechless, not understanding how the kid managed to do that so fast. With a nimble sequence of strikes, the guy slices through the rest of the weeds, leaving the supervisor more and more impressed with his skill. The old man tries to hide his shock, pretending it was no big deal, but deep down, he's extremely surprised. In a few minutes, all the cut vines are properly bagged up and ready to go straight into the trash. The boss praises the guy, saying you don't see hardworking youth like this anymore nowadays, and lets him leave early. That's just like me working on the videos, which you guys have definitely already liked. Chan-soo walks while carrying the trash, wondering if that interdimensional hero life is just a distant dream. Years ago, Earth lost all its life force, becoming desolate and lifeless, just like an online game that went bankrupt. The only salvation came from a mysterious entity that offered a solution, sending people to explore other worlds. The young man reflects on this sad reality with a melancholic look, knowing full well the weight the world carries on its shoulders. These heroes, known as dispatchers, send life energy back to save Earth while risking their lives far from home. Even though he's just a gardening assistant, Chan-soo carries an imposing presence that hides his true potential. With a focused and determined look, he shows that he isn't an ordinary guy and holds great ambitions within himself. He looks at the simple work scythe as if it were a legendary sword, ready to face any challenge that comes his way. The kid wonders if someday he'll also get the chance to become one of those incredible warriors who travel across worlds. The sun sets on the horizon of a city trying to rebuild itself amid the ruins of an apocalyptic past. Chan-soo walks down the deserted streets, anxiously waiting for them to call him back to work the next day. He arrives at a dispatcher's reunion center, letting out a tired sigh as he sees the commotion in the place. The building's sign confirms that this is the place where families look for news about their loved ones lost on missions. The guy has to squeeze through the noisy crowd filling the building's lobby in search of any piece of information. Upon reaching the counter, the clerk confirms his name as Oh-chan-soo and starts typing on the computer cold-heartedly. The young man anxiously asks if there's any news or progress in the investigation regarding his family's whereabouts. The system screen shows that the balance he deposited for the search is completely insufficient to continue the process. The employee informs him without any empathy that they aren't a charity and that they need more money. He tells the guy to come back when he has the full amount, and immediately calls the next person in line without paying him any attention. Chan-Su begs for at least a clue about which world they're in, but ends up being shoved aside roughly by another man in line. Hearing complaints that everyone there has problems, he leaves the place completely devastated and hopeless. The young man finally arrives home exhausted and enters his tiny dark apartment, lamenting his difficult situation. He remembers when he was just a happy kid playing soccer without a single worry about the planet's future. Back then, his father was one of the best dispatchers in the world, a legendary hero everyone deeply respected. But the planet's situation kept getting worse, and his father was forced to leave on another dangerous mission, leaving the little hero behind. Chan-Su cherished the memory of that last happy day playing ball with his dad before everything changed completely. The problem is that fate loves to play tricks, and that goodbye turned out to be the beginning of a long journey of solitude. The legendary hero simply never came back, leaving his little boy all alone looking at the sky, waiting for a return that never happened. Shortly after, someone else held the boy's hands to give him more news that would change his life forever. His mother promised she would look for his father and return soon, asking the boy to stay strong and wait alone for a few days. In the end, days turned into years, and the guy was abandoned for good, with only the solitude of an empty apartment remaining. Childhood memories began to fade, and now he can barely remember the faces of his own parents who disappeared into the world. Suddenly, an extremely bright and mysterious glow floods the dark apartment, catching the guy completely off guard in the middle of the night. Without understanding a single thing about what's happening, he stands up startled while the room is taken over by a brilliant energy. The intensity of the mysterious light increases with every second, leaving the young man completely in shock and frozen before the bizarre phenomenon. A massive pillar of golden energy explodes right in the middle of the living room, looking like a true divine sign sent directly to him. The impact of that overwhelming force knocks Chan-Su back, making the guy crash onto the floor with full force while trying to protect himself. He hits his head against the wall in a way that must have hurt a lot, while the clock marks exactly 8 o'clock at night. The guy ends up sprawled on the kitchen floor, groaning in pain after the bizarre burst of light that nearly destroyed his humble home. Still dizzy and sore, he tries to regain his senses while wondering what on earth just happened in his apartment. Massaging his head with the feeling that his skull was going to split in half, he finally manages to sit up and look around. Just then, his phone starts vibrating non-stop, displaying an urgent disaster alert on the screen right at the exact time of the event. Breaking news reveals that the powerful S-rank warrior failed the mission and decided to retire after an emergency return. The surviving warrior confesses on TV that he failed to protect the deity and that all his other mission teammates ended up gone. With a broken arm and a pathetic appearance, the defeated hero apologizes to the public, announcing he lost the right to fight for the planet. He makes a dramatic plea, begging people not to lose courage and to keep fighting to protect Earth from imminent ruin. Chan-Su realizes the gravity of the situation upon reading that the world population has dropped drastically and that new warriors are unlikely to appear. Outraged by the hero's cowardly retirement, the guy complains to himself on the floor, thinking this whole situation is an absolute joke. At that moment, he hears a strange noise coming from the door, finding it odd that someone would be visiting his home at an hour like this. The guy walks suspiciously down the dark hallway. After all, he has no friends, and no one ever drops by for a friendly visit. Outside, someone holds a glowing tablet displaying the complete registration file with all the personal data of the young gardener. To the surprise of absolutely no one who has ever watched anime, the visitor is an extremely cute, suit-wearing rabbit who came looking for him. Chan-Su cracks the door open and peeks at the creature with a look of pure disbelief, unable to trust his own eyes. Thinking he's the victim of a bad prank, he opens the door, staring at the talking rabbit with a serious expression. The little animal in a tuxedo greets the guy with the utmost friendliness, leaving the young man even more confused by that absurdity. The shock of hearing the animal speak is so huge that the guy falls backward onto the floor, screaming in terror while the little bunny gets scared too. Chan-Su falls into complete despair upon realizing he really is talking to a rabbit in the middle of the cold, dark night. The friendly rodent asks for calm and warns that he brought excellent news that will completely change the guy's monotonous life from then on. With a proud smile, the little creature hands over an official document, congratulating the young gardener on being chosen as the new warrior. Chan-Su is left completely speechless, not understanding what kind of craziness is going on and why a rabbit is offering a job like that. Sensing the boy's confusion, the little animal says he completely understands the shock and starts digging through his pockets to prove his identity. The rodent presents the business card of the hero agency and suggests they move to another spot so they can talk more properly. As they walk down a mystical hallway, the rabbit asks if the guy has any special abilities, but he admits to being totally ordinary. Chan-Su reveals that his only real quality is trimming trees and taking care of plants, admitting he has zero combat techniques. The suited rabbit nearly has a nervous breakdown, eyes widening upon finding out that the newly chosen warrior is just an ordinary gardener. Trying to hide his panic, the little creature takes a deep breath and says, "It's fine," as there must be a very special reason for that choice. He guarantees that the fact Chan-Su was chosen doesn't change, and the guy just thanks him timidly while continuing to walk. The boy can hardly believe he's finally inside the warrior's agency and that his dream opportunity has knocked on his door. With a mysterious look, the rabbit turns to him and suggests they enter the main room to discuss the details of his new job. Chan-Su is impressed as he comes across a massive iron gate that seems to hide the greatest secrets of that place. Eager to start his journey, the young man approaches the huge gate, believing the portal to other worlds is right behind it. The guy pushes the metal with all his strength, but the thing doesn't move an inch, leaving the poor kid embarrassingly stuck. The rabbit watches the embarrassing moment with a completely blank face and warns that the gate will never open, as the real entrance is an ordinary door on the side. With an awkward smile of pure embarrassment, the guy asks if that plain little door really is the entrance, and the little creature calmly confirms. The guy points at the tiny door indignantly, asking how he's supposed to get in there since the rabbit fit easily only because he's a small animal. Disappointed, thinking it was some kind of joke, the young man decides to turn around, announcing he's going home and forgetting all about this. The rabbit interrupts his exit with a sharp, mysterious question, wanting to know if he'll really be fine giving up on that chance. The creature reminds him that the guy failed every single test and was deemed unfit, laying the truth out on the table and asking if a chance like this would ever come again. With a cynical smile, the rodent tells him not to misunderstand, as he was merely quoting the very words Chan-Su himself had said before. The creature adds that it would be a shame for him to leave now, considering he was handpicked amid so much difficulty to be right there at this moment. Swallowing his pride, the guy ends up humbling himself and begins crawling on the floor, passing through the tiny door right behind the talking rabbit. While crawling in a ridiculous way, Chan-Su wonders what on earth he's doing with his life because the scene is way too pathetic even for him. The rabbit hurries the boy along, telling him to move fast, while the guy complains from behind, saying he's already going as fast as he can. Upon finally making it through the tiny door, the young man comes across a room and lets out a sigh of surprise at what he sees ahead. The guy comments that the inside of the place looks way more normal than he imagined, and the rabbit sarcastically asks what he was expecting to see there. The rodent reveals that he has a world perfect for his profile, leaving the guy curious to know if there really are different worlds for each type of person. With all the excitement in the world, the little creature shows a glowing card, revealing that the place is called the Block Territory Conquest World. The guy shouts the name of the world in shock, and the rabbit gets suspicious, asking if he somehow already knew that weird place from somewhere. Chan-Su quickly denies it, laughing nervously and hoping it isn't a strange place, while the rabbit stares at him with an unpriceable blank look. The creature explains that it's the most popular place right now and that the world has the unique feature of being under the direct protection of a god. The young man turns serious, remembering that the hero on TV also served a god, but the rabbit quickly tells him to relax, as it has nothing to do with the accident. Curious about the news, the guy asks which deity they're talking about, while a golden coin with white wings glows on the presentation screen. The rabbit explains that, by general rules, the deity is usually chosen completely at random the moment the player enters. But since he's a special client, the rodent decides to make a unique exception and grant the guy a golden opportunity to pick his own god. With a fast and suspenseful movement, the little creature reaches inside his jacket to pull out something very important for the selection. He presents 3 mysterious cards and asks with a challenging look if the young man is ready to make the choice that will define his destiny. Chan-Su hesitates nervously, not knowing what to say. After all, he has no idea which of those options would be best to start his journey. The 3 cards with checkered backs float before him, waiting for the decision that could change the direction of the guy's life forever. The rodent insists, saying that this is an extremely rare opportunity and that he should use this unique moment wisely. Chan-Su reflects on the advice and realizes the creature is right, as a life-changing chance like this would hardly knock on his door again. He decides to set his fear aside, asking himself why he's hesitating like an idiot in front of the opportunity to save his family. With determination, the guy reaches out his hand and chooses one of the cards, while the rabbit observes everything closely, waiting for the result. Holding the chosen card, the guy swallows hard, feeling immense tension in the air while waiting for the reveal of his new spiritual master. The young man's eyes widen in sheer terror when the card starts emitting a dark, frightening energy right in front of his face. A giant skeletal creature with the face of grim ruin emerges amid a purple mist, making the boy scream in despair at the sinister appearance. The system reveals that he drew the god of denial with 44% affinity, sending the boy into a complete panic. The rabbit yawns and warns that it's just a silly special effect of the system, not understanding the reason for such a fuss from the guy. Still pale and trembling with fear, the boy complains, asking what kind of friendly god would need terrifying visual effects like those. He analyzes the card, disheartened, finding the name awful and the affinity percentage way below average for someone who wants a good start. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he timidly asks if it would be possible to return the card and try his luck again, and the rabbit accepts right away. The sound of shuffling cards fills the room while the boy prays for something better, hoping luck will finally smile upon him. With all the determination in the world, he steps forward and draws another card, faithfully believing that would be the perfect choice for his life. To the guy's utter despair, the card glows and reveals the exact same god of denial from before, leaving him screaming in frustration in the middle of the office. Outraged, the boy shouts that this is total cheating and asks how it's possible to draw the same deity twice in a row. With a serious look and a spine-chilling voice, the rabbit coldly warns that there's absolutely nothing wrong with his deck. Chan-Su cringes in fear at the creature's sudden shift in mood and stammers to explain that he didn't mean to accuse the cards of anything. The rabbit holds out the cards again, warning that this will be the guy's last chance, and demands that he make his choice with extreme caution. The young man hides his face in his hands, begging desperately to any force in the universe not to draw that cursed god again. With his heart in his throat and eyes wide open, he makes one last prayer, mentally begging for a miracle as he draws the final card. Suddenly, a bright green light and flower petals begin floating through the room, indicating that the result this time would be very different. The guy celebrates relieved, seeing that he finally managed to draw a different card, grinning from ear to ear. He looks at the paper and sees he drew the goddess of abundance, though he finds the visual effect of the artwork a bit plain compared to the other one. But soon he notices an incredible detail and is shocked by the extremely low probability rate that makes that card super rare. Seeing the goddess's image, the boy starts drooling with shady thoughts while the rabbit looks at him with disgust at that sleazy face. The rabbit stays silent for a second, watching his reaction, and right after asks with total nerve if the guy would like another chance. Chan-Su finds it strange, since the creature had said it was the last chance, but decides to ask what happens if he chooses to stay with that goddess. The rodent answers flat out that he'll have to depart immediately for the mission, leaving the guy in shock at how sudden and unprepared everything is. The creature says there's no reason to hesitate and guarantees that this is the big chance for the guy to stop being a simple employee and become a hero. He starts stroking the guy's ego, promising that everyone will admire him and that he could even become the nation's savior if he does everything right. The rabbit asks him to think about it fondly, guaranteeing that a completely new life full of glory is about to begin for the boy. Chan-Su swallows hard and starts thinking the little animal is right. After all, he has nothing to lose by staying in that same mediocre little life. He remembers the hard work clearing weeds and realizes that if he stays still, he'll never get anywhere, forcing him to make a decision once and for all. A bright alert pops up on the screen, congratulating the boy for finally accepting the contract to serve the great goddess of abundance on his journey. The system warns that the physical form of the chosen deity will be revealed next, showing a beautiful green-haired goddess amid flowers. A welcome message appears on the screen, but the guy wears a gloomy face, not fully understanding what kind of trouble he just walked into. The screen officializes his entry as a hero candidate, showing the delicate face of the mysterious goddess who will now be his great mentor. The golden glow of the system gradually fades, revealing the normal office room where he was talking to the tuxedo-wearing rabbit. Chan-Su blinks, still feeling a bit dazed, wondering if that divine image he just saw really was the goddess he made the pact with. With a confident smile on his face, the boy thinks that with a gorgeous deity like that by his side, he'd be capable of facing any danger. All excited, the guy asks what the next step is and where he should go now, while the rabbit celebrates his client's excellent choice. Just then, a bizarre, swirling purple portal appears out of nowhere on the wall, and the rabbit asks if they can go now, leaving the guy terrified by the sight. Without giving the boy time to breathe, the creature shoves him toward the vortex, making Chan-Su scream desperately for everything to stop. The guy hesitates before that terrifying portal, saying the thing seems to be in a bad mood, but the rabbit retorts that objects don't feel anything. The creature tells him to look properly, saying the portal is beautiful, while the guy frantically retorts that it looks like a super dangerous black hole. Despite the fear, the young man takes a deep breath and decides he won't back down from challenges anymore, facing the portal with all the courage he has left. He fills himself with determination, promising himself that he'll win this mission and shut the mouth of everyone who doubted his potential. But the bravery is short-lived, and the guy is tossed headfirst into the vortex, screaming in terror as he plummets toward the unknown. He disappears into the portal, cursing the rabbit every name in the book, while the little creature calmly waves, wishing his client good luck on his journey. The portal opens in the sky of an unknown world, and the guy lands flat on his rear on the ground in the middle of a forest, with ancient ruins around him. Chan-Su rubs his sore head, complaining that the cursed rabbit only bothered to warn him about his faction's tiny size at the very last minute. While trying to figure out where he is, the young man hears a strange snapping branch right beside him and immediately goes on high alert. He looks around and sees only abandoned Greek temple ruins and a completely deserted landscape with no sign of intelligent life nearby. Realizing the pathetic situation he got himself into, the guy starts laughing nervously, cursing fate for walking into a trap. With tears streaming down his face, he falls into utter despair, realizing he's completely done for in that place that seems abandoned by God. He stares at the system screen showing the absurdly low probability rate of the goddess of abundance and starts questioning his luck in the game. The boy complains indignantly, asking which part of that dry, destroyed wasteland was supposed to represent the abundance promised by the deity. An electronic notification chime echoes through the ruins, and the guy turns around startled as a floating green screen pops up right behind him. The panel welcomes him to the Block Earth excavation world and warns that the guy is now officially the apostle of the goddess of abundance. The young man suspects that the cheap look of the screen is due to the tiny size of his faction, and he even complains about a typo in the system. He sighs in resignation, deciding that standing around complaining won't help, and that the best thing to do is explore the place and try to find his goddess. Suddenly, the sound of metal hitting the ground catches the guy's attention, and he quickly turns around, curious to know what just appeared there. To his surprise, the mysterious object is just a gardening scythe identical to the one he used in his daily work on Earth. The young man picks up the tool, not understanding what it's doing there, and wonders if someone forgot it nearby, thinking it's nice to have such a familiar item in hand. But the calm doesn't last long when a pair of yellow eyes glows on top of a hill behind him, leaving the boy frozen in terror. Staring at the glowing eyes in the dark, the guy panics completely, believing he's about to be attacked by a vicious monster. He bites his lips in anger, complaining that he hasn't even met the goddess yet and already has to fight for his life, swearing he won't go down that easily. With no other option, the young man raises the garden scythe to try to intimidate the creature, which responds by letting out a high-pitched, non-threatening squeak. The guy stops his attack midway, confused by the cute sound, and decides to take a closer look to see what kind of monster he was facing. To everyone's surprise, the terrifying predator is just a chubby, adorable little hamster, trembling with fear on the ground in front of the tool. The young man lowers the weapon, wondering if that can really be called a monster, since the creature shows zero hostility toward him. But soon, the guy makes a sly face, thinking that since it's a monster, he must gain points or experience if he ends the cute creature's life. The hamster senses the guy's hostile intent and starts crying and waving its little paws frantically, begging for its helpless life. Feeling sorry for the rodent, Chan-Su gives up on the idea and rests the scythe on his shoulders, thinking that as long as they don't attack in packs, it's fine. The hamster takes advantage of the truce and dashes off as fast as its short little legs can go, leaving the young warrior alone again in the ruins. The guy gets confused watching the hamster start walking away and asks if the little creature is already leaving and abandoning him alone in the middle of those ruins. To the boy's surprise, the rodent turns around and starts shouting, signaling the guy to come over, leaving the young man completely shocked by that action. Still unable to believe what he's seeing, the guy points to himself and asks if the little rodent is really calling him to follow it into the forest. The hamster takes off running at full speed, and the guy sees no choice but to chase after it, running and huffing along the unfamiliar path. Chan-Su complains about the creature's speed, saying it's tiny but runs way too fast, wondering where on earth they're going. The small rodent stops suddenly at the edge of a cliff and points down, leaving the guy curious to know what's so interesting down there. Looking down, the young man breaks into a huge smile upon coming across a beautiful waterfall with crystal clear water right in the middle of that desolate scenery. Without wasting time, the guy heads down to the riverbank and fills his bottle with that fresh water, dying of thirst after all that tiring walk. He begins drinking the water eagerly while the little hamster takes the opportunity to refresh itself beside him at the edge of the stream. Satisfied, the boy lets out a shout of relief, saying the water is delicious, and the hamster agrees, letting out a cheerful squeak of satisfaction. The guy sits on the grass and asks if the little creature lives there, commenting that the ruined place doesn't seem like the best environment for a hamster to live in. He takes the opportunity to ask if the rodent knows where the goddess of abundance is, but the little animal just stares at him with a cute question mark on its face. The hamster starts making funny gestures, rubbing its paws on its head and belly as if trying to explain something very important. The young man lets out a disappointed sigh, realizing that talking to a wild hamster is an impossible task even for a hero. But the rodent doesn't give up and starts waving its paws wildly, making the guy ask if it wants to be followed through the forest once more. Resigned, the boy decides to give it the benefit of the doubt and agrees to follow the small guide to see what other surprise it has prepared along the way. They arrive before a colossal tree that emits a glowing, magical blue light, leaving the guy completely impressed by the plant's majesty. Despite the tree's giant size, the young man notices that it's also dry and lifeless, lamenting that the devastation reached that sacred place. Touching the dry trunk, he comments that the tree's condition strongly resembles the destroyed forests on Earth, until he hears a strange noise under his feet. Chan-Su looks down, startled upon hearing the snap of something breaking under his shoe, wondering what he just accidentally crushed. He moves his foot away and comes across a yellow, dry root on the ground, realizing it's just ordinary ginseng, and wonders what it's doing there. Just then, the hamster lets out a squeak of pure despair and holds its cheeks with its paws as if it had witnessed the worst tragedy in the world. The little rodent starts crying frantically, while the guy awkwardly tries to apologize, asking if that root was a pet of its. Suddenly, a green system screen pops up out of nowhere, bringing an urgent tip that reveals the guy has just discovered the deity of that region. The young man gets completely confused by the system alert, not understanding where the goddess of abundance could be if there are only ruins and dry weeds around. The hamster jumps on the guy's foot furiously and starts pulling on his shoelace while squeaking nonstop, leaving the boy unable to understand the rage. The boy picks up the rodent in his hand, letting it know he's very busy right now looking for the goddess, but promises he'll play with it a bit later. The little animal lies in the palm of his hand, letting out a sad whimper, and the guy starts looking at the creature with a hint of suspicion and pity. Suddenly, the rodent flies into a rage again and sticks out its tongue, pointing hysterically at the trampled root lying on the ground. The hamster slaps the guy across the face, pointing at the crushed ginseng, and the boy starts connecting the dots with an expression of pure shock. The young man starts shaking from head to toe, terrified of the obvious conclusion crossing his mind in that moment of total despair. He stares at the squished ginseng root and asks himself in terror if that piece of dry weed lying in the dirt is really the goddess he's supposed to serve. Chan-Su goes into denial, laughing in despair and repeating to himself that it's impossible his beautiful goddess turned into a dry ginseng root. Green smoke starts rising from the dry vegetable, and the guy shouts in disbelief, saying that's a lie because anyone can see it's just ginseng. He insists that the goddess in the ad was amazing and not some pathetic weed, while the hamster inspects the root with a detective's magnifying glass. The boy drops to his knees on the ground, weeping over the loss of his goddess, realizing too late that the tiny probability rate was a system warning. He remembers that the numbers on the other cards were going up because their factions were growing, and realizes he fell into the worst trap of all. The young man laments, remembering that the God of Denial card kept popping up every time, and cries in regret for not picking that option from the deck. He deduces that the goddess of abundance ended up shriveling up into that dry root because her faction lost almost all its energy over time. Still in shock, the guy observes the lifeless plant on the ground and worries, wondering why the deity isn't showing any sign of being awake. The boy falls into a complete panic, realizing he might have ended his own goddess by crushing her under his foot before even starting the main mission. Desperate, he grabs the water bottle, thinking that since the plant is dry, the best thing to do to save her is to try watering the root immediately. Without hesitating, the guy tips the bottle and starts pouring a steady stream of water over the dry ginseng in an attempt to revive the deity. A green light glows intensely, and fresh new leaves begin to sprout from the top of the plant, leaving the boy relieved to see that the plan worked. Excited, the guy decides to pour even more water to guarantee a full recovery, while the hamster watches the scene completely terrified. Meanwhile, inside the goddess's mind, she thanks him for the fresh water, thinking how nice it was to receive that rain after such a long, extreme drought. But soon, the shower turns into a nightmare, and the goddess mentally begs him to stop before she ends up drowning with so much water hitting her head. The ginseng root starts coughing up water with a face of pure despair, showing that the guy's extreme shower nearly finished her off once and for all. The guy celebrates happily upon seeing that the plant finally woke up, and the hamster celebrates along, jumping for joy at the rescue's success. With all the respect in the world, the guy makes a polite bow, formally introducing himself as the new faithful apostle of the goddess of abundance. The guy stares at the small plant on the ground, trying to process the unbelievable realization that this plain root is the goddess he must serve. He falls into despair upon realizing that his main deity can't even raise her right arm without starting to cry and tremble from weakness. Chan-Su places his hand on his forehead, completely lost, having zero idea what his next move should be to make waves in that world. Just then, a new system tip pops up, informing him in a very friendly way that he can use special skills to become much more powerful. The guy gets curious upon seeing the Blessing of Abundance skill, innocently believing the power is used only to make crops grow. But his smile vanishes instantly when the system reveals that the true name of the special power is none other than decapitation. The guy goes into shock at the terrifying revelation, wondering if that cute goddess really wants him to go around cutting off people's heads. He imagines a bloody guillotine and starts shaking in terror, questioning if that's the bizarre concept of abundance the deity preaches. Chansu tries to convince himself that the goddess wouldn't give such a cruel power and asks the root if the skill isn't just a misunderstanding. The ginseng root stares at him with an extremely dark look and makes a gesture, slicing her own neck to show she's not playing around. The boy stammers nervously, trying to confirm if the deity really wants him to use the garden scythe to take off an enemy's head. The ginseng goddess crosses her wooden arms and nods her head, confirming the decapitation request with absolute seriousness. The guy tries to find logic in it, thinking that since she's an agricultural goddess, maybe the technique is meant for harvesting animals on the farm. At that moment, he hears the happy squeaks of the chubby little hamster right behind him, and suddenly a grim idea crosses his mind. He watches the small animal running around with its back turned and starts thinking fate placed that creature there specifically to serve as a test. Chansu stares at the poor rodent with a dark, menacing glare, wondering if the goddess's decapitation order applied to the little creature too. The hamster turns around slowly and feels a terrible chill upon noticing the glowing eyes and hostile aura the guy is emanating. Scythe in hand, the guy apologizes in a creepy voice, pretending he has no choice but to carry out his goddess's orders. He raises the scythe, declaring he's just a servant fulfilling his duty, while the poor hamster starts breaking into a cold sweat and shaking in fear. The guy swings a fast strike aiming at the rodent, which manages to dodge at the very last second, crying in fear from that sudden madness. The scythe grazes past and strikes the grass, while the ginseng goddess watches the ridiculous chase without being able to move from the spot. The boy prepares to attack again, repeating that he's doing it for the goddess, but notices that the hamster and the deity are staring frozen behind him. The two little creatures point in panic behind the guy's back, letting out desperate squeaks that leave the young man quite intrigued by the reaction. Chansu decides to turn around slowly to see what's so frightening back there, while the hamster screams in utter despair, pointing at the ground. A giant foot made of nasty black goo steps heavily on the ground, spreading dark energy all over the ruined temple. The guy is completely horrified as he comes face to face with that massive, slimy monstrosity that just appeared right in front of him. A colossal creature made of pure black mud with multiple glowing eyes emerges from the shadows, revealing itself as the real monster of that place. The hamster and the ginseng goddess hug each other, shaking in terror, realizing the true danger just cornered them with no way to escape. The guy realizes his massive mistake, noting that the chubby hamster was harmless and that the real enemy is that giant pitch-black creature. He prepares for the worst-case scenario, knowing he now has to face that terrible monster if he wants to make it out of that abandoned temple alive. He swallows hard, staring at the dark monstrosity, wondering if a simple gardening assistant like him could actually win that fight. Gripping the handle of the garden scythe with all his strength, the boy decides to set fear aside and prepare for the decisive battle of his life. Without flinching, he dashes straight toward the giant mud monster, determined to protect his weak goddess and the chubby little hamster. At that moment, his vision focuses intensely on the creature, revealing a perfect glowing line right around the slimy monster's neck area. The system issues an alert, informing him that he can activate decapitation, revealing the exact weak spot where he must land the fatal blow. With a fast and precise slash, the boy creates a wave of cutting energy that surges forward, slicing through the air and destroying everything in its path. Chansu puts all his strength into the swing of the garden scythe, focused on taking off the giant monster's head once and for all. The hero flies past the enemy, executing a lightning-fast, perfect cut that splits the black mud monster right in half. The hamster and the ginseng goddess watch the strike in awe, eyes wide in shock at the overwhelming power the guy demonstrated. The mud monster's head flies through the air before dissolving completely into black dust, confirming the success of the devastating attack. The guy walks back calmly, cleaning off his scythe, and casually asks if the ginseng goddess is okay after the scare. He notices the hamster trembling on the ground and gets touched upon realizing the tiny rodent risked its own life to protect the helpless goddess. Feeling guilty for having tried to attack the animal, the guy drops to his knees and rests his forehead against the dirt, dramatically begging the hamster for forgiveness. The boy looks up with tears in his eyes, pleading for a second chance, while the hamster strikes a tough stance and the goddess looks awkward. The rodent points its paw imposingly, accepting the apology, and the guy celebrates, thanking his cute new teammate. Super happy, the guy suggests giving the small pet a name, asking what it thinks of Hammy to seal their friendship. He explains that since they're going to journey together from now on, having a cool name is essential, and the hamster celebrates, glowing with joy. While the hamster and the goddess dance happily in the background, the guy opens a new system window that popped up to give him an important alert. The screen reports that the monster's head was automatically sent to the inventory, fulfilling the conditions of the Immortal Demon Hunt quest. The guy reads the name of the defeated creature and thinks that Immortal Demon sounds way too scary for a monster he beat so easily with a scythe. A new system window warns that any offering sent will belong directly to the goddess. Chan-Su turns around, curious after reading that mysterious message, and decides to take a look at his pet deity. The guy notices that the ginseng goddess's skin looks much more hydrated and shiny than before. He realizes happily that if he keeps sending offerings, she'll finally get back that divine body from before. With that, the guy runs off excited, saying he's going to hunt a lot more, while little Hammy celebrates along. The boy ventures into a dark forest full of dry branches where several monsters seem to hide. Suddenly, a glowing screen floats up in the air, catching the guy's attention in the middle of that creepy place. The message explains that there are unidentified points used to access the world system. Chan-Su gets confused, wondering when on earth he earned those points, while Hammy just watches from his shoulder. Even without fully understanding it, the guy figures it must be something great, and decides he needs to test it in practice first. He looks at the mud monsters up ahead and decides the priority now is to get rid of those bastards. The hero holds his garden scythe, happy to have such an overpowered and extremely easy-to-use skill. With that, he builds up momentum and leaps toward the enemies, mocking those mud creatures for being way too slow. Activating decapitation, he makes the scythe glow and slices through the monsters, while the system alerts that defeating enemies awards points. Hyped up by how easy it is, the hero wonders if he should start by taking out a pack of 100 monsters all at once. On his shoulder, the small hamster squeaks with joy, glowing as if it had done all the hard work by itself. Chan-Su finds the little creature's stance funny and jokes that anyone looking would think the rodent beat everyone. Hammy doesn't really like the joke and starts nervously smacking the guy's neck while he can't help but laugh at the situation. After passing 100 eliminations, the guy scratches his head, finding it funny that they call something that goes down so easily an immortal. He decides he's going to uncover the mystery by continuing the hunt while the ginseng goddess watches him from afar in the forest. The hero finally returns to his deity, calling out to her cheerfully with the hamster on his shoulder. Chan-Su points out excitedly that the ginseng goddess really looks much full of life and with fresh new leaves. He even blushes, imagining that the goddess will soon return to her original magnificent body if he keeps up this pace. Just then, the tiny plant starts pointing upward, leaving the boy confused, not knowing what she wants him to do now. Before them stands a colossal and majestic tree with golden leaves that seem to glow under the daylight. The guy asks if the goddess wants him to lift her up to the trunk while she keeps gesturing frantically. He holds her carefully and brings her close to the bark of the large golden tree to see what the tiny plant plans to do. As soon as the goddess touches the trunk, a golden light begins emanating from the bark, making the area glow intensely. She stares at the hero, who quickly gets the hint and wonders if he needs to touch the golden tree as well. The guy reaches out and touches the giant trunk beside his goddess, feeling the magical energy of the place. A message pops up, warning that he can use the blessing of abundance, but that all blessings consume accumulated points. A glowing green energy starts surrounding Hammy and the ginseng goddess, who look in awe at the power building up. The magical glow spreads around the boy, who holds his tiny deity with all the determination in the world. Thinking of the points he just accumulated by beating all those monsters, the guy focuses all his attention on the magic. He decides to spend everything at once and channels all his bright energy directly into the mystical tree. The giant tree reacts instantly, blooming and bearing red fruits while the guy lets out an exhausted sigh. Looking at the result, the boy is completely shocked and stammers, unable to believe what he's seeing there. In the middle of all that mysterious and divine magic, what ended up growing on the branches was simply a giant apple. The guy holds the massive fruit in despair and shouts that he's never seen anything like that on Earth, so huge and heavy. Although the urge to take a bite is huge, he holds back and decides he needs to do another important thing first. Showing full respect, the hero drops to his knees and offers the first harvest of that sacred tree to his goddess. The ginseng goddess gets extremely happy and hugs the giant apple, which is almost the size of her tiny body. Seeing that cute scene, the guy smiles, thinking that even though he wants her to return to normal, this small form is pretty cute. But the cute vibe doesn't last long as the boy notices something very strange and scary starting to happen to the fruit. The goddess drains all the life energy from the apple, making the fruit wither and dry up in the blink of an eye in a bizarre way. Chansu is completely horrified by the speed at which the tiny creature managed to suck the entire divine fruit dry. Scared by that scene, the guy runs up the tree to grab more fruit, swearing he'll never get on this goddess's bad side. He rushes down carrying a bunch of apples and calls Hammy over to eat too while the hamster jumps for joy. The guy remembers she's a goddess who gives terrifying abilities and decides to stay alert, but he can't resist the great smell. As they bite into the fruits, the two close their eyes in pure happiness, shouting that this divine apple is the best thing in the world. While chewing the fruit with relish, the hero praises the divine apple, saying it's simply too delicious. From a distance, the ginseng goddess watches the guy devour the entire harvest without paying the slightest attention to his surroundings. The tiny deity is left completely speechless, wondering what kind of bizarre creature is eating in such a wild manner. She begins reflecting that in a single day, that ordinary boy managed to defeat terrible monsters using only a scythe. And to make things crazier, he even made a giant tree full of fruit grow out of nowhere in a matter of seconds. The ginseng goddess sports a completely shocked expression, breaking into a cold sweat upon realizing the boy's absurd potential. She falls into despair, wondering where on earth a monstrous, out-of-this-world kid like that came from. The system explains that back in the day, the Abundance clan was in charge of food and had considerable strength in agriculture. But things went downhill when the terrible Corruption clan began devouring other forces, forcing the group to flee to survive. As a last resort to keep existing, the Abundance clan closed its operations and started hunting monsters the hard way. The big problem was that peaceful clan of farmers had zero talent for fighting and couldn't win a single battle. Desperate, they modified the basic harvest skill into decapitation, but not even that saved the clan from total downfall. The goddess remembers that decapitation isn't a real combat technique, but rather a skill adapted to chop off the heads of downed targets. Since the clan members were never cut out to be warriors, that quick fix was the best they could manage at the time. But of course, the story would be very different if by some chance someone absurdly strong showed up to use the modified skill. The hero strikes an imposing pose, holding his gardening tool, proving he's exactly that missing monster. Suddenly, Chansu shifts his attitude and asks with a goofy face if he can eat more apples, while the goddess wonders how he ended up there. Doubts aside, the ginseng goddess decides that, either way, that talented guy now belongs entirely to her. Just then, the boy feels a tug on his pants and looks down, confused, wondering what the goddess wants with him now. The tiny plant clings tightly to his leg, determined never to let go of her new, powerful, protective apostle. Chansu gets a massive fright and turns pale with fear, thinking if the goddess isn't trying to drain his energy like she did with the apple. By nightfall, the guy starts walking back to the ruins carrying a basket packed with red apples on his back. He gently holds the ginseng goddess in his hands, noticing the poor thing has already fallen asleep from being so tired. With all the care in the world, the guy lays the small deity on a smooth rock so she can rest peacefully. Then he pets little Hammy and thanks him for the day's effort, while the hamster lets out a super lazy squeak. Suddenly, a booming noise echoes through the place, startling the guy and making the small hamster jump in shock. Chansu looks around confused, thinking it was sudden thunder, and wonders if the noise woke the goddess up. The guy soon realizes it was his own stomach growling and laments that eating only apples wasn't enough to fill him up. At that moment, the chime of a system notification catches the hero's attention, leaving him confused by the sudden alert. The screen warns that a special package delivery event is underway, leaving the guy intrigued by the news. He realizes it makes sense for these events to exist, since plenty of people from Earth ended up in this strange world. But the boy soon gets thoughtful, questioning how they'll make a delivery without knowing his exact location. Without worrying too much, he suggests to Hammy that they go to sleep first, since the little rodent is exhausted on his shoulder. Far away from there, the scene shifts to the Temple of Circulation, located inside a modern and imposing skyscraper. Heavy, furious footsteps echo through the building's hallways, indicating someone is in a terrible mood at that moment. A short-haired young woman walks decisively with a hostile look, scaring the other employees along the way. Meanwhile, a man calmly reviews papers on his clipboard, having no idea of the danger approaching. Suddenly, the woman slams the door wide open, giving her co-worker a massive fright, nearly making him drop his clipboard in fear. Trembling all over, the guy asks what she's doing there instead of making the delivery, while she stares at him furiously. The young woman reveals herself as Hai Su-jin, the apostle of circulation, who is extremely irritated with the tasks she received. She complains about being sent outside her jurisdiction on a 3-day trip to make a delivery without getting paid anything extra for it. The man tries to defend himself, asking if he did something wrong, but soon stammers in fear upon seeing the girl's threatening glare. He takes a deep breath and tries to calm things down, saying that in truth, she's just a rookie who's way too dedicated to her job. The boss suggests she take advantage of the business trip to rest a bit, since working late every day is going to ruin her health. He insists that if she stays in the office, she'll just end up picking up more work, and asks her to go clear her head somewhere else. Hae Soo-jin snaps back angrily, saying she knows very well he just needed a sucker to do this annoying delivery trip. The man gives a weak smile and puts his hand on her shoulder, trying to play off getting caught in his little lie. He tries to cheer the girl up, saying she might get lucky and catch a rare view, but she doesn't care at all and tells him not to make her laugh. With no way out, she says goodbye, grumbling that she's already leaving, while her co-worker wishes her a good business trip from the back of the room. The girl finally activates her holographic delivery tablet to begin that long off-hours workday. While checking the holographic screen, the courier complains about the massive amount of orders she needs to prep for that route. She warns irritably that nobody better waste her time, or else she won't forgive whoever is responsible for this annoying trip. Meanwhile, in the forest, Chan-Soo starts playing hide-and-seek amid a pile of giant apple baskets. Little Hammy hides behind a massive fruit, trying to hold back his laughter while the guy tells him to stay real quiet. The boy approaches quietly, warning that if the rodent keeps laughing out loud like that, his hiding spot will be discovered. With a fake villain expression, he asks where the little animal is hiding and if by any chance he isn't behind an apple. The guy pounces and grabs the hamster, who lets out a desperate squeak with eyes full of fake tears. Chan-Soo celebrates happily, lifting the cute creature up after managing to find him so easily. He gives the hamster a light scolding, reminding him that he told him not to eat the apples and that he should at least help with the work. Afterward, he explains to the ginseng goddess that the fruits aren't for eating, but rather to be traded for useful goods. The boy says they need to make a good impression on the person coming from far away to deliver their package. Chan-Soo recalls the event information stating that the territory of that world is divided into hexagonal blocks. He explains that although it looks like ordinary land, there are glowing barriers at the edges limiting each of the blocks. To manage to cross into another block, a traveler needs to use a special travel pass delivered once a day. Since the guy ended up landing in an isolated block with nothing around, the nearest city would be a week's distance away. With no other food options in the area, the guy ended up trapped in a strict diet of eating only apples. He comments cheerfully to the hamster that it's a real blessing their delivery service takes only 2 days. The guy drops onto the ground exhausted, saying he just wants his sleeping bag to arrive soon, though a bed would be even better. Next, he says happily that he got a super comfortable cushion for his ginseng goddess to rest like a queen. But in his thoughts, the boy knows he needs to keep the goddess happy if he doesn't want to end up a dried-up mummy in her hands. Suddenly, a strange noise coming from the dark trees puts the hero on high alert, making him look to the side. He readies his garden scythe, finding it super weird that this mysterious world sends even monsters on delivery. The guy notes that this group of weird mud creatures started appearing non-stop since the day before. He analyzes the enemies, thinking that calling them undead makes total sense, though resurrected is more accurate. Without wasting time, the hero prepares for combat and dashes toward the monsters with incredible agility. He raises his garden scythe, focused on slicing any creature that dares approach his mystical territory. With a fast and precise movement, he fires a slash of cutting energy that surges forward, lighting up the whole dark forest. The hero slices the mud monster in half, making its body break into pieces while he already prepares for the next one. On his shoulder, little Hammy squeaks in fear, and eyes widen upon noticing something wrong happening with the enemy. A black, slimy hand rises from the ground, trying to grab the guy while the monster begins rising from the ashes. Chansu reacts instantly, delivering another powerful blow to send that creature right back to the ground for good. He notices their movements got slightly faster and wonders if monsters evolve like skills do too. But the boy isn't shaken by this and keeps shredding everyone, saying that slight speed boost is insignificant. The attack's energy destroys the undead with ease, evaporating every single one of them into a curtain of bright smoke. The guy finally breathes a sigh of relief after clearing the area, while the ashes of the defeated enemies float around him. At that moment, Hai Su-jin appears floating in the air with her winged boots, completely shocked by the scene of destruction. The girl breaks into a cold sweat, terrified looking at the guy who just wiped out an entire pack of dangerous monsters all by himself. She sees Chan-su with a creepy smile on his face and wonders in horror who on earth that psycho-looking guy is. The system explains that creature is an undead ghoul, which used to be hunted heavily for yielding a ton of reward points. However, the monster would revive stronger the next day and stalk the player even if they switched blocks on the map. To make matters worse, it left a terrible curse on the target that brought them to ruin, causing everyone to avoid this enemy. Even knowing the danger, the guy keeps swinging his scythe without showing the slightest concern for the monster's legends. Watching from afar, the courier keeps wondering who that total lunatic fighting cursed creatures is. She questions if he has no fear of the consequences, since he shows zero sign of purifying that plague. The girl begins theorizing in terror, asking herself if that young man isn't actually a legendary master swordsman. But soon, she gets confused, thinking about why such a powerful warrior would be growing and selling apples out here. Su-jin decides the best thing to do is not provoke the guy, as nobody knows what would happen if they accidentally made him mad. Oblivious to everything, Chan-su hears a notification chime on his system screen and looks at the message that just arrived. He breaks into a huge smile, seeing he managed to accumulate even more points, pushing his success rate up to 10%. The boy celebrates excitedly, as now he'll be able to use the mystical blessing on at least 100 apples today without any issue. The guy reflects on why a sacred ruin exists in that isolated place, wondering if this might be a jackpot block with a points bonus. Suddenly, the sound of light footsteps echoes through the brush, startling the young hero, who quickly turns around to see who's approaching from behind. To Chan-su's surprise, a beautiful young woman emerges out of nowhere and makes an extremely formal bow, calling the boy by his full name. She introduces herself nicely as Hai Su-jin from the Merchant Guild and cheerfully announces that the guy's package has finally reached its destination. Chan-su shakes her hand, surprised for being found so fast, but the girl hides her fear of being near someone who destroys monsters by laughing. While wearing a professional smile on her face, the young merchant slyly glances away, trying to hide that she's eyeing something else. She focuses her attention on the small hamster and goes into a total mental frenzy, thinking that cute, chubby little creature looks like an adorable marshmallow. The girl turns red from so much cuteness, wanting to squeeze Hammy's cheeks at all costs, leaving the hero extremely confused by that reaction. She tries to regain her composure, saying everything is fine, and the guy suggests moving forward, though he heavily suspects her motives. The two begin walking together back to the ruins while the young woman continues swooning over the tiny hamster on the boy's shoulder. On the way, Hai Soo-jin comments on the wonderful smell of apple filling the forest air, making her super curious about the harvest. The guy agrees proudly, saying the fruits grew really well and taste delicious, while the small hamster puts on a smug stance on his shoulder. Upon spotting the mystical apple tree, the merchant freezes completely, unable to believe the absurd, monumental size of that divine tree. Displaying hospitality, the hero holds out one of the giant fruits and asks if the young woman would like to try one of his freshly picked apples. Grabbing the giant apple, the girl is stunned by the weight and perfect texture of the fruit, questioning if that really is ordinary food. She hesitates for a moment, remembering that oversized fruits usually lose their sweetness, fearing the mystical apple is only pretty on the outside. Setting doubt aside, the girl finally takes a very generous bite of the giant fruit, making a crisp crunching sound echo through the place. The merchant's eyes glow intensely, and she is completely amazed by the explosion of divine flavor taking over her mouth. She starts devouring the fruit all blushed, praising the perfect balance between sweetness and acidity, while the guy just watches the scene amazed. Thinking like a greedy merchant, she calculates that this marvel is worth a fortune and that she can make a huge profit if she plays her cards right. She swallows the piece quickly and asks Chan-soo if he really intended to sell each of those divine apples for only 2,000 coins. With a serious and focused face, the girl states with absolute certainty that charging such a low price for the fruits is an absurdity. The guy scratches the back of his neck, worried, thinking he was charging way too much and that regular apples must be much cheaper in the markets. He asks, stammering how much she suggests selling the fruits for, while the merchant holds up two fingers with a mysterious look. Chan-soo gets scared, thinking she wants to lower the price to 200 coins, but gets interrupted by the young woman revealing the real market value. She guarantees that the divine apples are worth at least 20,000 gold coins each, and that he'd be losing a ton of money if he accepted less. The revelation sends the boy and little Hammy into complete shock, while the merchant explains that in luxury shops the value would be even higher. The guy can hardly believe a simple fruit could be worth so much money, while the young woman thinks it wouldn't be smart to scam such a strong client. She remembers the boy's scary power to shred monsters and swallows hard, knowing her life is worth way more than pulling a fast one on the hero. She firmly reinforces that this divine harvest is far from being just an ordinary apple and holds invaluable worth on the market. The merchant honestly confesses that in all her life working in trade, she has never tasted any fruit as delicious as that one. She guarantees the product has the potential to be far more valuable and sought after than any other special delicacy in that world. With that, she suggests sealing the partnership, calculating the base price of 20,000 coins, and starts unrolling a giant glowing blue scroll contract. Hai Soo-jin opens the massive, glowing official document and proposes they sign a supply agreement to settle the rest of the goods purchase. She holds out a modern, special pen for the guy to sign the mystical paperwork and lock in that lucrative partnership once and for all. The guy holds the pen thoughtfully and begins analyzing all the terms described in the giant document with a super-focused expression. Chan-soo agrees to close the deal, but suggests making a small tweak to the partnership clauses, leaving the young merchant a bit confused. The boy points at the holographic screen and lets her know with a smile that she made a calculation error that ended up benefiting her too much in the contract. He puts on a very friendly smile and says he decided to increase the girl's profit percentage in the split of earnings for that deal. The guy explains he wants to maintain a long-term partnership with an honest person like her who didn't try to scam him over the apple's value. Chan-soo's noble and fair attitude catches the merchant completely off guard, making her blush lightly and stand speechless with emotion. The two shake hands warmly, officializing the most lucrative and honest business partnership in that entire mystical block region. Super excited, young Soo-jin opens her magical delivery bag, saying now it's time to hand over the orders the hero had requested. She pulls out a huge cardboard box containing all the assorted seeds, along with supplies and household items the boy asked for. Next, she pulls a nest with mysterious eggs out of the bag, explaining that it's a special gift to celebrate their first agreement. The girl comments that the pet egg will help out a lot on the farm, though she thinks the guy doesn't really need it since he already has the cute hamster by his side. The guy gets confused upon discovering she thought Hammy was a tamed pet monster and asks her to explain how the egg works. She details that the more energy points the guy infuses into the shell, the stronger the creature will be when born, but warns him to be careful not to crack it. The girl advises stopping the energy input as soon as the egg starts shaking violently, and the guy decides he'll test the method carefully. Finally, she asks about the harvest size and frequency, nearly falling backward upon hearing the boy plans to harvest 50 apples a day. After setting all the details regarding quantity and the visit schedule, they finally wrap up their first successful business deal. Chan-Su approaches the ginseng goddess, who has just woken up on the new cushion, thinking it must have been exhausting to hide the whole time. The guy feels relieved for hiding his deity before combat, preferring to be cautious even if the merchant seems trustworthy. He observes the goods around, thanking the goddess for making him so rich and full of useful resources from selling a single divine apple. Looking to the side, the boy gets quite intrigued, seeing the small plant staring at the pet eggs with intense focus. The ginseng goddess runs over to the nest and hugs the mystical egg with utter cuteness, proving she loved the gift brought by the merchant. The hero notes that he'll need to hunt way more monsters to hoard energy points if he wants to use his blessing to hatch the pets. Just then, a new system window pops up, alerting him that he needs more ordinary clients, as the current count of interested parties is weird. The guy makes a disgusted face, seeing the system indicate his only frequent clients so far are the undead monsters. Despite that bizarre situation, the boy just lets out a confident chuckle, showing he isn't easily shaken by system surprises. He reflects that things are going much better than expected and knows big challenges are still to come in his journey's future. Watching little Hammy roll on top of a food can, the guy assures himself he isn't scared of what's ahead. With a radiant, hopeful smile, the hero confesses he's actually super eager to see what the next adventures will be. Meanwhile, in a luxurious room, a group of people analyzes glowing apple slices, wondering if the producer might be an apostle. The mysterious man takes a bite of the fruit and deduces that whoever is responsible for growing something so incredible must be an ally of the alchemy faction. The other woman analyzes the paperwork, commenting that the guy is Korean and that his faction is focused on warfare, though she doesn't know his intentions. The man points out that all apostles are from Korea and wonders in confusion how someone from a purely combat class manages to grow this. They comment in shock that the guy defeated over 100 undead by ripping their heads off with a rusty scythe to train his skills. The fellow suggests it would be much better to hide the existence of this talented producer instead of just focusing on sending guards to protect him. He guarantees that putting those incredible apples up for sale in department stores will be an absolute, highly profitable hit for everyone. Just then, the man grabs his colleague's arm tightly, stopping her movement as the girl tries to grab more apple slices from the plate. He complains seriously, telling her to get her hands off, wearing a totally grumpy expression at his guildmate's greediness. The young woman snaps back angrily, pointing her finger in his face, complaining that he already ate almost all the fruits by himself without leaving any for others. A noisy argument breaks out at the top of the skyscraper, with the two bickering like children to see who has the right to eat the divine apples. Far away from all that mess, night falls on the mystical block, bringing a gorgeous, starry sky under which the guy rests peacefully. Chan-Su begins channeling his magic energy into the pet eggs, wondering if a cute creature or a real hard worker will hatch from them. He smiles, saying either option would be great, while Hammy and the goddess watch the energy infusion glow intensely in the air. Suddenly, the shell of one of the eggs begins to crack, making the guy exclaim excitedly upon realizing the first pet is about to be born. The guy, the hamster, and the ginseng goddess stare intently, full of anticipation, begging for the mystical creature to finally come out. An overwhelming golden light fills the area, announcing in grand style the birth of a legendary max rarity pet. The hero points enthusiastically upon seeing a thin yellow paw break through the glowing eggshell, confirming the birth is complete. To everyone's surprise, what emerges from it is just an extremely cute, chubby-cheeked chick, letting out a friendly chirp inside the shell. Chan-Su gets a completely lifeless, soul-drained face, lamenting having spent over 100,000 energy points just to get a chick. He mutters disappointed that he expected to get a strong assistant to work on the farm and that now he'll just have an ordinary chicken in the future. Watching the small bird run around happily, the guy with crossed arms seriously considers if he should raise it just to serve as dinner. The guy lets out a slightly sinister laugh, thinking he's going to eat fried chicken for the first time in forever, but cries, remembering the spent points. To avoid getting too attached to the little animal, the hero decides to give it a super simple name, calling the chick Ari and formally introducing himself. But the moment is interrupted when the second mystical egg lying on the cushion also starts shaking and cracking, catching everyone's attention. The guy immediately regains hope and shouts excitedly, praying that this time a true, strong farm assistant is born. A new explosion of bright pink magic energy fills the room, announcing the arrival of the second mystical creature from that nest. To the guy's despair, what comes out of it is a super cute pink piglet wearing a piece of eggshell on its head like a little hat. Chan-Su drops to his knees, weeping in despair, asking himself why he only gets food ingredients instead of real assistance. Later, the two newborn little creatures sleep together and formally present themselves to the ginseng goddess as her new devoted servants. The ginseng goddess fondly laments that so much time has passed and apologizes for failing to protect her loyal vassals in the past. The chick and the piglet shoot back, saying they're just happy to serve her and will do whatever it takes to help her regain her original form. The goddess thanks her servants for their loyalty, but warns with a serious expression that there's a huge danger they must avoid at all costs. She orders them to be careful around her apostle because the guy doesn't know they are divine servants and might do something reckless to them. She warns in fear that if the guy thinks the two little creatures are useless for the farm, he might simply sell them or eat them for lunch. The goddess says that until they learn the human speech skill, they need to do their absolute best to look like hard workers. The piglet and the chick start shaking in terror as they imagine the terrible fate of becoming barbecue, deciding to obey the goddess without hesitation. The next day, the guy wakes up super early, yawning sleepily, and walks through the forest holding his trusty garden scythe. Chan-Su wears an ironic smile, thinking his morning routine always has to start by facing that annoying pack of monsters. The hero wishes good morning to the wind and charges, shredding the mud enemies with simply impressive speed and precision. In the ruins' courtyard, newborns Ari and Doji hear the strange cutting sounds coming from the woods and get quite intrigued by the sound. Peeking from behind a pillar, the small animals are completely horrified, eyes wide at what they just witnessed. They watch the boy mercilessly and violently slice monsters, breaking into a cold sweat out of fear of what decapitation is capable of. Chan-Su stays focused on combat, wielding his scythe with a serious, fearless look, giving the undead zero chance to react. With a fast stroke of purifying energy, he finishes off the last mud enemy, making the creature's pieces drop destroyed onto the ground. The guy calmly puts his weapon away, while the chick and piglet watch everything trembling in terror, hidden in the corner of the brush. The chick whispers in despair, saying he swears he saw the hero licking his lips hungrily while looking at the two earlier. Ari falls into total panic, imagining the guy with hungry red eyes, and screams that he's absolute sure they're going to turn into dinner. A system screen pops up, indicating the count of monsters defeated in the mystical forest rose to 202 enemies eliminated. Wiping sweat from his forehead, the guy sighs relieved for finally clearing out all the monsters that were prowling around his property. Suddenly, he hears the sound of rustling leaves near him and turns around curious to see if any other enemy is left to tell the tale. But to his surprise, it's just Ari and Doji appearing, trying to act as cute and suck up as possible to save their own lives. Ari goes as far as stepping on the piglet's head to force him to smile nicely, leaving the guy quite impressed by their cuteness. Finding that warm, adorable reception funny, the boy breaks into a cheerful smile and decides it's time to reward his new helpers. He holds out a plate full of juicy apple slices and asks super nicely if the small animals would like to eat a piece. The piglet loses control and rushes forward, drooling with hunger, while the chick tries to scold him, saying he shouldn't look like a glutton. The guy watches the two eating happily and wishes for them to eat well so they grow fast, leaving the piglet very satisfied with the taste. The boy smirks, thinking out loud if piglets fed with luxury fruits end up with even tastier meat come barbecue time. Hearing that, the chick panics and screams, telling the piglet to stop eating if he doesn't want to turn into delicious apple-scented pork belly. Ignoring their panic, the hero offers the plate directly to the chick, asking innocently if Ari doesn't want to eat too. Ari smells the incredible scent of the fruit and realizes in shock that this food is worth more points than the entire daily income of a regular apostle. Trying to hold on to pride, the chick bravely turns its head away, swearing it won't fall for that temptation, but the boy is left confused by the rejection. To make things easier, Chan-Su dumps a bowl full of regular grains on the ground, imagining birds must prefer that type of food. The chick tries to resist, crying and trembling in fear, but the smell of the grains is too good, and it swears it'll never surrender to fried chicken. In the end, both animals devour the whole meal quickly, and the guy comments, laughing, that the chick eats way less than the piglet. In his mind, the guy envisions a perfect plan where Doji the piglet digs up all the dirt, and Ari the chick comes right behind planting the seeds. After covering and watering the crop, the boy plans to use the mystical blessing of the goddess of abundance to make everything sprout in record time. He celebrates super happy, finding the process extremely simple and practical, praising his beloved ginseng goddess as the best in the world. Excited, the guy holds a dark glowing seed, declaring everything is absolutely perfect to kick off farming on the property. But the mood shifts when the boy notices a fast, dark silhouette rushing toward the precious seed glowing in his hand. It was just Ari leaping in desperation to peck at the shiny grain, leaving the guy confused, wondering if chicks like shiny things. Chan-Su dodges quickly, remembering that the first harvest must be offered to the goddess, while the chick drops to the floor frustrated. The guy watches the ginseng goddess suck the seed's soul, shriveling it up in a bizarre way, thinking he'll never get used to that way of eating. He serves a new meal to the group, saying they need to eat fast because they still have to plant potatoes and sweet potatoes right after. Doji the piglet devours the food happily, which was expected by the guy, but he gets surprised looking at the chick's behavior. Ari begins pecking at the food with absurd speed and fire in its eyes, leaving the boy shocked since he thought it ate very little. The chick and piglet end up collapsed, stuffed and exhausted on the ground, and Ari laments crying for being completely defeated by greed. The tiny bird cries dramatic tears of regret, believing that now that it's chubby, its fate of turning into fried chicken is sealed. Chan-Su finds the two's excitement while eating cute and promises he'll hurry to grow other types of delicious veggies for them. Suddenly, he remembers that the sale of the mystical apples starts today in stores, getting curious to know if the innovative product is a hit. The scene shifts to the grand and luxurious storefront of a department store in the city center where major business deals happen. The manager checks sales data on his suspended holographic screens, getting everything ready for that day's special product launch. He comments to himself that almost everything is properly organized, and now all that's left is arranging the guy's mystical apples in the main display. The employee watches from afar a large crowd of curious customers gathering in front of the official booth called the Emperor's Apple. But looking closer, he notices that, as expected, not a single one of those people is actually taking the product home right now. The booth displays the fruit decorated with gold dust and rare feathers under a pompous ad, charging the absurd price of 200,000 gold coins. Even though the luxury packaging is eye-catching and grand, the abusive price of 200,000 gold coins scares customers off, making everyone hesitate. Ryu Wu-Huan stays deep in thought, not knowing how to convince people to buy such an expensive apple, since a single bite would be enough to change their minds. Suddenly, a yell of gratitude echoes through the place, catching the man's attention, who gets completely surprised by the sudden noise. He rushes to see what's going on and finds a crowd of shocked customers gossiping about someone who decided to buy out everything. The employee points frantically at the light-up board, warning that all Emperor's apples sold out completely in the blink of an eye. Ryu Wu-Huan can't believe it, as the stock was full just a moment ago while a mysterious customer in stylish boots walks away. The clerk explains that all it took was for the guy to try just a tiny piece of the fruit to decide to buy the entire stock all at once. Checking the payment signature, they discover the name Rohan, and everyone starts whispering upon realizing it's a very famous figure. Ryu Wu-Huan goes into absolute shock hearing that name, as he knows full well the massive influence this man possesses in that world. Rohan is none other than the legendary master swordsman and pioneer of an insane training method, making him an extremely respected celebrity. Seeing a warrior of that tier devouring apples with such satisfaction is the perfect opportunity to break an explosive news story about the product. Except the news goes viral in a bizarre way, and the manager nearly flips out seeing that the public misunderstood everything and started making wild theories. He spends the day yelling into the phone, trying to explain to desperate customers that eating apples won't turn anyone into a master swordsman. But people's persistence is relentless, and the office phone doesn't stop ringing for a single second, leaving the poor man exhausted. Taking a deep breath, he answers another business call, trying to keep his composure while his sanity slowly flies out the window. He loses his temper for good upon hearing a customer demanding an immediate reservation for 100 boxes, explaining growing that fruit isn't that simple. Meanwhile, a week passes in the other world, and the cute pets keep pulling their antics without the slightest worry about life. Oh Chan-Soo comments he's living a pretty comfortable and plentiful life while prepping to cook a special outdoor meal. On the wooden table, everything is properly organized with pots and fresh ingredients harvested right from his high-quality magic farm. He proudly holds his giant potatoes and guarantees with a smile on his face that they're just as delicious as the famous Emperor's apples. The young man starts frying the food with skill worthy of a chef, while his small companions watch the flame show. Doji, the piglet, approaches, nudging the hem of his apron and letting out small grunts trying to catch his master cook's attention. Oh Chan-Soo notices the piglet's begging face, but warns that food isn't for him, especially since the little guy just stuffed his face with food. Doji completely ignores the scolding and pulls the lowest blow of all, flashing his eyes in an irresistibly cute and begging way. The guy sighs, defeated by the cuteness, and hands a piece to the little animal while spotting Hei Su-jin running hurriedly toward him in the distance. The girl arrives out of breath, shouting Oh Chan-Soo's name, proving she has something extremely urgent and important to discuss with the farmer. She nearly melts from cuteness seeing all the new pets gathered, while the little animals try to shield the ginseng goddess from the intruder's eyes. With a mysterious smile, the merchant digs through her bag and asks if the guy is prepared to hear the best financial news of his life. She displays the holographic sales report, revealing that all units were sold at the absurd price of 200,000 gold coins each. Oh Chan-Soo falls into complete despair calculating that insane profit, while she shares that customers are going crazy over the lack of stock. He reflects on how cheap normal apples are in that world and wonders if there's a bizarre number of eccentric millionaires over there. With a generous 30% commission, the guy realizes selling just 50 fruits a day would bring him a cool $3 million daily. The prota's eyes shine with ambition, calculating that his annual income from this hit business could easily cross $1 billion. He already pictures himself living like a king, showing off gold jewelry and throwing bills in the air alongside his super stylish pets. Oh Chan-Soo drifts off so hard into daydreaming about his millionaire future that he starts drooling in pure bliss mid-conversation, dropping his hero pose. But soon he regains his composure, knowing that with all that money and influence, he'll finally get real leads to find his parents' whereabouts. Hei Su-jin promises to negotiate the department store fees to maximize profits, but notes she needs to give an important warning about the business. She looks seriously at the guy and questions how long he really believes this whole hype over Emperor's apples can last. The merchant explains that while the product is the current sensation, it's foolish to think people will keep paying a fortune like that forever. She proposes a smart strategy to focus on the elite audience to keep steady sales for decades, securing a rich and loyal clientele. The young man is stunned by the numbers, but the girl reassures her partner, saying the consumer market over there is massive and he doesn't need to worry. With that, she holds his hands with eyes shining with greed, begging the young producer to immediately ramp up production of the magic apples. Feeling a bit awkward, he tries to shift the focus and suggests she try his other new crops, guaranteeing the flavor is insanely surprising. The revelation makes the merchant's eyes nearly pop out from pure excitement upon discovering delicacies on the same level as that apple exist. Oh Chan-soo serves the steaming meal with full chef flair, leaving the visitor completely hypnotized by the delicious aroma rising from the plate. He presents the golden, soft, boiled potatoes as the appetizer, inviting his business partner to finally take the first bite. She spears a very generous piece with her fork and gently blows to cool the food down before indulging in that wonderful culinary masterpiece. Putting the food in her mouth, she chews slowly, feeling the perfect texture and explosion of flavors instantly filling her palate. With eyes tearing up from pure happiness, the girl praises the sweet flavor and highlights how a pinch of salt would create a divine harmony of flavors. The potato skin has a spectacular nutty aroma, and its super soft consistency makes every bite feel like a real trip to paradise. Relieved by her great reaction, the farmer pops up smiling, bringing new dishes like French fries and pancakes to keep the feast going. Hai Soo-jin gets completely hypnotized and blushes, staring at that delicious, perfectly golden piece of fried pancake. She picks up a perfect combo of pancake and super crispy French fries that seem to glow under the sunlight, looking so appetizing. The girl devours the food, crying with joy, commenting the flavor is worthy of one of the most expensive and luxurious restaurants she's ever visited. Mouth full of potatoes, she insists that should be considered the main course, and Chan-soo gets super happy to see his food praised so much. To wrap things up in style, the young man presents Doji, the piglet's favorite dessert, wonderful baked sweet potatoes. While the young woman enjoys dessert, Doji and Ari start wobbling on the ground after eating until almost popping from so much gluttony. The greedy piglet starts squealing non-stop, demanding a piece of sweet potato even while completely stuffed with food. Chan-soo decides to feed both together, but notices the chick looks a bit skinny, immediately suspecting Doji had been stealing his little sister's food. Suddenly, Hammy the hamster sneaks up with eyes shining with interest, focused solely on the wonderful baked sweet potato on the table. The girl gets a huge jump from the sudden intruder, but soon starts screaming from cuteness, seeing the small, chubby rodent right before her nose. The farmer takes the moment to ask if it would be a good idea to put these potatoes up for commercial review too, to see what she thinks. She thanks him for the wonderful meal, but questions if he'd really have the capacity to grow these new options without hurting apple production. Chan-soo admits that would be pretty tough to do right now, unless he manages to hoard more energy points to manage the magic crops. Facing this limitation, the merchant sincerely asks him to focus his efforts exclusively on mass-producing the apples. While they talk from a distance, the small ginseng-shaped goddess watches everything hidden behind a tree, looking quite worried. Hai Soo-jin explains it would be very hard to sell regular tubers for such a high price to generate the same absurd profit as the apple. The young woman goes as far as doing a dramatic bow, begging him to understand her side and increase supply to meet the market's massive demand. The guy gets awkward seeing his partner begging like that, wondering if he overdid it trying to push other harvests onto her. But to Hai Soo-jin's total surprise, he quickly changes his mind and promises he'll manage to deliver 100 units of apples every day. Her eyes shine with so much emotion, and she can barely contain her happiness upon hearing such a favorable response from her business partner. The farmer smiles, satisfied on the inside, thinking he didn't need to push the harder path, and at least everyone loved his food. Overflowing with joy, the merchant immensely thanks Oh Chan-soo for the favor, while continuing to squeeze the cute hamster in her arms. The next day, the scene shifts to show a peaceful hill where morning mist and gentle wind create a perfect vibe for a new hunt journey. Oh Chan-soo walks firmly, holding his garden scythe, while his small pets, Doji and Ari, follow close behind across the terrain. The piglet questions if following the master everywhere is really a good idea, but the chick scolds him, telling him not to be ridiculous. Ari insists they need to watch over the guy, since they can't trust that important task to that lazy hamster who only knows how to sleep. Chansu wonders why the two follow him so much and starts suspecting that maybe they have some secret combat skill kept hidden away. Suddenly, a massive monster comes running down the slope toward the small animals, sending the two into complete panic, screaming for help. The guy smacks his own forehead, blaming himself for holding any hope in them, but takes a deep breath, remembering at least the local monsters are slow. Except one of the undead demons emerges from the shadows right behind the piglet, reaching out sharp claws to capture the poor, helpless animal. Doji sheds dramatic tears of despair, realizing the creature of darkness is about to nab him, begging his master for help. Chansu runs desperately, shouting for the piglet to move, but realizes with frustration that the distance between them is too far to save him in time. With no other choice, he swings his scythe hard through the air, yelling for the cursed monster to stay away from his precious pink companion. The prota's glare becomes extremely focused and sharp as he channels all his spiritual energy into the blade to unleash the mystical strike. He realizes with dread that the attack's range seems too short to hit the enemy in time, saving the piglet from that terrible threat. Ari the chick closes its eyes and cries in panic, seeing the terrible fate of its little brother, lamenting not being able to do anything to help Doji. But suddenly the chick opens its eyes confused, hearing a strange slicing sound cutting through the wind right in front of it, changing the outcome. To everyone's surprise, the dark demon is sliced in half instantly and begins dissolving into black smoke on the ground, saving the two. Chansu stares at his own scythe cluelessly, since he was dead sure the strike's distance would fall short of reaching the monster. He walks up to the enemy's remains and starts questioning if his divine skills somehow underwent some secret evolution or upgrade. The guy realizes that if he pays close attention to the grip angle and movement speed, he can control the energy flow perfectly. Testing his theory, he activates a devastating new mass decapitation technique, slicing multiple distant enemies with extreme ease. He gets surprised reading the holographic system notification, but finds the new skill's name a bit scary for a simple goddess farmer. Either way, the young man celebrates the fact that his range increased drastically, which will make his future hunting trips way easier. With a confident smile on his face, he realizes defeating these monsters faster will yield plenty of points to expand his agricultural business. But while he trains by slinging devastating strikes in the air, poor Doji and Ari tremble in panic, noticing their master's monstrous strength. The two dash off frantically toward the tiny ginseng goddess, begging for divine protection against that human's destructive craziness. The goddess asks the reason for such a rush, and Ari the chick panics, reporting that her apostle started taking off monster heads left and right out there. Ari suggests they should prioritize a communication skill to calm the guy down, but the goddess confesses she never granted him that violent power. The chick bursts into tears of pure panic, afraid the master will end up losing his mind completely and decide to fry them for dinner at any moment. Doji nudges the goddess, whispering if she really granted that scary technique called mass decapitation to her new apostle. The ginseng goddess's eyes widen in absolute shock upon hearing the violent name of the supposed skill her warrior awakened. To make the situation worse, Chansu himself appears in the background with a villainous, evil aura, leaving the deity shaking in fear. The tiny deity confesses she's never heard of anything like that, and the pets are already wondering if the master is actually grim death himself. Suddenly, an idea flashes through the ginseng goddess's mind, making her break into a cold sweat as she connects the dots of that bizarre evolution. She calls for the attention of all pets gathered in the room, stating she finally managed to solve the mystery behind the guy's new power. Doji celebrates, thinking he was right, but gets a good slap from Ari, who demands immediate silence so everyone can hear the explanation. She reveals calmly that Chansu's power actually wasn't a direct gift, but rather a natural evolution of his own skills. The goddess recalls that decapitation originated from harvesting, and that by leveling up, the guy simply unlocked the area harvest effect. As such, the lethal technique merely followed the same area evolution logic, transforming automatically into a mass decapitation. Ari questions if that shouldn't take years to happen, and the deity confirms the guy has a fast growth that actually gets scary. She takes a brief, dramatic pause with a slight smirk, prepping the little ones for the next important step of his evolution. The deity admits that despite being scary, Chan-su is a very dedicated young man and an incredible apostle whom she should only be proud of. She highlights that thanks to the boy's monstrous effort, all of them are gathered there safe, able to talk peacefully in the room. The goddess pets the crying chick, promising she'll unlock the communication skill for the young man as soon as he returns from his hunt. Speaking of the devil, the farmer comes running and waving cheerfully from afar, announcing to his deity that he's finally back home. The ginseng goddess turns all red and anxious inside, not quite knowing what to say first to her strong, adorable warrior who just arrived. Chan-su approaches to formally introduce the new pets to the goddess, but notices something strange in their reception. Suddenly, a bright holographic system screen pops up before him, announcing that the goddess of abundance has decided to grant him a new power. The system displays two choices for the prota to decide his fate, those being the promise of abundance or the communication skill. The goddess laughs cockily, confident her disciple will pick communication, while the guy inspects the screen with a suspicious little smile. He reaches out his index finger toward the floating panel, preparing to confirm his final choice decisively and without hesitation. The tiny deity watches the scene, eyes shining with hope, already rehearsing a lovely thank you speech for when he makes his choice. But to the universe's surprise, the screen closes, confirming the young man picked the promise of abundance power, ignoring the other option. The ginseng goddess freezes with a forced smile, completely speechless seeing her perfect plan go down the drain in a single second. With a hilarious face of sheer disbelief, she tries to process what just happened, feeling a mix of disappointment and shock at his pick. Oblivious to the divine drama, the boy with the hamster on his shoulder starts calmly analyzing the details and mechanics of his new magic tool. He admits he has no clue what this packed stuff means, since the description the system provides is extremely vague and mysterious. The guy considers that communication would probably only serve to talk to plants and animals, which in his mind doesn't sound very useful. He pictures his pets crying and complaining all day in his ear, demanding payback in an extremely annoying way. In his thoughts, the guy also pictures trees complaining about the pain of carrying so many heavy fruits every day, demanding time off work. That mental image of his plants and pets complaining non-stop freaks the young man out, making him discard communication entirely on the spot. He concludes that ignorance is a true blessing and ignores the obvious displeasure of the goddess, who stays sulking on the floor over his decision. Without any regret, he presses the green button, confirming once and for all the acquisition of his new special abundance power. Looking to the side, the boy is left completely confused, seeing all his companions collapsed on the floor, covered in a dense gloom aura. Decided to ignore the drama, the boy opens his status window with a smile to check the updated stats of his new force. To no one's surprise, the new technique has no detailed description, leaving only the title of promise with the goddess of abundance. He decides to test the skill in practice and announces out loud that he's going to make an offering of his best mystical apple to the ginseng goddess. The young man holds out the giant fruit with full manners, but the tiny deity stays with crossed arms and her back turned, pouting over his action. She lets out a light sniff of disdain and completely ignores the delicious gift, leaving the young farmer quite confused by that reaction. The system plays a sound chime, warning that the used points were returned to the guy while he wonders why she's so sulky. He realizes that even without her eating, the simple act of offering the fruit counts as a fulfilled promise, generating automatic reward points. Hyped by the discovery, he decides to squeeze Hammy's cute cheeks and gains even more points instantly from others suffering. The hamster reacts furiously, landing fast slaps on his owner's face, who only laughs with happiness, planning his next free promise test. Chan-su looks with ulterior motives at the piglet, promising to fill his belly, and the pets panic, imagining the worst coming from that. But the promise was merely giving plenty of food to the animal, who devours everything happily with hearts in his eyes, not even suspecting his owner's plan. The problem arises when the reward points don't return to the panel, leaving the farmer worried, thinking the system glitched. He realizes horrified that the piglet still isn't full even after devouring over 10 giant apples at once in the meal. Seeing his investment go down the drain, the guy gives up on the idea and walks away grumbling that this greedy pig consumes way too many resources. Suddenly, fast footsteps echo through the place, and a familiar voice shouts, "Oh, Chansu's name!" interrupting the young farmer's rest moment. Hae-soo-jin appears running and almost out of breath, while the young man gets confused seeing his business partner back so fast. She screams desperately, warning that he needs to act fast, to take control of and protect the territory block he's living in immediately. Oh Chansu asks scared if someone is actually planning to invade the place, and the girl confirms that's a huge possibility. The young woman shares that the craze over the emperor's apples was so massive that the luxury market's wait list already sits at 5,000 people. The farmer nearly falls over hearing that absurd order count, while she explains the public is willing to wait however long it takes. She warns that looters will try to rob the farm no matter what, and that things would be very different if he had a strong backer. Oh Chan-soo reconsiders her advice, thinking the only sponsor or real backer he currently has in that mystical world is the goddess of abundance, who right now comes down to a tiny ginseng root that can barely stand firm without her pet's help. With a determined look, he understands that if he fails in defending the territory, not only the deity, but the entire abundance clan will be destroyed. To avoid the worst, the merchant suggests the guy change tactics and install a security portal as soon as he successfully takes the new block. He analyzes the holographic map and plans to build a fake base in the surroundings, which would also make transport easier by removing pass limits. The young man still finds this bizarre amount of reservations without his prior approval strange, and the girl asks, surprised, if he really doesn't know. Hae-soo-jin reveals excitedly that the whole region is in a complete frenzy because of wild rumors regarding the mystical apple's effects. She lists a series of ridiculous rumors claiming the fruit cures illnesses and even whitens teeth, leaving the producer outraged by so many lies. The merchant sags her shoulders, disappointed to learn the stories were fake, and he reinforces that it's obvious a simple apple doesn't work miracles. Oh Chan-soo decides to ignore the gossip and focus on the main plan of invading and taking over neighbor blocks as fast as possible to secure defense. Even so, she appeals with a begging face, pushing the subject, but the farmer yells impatiently, repeating that the fruit is just a regular apple. The scene shifts to a hospital hallway where a mysterious man in a trench coat walks away with slow steps while being closely watched by someone. A sneaky paparazzi with a camera smiles victoriously, realizing he just snagged an exclusive scoop worth a ton of cash. Inside the hospital room, famous alchemist Hong Un-soo handles his tablet and greets the visitor in the coat with a fairly calm tone. The visitor tosses a get-well gift onto the table, and the patient lets him know with good humor that he's getting discharged that very day, making the present late. Opening the package, he comes across the shiny emperor's apples and comments on the mysterious rumors circulating about the product. The patient takes a bite of the mystical fruit with disdain, thinking it's all a bunch of nonsense made up to trick rich buyers. But a few chews are all it takes for the man's expression to completely shift as the flavors start working on his palate. He feels his body overflow with pure, overwhelming energy, screaming in shock and stating the fruit's nutrients border on the impossible. Completely hyped up, the alchemist demands to know if all units share the same quality, but Rohan warns he isn't a food critic. The man stays intrigued, trying to crack how this agricultural miracle was made, pondering that not even special fertilizers would reach this level. The alchemist suddenly flies into a rage, seeing Rohan devouring the other apples in the box that he himself had brought as a get-well gift. Determined to get more, the man grabs the phone to call the department store, warning he'll use his VIP client status. Hearing from the mall manager that the wait list is massive, a vein of anger pops on the man's forehead as he demands priority treatment. With no time to waste, the alchemist yells into the receiver, demanding they sell to him, offering to pay double or even triple the original price. Rohan boasts, saying that besides money, he also has plenty of time, while watching the despair of his rich friend left without the fruits. He throws a pillow at his rude companion, while the camera of the curious photographer outside captures the whole hilarious fight from the front row. The next day, news that the mystical apple cured the alchemist's lingering condition goes viral, and the mall manager nearly pulls his own hair out. He slams his hand down with full force on his desk, breaking everything around in an outburst of pure outrage over the insane level of fake news gossip. Beside himself, the manager screams at the top of his lungs, demanding people stop spreading rumors and understand once and for all that it's not medicine. Under the orange glow of a beautiful sunset, Oh Chan-Su looks at his farm's landscape and calmly calls out to his goddess to give an alert. The ginseng goddess gets such a huge fright that she drops the fruit she was holding upon hearing her apostle is leaving to invade territories. He pets the small companions and asks Doji and Ari to protect the goddess while he's away on his risky night mission. Desperate, the tiny deity clings tightly to her apostle's leg, begging him to give up on that journey because it's too dangerous. Oh Chan-Su notices her huge concern, and a bizarre suspicion starts forming in his mind regarding the true motive behind all that drama. Hammy the hamster sneaks up, sniffing the wonderful baked sweet potato on the ground, seeming to wait eagerly for the right moment to strike. The young man analyzes the harvested food and concludes that, despite being tasty, the clan's diet is packed with carbs and low on quality protein. He confesses in thought that he felt a bit guilty and lacked the nerve to enjoy some nice juicy meat right in front of his talking animals. With a slight sly smile, he argues with himself that beef shouldn't be an issue and that the animals will just have to understand his choice. The guy rushes down the dark stairs of his underground storage, in a hurry to retrieve a very special ingredient he put away long ago. The prota's eyes shine with pure satisfaction and joy upon finally spotting the perfect package he was looking for at the back of the shelves. He proudly holds the tray of fresh marbled beef, celebrating having found the premium cut he ordered a long time ago. He remembers that back on Earth, there was only lab-grown artificial meat, and that he used to spend hours drooling just looking at pictures of real meat online. Putting the piece on the hot skillet, the spectacular aroma spreads through the air, proving immediately that real meat is on a whole different level. Doji swallows hard and spills rivers of drool seeing the juicy meat, but the guy lets him know right away that special piece is a gift for the goddess. Ari the chick shakes its head, disappointed, grumbling that the greedy pig just ate and is already eyeing everyone else's dinner again. Meanwhile, the tiny ginseng goddess emanates a hungry, scary aura, making the boy wonder if she didn't eat enough today. He notices the hungry glares and asks for just one more second of patience, guaranteeing the divine meal is almost ready to serve. He hands the first hot, juicy piece to the deity with total manners, merely recommending she be careful not to burn herself. But to everyone's surprise, the goddess kicks the meat away, annoyed, screaming that she doesn't want food, but rather for the guy to give up on leaving. Not understanding the outrage, the young man stares at the empty plate and starts questioning if the meat went bad, despite having bought the food super recently. To test it out, Oh Chan-Su decides to grab a very generous piece with his chopsticks and try the food to judge the dish's quality. He chews thoughtfully and admits the flavor is pretty good, but feels like something is off or missing for it to be a flawless, divine meal. He concludes the dish really lacks excitement and doesn't hit with the same mind-blowing impact that the first bite of his famous mystical apple did. The guy deduces that it was because of this average flavor that the deity decided to reject the food, completely ignoring the real reason behind her drama. While she cries rivers of tears out of pure frustration, the boy continues to firmly believe the only issue there was the weak seasoning on the meat. He crouches down patiently beside the ginseng goddess with a gentle smile, trying to calm down his tiny, hot-tempered divine boss. The young man promises he'll bring back way tastier meat, asking only that his hungry pets wait a bit longer for a new feast. Close to midnight, the pets have already fallen into a deep sleep, snoring and having weird food dreams, while silence takes over the village. The goddess wakes up in the middle of the night and gets extremely sad, looking at the empty sleeping bag, realizing her apostle snuck out. Far away, the prota stares up close at the imposing blue energy barrier dividing the territory blocks in that mysterious dimension. He gets fascinated, touching the glowing border of the block, realizing the complexity of that hexagonal block system making up the current world. From afar, the landscape seems to continue normally, but getting close, it's impossible to ignore the massive force field blocking passage to intruders. He notices the field's spatial fluctuation and accepts the system's transition alert, deciding to cross the border once and for all to start his invasion. The loading screen pops up with helpful tips about daily travel pass resets, and the boy finds the friendliness of that mystical system funny. As soon as the transition ends, the guy notices with strangeness that his flashlight went out of nowhere, leaving the surrounding environment in total pitch darkness. Looking around, he comes across a dense, massive forest that looks like an untouched jungle packed with danger camouflaged in the trees' shadows. The farmer is left open-mouthed upon realizing this new territory block is geographically opposite and way more hostile than his calm farm. Suddenly, a dark blur cuts through the air, passing at high speed right beside his face, making the boy jump back scared by the invisible threat. He looks up and spots a massive black cloud formed by thousands of tiny flying insects moving in a coordinated, dangerous way. The cloud draws near, revealing gigantic, monstrous beetles with glowing red eyes that emit a spine-chilling, deafening buzz. Facing such a weird and massive swarm, the hero doesn't think twice and dashes off, screaming for his life so he won't get eaten alive. Holding his scythe tightly, he looks back outraged, trying to figure out what kind of pest monsters those are that decided to hunt him in the forest. The young man tries to sling a cutting strike, but realizes the beetle's tiny size makes accuracy for his regular melee attacks super hard. He huffs in frustration, complaining that it's nearly impossible to aim and slice off the heads of creatures so fast and small amid all that running. Unable to counter properly, Chan-Su decides the best strategy right now is to fall back immediately and cross the barrier back home. To make everything worse, a horde of sharp-clawed undead ghouls begins emerging from the depths of the barrier, totally blocking his escape path. The guy gets cornered between two hordes, asking himself indignantly what those ghoul undead decided to do showing up right at this time. The monsters surround the guy but emit cute glows, revealing they came to protect him just to guarantee they get to defeat him themselves in the future. With furious roars, the ghouls charge head-on against the beetle swarm, while the Prota takes advantage of the distraction to plan his escape. The two creature groups get locked in a chaotic battle where the beetles start getting wiped out quickly by the ghouls' violent attacks. Taking advantage of the chaos and everyone's attention being on the clash, the guy sprints at top speed toward his goal. He runs focused, thinking this weird fight between enemy factions is the golden opportunity he needed to manage a safe retreat. He makes a heroic leap, stretching out his arms to reach the transition barrier and cross the spatial border before it's too late to escape. He slides safely onto the dirt of his farm and lets out a sigh of relief as the system notifies him that he scored bonus points for slaying monsters. Confused, the farmer begins reasoning if the kills caused by the undead ghouls counted as points for his own system account. A smile of pure greed draws across his face upon realizing he just discovered a true gold mine to farm points, effort-free. He also notices the ghouls are getting even stronger with the fights, finding it hilarious to see his enemies serving as useful allies. Admiring the loyal horde, the guy cheerfully concludes it's impossible to hate these persistent invaders who give him so many valuable points for free. Meanwhile, at the mall, the secretary despairs, complaining to her boss, stating she's almost losing her mind with so many customer complaints. She slumps exhausted over the desk packed with reports, stating the ridiculous rumors about the miracle fruit crossed all lines. Manager Ryu Wu-Huan agrees annoyed, admitting that while it was great for marketing, the situation with the lies has now spiraled out of control. He shouts, slamming his fist, ordering that from now on any mention of the product is banned and that they will answer only with absolute silence. The employee asks scared if the public won't lose their minds over this stance, and he yells that he doesn't care even if they have a knife to their throat. Ryu Wu-Huan continues lecturing about how people need to learn a lesson, while a mysterious shadow rises right behind his back. The secretary notices the imposing man and turns completely pale with terror, stammering as she tries to warn her boss about his presence. The stranger rests the sharp blade of his sword against the manager's neck, asking coldly what he'd do if the death threat were real. The manager still thinks it's some kind of bad taste joke until he stares into the deadly, serious gaze of the intruder, who doesn't seem to be playing around. The poor man starts breaking into a cold sweat and cries in panic, mentally praying it's not who he thinks it is holding that sword. Rohan draws the weapon back calmly, apologizing sarcastically, stating that was just a simple, light, friendly greeting. Turning around and coming face to face with the intruder, the manager finally recognizes the legendary figure of Master Swordsman Rohan, whom everyone dreads. He wonders indignantly how the warrior managed to get in there and stammers, asking what his real pending business is with the clan. Rohan shares that their president refused to talk and threateningly demands the manager cooperate once and for all to avoid suffering consequences. With a focused, deadly glare, he demands to know the exact whereabouts of the mysterious producer who grows the rare, coveted Emperor's apples. The manager still trembles in terror before Rohan, thinking of the flawless, brutal reputation that follows every step of the feared Master Swordsman. Swallowing hard, he tries to keep his stance and asks with a shaky voice what really brought a living legend like him to that regular office. The warrior repeats that his boss preferred to stay quiet and warns he expects to find a friendlier, more direct answer from the manager's mouth. He gets straight to the point, questioning once more the whereabouts of the talented farmer responsible for giving life to the incredible Emperor's apples. Ryu Wuhuan starts stammering, not knowing what to answer, backing away, scared under the overwhelming pressure of the warrior's intimidating gaze. In a cowardly move, the manager grabs Hai Su-jin by her collar and shoves her forward, ordering her to explain the whole situation to Rohan herself. The girl gets outraged and screams at her boss for using her as a human shield, crying while saying she has a family to care for in that world. She sighs, defeated, remembering the Prota was totally right not to trust any higher up in that disconnected merchant guild. Even so, she tries to act professionally and states that the circulation company would never sell their clients' information. Except on the inside, the young woman is having a complete mental breakdown, imagining all the terrible ways that Master Swordsman could end her. Rohan starts unsheathing his sword slowly, stating he'd like to resolve this the easy way, but realizes it'll have to be the hard way. The two employees drop into absolute despair, hugging each other and screaming for mercy, begging him not to take their lives. The Master Swordsman drives his massive steel blade straight into the office floor with full force, creating a scary crash in the room. He lets go of the weapon's handle, leaving it stuck, and mutters thoughtfully about the east direction, while the two colleagues stay cowered in terror. The warrior simply turns around and says he's going to find the farmer using only his intuition, leaving the pair completely confused. They stare at each other, unable to understand a single thing about how someone could find a hidden farm in the middle of nowhere using just basic instinct. Ryu Wuhuan explains that the life of a warrior of that tier is different, and that he's already solved many mysteries using that unexplainable method. Even with her co-worker's explanation, the young woman remains skeptical, wondering if a regular human would really be capable of pulling off a feat like that. In his territory block, Oh Chan-su watches the transition entrance of his fake base in the middle of the night, grumbling that the intruder is taking long. He recalls the frantic warning Hai Su-jin gave about the Master Swordsman's visit, confessing he got a bit worried by her urgency. The guy sits on a log, thinking warriors of that tier have no travel limits, and that even a simple delivery would arrive faster. Suddenly, the system plays a light alert, confirming a visitor's entry, and the boy smiles, knowing the feared warrior finally arrived. He stands up and stares at the glowing transition portal, waiting to see the imposing figure of the legendary master step through the metal entrance. A few seconds pass and nobody appears, making the boy wonder if the system glitched, since all travelers are supposed to enter through there. He checks the holographic panel and discovers there's no error report, proving the intruder detection is actually correct. With no other choice, the farmer decides to take a walk and search the forest surroundings for safety, trying to spot the visitor. Suddenly, the boy's eyes widen in total shock upon spotting a bizarre phenomenon happening right before him at his territory's border. The blue force field at the block border simply begins cracking down the middle violently, emanating an absurd amount of energy. He stands open-mouthed, realizing the master swordsman sliced through the block's dimensional barrier itself, questioning if that's humanly possible. Through the glowing rift emerges the imposing figure of Rohan, carrying his massive shiny sword, confirming all his mystical strength once and for all. Rohan fixes his sharp eyes on the boy and asks directly if he is the legendary farmer responsible for the coveted golden apples. Chan-Su confirms his identity and politely asks what brings the master out here, and the warrior answers briefly that he came to buy apples. The farmer asks the needed amount and nearly chokes upon hearing the client demand 1 to 200 units of the magic fruit all at once. The guy falls into despair, screaming that's impossible, and warns right away that the maximum stock available for sale is only 50. Rohan accepts the answer with a slightly sad look, leaving the young man intrigued upon noticing the sudden mood of disappointment taking over the warrior. Chan-Su decides to bring up payment, and the client calmly confirms he knows the price for each unit is 200,000 coins. The boy warns he has no luxury packaging there and that the price is the same as the fancy shop, but the client calmly replies he's aware of everything. Facing such a tempting financial offer, the farmer starts reconsidering if he shouldn't make an extra effort to manage to sell the 100. The two begin walking side by side through the silent forest, while the master swordsman follows the young producer's steps toward the storage. The young man notices the cold stance of the warrior, who shows no change in expression, wondering if all that composure is standard for a master. Rohan stares at the apples floating in the background, thinking they look incredibly delicious. He then turns to Chan-Su and confirms if the agreed quantity would be exactly 50 units. Without wasting time, the young farmer decides to activate his special Blessing of Abundance skill to kick off the process. A massive, glowing apple pops up magically on the branches, displaying all the power of accelerated farming. In a few seconds, dozens of perfect red fruits begin sprouting and lighting up the whole tree with an intense glow. Chan-Su warns he just needs to pick the fruits and asks for a short moment while holding his trusty garden scythe. Except Rohan simply draws his giant sword and asks with total calm for the boy to take a step back. The warrior flashes forward with absurd speed, leaving the young producer completely confused, not understanding a single thing happening. He executes precise, lightning-fast slashes through the air, creating gusts of cutting wind that cross the entire farm. The stems of all the apples are sliced at the exact same time with surgical precision that would make any surgeon jealous. With style to spare, he sheathes the blade and opens his spatial bag to catch the harvest falling from the sky. Every single fruit lands perfectly inside the bag, and Chan-Su can only think that the master swordsman is basically a cheap cheat code. A system notification pops up, confirming that the absurd amount of 10 million gold coins was deposited into the boy's account. Satisfied with the quick purchase, Rohan shows his card and lets him know directly that he'll definitely return in the future. The farmer runs frantically after him, asking him to wait, as he realized that strong warrior would be super useful. He knows the master's presence would make taking over new neighboring blocks way easier, especially with his free travel passes. He timidly asks if the master wouldn't be interested in other veggies he grows himself with so much care. Chan-Su starts listing super tasty potatoes and beans, but the warrior cuts the chat short, saying he has zero interest in any of that. The swordsman warns he's leaving, and the boy falls into panic, knowing that golden opportunity can't slip away no matter what. In an act of pure despair, he shouts that he has more apples, making the warrior stop walking on the spot. He promises to get even more rare fruits, and Rohan finally turns around, showing a hint of interest in the proposal. The guy finds the man a bit weird, but realizes he's a good person, and explains he needs to take over another block to guarantee stock. With a hopeful look, the young man asks for Rohan's help in exchange for generous payment made exclusively in apples. The master swordsman makes a serious, dark face, leaving the farmer worried he made way too ridiculous a request. Rohan merely mutters thoughtfully about securing a stable supply of the fruits he wants so badly. The warrior raises his fingers, making a gesture, leaving the boy tense over what that sudden demand could mean. Chan-su swallows hard and asks nervously if the price for the deal would be 20 of those valuable imperial apples. Without giving an answer, the master begins walking at extremely fast steps, forcing the poor farmer to run to keep up. The boy wonders how strong that man really is and if there's anything in the world capable of scaring the warrior. The two begin walking through a swampy terrain packed with dark, humid water puddles that look straight out of a nightmare. Crossing a giant log, he asks himself why only his territory seems to be a completely dry, arid place. He complains a lot about not bringing proper rubber boots to face all that mud. He asks if the warrior is okay when suddenly something moves violently in the dark right behind him. The guy panics completely, noticing the scary silhouette of a monster rising out of the dense forest. Rohan reacts instantly, grabbing the boy by his collar and pulling him back to avoid a lethal attack. The warrior tells him to stay behind because it's dangerous, but the boy thinks the swordsman himself is the most dangerous thing there. He observes the enemy up close and starts doubting if that's really a conventional dungeon monster. The creature reveals itself to be a gigantic, thorn-covered carnivorous plant ready to devour anyone passing by. With total calm, the young man says everything is fine, because in the end, that's the block he's going to manage himself. He breaks into a confident smile and asks the swordsman to leave the whole situation under his responsibility. The system alerts that the Blessing of Abundance skill was activated, emanating a peaceful green energy around. In another part of the swamp, someone steps into the water, complaining about just dirtying her special shoes. Hai Sujin appears floating and grumbles that she always ends up getting soaked every time she decides to visit that swampy region. She shouts out loud, calling for Chan-su, expecting to find her usual client in the middle of that weird forest. She spots the boy, but right after, her excited expression shifts to total shock at what she sees. The merchant stammers, scared, trying to figure out what on earth her valuable client is pulling this time. She comes across the two men kneeling on the ground, petting the giant plant's roots in a super affectionate way. Rohan keeps petting the giant plant with comical seriousness, leaving anyone watching the scene completely clueless. She approaches and asks indignantly what actually happened there for them to be treating a monster like that. The boy answers calmly that he decided to greet the monster and claim the block at the same time, but she screams, "That's not how it works." Hai Sujin pulls the boy aside and asks in a desperate whisper what on earth he's doing accompanied by such an intimidating guy. Chan-su scratches his head awkwardly and begins explaining how that unusual partnership actually came to be. In a brief flashback, we see Rohan simply using his insane strength to force his way through the dense swamp forest. Chan-su finishes wiping sweat from his forehead after the effort, while the master swordsman calmly asks if he had to wait long. The warrior stays in deep silence, staring at the swamp with an extremely serious, imposing posture. Out of nowhere, Rohan turns around and says just the word apples, leaving the farmer with a massive question mark on his face. The warrior explains he's super curious to discover the real taste of the famous fruits grown in that swamp region. Chan-su gives an awkward smile and explains that unfortunately there's no soil good enough there to plant trees due to water puddles everywhere. Without saying a single word, the master wields his giant sword again, leaving the young man scared, not knowing who the next target will be. He swings a booming strike directly into the ground, making the earth shake and completely transforming that place's geography. The boy is left breathless, seeing the cleared area, realizing that was the perfect moment where everything simply clicked in his mind. Happy as can be, he activates the Blessing of Abundance to make a tree sprout, while suggesting the two start talking in a friendlier way. Back to the present, the young man says that's how everything happened, but Hai Sujin flips out, screaming that story makes zero sense. The two begin walking toward the farm, and the merchant asks if that big tree over there is the imperial apple tree. Getting close, she covers her nose, complaining that the smell is insanely weird, and the young man agrees it really turned out a bit strange. The farmer explains the fruit has double the scent and flavor, but that the final result varies according to the growth point he focuses on. He offers a giant apple for her to try with total enthusiasm, but the girl rejects the offer on the spot, terrified. She stays staring at that weird fruit with an expression of pure terror and disgust, wondering if that is actually edible. Right after, she notices the defeated monster on the ground and asks if that's the famous ostrich-tail monster he managed to capture. She explains that this exotic creature usually moves only at night, and that hunting one of these is extremely tough for any adventurer. The merchant analyzes the glowing flask with the monster's sap and gets intrigued, noting the product's quality is simply flawless. She asks if he hunted everything alone without the elite warrior's help, and the boy answers yes, leaving her even more shocked by the situation. In a fit of pure greed, the girl grabs his clothes with full force, scaring the poor guy with her eyes shining with interest. She yells, saying he's obviously going to sell that for an absurd price, and the young man accepts, desperate not to get his neck broken. While Hei Soo-jin celebrates jumping for joy, the farmer massages his neck, hoping no important vertebra broke. The girl begins reflecting on how the boy became a weird expert in both combat art and farming secrets. She looks back and sees he still has a master swordsman by his side, concluding the young man crosses any boundary of common sense. She drifts off in her own thoughts, imagining the insane profit she'll make from sales, while Chan-Soo tries to pull her attention back. She snaps out of the trance, startled, and the boy alerts he needs the ordered supplies to create repellent plants and build the new cabin. The girl turns all red from shame and starts digging through her bag in a hurry to deliver the items her favorite client asked for. She sets down on the ground the bags containing special pest repellent seeds, along with the toolbox for building the house. Chan-Soo thanks her with a smile on his face and asks the merchant to wait just a quick moment to see the magic happen. In a matter of, seconds, a lovely wooden cabin pops up fully ready on site, surrounded by beautiful white flowers that serve to repel insects. Hei Soo-jin stands jaw-dropped because she can accept quick-build kits, but seeing plants grow and bloom in the blink of an eye is too much. She stares at the boy in silent panic, trying to decode what kind of monster in farmer form she ended up running into in life. Even though the goddess's small temple still looks a bit plain, today would finally be a historic day for the whole pet team. A system screen pops up asking if he'd like to buy ownership of that entire block for good, and he clicks the yes option without hesitating. The alert confirms the block is now officially part of the abundance territory, sparking a general celebration between the guy and his pets. He heavily celebrates finally being an official landowner after spending 10 long days buying the tokens with his own money. The system details that each map block requires 100 land tokens for a faction to guarantee total claim over that area. He strikes a proud pose, remembering that in the real world, he could barely pay rent for a tiny room, and now he owns a whole land plot. With the purchase complete, the system alerts that new features were unlocked, the most important being the block attribute menu. He reads the instructions saying the available attribute type depends on the area's nature, noting that block matches the goddess really well. The boy comes across the crucial choice of applying the growth or death attribute to the newly conquered land. He decides growth seems like a much better, safer pick that can even help the goddess develop faster. The growth attribute is officially applied to the region, and the guy looks around, commenting that only the grass looks a little greener. The small pets and the sesame goddess herself stay staring at each other, not quite getting if any major change actually happened there. The guy deduces the effects must be pretty simple at first, since it's just level 1, but finds it all pretty cute nonetheless. He decides to open his status window to check the active effects list, which includes bonuses for plants and growth skills. However, he nearly falls over backward reading the last line of the panel, which warns that the growth bonus also applies to monsters spawned in the area. Chan-Soo goes into a complete panic as he realizes that the growth stat will also affect the terrifying monsters spawning in the area. The boy tries to stay calm, thinking that amid all this stat madness, there are both good and bad news to consider. The worst part is that the local undead demon has already received the level 1 growth bonus, making it considerably stronger and more threatening. However, the good news in the middle of all this chaos is that the situation still seems to be under control, and he can manage things. The farmer sliced through the monsters quickly, proving that his combat skills remain sharp even against upgraded enemies. To his surprise, the enemy's growth bonus also multiplied the reward points received from the victory, leaving him relieved. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echo through the quiet forest, and the young producer quickly turns around upon sensing someone approaching. Rohan appears impressively among the withered trees, and the boy asks in surprise when he had arrived there at the swamp. The swordmaster merely clears his throat awkwardly, trying to get used to the idea of speaking more casually with his new friend. The young man asks if he has already devoured the previous supply of apples, considering it hasn't even been a week since his last purchase. He even imagines a tragic news headline announcing the bizarre death of the legendary swordsman from eating too many apples in such a short time. He asks how many units the master wants this time, and mentions that the flavor has changed a bit due to the block's new growth stat. Thinking about the good of his business, the farmer generously offers a free sample for the customer to try, and the warrior willingly accepts. Meanwhile, on a sunny and peaceful afternoon, the entire group of cute pets enjoys a pleasant picnic under a large tree. They seem extremely happy and relaxed, enjoying the tranquil weather without having the slightest clue about what is about to happen there. However, the big question hanging in the air is whether they will keep smiling and having fun like this for much longer, especially when the next big surprise, in the form of the swordmaster, is walking right in their direction through the forest. Chansu spots the group and shouts, asking what everyone is doing gathered there in the middle of nowhere, giving the goddess a huge fright. The little creatures tremble in fear as they notice the giant, intimidating figure of Rohan walking right behind their beloved farm master. The goddess feels a shiver down her spine, sensing that something extremely dangerous and terrible is about to happen at that moment. The tiny yellow chick goes into total despair, wondering if the silent warrior might actually be a cruel butcher looking for lunch. To everyone's surprise, the swordmaster's eyes sparkle with delight as he praises the cute pets the young man owns. Chansu panics and tries to yell at the warrior to stop moving, but the master already has his hand on the hilt of his weapon. The warrior performs a swift slash through the air, and the boy dives to the ground, shielding his little companions from getting hit by the strike. A gigantic apple falls heavily right next to them, making the young man realize what the master was actually trying to do there. Numerous huge red fruits begin to plummet from above due to the precise cut the warrior executed with his sword. The boy complains loudly, saying he could have easily given a heads up before slicing everything up in such a sudden and scary way. He realizes that the master still has no idea that the goddess of abundance is right there in the group, since he referred to everyone as simple familiars. Enchanted by the area's energy, Rohan asks to train there, promising to pay an amount of money to use the block's space. The farmer widens his eyes in shock and asks if he really plans to pay rent just to be able to practice with his sword. With eyes practically flashing dollar signs, the boy timidly asks what the price of that lodging proposal would be. The warrior calmly replies that he intends to pay nearly 10 million gold coins per month for the use of that small piece of land. Upon hearing such a surreal sum, the young man almost loses his mind from sheer joy, while his pets watch the scene without understanding a thing. In a fraction of a second, the two shake hands, firmly sealing the deal and securing the most lucrative business of the boy's life. With stars in his eyes, the farmer welcomes his newest and extremely valuable VIP customer to the territory. He cries tears of emotion, realizing that the money spent earlier on apples was just pocket change compared to that monthly fortune. Rohan asks if the deal is finalized, and the boy accepts immediately, though he gets curious about what kind of training a swordmaster actually does. He envisions the master splitting the heavens and the earth in half in a catastrophic manner, but the warrior dryly replies that he intends to do nothing of the sort. The boy then thinks of things being destroyed and flying through the air from the impact of the strikes, but the master completely rules out that possibility. The swordsman warns that he won't be able to share the monster's XP points with him, and the boy replies that he actually doesn't need any of that. The master says he only needs a small spot in some quiet corner of the forest so he can do his daily exercises in peace. The young man asks in surprise if just that small patch of ground would be enough for him, and the warrior simply confirms it. The young man gladly accepts the deal, but decides that it is the perfect moment to add a small yet important condition to the rental contract. He reveals that there is one extremely important thing he wishes to receive from the legendary master besides that mountain of gold coins. With all the sincerity in the world, the young man makes a direct request to rely on Rohan's personal protection in any dangerous situation. He knows very well that the essence of this block world is a constant territorial struggle, and that major conflicts could arise at any time. Having one of the strongest warriors in the world as his personal protector would make him the most reliable ally he could wish for on his journey. He sharpens his determined gaze, thinking that he needs all the security possible to accomplish his grand goal of returning home. Rohan agrees to consider it if the boy improves the growth effect of his skills by providing extra stats and 10 apples every day. The master also asks if he can purchase more apples separately, leaving the young man startled by the insane amount of fruit the man consumes. The little pets begin whispering among themselves, carrying expressions of extreme concern regarding the farm's new resident. The little pig, Doji, nervously asks if this means they will have to live daily with that terrifying warrior from now on. Chan-su, all excited, announces that they now have a swordmaster to protect them, and that the goddess will surely be thrilled with the news. Instead of celebrating, all the pets huddle in a corner, depressed with their heads down, making the young man wonder if they are just shy. The boy invites Rohan to come closer and meet his beloved companions, but the little creatures shrink back in fear right away. He asks the group to say hi to the new member, but the poor things look as if they are standing before the Grim Reaper himself. Rohan stares at the little ones with his usual intense, serious gaze, generating an absurd tension that you could almost cut with a knife. The pets can't handle the pressure and run away in desperation, crying in terror from the swordmaster, who is left utterly confused. The boy lets out an awkward laugh to brush off the awkward tension, saying that they are just a bit shy around strangers. He decides to change the subject quickly to avoid further embarrassment and focuses on the next task they need to carry out together. The young man looks closely at the red-haired warrior and announces with a confident smile that he already has his very first official quest for him. The two resume walking through the swamp of the neighboring block, which is inhabited by dangerous, gigantic carnivorous plants. They advance carefully through the dense forest, where the boy plans to expand his territory and continue his grand cultivation. The farmer looks back and sees the swordsman devouring another one of his apples, completely hypnotized by the fruit's marvelous flavor. He opens the system panel eagerly, thinking that if he manages to buy the remaining rights to that block, the land will finally be his. He stretches out his finger to tap the system confirmation, dreaming of transforming that entire swampy area into a true sanctuary of abundance. The notification confirms the successful purchase of the new territory, but Rohan suddenly draws his massive sword, sensing danger nearby. The boy is startled by the warrior's rapid reaction as the swordsman warns him sternly that something strange is hiding close by. The young man looks curious in the indicated direction, pointing toward the middle of the white flowers, trying to figure out what could be there. Among the grass, a very cute black kitten appears lying on its back, stretching in an adorable manner. But remembering the hamster Hammy, the boy immediately gets suspicious, thinking that the cute feline must actually be some kind of monster in disguise. The kitty begins to purr happily and wag its tail, looking like the most gentle and harmless creature in the entire universe. The farmer starts to step closer to pet it, but the experienced swordsman shouts desperately for him to stop immediately. Ignoring the warning, he begins petting the kitten, cheerfully commenting that the little animal is much calmer and cuter than he expected. The kitten closes its eyes, enjoying the belly rubs, looking just like an ordinary, affectionate domestic pet. However, in the blink of an eye, the feline transforms into a giant, dark beast, letting out a terrifying roar that makes the boy fall backward. The monster expels a sinister purple smoke, and the young man complains in fear that the sudden shock just took 10 years off his life. A floating system screen appears right in front of the boy, leaving him confused and unable to understand what the new message means. The message alerts him that the Apostle of Denial has just declared war on the block newly acquired by the young farmer. The young man falls into despair and shouts in disbelief, asking if the monster declared an actual war simply because he dared to rub its belly. He nervously asks if that black cat is indeed the Apostle of Denial, and Rohan dismissively replies, asking what kind of nonsense he is talking about. The boy insists that the declaration of war must have been triggered by the fact that he touched the feline without its proper permission. The Swordmaster states that it makes no sense to start a life-or-death battle over a simple pet on a cat. He explains that since war has been declared, the enemies will soon show up at the border, emphasizing that they will be actual human opponents. The young man gulps hard and becomes tense. Although he has never hesitated to fight monsters, the idea of having to battle real people worries him. Without any hesitation, the red-haired warrior advises that he can simply eliminate them all without needing to feel any remorse. The farmer is startled by the master's coldness, but the warrior calmly repeats that he can indeed wipe out the followers of denial. He explains that there is no cause for concern, since people who pass away in this world simply respawn at their own temple. The boy asks in surprise if they come back to life as if using a video game save point, and the warrior confirms that they do. He becomes indignant, finding that respawn rule entirely unfair. After all, if he made a single slip-up, it would be the permanent end for him. Overcome by sudden rage, he decides he will not bow down to pushy bullies who act however they want, just because they can respawn. With eyes ablaze, he draws his scythe and asks if Rohan will assist in the battle, receiving a very calm confirmation from the swordsman. In the sky, a massive, swirling blue portal begins to open, emanating a very powerful and scary magical energy at the block's border. From the center of the portal, several skeleton warriors march out, armed and ready to initiate the invasion of the young man's territory. An entire horde of undead advances menacingly, while the army's leaders observe the scene from right behind the glowing portal. A man with a megaphone shouts at the top of his lungs, demanding that the famous Imperial Apple farmer show up immediately for combat. Meanwhile, far away at the Commercial Guild's headquarters, Hai Su-jin chats comfortably on the sofa, recalling a very important detail. She remembers when she visited the block and questioned the Swordmaster because she wasn't very familiar with the boy's potential. She recalls asking the master about how incredible that young farmer truly was in the art of combat and survival. Rohan looks at a beautiful red apple in his hands and replies with complete honesty that the young man was indeed someone extraordinary. Hai Su-jin grows thoughtful, reflecting that the young farmer must be an absurdly strong individual to receive a direct compliment from a swordmaster. She notices that judging by his youthful appearance, he must be in his early 20s at most, making his mastery of such distinct skills truly amazing. The merchant calculates that he could only belong to the earliest summons unless he somehow magically de-aged upon arriving in this block world. She wonders if the secret behind such immense skill might be a mystical artifact capable of granting the power of a god to its wielder. But she quickly dismisses the idea, remembering that using such an item would be nearly impossible for anyone lacking perfect compatibility with the deity. In the end, she gives up on trying to understand the mystery and lies down on the sofa, simply curious to see the farmer's next moves. She chuckles to herself, joking that the boy's next crazy move would be announcing out of nowhere that he is living with the Swordmaster. Suddenly, the room's door swings open with full force, startling the merchant, who shrinks back on the sofa, unsure of who could be arriving. The guild's senior manager enters the room scratching his head, with an unfriendly expression and massive stress written across his forehead. He adjusts his glasses and focuses his intense purple eyes directly on the girl, who gulps hard, anticipating a massive scolding heading her way. The girl begins to tremble in fear as she notices her boss's piercing glare as he advances with firm, heavy steps in her direction. Without saying a word, he places the glowing vial containing the monster sap on the table, leaving the young merchant confused by his action. She looks closely and immediately recognizes it as the exact valuable item she had brought back from her latest business trip. Out of nowhere, the boss grabs her by the shoulders, shouting furiously to know where on earth she managed to obtain such a perfect, high-quality ingredient. Cutting back to the forest, the boy makes a tearful face and wonders what those noisy invaders could possibly want with him now. Hiding behind a bush, the young man deduces that the weird group came to scout the area, while Rohan continues devouring his apples. He gets a bit surprised to see that the skeletons are heavily equipped with modern bazookas, but decides the situation is still easy enough to handle. The man with the megaphone keeps shouting in the middle of the swamp, authoritatively demanding that the golden fruit farmer present himself immediately. The invader steps into the water and complains irritably about having to fight in a block that is completely flooded and full of mud puddles. He shouts once more, ordering the producer to show up quickly to make things easier and avoid unnecessary casualties on both sides. Observing from a distance, the boy feels embarrassed seeing how those enemy warriors advance completely exposed and defenseless. He deduces that they act so carelessly because they know they will respawn at the temple anyway if defeated in combat. The farmer regrets having so little information about the enemy, but soon calms down, remembering he has a gigantic trump card right by his side. He looks confidently at the legendary swordsman, who continues savoring his fruits peacefully without showing any concern over the invasion. The young man grins from ear to ear and says he is placing all his faith in the master's power should the situation get out of hand. The leader of the invaders spots the young man emerging alone from the middle of the forest and questions if he is the sole defender of this whole territory. He fixes his eyes on the farmer's weapon and gets thoroughly intrigued upon seeing that the boy is wielding nothing more than a simple gardening scythe. The man rudely demands that the boy stop stalling and hand over the golden apples immediately so they don't waste any more precious time there. Even surrounded by armed skeletons, the young man continues advancing calmly, making the villain mock his old, rusty scythe. One of the henchmen breaks into a cold sweat upon noticing that the farmer isn't summoning monsters or preparing to launch a long-range attack. The leader yells furiously, announcing that they belong to the Denial clan and promising to torment the boy's life until the very last day of his existence. The farmer simply gives a smirking smile, saying he was nervous, thinking they were dangerous, but in the end, they are just bullies who rely on connections. The entire enemy gang stands in complete shock, mouths agape after hearing such immense disrespect coming from a single, simple farmer. He knows very well that he couldn't handle fighting that entire group alone, but he fully trusts the master, standing right behind him. The villain grits his teeth in rage and issues a final warning, demanding the immediate delivery of the valuable imperial fruits before things get ugly. The farmer calmly replies that if they want to eat the fruits, they should head to a luxury department store instead of causing trouble there. The man with the megaphone turns red with rage at the provocation and asks if the young man is truly prepared to face the terrible consequences. Ochansu mockingly replies that the guy asks too many questions, suggesting he go ask his mother if he wants that many answers. Right after, he puts on an expression as if he made a silly mistake and apologizes very sarcastically for the bad joke. He adds to the insult by saying that the guy's mother probably isn't around in this block world anymore anyway. The henchmen and skeletons look horrified, feeling that insulting the boss's mother was a line far too cruel to cross. The boy panics at the general reaction and tries to explain quickly, saying he meant she was simply in another dimension. The boss completely loses control and orders them to take the young man down immediately, while the boy keeps shouting that it was all a big misunderstanding. Back at the guild office, the senior manager tries to regain his professional composure and asks the lady to reveal just one detail about the sap. He holds the glowing tube and asks directly if the legendary swordmaster was the one responsible for harvesting that precious material. She nervously tries to dodge the question, and the boss insists, asking if another great mystical warrior accomplished all that tough work instead. But he quickly apologizes, remembering that information about guild clients must be treated with the utmost professional confidentiality. The man explains that he only asked the unnecessary question out of concern regarding the high hiring costs of an elite master. The girl asks, relieved, if that means there won't be any extra charges on the transaction, and the boss uncertainly confirms that most likely not. The manager flashes a wide, satisfied smile, commenting that it's a relief since the guild would never have the funds to pay a swordmaster's fee. The guild manager adjusts his glasses with an extremely ambitious look, knowing he cannot let this opportunity slip away under any circumstances. He explains that monster sap is famous for spoiling very quickly and losing its purity, which turns the harvesting process into a total nightmare. However, he is amazed to note that the sample brought by the girl maintains a far higher level of purity than anything seen before. Without hiding his astonishment, he states that he doesn't know what kind of miracle occurred to achieve this, but pulls a glowing contract from his pocket. He begs to know if the mysterious supplier could continue sending that high-quality product to them on a regular basis. The girl replies that she needs to check first, but suggests signing a provisional contract right away to secure business exclusivity in advance. She excitedly grabs the pen to sign the document while listening to her boss pass along a very important message for the mysterious supplier. With a broad smile on his face, the man asks her to let the boy know that the Alchemy Guild's doors will always be open to welcome him. Back in the swamp, the horde of skeleton warriors advances aggressively toward the young farmer, who awaits the right moment to act. The villain yells furiously, ordering his undead to ruthlessly crush the pushy farmer who dared mock his clan's pain. The young man grumbles, complaining that people here don't know how to have a friendly conversation, and decides the only solution is to do some proper clearing out. The enemy leader breaks into a cold sweat as he notices that the boy doesn't show even a drop of fear, wondering where all that self-confidence comes from. Chan-Su charges toward the enemies and mockingly asks if all those identical skeletons were mass-produced in the exact same factory. In a swift motion, he activates his famous mass decapitation technique, sending the heads of dozens of enemies flying into the air. He lets out a sarcastic smile, commenting that the enemy's positioning was far too perfect to slice all at once. The man with the megaphone falls into complete despair, shouting in disbelief at the ease with which his army was utterly wiped out. He runs away terrified, while fragments of his henchmen's bones and skulls rain down around him following the boy's devastating attack. The skeleton army turns to dust in a matter of seconds, leaving the invader totally defenseless against the farmer's overwhelming strength. He drops to his knees on the damp swamp ground, trembling in terror and asking himself what kind of bizarre creature he just challenged. The boy steps onto the defeated bones, calmly commenting that those bone warriors were much weaker than they appeared. With a victorious posture, he asks with a cynical smile if the villain will finally accept surrender after such a humiliation. The invader grits his teeth in fury, cursing his dead servants, and decides to resort to his ultimate trump card kept for emergencies. He pulls a glowing amulet from his pocket, admitting he didn't want to use that resource, but that the boy should feel honored by the opponent. He activates the magic necklace, which begins to glow intensely with a very powerful and mysterious purple energy around the entire swamp. A massive summoning circle appears on the ground, and the villain shouts the name of the legendary warrior Hercules to come and crush his opponent once and for all. He lets out an evil laugh, asking what the boy thought of his masterpiece, while the young man simply watches the creature emerge from the portal. From the magic circle emerges a gigantic, extremely muscular zombie flaunting a huge lion skin over its broad shoulders. The young man looks at the ugly monster with pity, commenting that the real mythological Hercules would definitely sue the villain for defamation. The villain shouts angrily, defending his monster, which cost over 30 million gold coins and 100,000 reward points to create. The man orders the giant monster to tear the farmer apart, and the creature charges forward, throwing a devastating punch toward the young man. While dodging the strike, the boy mentally calculates that 30 million gold is equivalent to roughly 200 of his golden apples. He leaps backward with agility while the creature destroys the scenery, proving that all that brute force is useless if it misses the target. The monster roars furiously as its strike misses and hits only the swamp mud, leaving the farmer in a perfect position to counterattack. The giant zombie turns around, trying to hit the boy by any means, but the boy remains far too calm for someone about to take a punch. With a sarcastic smile, the farmer offers ironic thanks for the giant monster making things easier by stepping close to his weapon on its own. The creature's eyes widen in shock as it realizes the boy is standing right in front of it, unable to react in time to defend against the blow. With a quick, lethal spin of his scythe, the young man delivers a precise attack, slicing the giant monster in half with total ease and flair. The monster's head rolls across the ground, and the villain falls to his knees crying, unable to accept the loss of the creation he considered indestructible. He grieves in tears over watching 10 years of hard work turn to dust in a matter of seconds before the overpowered scythe farmer. The man turns angrily to his purple-haired female partner, yelling to ask how she could stand by and watch everything without doing anything. The woman, identified as Kim Soy, merely lets out a sarcastic laugh, reminding him that he was acting all confident and that there's no reason to complain now. She grumbles that this will count as overtime, since her only official task here was to guide the group to the farmer's territory. The farmer walks over thinking the battle is finally over, but knows that fighting a boss's third phase would be very troublesome. Suddenly, he senses a sinister presence approaching and stops walking immediately, becoming completely alert to the new threat. Kim Soye steps forward slowly, emanating a dark and powerful energy, making the boy realize she was not just a background extra. She fixes her intense red eyes on the boy, concentrating an absurd amount of destructive power for her attack. The young farmer widens his eyes in utter shock as he feels the crushing magic pressure that begins to form around the entire block. An urgent system warning pops up on the screen, alerting him that the opponent is casting a terrifying curse called Life Denial against him. Oh Chan-Su begins to drop to his knees, weakened by the malevolent spell, realizing too late that the girl was actually the true villain. As the young man collapses, completely drained of strength onto the damp ground, the two invaders celebrate their temporary victory surrounded by dark energy. The leader of the enemy clan celebrates the protagonist's fall, shouting that he should learn his place for daring to provoke the Denial clan. Oh Chan-Su begins to lose consciousness as the girl's terrible curse rapidly drains all his strength. Kim Soye cuts her ally's celebration short, reminding him that he seems to have forgotten the true reason they are in this place. With a terrifying look and emanating pure malice, she orders him to hurry up with the job without wasting any more time. Completely intimidated by the villain's aura, the clan leader merely grumbles in annoyance and decides to obey without questioning. He dashes off in a hurry, swearing he will take revenge very soon for the destruction of his precious zombie monster. As he runs through the swamp, the man catches a faint scent of apples in the air and realizes he is on the right path to finding the treasure. He believes that conquering that territory now is only a matter of time, since the farmer is out of commission. Suddenly, the invader freezes completely upon noticing an imposing figure armed with a giant sword right behind him in the bushes. He turns around, terrified, shouting to demand who is hiding there in the middle of that dense forest. Rohan leaps out from among the trees while grumbling irritably, searching for where the enemies fled with his employer. The invader's eyes widen as he recognizes the red hair and that colossal sword, realizing he is standing before a living legend. Before he can make any defensive move, Rohan delivers a devastating slash, pronouncing his own name with grandeur. Meanwhile, Oh Chan-Su wakes up abruptly, lying on the asphalt of a modern city surrounded by gigantic skyscrapers. Feeling a terrible headache, the young man tries to stand up while attempting to comprehend what just happened to him. He feels confused, remembering he was in the middle of mortal combat against the invaders of the dangerous Denial clan. Upon touching the firm asphalt ground, he realizes that this environment has nothing to do with the block world where he was. The young man looks around, shocked, realizing that somehow he has returned to Earth, where he used to organize sacred relics. However, the scenery looks much more beautiful than the Earth he knew, and there are many smiling children running through the street. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out his name, drawing his attention and causing him to look back with a surprised expression. Two mysterious figures appear, saying they were very worried about him and asking where he had run off to. With eyes brimming with tears, he recognizes the faces of his beloved parents, whom he thought he would never see again in his life. Unable to hold back his emotions, the young man begins running toward them as fast as his legs can take him. The young man throws himself into his parents' arms in an extremely tight embrace, filled with longing accumulated for so long. Crying uncontrollably, he opens up about how much he missed them and asks where they have been all this time. His mother affectionately strokes his hair and says that now he won't go anywhere else, and that they will stay together forever. Suddenly, his parents' bodies begin to glow intensely with a golden hue, leaving the young man in a state of high alert. Oh Chan-soo panics as he sees them fading away right before his eyes and begs them not to leave him alone. As he tries to reach for the figures fading into the light, a firm hand appears out of nowhere and grabs the young man by the shoulder to hold him. The young man finally snaps out of his trance, crying and yelling in agony as he realizes it was all nothing more than a terrible illusion. Out of breath, he realizes that painful vision was just a cruel trick generated by the curse of that wretched enemy apostle. Rohan holds the boy firmly, asking him to calm down because the actual danger had already been completely neutralized around here. The legendary swordsman assumes an imposing combat stance, protecting his employer while emanating a powerful aura from his weapon. Kim Soye steps back, visibly shaking and terrified, unable to comprehend how a legendary warrior of that level appeared out of nowhere. Oh Chan-soo gets back up, fully recovered, and walks slowly toward the villain, wielding his gardening scythe with a somber gaze. With tears of pure anger in his eyes, the farmer trembles with rage over having his deepest feelings manipulated in such a way. Rohan simply watches in silence as the boy approaches weapon in hand, knowing the villain crossed a line she shouldn't have. Without hesitating for even a second, Oh Chan-soo delivers a swift and relentless strike to put a final end to the girl's threat. The villain's eyes widen in absolute panic as she screams for him to stop, but it is already too late to beg for any kind of mercy. The MC closes his eyes tightly after landing the attack, feeling the weight of having concluded such a painful personal battle. The enemy apostle's body sinks slowly into the swamp's green water, completely disappearing from sight after being defeated. The red-haired swordsman approaches calmly and asks if he happened to interfere unnecessarily in the boy's fight. Wiping the tears from his face, Oh Chan-soo thanks the red-haired warrior for showing up to save him just in time. Rohan suggests they head back to base for now, leaving the cleanup of the area for later, and asks what his next plan will be. With renewed determination, the young man states that he will build the strongest faction in this world, starting by conquering all neighboring blocks. He asks if he can continue relying on the warrior's help, who willingly accepts under the condition of receiving his bonus in tasty apples. On the way back, they come across a very cute black cat lying on its back in the sand, making the young man remember an important detail. While Chan-soo finds the little animal adorable, the swordsman adopts a serious stance, revealing that the creature is one of the 7 great disasters. The kitten, actually known as the terrifying territory devourer, opens several extra eyes all over its small, furry body. The young farmer freezes completely, an awkward smile on his face, as he realizes he almost adopted a monster of mass destruction. On the loser's side, a system notification pops up in the cell, stating that the invading clan was defeated and that war reparations will be calculated. The system warns that the power gap was extreme, and therefore, they will have to pay an absurd fine of 1 billion coins, leaving the leader in shock. The invader complains indignantly, saying the defeat wasn't his fault since the overpowered farmer had a legendary swordmaster on his side. Since the defeated group lacks sufficient funds to pay for the damages, the gigantic debt ends up transferred directly to the entire clan. The man falls into total despair, shouting that he will find a way to pay for everything himself, no matter what he needs to do to get the money. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echo down the dark hallway, indicating that someone very dangerous and important has just arrived to handle the situation. 2 terrifying skeletal creatures appear behind the cell bars, making the poor invader tremble from head to toe in their presence. The undead guards drag the prisoner along the ground without any mercy, while he screams desperately, begging to be set free. A mysterious woman wearing high heels walks down the corridor, saying that if someone is going to pay for their mistakes, it must be done properly. The skeletons throw the invader onto his knees on the floor right in front of the powerful woman, who asks what the cause of all that commotion in the prison is. The leader of the defeated clan looks up, breaking into a cold sweat, realizing exactly who stands before him commanding the monsters in that place. The beautiful and dangerous Choi Dan-ha, who is the fourth-generation apostle of the clan, orders him to explain in detail everything that happened in the battle. With a sadistic smile on her face, she warns that he had better cooperate if he doesn't want to suffer a terrible fate that would be far worse than death. Scared out of his mind, the prisoner stammers, saying he discovered a secret plantation of those valuable emperor apples in enemy territory. The pink-haired villain asks if that isn't just a blatant lie to try to escape the severe punishment awaiting him in prison. He swears on his knees that it is the absolute truth, explaining that even the legendary swordsman Rohan was there protecting the valuable apple orchard. The man continues sharing details, revealing that the one who actually defeated the undead was the swordsman's disciple, and that Kim Soye was also there. The leader concludes that her ally likely joined the mission as a mercenary or guide, regretting that she cannot blame her directly for the failure. She lets out a wicked giggle, saying that at least the girl had to feel the terrible pain of death and that this leaves her quite satisfied. The villain mentions she had an excellent idea, since the farmer's clan will certainly need help tending to that massive plantation. The Denial clan sends a negotiation proposal demanding that the defeated work on the farm to pay off the debt while remaining as prisoners. The invader feels confused, as he knows no farmer in their right mind would let dangerous enemies into their emperor apple orchard. Choi Dan-ha approaches with an enigmatic look, asserting that there is always a way, and asks if he isn't curious to find out what it is. She asks with a terrifying expression if he is curious to know what happens when a human being is turned into an undead. Holding his chin firmly, she warns that if he doesn't want to find out firsthand, he will have to obey all her orders. The villain orders with a threatening glare that he find a way to infiltrate that territory by any means necessary and without making new mistakes. Back at the orchard, Oh Chan-soo asks if it is safe to keep that feline around, but Rohan assures him that it hasn't shown any hostility. The young man worries, thinking about what would happen if the creature decided to devour the property rights of that sacred clan territory. The young farmer panics, unable to comprehend how a simple black cat could eat something abstract like property rights. He opens the system window quickly and lets out a sigh of relief upon seeing the notification confirming that his properties are safe. He wonders why the terrifying territory devourer ended up there if it isn't interested in stealing his abundant clan's lands. Rohan takes a bite of his favorite red apple and calmly replies that the creature probably only came looking for catnip. The MC gives an awkward smile, doubting that a monster considered a global disaster would act like an ordinary house cat. To the young man's surprise, the feline actually lies down on the ground peacefully, making the boy realize that perhaps Rohan was right. Oh Chan-soo decides to use his special skill, Blessing of Abundance, causing several white, fragrant flowers to pop up around the animal. The black cat gets extremely happy and begins rolling around among the catnip flowers, letting out cute meows and showing that it loved the gift. The little monster begins rubbing affectionately against the protagonist's leg, who watches the scene surprised by all that cuteness. Suddenly, the feline jumps straight onto Oh Chan-soo's head, making the young man wonder if the terrifying global disaster just wants a little affection. As he pets the animal, he notices that the sensation is quite different from touching Hammy, since the cat is much larger and has very soft fur. Even while finding the animal adorable, the farmer knows he cannot drop his guard, as that disaster's true form must be horrifying. The young man makes a proposal, saying he will give all the catnip it wants if the feline accepts the mission to protect that specific block. With the deal sealed, he decides they need to give their new companion a name, since the title of Territory Devourer is too long. The MC suggests naming him Yongsik, but the cat lets out a furious roar, showing that it completely hated that terrible choice. Thinking of a better option, the young man looks up at the starry sky and wonders what the cat would think of being called Night Sky. The feline paws the ground, appearing to demand a proper poetic explanation to accept that new name suggested by its employer. The young man explains that its fur is beautiful, like the dark sky glowing with stars, and that its eyes look like two bright full moons. Fully convinced and flattered by the romantic explanation, the cat lets out a satisfied meow and begins licking its paw, happy as can be. Rohan comments that it seems everything has been settled, and the MC simply agrees, still wondering what was wrong with the name Yongsik. Suddenly, a massive green system screen pops up, announcing victory in the war and revealing an absurd reward of 1 billion coins. Eyes practically popping out, Oh Chan-soo calls his swordsman ally to tell him that they just became billionaires from the victory. But the joy is short-lived when a new system screen warns that the enemy clan requested negotiations and that the losers will be kept as hostages. The young farmer grows completely outraged upon realizing he lost the chance to claim his hard-earned 1 billion coins, shouting to demand his reward back. Later that cold night, the young man sits on the ground next to the shrine to relax a bit alongside his goddess and his small pets. Watching the pets sleep peacefully, he opens up to the goddess, saying he was very afraid at first, but now he is genuinely having a lot of fun. With a melancholic gaze, Oh Chan-soo confesses that he ended up seeing the image of his beloved parents during that day's turbulent battle in the swamp. He explains that even knowing it was just a cruel illusion generated by the enemy curse, he felt genuinely happy to be able to hug them again. Recalling that warm embrace with tears in his eyes, the boy realizes how immensely he missed having his family near in that new world. Clenching his fist with extreme determination, he reveals that painful experience helped him make a definitive decision about his future there. The young farmer solemnly promises that he will turn the Abundance clan into the largest and most powerful faction this entire block world has ever seen. He looks affectionately at the small yellow deity and promises that he will also find a way to restore her original powerful form very soon. Deeply moved and crying tears of joy, the tiny goddess clings to her favorite apostle's arm with all the affection in the world. The following day, Oh Chan-soo appears with a look of pure indignation at the dinner table, staring directly at his powerful swordsman ally. Utterly baffled by the situation, the boy begins to complain loudly, asking how it's possible for a warrior of that caliber to act that way. The young man yells in frustration, asking why he only eats apples while completely ignoring the wonderful feast lovingly prepared on the table. He tries to give a basic nutrition lesson talking about proteins and carbs, but the red-haired warrior simply pulls the apple closer, fearing it might be stolen. Lacking the energy to keep arguing with the stubborn warrior, the young farmer merely lets out a long, exhausted sigh of utter defeat. He grumbles that the other prepared dishes were also delicious, while the pets happily devour everything left over on the floor around the table. The boy feels indignant seeing that Rohan flatly refuses to put anything else in his mouth that isn't one of his golden apples. Feeling a severe headache from such stubbornness, the young farmer gives up on trying to convince the warrior to adopt a healthier diet. Rohan generously offers just a small piece of his apple, but the boy angrily declines, saying that he was the one who planted that fruit in the orchard himself. The young man decides to leave, grumbling that his ally is a swordmaster and must know what he is doing, while Rohan continues chewing happily. He says goodbye to his pets, telling them to enjoy the rest of the day, but realizes the situation there is already a bit out of hand. The farm's little pets appear lying on their backs, completely stuffed with food and unable to move from sheer gluttony. The young man squats beside his small ginseng-shaped goddess and asks with a gentle smile if she managed to eat plenty as well. Suddenly, the deity and the animals drop into complete panic upon realizing the extremely informal way the boy spoke to their boss. Thinking fast, the young man remembers that the goddess's identity is still a secret from Rohan, hoping she understands he needs to speak casually. The chick Ari starts running back and forth, chirping furiously at the boy's audacity for addressing the goddess in such a disrespectful manner. The little bird complains, saying they tolerated it before because he was good at earning points, but now the farmer has crossed all acceptable limits. Meanwhile, Rohan remains sitting calmly in his chair, savoring a massive glass of natural juice made entirely from emperor apples. Ari runs angrily toward the little pig doji, demanding that he do something to help contain the rude apostle's disrespect. Doji pops up wearing sunglasses and striking an intellectual pose, suggesting that the farmer might be acting casually on purpose. The little pig arrogantly explains that the red-haired warrior does not know the goddess's true identity, calling his chick ally simple-minded for not seeing that. He continues his intellectual explanation, saying that if the farmer used formal language with the small root, he would end up exposing the deity's big secret. The pig keeps lecturing with superiority until the chick approaches with an extremely friendly expression that is full of dangerous intentions. Ari grabs the know-it-all pig's snout tightly and warns him with a dark glare that he had better not try talking down to him again. The pig begins trembling in terror and stammers as he tries to suggest an apple to calm the furious little bird's temper right in front of him. Breaking into a cold sweat, Doji tries to suggest they let go of his snout so they can talk politely like true gentlemen of the farm. He desperately begs his friend to wait a minute while feeling the deadly aura and the look of pure hatred from the little chick growing by the second. Without giving any chance for defense, Ari lands a crushing blow that sends the pig flying onto the ground, making his glasses fly off from the brutal impact. The goddess merely watches the pet's fight, breaking out into a cold sweat, while the MC decides to ignore the mess and asks if they can leave already. Seeing the small deity with eyes full of tears, he tries to reassure her, mentioning that the merchant Hai Sujin will arrive at the location very soon. The young man affectionately asks the goddess to look after the house while he is away resolving the Abundance clan's territorial issues. The small root begins waving her arms frantically over being left behind without being able to join her apostle's exciting new adventure. The young man confesses he didn't mention the battle earlier because he was afraid she would forbid him from leaving, realizing deep down she knew everything all along. He gently pets the small deity's head, promising he will return very quickly and asking her to wait for him, behave well for just a bit longer. Suddenly, Rohan approaches with a serious expression, catching the young farmer's attention and saying he needs to talk about a very important matter. Curious about the swordmaster's seriousness, the young man walks beside him along the dirt road, asking what exactly he wants to reveal. The red-haired warrior explains that time in this block world flows differently for each person and that the pace is different compared to Earth. With an understanding and wise gaze, the legendary swordmaster asks the young farmer not to be in such a hurry and to move with more calm on his journey. Deeply grateful for his friend's comforting advice, Oh Chen-su gives a sincere smile and asks if they can finally set off together. The young man turns around out of curiosity upon hearing strange crying noises coming from right behind him in the swamp. The small goddess appears blowing her nose with a paper tissue beside the pig doji, who has a bandage over his eye after the beating he took. Oh Chan-su smiles gently and extends his hand, calling the small hamster Hammy to join him on his new journey exploring the world. He begins searching through his travel backpack, commenting that he bought a very special and useful item for this occasion and that he didn't waste money. The small hamster's eyes sparkle with pure curiosity and anticipation to find out what surprise his master prepared for him. A system commercial ad presents a perfect, comfortable spherical capsule made especially to carry pet hamsters safely. Hammy steps into the spherical cabin, waving happily, while the young man gets ready to put the backpack on his back and start the group's new expedition. With the hamster well protected and Rohan eating another one of his apples, the group finally begins walking toward the portal to expand the faction. A glowing blue light emanates from the magic transport door as they cross the dimensional barrier to reach their next destination block. Oh Chan-su crosses the portal and steps onto the new, wet, rainy territory, looking around with a look of pure curiosity and delight with the place. The young man celebrates, saying that now he can move between blocks effortlessly, even without transport passes, thanks to his new portal system. Suddenly, a well-known female voice echoes through the damp swamp, catching the young farmer's attention as he turns around quickly. The merchant Hai Sujin appears petting the black cat, saying she felt very relieved to learn the young man was completely safe after the battle. with a friendly smile. Chan-soo explains that things were much easier than he imagined because he had the help of the legendary red-haired swordsman. The young man adds that the red-haired warrior also accepted the job of being his personal bodyguard, leaving the merchant completely speechless. Hai Soo-jin almost falls backward seeing the two together again, and the boy naturally explains that they decided to live together for a while. The young woman rubs her forehead with a tired expression, saying she figured that would happen and that the boy always manages to surprise her somehow. Trying to change the subject, the merchant looks down and asks where he got that black kitten that keeps affectionately rubbing against her. The boy shares that the cute feline came here all on its own and reveals he named it Night Sky because of its dark fur glowing like stars. He shows that he brought Hammy along in the transport capsule, and the merchant finds the feline's intelligence truly fascinating and unusual. The farmer thinks to himself that the cat was smart enough to realize that eating the land would end up destroying his entire precious plantation. Hae Soo-jin comments that a handsome, intelligent monster like that is very rare, suggesting he could make a lot of money if he decided to sell it on the market. The young man replies that doing so would be an extremely difficult task, while placing Hammy's protective capsule on the ground under the cat's watchful eye. The young woman suggests that if the boy needs more rare monsters, he could simply install a dungeon on site, since those creatures love gathering there. The farmer grows thoughtful, realizing that would be an excellent way to use dungeons to attract more regular customers to his farm. The merchant comments that the cat came from another distant block, which complicates things, and the boy agrees, saying he has no idea where it came from. With a quite serious expression, Hae Soo-jin raises the bizarre hypothesis that the cute feline might actually be a human turned into an animal. The young man denies the theory and reveals that according to Rohan's info, the black cat is actually the feared territory devourer of legend. The merchant freezes completely upon hearing that terrifying name, while the little hamster inside the capsule begins trembling in fear next to the cat. She recalls with horror that the cute creature isn't an ordinary monster, but rather one of the 7 great disasters capable of destroying entire worlds. Hae Soo-jin tries to mask her panic with a nervous laugh upon realizing that the dangerous territory devourer is right before her eyes. Suddenly, the black feline pounces quickly and grabs the protective capsule where the hamster is trapped with its sharp claws in a surprise attack. The merchant drops into utter panic and begins running and screaming desperately, asking what a global disaster is doing running wild around here. She screams that there are historical records that this monster is capable of devastating entire blocks, while the poor hamster cries thinking it's going to die. Chan-soo tries to calm things down, saying the creature probably only came here because of the catnip he planted on the farm. The young woman complains, saying it makes no sense for a global disaster to be satisfied with mere plants, and tries to analyze the math of that trade. The system shows that conquering an entire block costs at least 200,000 points, making territorial expansion a very expensive process. On the other hand, the cost to bless a field of catnip is only 10,000 points, making the process much cheaper for the farmer. On paper, the cost difference is 20 times, but the monster's point absorption efficiency can be much higher depending on how it consumes. With a favorable ratio, the catnip ends up being worth far more points to the feline than the direct conquest of the entire block of land. The young man admits he doesn't know if this crazy theory is correct or if the numbers presented by the merchant are real in the practice of that world. Either way, as the one chosen by the deity, the young man knows he has no other option than to accept the crazy rules of this place. He hopes everything turns out well in the end and believes the creature will at least serve to defend the block from invaders, since felines are territorial. Suddenly, a sharp scream of despair from little Hammy interrupts the boy's thoughts, who focuses his eyes in shock toward the commotion. The farmer begins running frantically, shouting for the black kitten to stop attacking the little hamster's transport capsule. He screams in desperation, warning that Hammy is a valuable member of the abundance team and that he definitely does not serve as cat food. The young man manages to rescue the protective capsule from the ground while complaining that he introduced the two hoping they could become great friends. Chan-soo holds his scared hamster and notices that the cat isn't paying the slightest attention to his scolding, continuing to lick itself calmly. With a crestfallen look, the young farmer turns around and asks the swordmaster why he just stood there watching everything without helping. Rohan responds with all the calm in the world that he would have stepped in if things got truly dangerous, while the hamster cries in anger at his slowness. The young man pets the small hamster in his hand to calm him after the terrible scare, commenting that they will need to be very careful until everyone gets used to it. The merchant suddenly changes the subject, saying she has very important and urgent information to reveal to the boy about recent events. She reveals seriously that a mysterious scammer appeared in the city claiming to be the true and legitimate owner of the farm's valuable emperor apples. Oh Chan-Su chuckles, finding amusement in the guy's audacity, commenting that nowadays people try to pull scams using absolutely any excuse. Hai Su-jin continues with her serious account, saying that the fraudster's story is actually much deeper and more dangerous than the boy can imagine right now. The young man freezes completely upon hearing the merchant say that the scammer is calling himself the true and legitimate apostle of the goddess of abundance. She explains that the scammer even brought an apple with a dark aura to prove his identity, but that the fruit was nothing more than a cheap knockoff of the original. The young woman sighs in relief, commenting that now she can deny all the fraudster's false accusations, as he was using a sacred relic to trick others. Noticing the sudden change in atmosphere, the merchant stops talking and asks worriedly if there is something wrong with the young farmer's serious reaction. With his face covered by a shadow of pure hatred, Oh Chan-Su clenches his fist tightly, realizing there is another apostle operating behind his back. He recalls that this cowardly person never showed his face during all that time when the goddess of abundance was weakened and suffering in the world. The young man grows even more outraged, seeing that now the fraudster wants to claim the farm's lands and profits, questioning if he is truly a real apostle. With a cold and focused gaze, the boy calls the merchant by name and says with full conviction that they need to find this liar no matter what. Hai Su-jin feels a bit spooked by the boy's drastic change in attitude and asks if he happens to know the person behind that bold scam. The boy decides it's time to lay all his cards on the table once and for all, while little Hammy watches the scene with eyes sparkling in pure anxiety from the table. He points to his own chest, glowing with an intense green energy, and officially reveals to the merchant that he is the true apostle of abundance. The short-haired merchant widens her eyes and lets out a scream of total shock upon discovering the true divine identity of that humble farmer. The young man states that money moves the block world and asks the merchant to immediately place a gigantic bounty for the capture of the fraudster. He displays a perfect golden apple and promises to give a very generous extra prize to whoever manages to recover the sacred relic stolen from the clan. The farmer orders the posting of a wanted poster offering an absurd reward of 100 emperor apples to whoever brings the liar back alive. Hearing the absurd amount of 100 emperor apples offered as a bounty, Rohan freezes completely and focuses his full attention on that valuable announcement. Meanwhile, in a dark, damp alley belonging to the Denial clan's territory, a hooded figure walks hurriedly, planning his next moves. The man grumbles to himself, saying he urgently needs new, powerful, undead servants to be able to persuade the legendary swordsman and his disciple. He complains irritably, saying that an apostle of the Denial clan without undead under his command is a complete joke and serves no purpose in this world. The invader grumbles that he would accept even low-quality creatures, but knows that fifth-generation servants only serve to get in the way and ruin his plans. An old mustard-mustached merchant spots the man approaching the counter and loudly mocks him, calling the hooded invader a broke customer with no money. The Denial clan leader fires back irritably, reminding the grumpy elder that he is still a paying customer and deserves a bit more respect at that counter. Not wanting to waste any more time, the man slaps a piece of paper on the table demanding the goods, while the shopkeeper suspiciously asks how he intends to pay for them. The invader trembles with rage as he pulls a very bright magic crystal from his robes, asking if the old man would accept valuable materials as payment. The shopkeeper holds the stone while the customer whines, saying he paid a steep price for it and complaining about receiving a value below the market price. The elder forcefully yanks the crystal from the irritated customer's hand, sternly warning him that he hasn't gone senile enough to fall for those cheap complaints. The young man in the hood begs for a fair price in the trade, while the merchant grumbles, saying he doesn't go around digging up rare materials for free for others. The customer tries to soften the old man's heart by reminding him of their long friendship and suggests he throw in an extra freebie, since this might be the last time they see each other. The shopkeeper lets out a sigh and smiles, commenting that the boy truly has a natural, annoying talent for making people give in to his whims. The elder mentions that the boy went broke searching for the legendary Emperor apples and asks if he heard the absurd rumor about the abundance scammer. The merchant asserts that the rumors seem real, since even some very smart people in the city are being tricked by the fraudster's lies. The old shopkeeper creates suspense, saying he just received some fresh, last-minute gossip, and the invader irritably demands he spill what he found out. The merchant reveals that a bounty of 100 Emperor apples was put out for capturing the fraudster alive, along with an extra prize for the sacred relic. The invader grabs the map and runs out of the shop, thanking him for the freebie, while the elder smiles at the counter, wishing the customer returns soon to buy more. Running as fast as he can through the city streets, the young invader celebrates in his thoughts, saying he finally found his lottery ticket. The Denial Clan leader charges forward, smiling from ear to ear, fully focused on securing his massive divine reward to change his life in that block world. The young man screams in desperation, begging for the young farmer to accept his apology and his help once and for all. He drops to his knees on the ground beside his allies, swearing he will work himself to the bone if the protagonist accepts the gift he brought. Oh Chan-Su stands with an expression of complete shock, breaking into a cold sweat, unable to understand the reason behind all that dramatic scene before him. The MC looks back confused, trying to ask his swordsman ally for help, but Rohan is far too busy staring at his apple with sparkles in his eyes. Giving up on asking the greedy warrior for help, the boy decides to focus his attention on the invader's proposal, who continues begging on his knees for mercy. The Denial Clan leader flashes a massive smile and proudly shouts, announcing he captured the person responsible for the scams specifically for his new boss. He displays the fraudster tied up on his knees on the ground, desperately begging to be spared while the skeletal servants observe the scene from right behind. The protagonist is extremely surprised by the speed of the capture, calculating that the fraudster was caught almost at the exact instant the bounty was posted. He concludes that the bargaining power of 100 Emperor apples truly makes things happen extremely fast and efficiently in that block world. The bound liar begins shouting, demanding to be released immediately, claiming he can perfectly feel a divine energy right there. Oh Chan-Su observes the prisoner seriously and notices that he is indeed emanating sacred energy belonging to the Abundance Clan. The MC thinks to himself that the tied-up guy seems far too simple-minded to pull off such a bold scam against his own clan. He wonders how such an ordinary, frightened man managed to trick so many people. While the fraudster keeps complaining about being tied up, the prisoner's face begins turning red with anger, and he yells demanding to be untied immediately, saying that this is clear insubordination against him. Oh Chan-Su comments that he doesn't know about the guy's power of persuasion, but guarantees the fraudster has a natural talent for making anyone annoyed. The liar lets out a sarcastic laugh, saying the boy is just bluffing, since he wouldn't have the courage to kill him right there in front of everyone. He arrogantly claims that as a member of the Abundance Clan, the boy should know very well what their basic, peaceful skills are. Oh Chan-Su focuses his intense blue eyes toward the fraudster's neck and coldly states that he can see exactly where he should slice him. Ignoring the fraudster's provocations, the MC decides to skip the chit-chat and orders the verification of the sacred relic that was recovered. The boy emanates a scary dark aura, and the Denial Clan leader quickly holds out the sacred flower crown to deliver it to his new boss. The young farmer holds the beautiful crown of white flowers carefully, analyzing the details and feeling the power emanating from that divine object. He notices that the mysterious energy wasn't coming from the relic itself, and begins suspecting the true origins of that tied-up liar. The scammer begins screaming desperately, demanding they take their hands off his precious treasure, while the protagonist lets out a tired sigh. The boy thinks with bitterness that it was precisely because of having a cowardly predecessor like that the Abundance clan ended up in ruins in the world. With disdain for the traitor who never searched for his own goddess, the boy places the flower crown on his head, claiming his rightful role. The prisoner yells furiously, asserting that he is the one and only true apostle of abundance and that he deserves to enjoy all the clan's riches. The young man coldly fires back, asking what right he has to claim anything, given that he never contributed to absolutely anything. The fraudster bursts into laughter, saying the boy only managed to prosper on the farm because he used the foundations that he himself left prepared in the past. He continues screaming hysterically, asserting that the temple and all the golden apples in that block should belong to him from the start. The prisoner continues his absurd speech, shouting that even the appearance of the monsters in the region was thanks to his past efforts. Chan-Su grits his teeth in pure anger upon hearing that mountain of baseless lies from someone who abandoned the clan at the worst possible time. He remembers how lost and desperate he felt when he arrived alone at that remote location and grows furious at the liar's audacity to say such things. The boy takes a deep breath to maintain his composure, knowing a single apostle could never accomplish all that, and orders the man to stop the nonsense. The boy leans forward with an intimidating glare and holds the scared prisoner's face, asking who is backing him. The fraudster breaks into a cold sweat and tries to dodge the question, but the MC repeats the demand, wanting to know who the mastermind behind the scam is. He questions how a coward who abandoned his own god would have the nerve to return out of nowhere unless he had the backing of some powerful faction. The man desperately swears there is no one behind him, asserting he was merely trying to survive in that cruel, competitive world. He continues his pathetic whimpering, saying he ended up banished to that remote swamp region after losing everything he had before. Chan-Su raises his gardening scythe with a somber look, saying he has heard enough and tells the prisoner to go in peace to the next world. The liar's eyes widen in complete panic as he sees the sharp blade rise, letting out a desperate cry asking the farmer to wait. The protagonist stops the weapon millimeters away from the terrified man's neck, who freezes completely and begins trembling before imminent death on the farm. The prisoner cries, saying he had no choice because he was just an ordinary human who had never wielded a sword in his life before ending up in that place. The boy orders him to stop stalling with lame excuses and reveal once and for all who sent him to steal the clan's golden apples. Scared to death of the scythe, the man confesses he followed orders because they promised enough money for him to live comfortably for the rest of his life. He laments, saying he was also tricked and never saw a dime of the money, leading the MC to conclude the guy is completely useless. The prisoner begs for his life, crying profusely and swearing on his knees that he will never try to pull scams or approach that block again. With a cold expression, Chan-Su warns that now it is too late for regrets, and swings a swift strike toward the man's neck. The blade hits the fraudster's neck with force, causing the man to let out a groan of pain and collapse onto the dirt floor under the protagonist's gaze. The liar falls unconscious and motionless on the ground while the young farmer cleans his scythe, lost in thought over everything that just happened there in the forest. The boy admits to himself that although he feels immense anger and wants to end the guy, he couldn't actually take a real human's life. Looking at his small pets resting on the ground, he remembers that even in a game world, moral rules still matter to him. The young farmer concludes that intentionally harming a real person is something he simply cannot imagine doing in cold blood. Suddenly, a bright red star appears in the sky above the boy's head, drawing his attention in the middle of the sunny swamp clearing. A somber system notification appears on the screen, announcing that the god of denial is offering a conversion proposal to the protagonist. The notice states that if the boy agrees to become his apostle, the dark deity will eliminate the liar for him, leaving the boy confused by the proposal. The young man finds the situation absurd, since he never had the actual intention of killing the guy, and realizes the system is trying to make him break the rules. Ochansu turns to Rohan and asks what happens to a warrior if he decides to eliminate an ally belonging to the same faction or clan. The Swordmaster shakes his head, reminding him that he is not an apostle, and the Denial clan leader decides to butt into the two friends' conversation. The invader explains that eliminating clan mates is an unforgivable taboo, and that anyone who violates this rule will face severe punishments or excommunication. Ochansu asks sarcastically if the traitor really had a good reason to steal the relic, considering he could have just sent his rivals to do the dirty work. The Dark System insists that he is the ideal talent to become the new Apostle of Denial, but the boy makes it very clear that he isn't the least bit interested. The Red Window keeps offering absurdly higher power if he decides to convert, but the young man declines the offer instantly without thinking twice. As if it were a streaming subscription, the God of Denial suggests he try it out for just 1 month, leaving Ochansu irritated by such nerve. The henchmen nearby break into a cold sweat of terror as they realize that the rival deity can send direct messages to the boy through that mysterious system. Completely ignoring the divine messages, the young man turns to the former members of the enemy clan and asks if they really wanted to be hired by him. Kim Hyoseok desperately agrees, saying he accepts any deal and doesn't even need a reward, prompting Ochansu to hand over the first task of the new job right away. Their first mission is simply to keep an eye on the fake apostle tied up on the ground, while several green screens begin popping up around the protagonist. Elsewhere, the clan's little pets look up curiously as they notice a mysterious shadow slowly approaching them. The tiny chick Ari gets a massive shock and lets out a sharp chirp of surprise, immediately recognizing what just appeared there in front of them. It's Ochansu himself, holding his clan's sacred relic with utter respect, calling for the goddess while the little creatures recognize the powerful artifact. The farmer leans down affectionately and mentions he is returning to the small ginseng goddess, the glowing object that always belonged to her by right. However, the young man gets quite intrigued upon noticing an unexpected reaction coming from the small deity at that exact moment. The ginseng goddess simply rubs her tiny face affectionately against the flower petals, appearing extremely happy and emotional to recover the crown. The young man smiles gently, saying there's no issue in giving it back, as he already has more than enough power even without needing to use that divine item. As soon as the flower crown is placed onto the little creature's head, an intense greenish light begins emanating from her throughout the hall. The green glow grows even stronger as a precious gem embedded in the center of one of the roses starts to shine, as if awakening from a slumber. The boy and his small pet hamster look on jaw-dropped at that sudden transformation happening right before their eyes. The tiny ginseng root is completely engulfed by a wave of golden and green magic that illuminates the entire area in an overwhelming manner. The boy is forced to cover his face with his arm while coughing due to the magic smoke that suddenly spread, catching him off guard. As the mist slowly begins to dissipate, Ochansu opens his eyes wide, completely paralyzed by the silhouette emerging from the glow. He comes face to face with an adorable little girl with long green hair who looks like a fairy, leaving the boy to ask confusedly who she really is. With that, the pets begin celebrating happily upon realizing that their beloved goddess has finally recovered her true divine form. The small deity of abundance appears in all her majestic cuteness, making it clear to anyone there that this is her true form. Ochansu runs up and holds her tiny hands super excitedly, asking multiple times if she really is his patron goddess. The young man can barely contain his happiness, seeing that this long-awaited day has finally arrived. While the empty ginseng husk lies discarded on the ground, the goddess smiles gently, and right after, a glowing notification announces that she has just appointed Ochansu as the official leader of the apostles. The system alerts him that he now has full permission to manage the faction members, surprising the boy, who had no idea this feature even existed. Upon opening the member list, he confirms that indeed only the 2 of them are registered in the faction, with one of them listed as excommunicated from the group. The boy places his hand on his chin thoughtfully and decides that although he doesn't intend to take the fraudster traitor's life, he still needs to take firm action. He concludes that living with a traitor under the same roof is completely impossible and reaches out his finger to press the punishment option on the digital screen. The small animals nearby look at the scene in absolute panic, unable to comprehend what kind of madness their foolish master is about to commit now. A system message alerts them that the traitor was officially expelled, but right after notifies that Oh Chan-soo himself was just demoted from his rank. The boy stands with a total blank stare as he realizes his newly acquired title of leader simply vanished into thin air out of nowhere. He begins to feel extremely guilty, since the goddess had done that for him with so much love, and now the leadership position was gone. The boy bends down to offer sincere apologies, explaining that unfortunately, they couldn't tolerate the presence of a traitor inside their faction. He flashes a warm smile and promises he will work his hardest to expand the clan with new members and recover their lost prestige very quickly. Hearing those comforting words, the deity clasps her tiny hands together and looks at him with eyes sparkling with admiration and deep hope. As a reward, she glows brightly, and the system alerts that the goddess is granting a new skill for him to choose between two very useful options. Oh Chan-soo feels a bit worried seeing her push herself so hard to give him gifts right after recovering her body and strength. Meanwhile, in the background, the chick Ari is laying into the pig doji over the demotion, but the hero decides to focus on reading the system screen. The irritated chick suggests he pick the communication skill so that they can avoid disasters caused by misunderstandings in the future. Completely ignoring the grumpy pet's advice, the young man goes ahead and picks the healthy abundance skill, causing a comical face to pop up. Right after, he realizes the big issue that the game system didn't bother to provide any usage explanation whatsoever for the power. He wonders if it might be a passive that makes anyone super healthy upon eating something blessed, even picturing the hamster Hammy buffed up next to an apple. The young man thinks if this could help the health of the elite swordsman Rohan, since the red-haired warrior is a complete addict who only feeds on apples. Meanwhile, the pets are on the floor crying in disgust, laughing at their own misfortune because their stubborn master didn't pick the communication power. But before he can test the new skill, the boy looks down and gets a major shock upon noticing something strange happening to his goddess. To everyone's despair, the little creature's tiny legs begin regressing and turning back into ordinary plant roots right before them. Suddenly, a massive cloud of green magic smoke explodes right in everyone's face, leaving the protagonist in total panic, screaming for the deity. As soon as the curtain of smoke clears, the boy realizes that the small goddess ended up returning to her classic yellow root form. She makes an embarrassed expression with her tiny eyes closed, looking quite exhausted from spending all her divine energy at once. Oh Chan-soo simply smiles affectionately at his small boss, happy to know she is all right, despite regressing so abruptly. He leans on his knees, hoping that the new healthy abundance skill really brings good results for the clan's plantation. Meanwhile, in the real human world, a delivery driver leaves a mysterious box right at the door of an apartment and alerts that the package has arrived. A woman picks up the package all cheerful, humming, while her son watches her curiously, asking what important thing she bought this time. Upon opening the packaging, she finds a massive, glowing emperor apple alongside an official letter of condolences to those who fell for the recent scam. As soon as they cut open the fruit, mother and son take a deep whiff of the air and stand completely amazed by the incredibly sweet scent taking over the living room. The mother agrees that the luxury fruit's fame makes total sense, while the little boy jumps around eagerly to get a piece. She pokes a juicy slice with a fork, handing it to her son, and reminds him that eating apples in the morning is always the best choice for body health. The boy bites into the fruit slice with so much enthusiasm that juice literally trickles down his cheeks, revealing an absurdly crunchy texture. Suddenly, the metal fork slips from his hand and falls straight onto the floor, indicating that the flavor caused a massive impact on the poor boy. Eyes sparkling like stars, the boy screams excitedly, saying that fruit is simply the best thing he has ever eaten. The mother gets indignant at the language and starts lightly swatting the boy, but he insists she will only understand why after taking a bite. She holds the fork a bit skeptically, warning that no food in the world justifies using bad language, getting ready to taste the fruit very slowly. As soon as she takes the first chew, the woman's expression turns completely into absolute shock, and she is left totally speechless to react. She ends up agreeing that the apple is way too good and decides right then and there that she needs to spread the news and show off to everyone on the internet. A few days pass, and the woman appears typing furiously on her laptop to publish her honest review on an online forum. Her post reports that her husband now wakes up full of energy every morning, generating a wave of comments from people dying of envy of the couple. With that, the craze for emperor apples truly explodes around the world, causing a simple post to increase demand even further. Flexing the possession of one of these rare fruits turns into a sort of viral challenge on social media. But like all internet gossip, new rumors begin to surface. The mysterious rumors point out that the fruit mysteriously improves physical vigor and stamina, this being the true hidden result of the new passive. While rumors boil on the global web, a mysterious man analyzes all the data in his dark office in front of the computer's glowing screen. With a rather enigmatic smile and adjusting his glasses, he whispers thoughtfully about the massive, resounding success of those rare apples. Back at the campsite in the other world, the afternoon sun illuminates the peaceful wooden cabin built right beside the sacred temple ruins. Lying comfortably in his bed, the hero flips through a catalog to decide which item to buy and make the absolute most of this wave of commercial success. He comments that getting materials to rebuild the temple is quite difficult and dangerous, mainly because several rival clans are eyeing them. Luckily, the young man secured great contacts in the alchemy clan, since the high purity of the sap sent by him drove the scientists out of their minds. The young man closes his notepad, remembering that despite the campsite being exposed, the imposing presence of Master Rohan guarantees safety. Chansu takes the opportunity to question his ally swordsman on whether he won't simply vanish out of nowhere when they need his blade's help the most. Suddenly, the boy is interrupted in the middle of his conversation by a loud shout coming from the cabin entrance, calling his name with urgency. He comes face to face with merchant Hai Su-jin, totally out of breath, and asks what happened, since she was only supposed to visit the following day. Trembling and with flushed cheeks from all the running, she announces in panic that an insane new rumor about the emperor apples has begun to spread. The boy tries to calm things down, saying the fruit is already considered a miracle medicine, asking what else they could have made up now. With a quite suggestive and mysterious look, the merchant reveals very quietly that the new rumor claims the fruit is an incredible stamina booster. Chansu stammers, completely shocked by the info, while the small hamster on his shoulder stands with a massive question mark on his face. In today's world, where people's vital energy is low, a rumor like that about physical energy is one of the most valuable things in existence. In desperation to get more energy and stamina, many people ended up eating absurd and dangerous things, ending up straight in the hospital in critical condition. The hero knows very well that if people buy expecting miracles and don't get results, they might grow furious and start major protests. Su-jin grabs the boy, eyes sparkling with curiosity, and asks once and for all if the fruit really has any effect of that sort behind it. She presses the question, explaining that several customers swore up and down that they felt an absurd improvement in stamina after eating the apple. The young farmer shakes his head and assures it's just the side effect of being healthier, as he never placed any magic like that on them. To avoid future mix-ups, the boy suggests a brilliant idea to start planting a fruit that actually serves to provide that stamina boost. His business partner loves the idea right away and excitedly recalls that free marketing was already done by the internet rumors themselves. The problem is that the boy doesn't have the slightest clue which plants or fruits would be ideal to cause that kind of fortifying effect on the body. Suddenly, the silent warrior, Rohan, decides to offer his expert input and begins listing foods like walnuts, carrots, asparagus, and tomatoes. With an extremely serious expression that actually commands respect, the red-haired swordsman finishes his list by also suggesting the famous goji berries. Chansu is shocked to see that the swordmaster knows so much about the topic, and jokingly thinks to himself that, in the end, Rohan really is a man. The warrior notices the hero's mocking look and asks the reason he is being stared at like that, making the young man change the subject real fast. Rohan firmly repeats the option of goji berries, and the system opens 2 holographic selection screens for the farmer to make his crop choice. Thinking it over carefully, the boy grins from ear to ear and suggests that the plan's first move should be recruiting some workers. Kim Hyosiok appears all enthusiastic, rubbing his hands with joy, asking if the boss finally has some work or task for them. Oh Chan-soo explains they will focus on growing fruits great for stamina, getting a bit surprised to see that the guys wanted to work so badly. The leader thinks the idea is excellent, and when the hero warns he needs guinea pigs to test the practical effect, the entire group volunteers right then and there. The boy asks for calm, saying he doesn't want to force anyone to take part in a test like this. But one of the big guys nearby raises his arm with a question. The brute asks what exactly they are planning to cultivate there, hearing from Oh Chan-soo that production will start with goji berries. At that exact moment, the brute's eyes widen dramatically with a flash of pure shock upon hearing the name of the fruit selected for planting. Without thinking twice, the brute drops to his knees, desperately begging to participate in the test, leaving the protagonist unable to understand anything. He keeps begging on the ground, saying he will do anything to be one of the guinea pigs, shocking the hero with such determination over a fruit. Feeling a bit awkward with the man's desperation, Oh Chan-soo accepts the request and takes the chance to ask if anyone else there would like to volunteer for the test. To the boy's surprise, all the henchmen nearby raise their hands immediately to participate, including even the group's skeleton warrior. The young farmer even gets worried, thinking if all those brutes are facing serious stamina issues, while the black cat lets out a lazy yawn. In another corner, the small pets feast on roasted sweet potatoes, while Oh Chan-soo chats peacefully with his business partner. Displaying a basket packed with tiny red fruits, the boy explains that brewing a tea with them should give a nice boost to certain body functions. Hai Soo-jin gets extremely excited, thinking that the worse the customer's condition is, the faster and more miraculous the product's effect will seem. The boy turns a bit red while showing a much smaller concentrated extract that promises to cause a super strong reaction in the organism in just 30 minutes. The merchant gets dollar signs flashing in her eyes from so much greed, admiring that he created such a potent formula in such a short window of time. Embarrassed, he admits he even feels shy and reveals he relied on the help of a true specialist who holds an unusual passion for the cause. That scientist is a muscular guy who looks more like an apostle of lust, famous for keeping detailed research journals on those experiments. The boy comments that it was the first time he used his blessing to focus on a specific function, happy with the variety of new formulas created. Soo-jin tells him to make sure of the medicine's stability first before commercializing, assuring she is ready to start selling everything. Fire in her eyes, she swears up and down she will turn all those little red fruits into bars of pure gold, leaving Oh Chan-soo feeling confident. The farmer watches his partner leave excitedly and wonders what kind of news or blockbuster update she will bring on their next visit. At the human processing plant, the strategy is to make the consumer decide on the purchase through heat-of-the-moment emotion and instinct, without overthinking. After all, having to prepare and boil the fruits at home is far too troublesome and ends up turning away customers looking for practical, fast solutions. That is precisely why ready-to-drink bottled beverages end up selling much more, making life easy for the end consumer anywhere. With a quite clever smile, she highlights that packaging the product industrially also allows hiking up the final price and profiting much more. The young woman opens one of the bottles and takes a generous gulp to personally test the quality, closely watched by her lab assistant. She wipes her mouth, praising the smooth, mildly sweet taste of the formula, concluding that the drink is so pleasant you could drink it like water. All playfully, she offers the bottle for her co-worker to try, but the man backs away startled, saying he doesn't need that kind of help. She ignores his excuses and forces her colleague to swallow the drink once and for all, insisting it is merely a professional test of the new product. The assistant wipes his mouth surprised and admits that although he doesn't know the result yet, the drink's taste really turned out very pleasant and flavorful. Satisfied with the quick test, she grabs her bag and says goodbye, mentioning she is off, leaving her co-worker somewhat confused in the lab. He begins to break into a cold sweat with a rather uneasy expression and suggests that maybe he should also head home at that very moment. Sujin merely laughs at his concern, finding it silly, and continues cheerfully on her way, eager for her next business visit. The young woman walks hurriedly down the sidewalk, explaining that normally medicine effects are certified by the realm's alchemy guild. However, since the product serves specifically for stamina and energy, she reveals there is a much more appropriate regulatory body for that task. The loud noise of doors swinging open all at once indicates she has finally reached her main destination to obtain the seal of approval. She comes face to face with the imposing guild that commands and dictates the rules of all nightlife and entertainment in that massive tech metropolis. Letting out a long sigh to gather her strength, the merchant adjusts her bag on her shoulder while observing the lively hustle and bustle of the place. She notices that the luxurious atmosphere full of bright lights in that district remains just as grand and imposing as it has always been. It is a region where the night never ends and that overflows with romance in every corner, leaving any single person feeling lonely. With a mischievous smile, she concludes that all those people frequenting the district are perfect potential customers for her new tonic. She walks elegantly toward the main entrance, knowing that the happier the couples are, the more her stamina drink will sell. Before her rises the imposing architectural structure of the Temple of Chastity, the sacred place responsible for evaluating this type of product. The merchant is received in a quite solemn and polite manner as soon as she steps through the white marble gates of that grand, quiet sanctuary. One of the temple's priestesses approaches with a rigid posture and asks the reason for her visit, listening to our merchant's proper introduction. Sujin explains, without beating around the bush, that she came to obtain official certification for her new stamina tonic, prompting the woman to guide her to the reception room. As she follows the guide through the luxurious hallways, the young woman admits to herself that she will never get used to the vibe of that sacred place. The priestess offers a respectful bow before asking her to wait a moment, leaving Sujin comfortably settled on the blue sofa. The young woman reflects that the adult market is usually linked to lust, but the great irony is that the chastity faction holds the absolute monopoly on everything. Upon hearing this absurd revelation from his business partner, Oh Chan-soo chokes in surprise and asks, shocked, if she really said the word chastity. The boy questions if the meaning of the word changed in this world, while the merchant assures the story is real and that the important part comes now. An impeccably groomed temple priest smiles gently, saying it had been a while since they received products of such high quality to evaluate. The cleric stamps the certificate of approval and assures that the goji berry tea indeed possesses excellent properties for body enhancement. However, upon analyzing the concentrated pill that came along, the cleric points out that despite being very good, it fell a bit below expectations. He explains that although goji berries are a powerful ingredient, the ideal would be to mix them with other specific components to boost the effect. The priest suggests the merchant cultivate new special plants to create a perfect blend of top-tier nutrients. He says that if she finds it difficult to create the formula alone, she could just supply the ingredients so the product can be sold under their temple's seal. The young woman listens to the proposal in absolute silence, knowing that one way or another, that religious sect is the one truly running the whole night scene. She provocatively asks if the priest is so sure he won't be surpassed by a heavy-hitting competitor in the near future. The man merely smiles in a very serene, calm manner, completely dismissing any concern over competition. Licking his lips with an almost hypnotized expression, he confesses that his order is always searching for new and even more potent stimuli. He explains they started manufacturing the stimulants on their own because no one else could produce something with the required intensity. With a terrifyingly flushed look and almost insane facial expressions, he concludes by saying that a competent producer in the market will always be very welcome. Upon hearing the whole bizarre story, Oh Chan-soo stands with a massive look of panic, wondering if the people in that guild lost their minds for good. He tries to understand how a clan advocating purity acts this way, remembering that for an apostle of chastity, any intimate contact is a major taboo. The boy explains that these priests train by enduring fleshly desires, which is why they seek strong stimulants to test their own limits. While his partner explains the financial and military success of that clan, the boy simply concludes that the whole thing looks more like a bunch of uncontrolled addicts. She considers that obtaining the temple seal would be excellent, but outsourcing manufacturing to them is also a quite lucrative option. Displaying the document received, she points to the list of ingredients recommended by the guild and asks for her young producer's technical opinion. The boy reads the recipe carefully and admits he has never heard of half those exotic plants and seeds described on the paper. Leaving the matter of the pills for later, she cheerfully confirms that the goji berry tea will already start selling to the district's hotels. The farmer decides that with the initial goal met, they can work on the new stamina formula calmly and without rushing, settling everyone's tempers down. However, their peaceful conversation is interrupted by a rather loud pig sound coming from behind the trees near the wooden table. The pig Doji approaches, flopping his ears, and asks for a bite of the food they are eating, closely followed by the chick Ari. The hero smiles, thinking he would have free time to relax with the pets. But as fate loves playing tricks, an unexpected visitor appears out of nowhere. The visitor is none other than the legendary priest of the Chastity clan, famous for keeping his vow of purity intact for over 40 years. It is Park Han-gyul, the legendary and powerful mage of the rival clan, who traveled to the protagonist's home by surprise, seeking help. The young farmer stands jaw-dropped as the guest confesses worriedly that he is about to completely lose his body's physical stamina. The cleric confirms, shaking his head sadly, explaining that losing this ability would mean being expelled from the Chastity clan forever. Devastated and unsure of what to do to reverse the delicate situation, the man asks anxiously if there is any chance of getting a quick recovery. The mage envisions himself wasting away in a bed without strength, and panic takes over the room, making the hero fear the situation is far too severe. The boy explains to his partner that originally, the Chastity clan used to be a peaceful group focused on absolute spiritual purity. The members lived very healthily and far from worldly desires, giving the impression that they were enlightened beings transcending the earth. However, in a world focused on territorial battles, the Chastity Guild's lack of combat power pointed to a grim future for them. To defend the temple and their sacred vows fairly, the priests realized they needed to gain more power no matter what. It was during this extreme crisis that the temple's great mage had a sudden revolutionary epiphany that would change their sect's entire course. He realized that maintaining chastity didn't necessarily mean being pure, and that as long as they maintained intimate abstinence, everything else was fair game. Thanks to this innovative new mindset, the cleric single-handedly generated half of all PowerPoints produced by the sect in just 1 year. With a disgusted look while holding his pet hamster, the boy asks, shocked, if the deity of chastity itself actually accepted that excuse. The guest admits that initially there was much internal debate and severe threats of excommunication from the temple's more conservative leaders. However, upon seeing the colossal amount of points he generated, the deity itself approved the method, and a wave of innovation swept the guild. The boy looks at the man with deep disappointment and concludes it became just an addiction in disguise, accusing both sides of being heavily corrupted. The cleric tries to justify himself, saying the greater the repressed desire, the stronger his spirit grows, acting almost like endurance training. However, he reveals that his level of spiritual control became so high that worldly desires simply disappeared before even arising in the body. Since the clan's duty is to repress those impulses, if the desire disappears naturally due to a lack of stamina, he will lose all his powers and sacred titles. Desperate not to lose his position, the cleric grabs the boy's hands, begging for help and swearing the goji berries are his last hope. The boy lets out an exhausted sigh and wonders how his fruit tea will manage to overcome a mental skill trained to the extreme for 30 years. Pulling a small package from his pocket, the mage tries to reassure the hero, saying the situation isn't critical to the point of him passing away tomorrow. Park Han-gyul places a heavy sack on the table and asks only that the boy focus all his effort on developing that stamina tonic. The hero picks up the bundle somewhat awkwardly, recalling he is merely an apostle of abundance and doesn't know if that kind of investment is worth it. However, upon peeking inside the bag, a massive golden light flashes intensely, revealing an absurd sum offered as payment. The boy gulps hard as he realizes that man indeed possesses sufficient resources to corrupt even a deity with his money. Faced with such a colossal reward that is impossible to reject, Chan-su offers an exaggerated bow, assuring he will give his best in the research. Meanwhile, back at the Temple of Chastity, a mysterious figure wearing a dark hood walks silently, drawing the attention of the people there. Two novice priests chat excitedly in the courtyard, celebrating their achievements and their great potential to become the clan's next generation of mages. The hooded intruder discreetly watches two female novices whispering happily about changing the measurements and designs of their traditional robes. It is the 17th apostle of chastity who turns red with anger seeing that the sacred place is becoming a hotbed of vulgar conversations. He walks furiously toward a secret, dark meeting room where other influential conservative members are already waiting around the table. The meeting leader pulls off his hood and cordially thanks all the clerics present for attending that extremely important gathering. Another conservative apostle speaks up, saying the time has finally come to expel that lustful demon who is corrupting the temple's image. The elder lectures firmly, reminding everyone that the sect's true duty is not just physical abstinence, but maintaining purity of the soul. With tempers high and focused on the goal, he officially kicks off the secret assembly to reclaim the old dogmas of true chastity. One of the members suggests they start presenting reports, and soon the leader agrees that it would be ideal to share all collected information. They display on screen the positive consumer reactions and point out that the Abundance Clan just created a potent new stamina supplement. The presenter warns that tests confirmed the formula's success and that it wouldn't be surprising if the enemy developed an even more powerful tonic. He adds that despite trying to keep it secret, the Alchemy Guild is in total turmoil due to the new tea's high quality. The clerics comment on potential allies and mention a rumor that the mysterious producer is actually a disciple of the swordsman Rohan. In light of this information, one of them suggests the boy might prefer fighting over farming, proposing to offer him a prominent role to recruit him. The mage with glasses warns that going there in person won't work because that wretched lust demon will kick them out as soon as he notices their presence. The mustard-mustached elder flashes a rather clever, malicious smile, deciding to devise an alternative strategy to get what they want. The plan consists of allying with the alchemists to lure the hero out of safe territory, leaving the young apostle totally isolated and defenseless. While the enemies conspire in the temple's shadows, Chan-su lets out a massive sneeze out of nowhere and rubs his nose, unable to understand why. The boy wipes his nose, suspicious that someone is talking bad about him behind his back, while watching his new helpers harvest the goji berries. Setting matters aside, he approaches the enemy ex-leader, calling him by his correct name, and alerts him that he has something very important to discuss with him. In a quite friendly tone, the hero points his thumb backward and invites the man to join him for a quick walk through the clearing. The two walk side by side through the sunny forest, passing a few skeletons lying on the green grass who appear to be resting from work. Suddenly, the ex-leader's eyes widen in pure shock upon spotting something completely unbelievable right in the middle of the woods, standing speechless for a second. The guy breaks down in tears and runs to give a tight hug to a gigantic, muscular skeleton, shouting with emotion over reuniting with his friend. Crying uncontrollably, the man thanks the hero for preserving the body of his loyal battle partner, whom he thought he had lost forever. Chan-su smiles awkwardly and admits he decided to help because it looked like the giant's remains were going to rot very soon. The boy reflects that keeping the giant intact was an excellent move to boost the affinity and loyalty of his new, valuable clan employee. He merely questions if there isn't an issue with the giant lacking a head, but the ex-leader assures that for simple manual labor, it won't be missed. Kim celebrates excitedly, saying that with his partner's strength, their productivity will increase 17 times, celebrating in a quite flashy way. The hero smiles, finding humor in the precision of that calculated number, taking the chance to point out that there are other fallen skeleton soldiers further ahead. Kim observes the other skeletons striking weird poses and points out they don't have much movement control, doubting they will be of much help. The farmer smooths over the situation with a smile, optimistically reminding him that nobody starts out perfect, and that with practice time they will get used to it. The ex-leader agrees with a firm, demanding tone, making it clear that if the rookies turn out to be mere nuisances on the plantation, there will be no reason to keep them. Seeing the tough posture of the guy who deep down cares so much about his friends, Oh Chan-soo playfully concludes he is the textbook definition of a tsundere. They wrap up the conversation, sealing the partnership with a friendly handshake, but right after, a desperate scream of panic echoes from inside the forest. The hero and his pet hamster drop into high alert with wide eyes, trying to identify the exact direction where that yell came from. Looking back, they spot cleric Park Han-gyul chasing one of the muscular workers who is desperately trying to flee from his harassment. With completely insane facial expressions, the priest holds the brute by the collar, assuring that he possesses the perfect talent to inherit his legacy. The big guy cries, saying his only dream is to get married and be very happy, leading Oh Chan-soo to confirm that the cleric truly is an unhinged danger. The poor guy throws himself crying onto the protagonist's shoulder, begging for help, prompting the boy to calmly ask the mage not to push things so far. The glasses-wearing cleric's eyes gleam, and he suggests recruiting Oh Chan-soo himself, receiving an instant, outright rejection from the hero. The farmer advises the man to give up on that crazy obsession once and for all, leaving the priest sighing over losing a prodigy like him. To shift the focus of the conversation for good, the young man displays 2 concentrated pills on the palm of his hand and suggests the mage take advantage of the visit to test the new medicine. The experienced cleric swallows one of the pills without hesitation and begins carefully analyzing the effect on his body, calculating an exact gain of 33 points. He explains that the second formula yielded only 32 points, making the hero realize they still have a long journey to hit the target. The mage asks the young man not to get discouraged, as any ordinary man would have turned into a beast with that effect, but Chan-soo complains about not passing 40. Adjusting his glasses with a mysterious air, the cleric asks if the boy knew that the mental state of the person casting the blessing directly affects the outcome. The boy asks, confused, what he means by that, hearing from the cleric that empathy with the customer's desire can come before solving the problem. He cites his own exotic tastes as an example, and suggests the protagonist use imagination and fantasy when casting magic on the plants. The boy turns red as a beet upon hearing the cleric suggest he think of bunny girl fantasies, while activating the growth blessing. The cleric opens his secret research journal and says he will show it only to him, causing the hero to desperately decline, saying he is fine. The young farmer stands in absolute shock at the man's audacity, wondering if he really lost a screw in his head with that research. The mage insists that he try the method later, while the hamster Hammy glows in the background, but the boy runs off telling him to close that book. Suddenly, Hai Soo-jin appears in the clearing and picks up little Hammy with a very cheerful smile, interrupting that whole embarrassing argument. She explains all flustered that she ran over because she has a blockbuster piece of news to share, but stops halfway upon noticing the awkward atmosphere between the two. Letting out a rather nervous laugh to brush off the previous embarrassment, the boy assures it's nothing and asks what this important update is. Eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, she tells him not to be alarmed, but the Alchemy Guild just sent a subjugation quest for him. The boy stands with a massive question mark on his face upon hearing the announcement, questioning what kind of crazy nonsense this is now. He can't wrap his head around the idea, and indignantly asks why on earth the guild would hire a humble farmer to clear a dungeon. The young man recalls that his only combat weapons are an old gardening scythe and a bizarre decapitation skill that barely serves for fighting. The skill even works very well to guarantee the swift elimination of certain common targets cleanly, but it isn't meant for normal dungeon fights. The boy frustratedly explains that the power can only cut necks with ease, making it nearly impossible to cause any scratch if it hits another area. He asks, confused, if he doesn't look like a farmer, receiving a rather awkward silence in return from his companions there. While the cleric discreetly takes his leave, the young woman explains that the dungeon mission is actually to collect monster ingredients. The boy understands that the freshness of the materials is the most important thing of all, and asks if the monster they need to hunt is a plant type. The merchant denies it, explaining the target is a high-level water spirit that heals by absorbing smaller ones if it isn't eliminated in one hit. The young farmer pays close attention to the explanations, understanding that delay in eliminating the monster causes the material's purity to drop. She points out that because of this, the mission requires someone with immense attack power and suggests the name of the swordmaster, Rohan, leaving the boy suspicious. Glancing sideways at his muscular ally nearby, the hero instantly realizes that mission was tailor-made for the warrior. He concludes that since everyone knows the two hang around together, the Alchemy Guild likely sent the request to get Rohan's help as a bonus. Observing his pet sleeping peacefully on the ground, the boy decides it's better to turn down the proposal so he doesn't have to be away from his farm. He politely alerts that he will decline the mission, but his business partner asks him to rethink it because the final reward offered is excellent. She starts listing the perks and says the temple will provide a special weapon, leaving the boy quite thoughtful about what would be useful to him. But what truly makes the boy's eyes flash in pure shock is when she reveals that the dungeon's final reward will be a water spirit. Oh Chan-Su completely loses his composure and grabs his partner's shoulders super enthusiastically, asking multiple times if she really said a water spirit. After all, having a water spirit would be the ultimate dream item for any farmer, essentially functioning as a mobile automatic watering can. Eyes sparkling and practically drooling from so much greed, the boy admits he needs to get that prize no matter what and asks if it can't just be bought. The young woman explains that besides the prize, it would be good to accept the job to improve relations with the alchemists, who currently aren't very happy with them. He recalls that the goji berry tea is a massive hit as a hangover cure, precisely the most famous and best-selling product category of the alchemists. She agrees, saying the invite serves as an excuse to smooth over commercial rivalry, and asks if there is another hidden reason for his hesitation. Looking at the swordmaster practicing in the background, the hero confesses his only real concern is leaving his territory unprotected during the trip. The merchant then suggests finishing the temple construction using the materials that came from alchemy, as the shrine possesses a great barrier feature. The young farmer stands jaw-dropped upon discovering this hidden utility of the shrine, while Rohan merely continues savoring his lovely apple in the background. The young woman smirked, explaining with expertise that those rare construction materials aren't considered strategic and valuable for no reason. A few days pass, and the Abundance Temple finally appears fully rebuilt and majestic in the middle of the young man's verdant territory. The small ginseng goddess lets out a sigh of relief after so many turbulent events that disrupted her beloved clan's peaceful routine lately. She recaps the journey of allying with a legendary swordsman, conquering neighboring territories, and permanently kicking out their guild's traitor. The small deity grows furious, noticing that even the god of denial keeps trying to corrupt her precious apostle with absurd offers. However, she admits to being very happy over the recent peace taking over the place, being watched by her beloved pet chick Ari. The pig doji whispers worriedly to Ari, finding all this sudden calm suspicious ever since the protagonist started focusing on internal tasks. The ginseng goddess looks at the completed dungeon and reflects that everything would be perfect if her apostle finally decided to pick the communication skill. Suddenly, a glowing system alert announces the activation of the last bastion barrier, leaving everyone in panic at the defense signal for war. A massive dome of blue hexagonal light materializes in the sky, forcefully blocking a devastating blow heading toward the sacred temple. Seeing that the magic shield held up effortlessly against a direct strike from Master Rohan, Oh Chan-Su celebrates, surprised by the defensive barrier's effectiveness. Meanwhile, over at the sacred temple, the ginseng goddess and the pets are crying in despair, imagining that their apostle is about to start an endless war. Oblivious to the divine drama, Oh Chan-Su casually walks alongside Rohan and the merchant Su-Jin, who cheerfully offers to guide him personally to his destination. Along the way, the young farmer feels a chill and realizes with a bit of remorse that he forgot to inform the goddess about his sudden departure. Su-jin urges the boys to hurry so they don't waste time, while Chan-su tries to calm down, thinking he will return so fast she won't even notice he was gone. The group finally arrives at the imposing building that serves as the main headquarters for the Alchemy Guild, where they intend to resolve the next step of the mission. The merchant celebrates that the trip was fast and thanks Rohan for giving that magical ride that saved a lot of time and shoe leather for everyone there. Chan-su reflects that it's a good thing he installed teleportation gates for the return, though it was a rather pricey strategy to pay with his points. He explains that buying things beyond the territory limit causes prices to rise absurdly, which ended up preventing him from clearing out the shop. Escort job done, Su-jin says goodbye, wishing good luck to the two guys, who thank her and ask her to take care on the way back. The protagonist steps into the massive reception hall and marvels at the modern, luxurious architecture of that gigantic lobby dedicated to alchemical studies. A friendly receptionist soon recognizes Oh Chan-su and welcomes him to the place, mentioning that everyone was eagerly awaiting his triumphant arrival. She places an elegant wooden briefcase on the counter and asks if he is certain he wants to take that exact weapon he had picked out the other day. The farmer takes the item completely satisfied and says it will be of great help, while the woman notes that he can exchange the equipment if he doesn't adjust well. In a very fair exchange of favors, the boy asks Rohan to carry the heavy briefcase, promising to pay the legendary swordsman with 2 lovely fresh apples. Next, the employee displays the blue vial and explains he needs to grant a blessing for that potion to function as a water spirit tamer. She alerts that if they used the guild's own blessing, there would be ongoing feed costs, and the protagonist would still run the risk of failing when taming. Upon receiving the potion vial in his hands, Chan-su asks what the compatibility level would be if he decided to use his own blessing of abundance. The receptionist apologizes, saying there are no records of that combination, leading the young man to decide to risk it all by applying his own divine power there. With everything set, she points toward a large wooden door serving as a direct passage to the feared dungeon, where the main test will finally begin. The young woman asks them to cross the glowing portal of blue energy so they can hear the rest of the safety instructions directly on the other side. Oh Chan-su and Rohan step forward with serious, determined looks as they cross that mysterious magic passage awaiting them at the guild. Upon stepping out of the portal, a scientist in a lab coat and glasses greets them excitedly, saying all settings for the underground lab are ready. The protagonist greets the young woman back timidly while holding tightly onto the blue potion vial that needs to receive the growth enchantment. The alchemist explains that area is full of common water spirits and that using incense is enough to attract them, but reminds him the focus is hunting the boss. She alerts that all byproducts generated in the hunt will belong to the Alchemy Guild and that the boss is in another room, asking him to let her know when ready. The boy asks if he can start by blessing the taming medicine first, receiving a positive and enthusiastic response from the young researcher with glasses. Concentrating his energies, Chan-su casts the Blessing of Abundance, causing a glowing green magic light to circle around the glass container. Seeing that the vial absorbs all the power without limit, he decides to pour thousands of mana points to see what the final result of this mix will be. The blue liquid inside the vial begins bubbling intensely and changes color to a glowing radioactive green under the effect of the farmer's power. Chan-su asks if that bizarre reaction is normal, and the young woman calmly replies that overdoing blessings usually leaves vials glowing like that. Excited by the neon green glow and confident in his plan, the protagonist decides to keep pouring even more divine energy inside that container. The scientist begins breaking into a cold sweat and warns that stuffing the potion with blessings won't make the water spirit stronger, but the boy simply ignores the warning. The farmer surpasses all acceptable limits and reaches the insane mark of 500,000 points, leaving the researcher in complete shock. He admires the bright neon green vial, finding the result very pretty, while the scientist admits terrified that she has never seen anything like it in her life. Finding the situation curious, the researcher dashes off at high speed to fetch a small test specimen so they can conduct the first test. She returns in the blink of an eye holding a tiny, cute blue spirit, shouting to the protagonist that it's time to start the real experiment. Wasting no time, the scientist tosses the jelly creature toward the water while screaming desperately for the boy to throw the blessed medicine immediately. Holding the glowing glass tightly, Chan-Su gets ready for the throw, surprised to notice how cute that tiny blue water spirit is. The super-concentrated green medicine hits the tiny aquatic creature dead on, which ends up completely bathed in that glowing magic potion. The boy watches the scene with his heart in his throat, wondering anxiously if that absurd amount of power actually worked to tame the little creature. However, the spirit begins trembling violently, changing color and taking on an expression of someone who ate something spoiled and is about to feel sick. The poor creature, now entirely green, can't handle the strain of the exaggerated power and begins throwing up endlessly in the middle of that lab's test lake. Desperate seeing the bizarre scene, the boy buries his head in his hands, realizing that compatibility between abundance and water is the worst thing ever. While reflecting on what to do to fix that major magic blunder, Chan-Su hears a strange noise coming from behind and turns around, intrigued. The boy stands jaw-dropped as he comes face-to-face with an endless horde of tiny water spirits emerging out of nowhere, marching toward the lab. The alchemist adjusts her glasses in panic, wondering how that is possible, since they hadn't even lit the attraction incense in the room. Instead of running to save her own skin, the crazy scientist decides to grab a notepad to record that unprecedented phenomenon with the little monsters. Seeing the location completely overrun and flooded by the tiny blue creatures, the young man yells indignantly, asking if this is really the time to be taking notes. More and more water spirits keep popping out of the walls endlessly, leaving the protagonist completely surrounded by a true sea of blue jellies. The researcher keeps shouting, unable to understand anything happening there, in panic over that mass invasion of spirits with no active bait. Completely oblivious to the danger, the glasses-wearing researcher grabs her tablet and shouts enthusiastically that she needs to detail that historic moment. Chan-Su freaks out in the middle of the sea of blue creatures and asks if that scientist really thinks this is the best time to be taking scientific notes. Suddenly, the young farmer points to the center of the artificial lake with a shocked look, telling her to immediately look at what is happening there in the pool. The first spirit, which had grown giant and green, begins sucking all the other smaller companions into itself like an aquatic vacuum cleaner. The scientist asserts she has her eyes wide open without missing a single detail, causing the protagonist to yell, telling her to focus on coming up with a rescue plan fast. Adjusting her glasses, she says she has never seen anything like it before and asks if the boy gave any strange medicine to the creature, receiving a negative response. The researcher gives a suspicious look, staring intently at the boy with a dark glare, forcing Chan-Su to repeat irritably that he didn't do any of that. Sitting with Hammy, Rohan merely watches everything while eating apples, while the young woman concludes the excess blessing acted as bait and the spirit ended up overeating. As soon as the pool finally empties, the young woman with glasses realizes that was the last of the common spirits roaming free in the guild's test area. Suddenly, the researcher's tablet and pen drop from her hands onto the lab floor upon noticing a bizarre reading popping up on the location's motion sensor. She looks up in panic, unable to understand why the dungeon boss is coming, since common bait shouldn't affect boss-level creatures. Chan-Su prepares himself, knowing that immense creature approaching is precisely the main target they need to defeat to complete the mission. The lab ceiling opens up, and the imposing high-level water spirit gracefully descends amidst glowing bubbles, showing off all its boss presence. The gigantic dungeon boss plummets straight toward the well, leaving the protagonist and the scientist completely stunned by the speed of the fall. Desperate, Chan-Su screams for the creature to stop, while trying to stretch his arm toward the well to prevent the worst from happening to the poor aquatic monster. With a splash, the boss monster dives headfirst into that water filled with hyper-concentrated abundance potion that the other spirit had thrown up. The well begins bubbling bizarrely, while the two creatures seem to merge under the chaotic effect of that green energy glowing under the water. To everyone's general despair, the green, slimy spirit resurfaces from the test lake, gigantic and far more colossal than it already was before the dive. The scientist drops to her knees on the floor, completely traumatized upon realizing that even the powerful dungeon boss ended up absorbed by that green goo. The massive giant monster makes an extremely cute crying face and begins trembling, showing that it couldn't handle the strain of all that divine energy either. Chan-Su places his hand on his forehead in a sign of total defeat, wondering what kind of sadistic person decides to hire a simple farmer to clear a dungeon. The colossal spirit vomits a torrential jet of water onto the ceiling, while the protagonist laments that the test situation hit peak calamity level. The boy walks over to the huge, seasick monster and tries to calm it down, taking the blame for launching that super-concentrated medicine without thinking of consequences. With all his cultivator empathy, the farmer places his hand on the creature's jelly skin and asks gently if the situation is too hard to bear. Patting the creature gently, he encourages it to let it all out without fear, assuring that the discomfort will pass after that cleanup. Noticing the chaotic energy churning inside the little monster's body, Chan-Su decides to channel his divine power to try to stabilize the flow using his own magic. He presses the palm of his hand against the creature's surface, invoking a powerful wave of green mana that begins spreading across the entire well area. The huge water spirit glows intensely under the comforting influence of the blessing of abundance, releasing a blinding light that takes over the lab. Under the boy's watchful eye, the colossal jelly mass begins shrinking rapidly until only a small, harmless blue spirit remains in the test pool. Amazed to see the tiny size the creature shrunk to, Chan-Su rests his hands on his knees and murmurs hopefully that the creature finally seems in good health. The boy praises the cuteness of the spirit's new form, but changes his mind the next second as he takes a solid squirt of water right in the face as thanks for the compliment. The tiny creature takes a joyful leap out of the artificial lake, leaving the farmer quite confused about what that cheeky little thing intends to do next. In mid-air, the spirit begins glowing intensely in shades of blue and white before exploding into a wave of energy that leaves the protagonist quite startled. The glow condenses into a beautiful blue crystal gem in the boy's hands, making him question if the monster turned into that glowing marble from feeling so sick. The scientist applauds from afar and congratulates Chan-Su, confirming that against all odds, he successfully managed to tame the water spirit. However, she adjusts her glasses and adopts a threatening posture, reminding him that since the boss vanished, the mission failed, and he broke the contract signed with the guild. The protagonist goes into mental defense mode, planning to use two crucial arguments in case someone tries to dump the blame for that whole mess on his back. He intends to point out first that the initial fault lay with the defective potion provided by alchemy, which caused that chain reaction in the lab. The second point would be claiming rights over that sacred water resulting from all the purification, though the liquid still looks a bit gross. Switching attitudes in the blink of an eye, the young woman makes a peace sign and asks with a smile for him not to forget to leave a 5-star review in the system. She calms the boy down, explaining that the spirit just needs to rest to recover its strength, and that its final appearance might change a bit compared to the original. Suddenly, an arrogant, suit-wearing administrator emerges from a portal, pointing an accusing finger and yelling that this was an unacceptable mission failure by the apostle. With a mean smile, the suited man reminds him that the boy took advance payment and will now have to pay a heavy fine for failing the test. Chan-Su tries to argue that the accident occurred due to the medicine supplied by them, but the man rants, asking if it wasn't the young man who used the wrong item. While the two argue heatedly in the middle of the underground lab, an imposing red-haired figure begins taking a silent step forward. The administrator keeps threatening to confiscate all weapons and even the newly tamed spirit, unaware that the terrifying swordmaster Rohan is right behind him. In an extremely swift motion, the redhead draws his gigantic two-handed sword and delivers a terrifying blow that grazes past the suited man's ear. The administrator lets out a sharp shriek of terror as he sees the colossal blade embedded deep into the stone wall just millimeters away from his head. Rohan retrieves his weapon with an icy glare, stating that all of this is very unpleasant, with the hamster Hammy resting on his shoulder judging the terrified administrator. An elegant figure in a lab coat and glasses appears, holding the trembling man's shoulder, asking if that violent reception isn't a bit much for longtime friends. Ignoring the newcomer, Rohan simply turns his back with an unfriendly look, not even bothering to respond to his acquaintance's greeting. As the red-haired warrior calmly removes his sword stuck in the wall, Hong Yunsu asks ironically what the Ministry of Food was doing there. He warns the scary bureaucrat that if his visit has anything to do with the wind cart incident, he risks losing his job. The young man in dark glasses gives a very cynical smirk and says he trusts the suited man's intelligence not to commit such massive stupidity there. Trembling and terrified, the administrator swears up and down that isn't true, prompting the young man in the lab coat to politely ask him to get out of there. The man flees as fast as he can, while the crazy scientist takes advantage of his desperation to demand a 5-star review in the system. The young man in the lab coat finally introduces himself formally to the protagonist as Hong Yun-soo, offering sincere apologies for that whole turbulent reception in the lab. Adjusting his glasses with style, he suggests forgetting that initial chaos so they can finally resolve their guild's true business once and for all. Yun-soo asks Chan-soo not to be nervous, because although the monster subjugation failed, events ended up generating a much better opportunity. He walks to the edge of the glowing pool and explains that thanks to all that energy chaos earlier, the water in the location transformed into something extremely rare. The alchemist admires the neon green liquid and reflects that water capable of attracting a dungeon boss is a fantastic discovery that will shake up the entire guild. Collecting a bit of the mysterious liquid with his hands, he suggests it would be an excellent business idea if the farmer decided to sell that water to them. The protagonist stands completely disgusted and bewildered upon realizing the Alchemy Guild is actually willing to pay a fortune to buy monster throw-up. The boy agrees to sell the water right away after the researcher subtly alerts him that refusal would cause the test mission to be considered a terrible failure. Satisfied with the boy's smart decision, Yun-soo turns excited and begins considering what the ideal price to pay for that valuable liquid would be. The guy with glasses suggests offering some advanced medicine processing equipment in exchange, leaving the young farmer quite curious about the offer. He explains excitedly that these machines can be operated easily even by those without the skill, allowing them to produce much more on the farm. Despite liking the proposal, Chan-soo confesses to being a bit worried that medicine manufacturing might cause some serious problem like in the cart case. Yun-soo gives a mysterious smile behind his lenses and provocatively asks if the protagonist isn't underestimating the grand power of alchemy too much. He adjusts his glasses stylishly, asserting that their guild will always have open doors to welcome people of extreme potential like Oh Chan-soo. Suddenly, the researcher completely shifts the subject and asks the boy if he really isn't one of Master Swordsman Rohan's martial arts disciples. He takes advantage of Rohan walking away a bit to drop formal tone entirely and asks in a gossipy tone if everything is all right living daily with the redhead. Chan-soo recalls the danger laughing nervously and comments that because of him, the warrior almost chopped off his head by throwing that giant sword his way. The researcher shrugs casually and reveals he did that on purpose to create a tense atmosphere, knowing the swordsman wouldn't actually care. While the two talk, the red-haired warrior is seen in the background, quietly enjoying his orange juice box as if nothing were happening around him. Worried about the warrior's health, the protagonist asks if there is any way to make Rohan eat something else, since he only feeds on apples all day. He comments desperately that he has tried cooking various wonderful dishes, but the stubborn redhead flatly refuses to put any other food in his mouth. The alchemist advises the boy to give up once and for all, guaranteeing no one in the world can break that legendary stubbornness of the swordmaster. A luxurious black car suddenly pulls up, and the driver in dark glasses alerts that he was sent personally to pick up the young farmer right there at the exit. Chan-soo points to himself, terrified, unable to comprehend why he is being requested in such a mysterious way by that elite entourage. The red-haired warrior observes the vehicle with a suspicious look and questions why the driver calls the boy by name while referring to Eun-soo politely. The elegant automobile speeds through the illuminated city streets, leaving the test lab behind as it heads toward its final destination. Sitting comfortably in the back seat with his chubby hamster on his shoulder, Chan-Su tries to mask his immense tension with that whole unusual situation. The boy reflects surprised that he never imagined being invited personally to such an important business meeting with official representatives of the Chastity clan. Knowing they are the major partners distributing his goji berry tea, he assumes the meeting must have some connection to Park Han-gyul's condition. The farmer looks out the window, confused by the night lighting, recalling that according to the clock, it should still be broad daylight in the shrine's outside world. Seeing the imposing skyscrapers surrounding the track, he mentally admits that place is exactly as merchant Su Jin described in her stories. The car finally stops in front of a sumptuous building with classic architecture glowing grandly amidst all the tech scenery of that district. Chan-Su steps out of the vehicle, adjusting his jacket with hammy tucked in his collar, standing completely jaw-dropped as he admires the grand entrance right before him. The group admires up close the majestic, gigantic sacred temple of chastity, rising grandly amid the bright lights of that major metropolis. The boy whispers to Rohan, commenting that the vibe of that shrine is completely different from all the peaceful, rustic paths they usually travel. The guard in the black suit asks to be excused and alerts that he will guide the young farmer and his red-haired companion directly to the clan's main luxury reception room. They walk with firm steps down the shrine's vast, polished marble hallway, taking in the luxurious details that show the immense wealth of that faction. The security guard opens a large, clear glass door and alerts in a respectful tone that the temple's respected elders are already waiting for the meeting inside. Upon entering the room, Chan-Su comes face to face with three mysterious hooded figures seated around a table, looking surprised to notice Rohan's presence there. The man in the middle lowers his hood, revealing a classic mustache, and welcomes the group, offering sincere apologies for summoning them so suddenly. Identified as Apostle number 171 of Chastity, the elegant gray-haired gentleman comments imagining the long trip must have been tough. The young farmer smiles in a friendly way, introducing himself as Chan-Su, while the elder politely invites them to sit down and talk calmly. A piping hot red-colored tea is served in an extremely delicate manner in an elegant fine porcelain cup on that temple meeting table. Without wasting time on pleasantries, the elder stares fixedly at Chan-Su and asks how their precious apostle Park Han-gyul's actual health condition is. Faced with the direct question, Chan-Su decides it's better to be honest than offer false hopes, alerting that the patient hasn't shown significant improvement so far. The priestess in the black veil questions the progress of the cure research, and the young man calmly responds that things are moving slowly but surely. She presses, wanting to know what the real chances of success for that endeavor are, while Chan-Su merely promises he will do his absolute best to help. Abruptly and violently, the leader of the elders slams his teacup against the porcelain saucer and gives a harsh, completely negative response to the boy. The mustached man stares at the young farmer with an extremely stern glare, commanding him in an authoritative tone to not even attempt to continue that search for the cure. Completely in shock and unable to understand anything, the protagonist questions their attitude upon hearing the leader repeat that he is forbidden from completing the patient's treatment. The old man goes further, saying he would actually be extremely grateful if the boy used some lame excuse just to buy more time with the treatment. Chan-Su confesses he doesn't understand that bizarre attitude, since Park Han-gyul was always considered one of the most valuable and important figures for their clan. The elder adjusts his glasses with a sinister look and suggests that since treatment is difficult anyway, it would be far more advantageous for the boy to side with them. The man offers a fake smile, promising to give the boy everything previously agreed upon, and makes a point to guarantee double the rewards. Seeing his reflection in the teacup, the farmer realizes he ended up stuck in a very dangerous internal faction struggle within that large organization. Smiling awkwardly, Chan-Su says he will pretend he didn't hear that absurd proposal, as he would never trust traitors who abandon their partners. Standing up to leave, the young man says he hopes they resolve things amicably and calls Rohan to exit that suspicious meeting room right away. One of the elders with glasses stands up furious and shouts, asking if the boy didn't notice the chaotic situation in the district on the way here. He rants that the place lives in complete darkness 24 hours a day all year round, questioning if that deplorable situation is acceptable for the temple. Completely unhinged, the elder shouts that even the other apostles are behaving inappropriately, leaving his companions dying of embarrassment. Displaying enviable composure, the farmer says he doesn't know the details, but questions if that whole situation isn't the actual will of their clan's god. The leader of the elders grits his teeth in pure rage and warns in a threatening tone that such a complex matter of faith is not for a mere farmer to give opinions on. He threatens to cancel the goji berry teas, important certification, if the boy continues with that nerve, provoking a sarcastic reaction from Oh Chan-soo. The protagonist feels indignant upon realizing he is suffering that famous, terrible corporate blackmail he only heard about in real-world stories. Noticing the tense expressions of the old men, the boy realizes they possess other hidden motives and begins pondering if he should continue that fake conversation. Rohan places his hand on Chan-soo's shoulder and sternly warns that their reputation will suffer if they stay there, suggesting they leave, as the intentions are obvious. The young man simply agrees and follows the swordmaster toward the exit, completely ignoring the indignant shouts of the elders, who can't believe such nerve. The leader rants that the boy will bitterly regret it if he crosses that door, receiving only a sharp response from Rohan to go ahead and do whatever he pleases. Back in the room, the tense silence is broken by the angry noises of the old men, who break into a cold sweat, considering the possibility that the boy uncovered the plan. The elder with glasses apologizes, admitting his acting might have been a bit weak, but the leader reassures him, saying the secondary plan was the better path. Lamenting the failure of that third manipulation attempt, the black-veiled priestess asks with concern what they should do to bypass the situation. With a dark, calculating look, the mustached elder declares that the elders have no choice left but to proceed immediately with executing Plan 4. He stands up, asking if anyone has any objections, firmly assuring his companions that they only need to focus on reaching their true goal. The woman suggests the best action strategy now is to distract the Apostle of Abundance to make him waste his precious time on other random activities. The other elder agrees, explaining that the farmer cannot have free time to pay attention to the research involving the development of the virility tonic. With an evil smile, the leader of the elders makes a grand gesture and declares that from now on, they will turn that boy into a true war hero. Meanwhile, in the protagonist's verdant territory, the afternoon sun begins to set, turning the sky reddish around the sumptuous rebuilt Abundance Temple. Park Han-gyul carries the ginseng goddess in his arms protectively and asks with a friendly smile if she would like to step down to walk on the stone floor. The small goddess quickly wriggles free and begins running hurriedly on her short little legs toward the dirt path of the Abundance. Clan's territory. The glasses-wearing mage comments with a laugh that the deity possesses sharp senses like a ghost, while watching the tiny one run desperately to find her apostle. The ginseng goddess runs at the speed of light, kicking up dust upon spotting the familiar silhouette of her beloved protagonist, walking calmly in the distance with Rohan. She takes a heroic, acrobatic leap into the air toward Oh Chan-soo while shouting emotionally over her precious apostle's return after that lengthy trip. The boy catches the deity in his arms, while she begins giving tiny, hilarious, frantic pats on him, crying with emotion to see that everyone is finally okay there. She tearfully demands that he acquire the communication skill right away, while the small pets Doji and Ari run desperately and exhausted to hug the boy. Seeing that loud, warm welcome from the pets, Park Han-gyul approaches Oh Chan-soo calmly and welcomes the young farmer and his clan back. Still lying on the dirt ground, exhausted with the goddess on his chest, the protagonist sincerely thanks the glasses-wearing mage for protecting their territory so well. As the lovely sunset illuminates the sacred grove, the animals comment in outrage about the nerve of that pushy apostle who only ever cares about working. Chan-soo pulls the mage aside and questions if he already knew that the Chastity Clan elders were plotting a terrible betrayal against their own group. He reveals seriously that the old men explicitly ordered that the cure with the virility tonic not be completed, leaving the mage with glasses quite shocked. With a somber look behind his lenses, Park Han-gyul deeply laments that deplorable event and offers sincere apologies to the young man for the whole mess. The mage alerts that he will personally go to the temple to resolve that annoying situation once and for all, but the protagonist suggests it would be much better if he didn't go there. The boy explains that after talking with Rohan, he realized the threats to cancel the tea license serve merely as a smokescreen to delay the tonic's cure. Park Han-gyul adjusts his posture, finally understanding that entire dirty political move by the elders who were trying to sabotage his secret research. He adjusts his glasses and agrees that there must be some other mysterious scheme behind this, but calmly asks the boy not to stress over it too much. Park Han-gyul comments that those guys take terrible care of themselves and are way too cowardly to try anything remotely dangerous. The bespectacled wizard even thinks they might call back to apologize, while Chan-su wonders if those guys have a single shred of pride left. Rohan nods in agreement, saying their plan only serves to waste the prota's time, and now he really wants to get even. Park Han-gyul gets curious about what the young farmer's next move will be after spilling all that gossip to him. Chan-su smiles brightly, saying the best revenge against those shady old men is finishing the virility tonic as fast as possible. The bespectacled wizard is left completely speechless by the young apostle's direct response and bizarre revenge plot. Suddenly, an intense blue glow starts rising from the ground right beneath the prota, startling everyone nearby. The wizard grabs Chan-su, thinking he finally awakened the chastity skill, but the young man instantly denies it with a hilariously funny look on his face. The prota reveals that it is actually the water spirit's bead finally awakening from its deep slumber. The pets rush over in a panic, asking what the young man messed up this time, while the drooling little pig warns everyone not to eat it. The magic orb begins to glow with even greater intensity, releasing a surge of powerful magic through the young man's hands. Chan-su steps back in alarm as a lively blue blob jumps from the sphere straight onto the dirt floor. The young apostle is left completely stunned as he takes a close look at the strange creature that just emerged from the crystal. The blue blob shifts slowly and begins taking a round, cute shape right in the middle of the grass. It turns out to be an extremely cute and happy little blue slime, looking up at the two of them with a super friendly face. The cute little creature leaps high into the air toward the prota, bursting with energy and joy. Chan-su feels a bit confused because he was promised a mighty water spirit, but ended up getting a mere starter RPG slime instead. The prota asks if all water spirits look like this, and the wizard admits he has never seen one with such a cute face before. The young man carefully extends his hand with great curiosity to gently touch the new little monster's jelly-like body. He pokes the top of the creature's head, which makes a funny little squeak and seems to greet its new master in a docile manner. The prota freaks out upon realizing that besides being extremely squishy, the tiny slime even has little hands popping out of nowhere. Chan-su squats down and starts wondering if that cute blue thing can actually understand human speech. The slime starts waving its tiny hands joyfully, making it crystal clear that it understands every single word the young man says. Park Han-gyul congratulates the young man, saying that taming a spirit is usually really tough, yet he pulled it off on his first try without any effort. Ari and Doji step up right away, demanding respect from the newcomer, ordering the slime to greet the territory's goddess immediately, just as the rules state. The prota smiles warmly at the welcome, telling the group that the new family member arrived at the perfect time. Chan-su introduces the water spirit to the other little pets, while the cute tiny slime just stares back at everyone in silence. The young man then realizes a tiny yet crucial detail, noticing he hasn't chosen a name for his new blue friend yet. While the young farmer racks his brain trying to come up with the ideal name for the slime, the swordmaster walks over to them. The redhead deadpans a suggestion, combining the words spirit and cute to create a terrible name that leaves the prota completely disheartened. The prota and the pets think the suggestion is awful, while the bespectacled wizard tries to hide his second-hand embarrassment for the swordmaster. Chan-su suggests calling the little monster Bomb, and the wizard praises the choice, asking if the name holds any special meaning for him. The prota excitedly explains that the name comes from the word sprinkler, which fits a water creature perfectly in the middle of spring. He asks Bomb to take good care of everyone, while the wizard notes how hard-working the little guy seems, leaving Rohan sitting isolated and sulking in the corner. The young man holds the blue slime excitedly, eager to finally discover what kind of hidden magic power that friendly little creature possesses. Suddenly, all the pets' stomachs start growling with hunger, showing that the busy day left everyone running on empty. The young apostle turns to the wizard and asks if he is hungry too, since it is almost time to whip up their dinner. The prota invites the man to eat with them, promising to cook a delicious meal to celebrate with the whole team gathered together. The young man immediately sets up the kitchen tools and brings water to a boil while rolling out a smooth batch of dough on the counter. The bespectacled wizard asks curiously what he plans to make with that dough, but the chef keeps it a mystery, telling him he will find out soon enough. Chan-su grabs one of the delicious imperial red apples and calls out to the red-haired swordsman, saying he needs a quick hand. The young man tosses the fruit high into the air straight toward the swordmaster, who stands calmly waiting with arms crossed in the middle of the grove. Rohan catches the apple flawlessly with one hand, while the prota launches the raw dough into the air for the next step. The swordmaster locks his sharp gaze onto the floating dough, preparing to showcase his full skill with his massive blade. He unleashes a series of lightning-fast cuts through the air, slicing the raw dough into perfectly thin strands of noodles without ruining a single piece. Chan-su catches the fresh noodles on a plate and thanks his friend, who takes a bite of the fruit and warns that his daily rate is going up to 2 apples. The bespectacled wizard and the little pets are in complete shock seeing a legendary warrior being used as a simple noodle cutter. The man asks indignantly if it is really okay to use a swordsman's sacred technique for cooking, but Chan-su simply ignores him and whistles. A short time later, the hot, steaming bowl of noodles is ready, spreading a wonderful aroma all across the camp. The table is filled with delicious treats made of potatoes and tofu, and the young man invites everyone to eat, wrapping up that busy day in the best possible way. Park Han-gyul is amazed by the flavor of the food and laments the fact that the young apostle gets to eat this well every single day. The wizard confesses he regrets not accepting the offer to eat with them earlier, and Chan-su calmly tells him not to rush. Meanwhile, the other little pets devour everything on the table like wild animals, proving the food was truly divine. Chan-su feels bad that Rohan prefers to just stick to his usual imperial apple, but remembers his friend had already warned him about that. The young man decides to feed the little blue slime, offering a generous portion of magic power from his own blessing of abundance. The friendly blue slime focuses its eyes on that glowing power, getting ready to savor its very first meal. But suddenly, the little creature jumps back, leaving the prota confused as to why it rejected that magic energy. Chan-su asks if the little guy would rather eat real food instead of magic power, and the slime nods its head in agreement. The young apostle decides to offer a ripe imperial apple as a gift, making the tiny monster's eyes sparkle with joy. Without wasting a second, the slime pounces on the fruit, engulfing it entirely with its jelly body to begin digesting the snack. The taste is so spectacular that the creature's body begins to change shape and glow, leaving Chan-su quite surprised by the sight. The young man lets out a friendly laugh and tells the slime to eat as much as it wants, since the territory's food supply is massive. Bomb gets so happy and excited over the food that it starts bouncing through the air, looking like a bright star in the middle of the forest. Right at that moment, one of the workers comes running toward the prota, shouting excitedly about a mysterious new path that appeared in the area. The prisoner proudly explains that he built that trail so everyone could walk around the farm much more comfortably. He enthusiastically shows off the heavy labor the creatures are doing, guaranteeing that everything is running smoothly. Chan-su thanks him politely, but deep down finds it really bizarre to see a prisoner of war working with so much joy. The man notices the tiny blue monster, and the young man introduces his new companion, explaining that it is a water spirit. The worker and even the skeleton drop their jaws upon discovering that the young apostle managed to tame such a legendary spirit. The man then barks orders at everyone, telling them to get right back to work while the black cat takes a lazy nap. Chan-Su calms the situation down, suggesting everyone take a short break to test out and observe Little Bomb's power. The young man turns to the blue slime and gently asks it to give a quick demonstration of its special skills. The tiny creature begins stirring up a large amount of bubbling green liquid, proving it can indeed manipulate water however it pleases. The stream of glowing green water shoots high into the air, forming a beautiful, colorful rainbow that leaves everyone fascinated by its beauty. Everyone stands up and starts clapping for the tiny slime, and the Prota congratulates his new friend for a job well done. But the celebration is short-lived, as the water stream starts growing out of control, reaching massive proportions and terrifying the group. The little slime tries to redirect the gigantic torrent, but ends up pointing it in the wrong direction of the farm during a moment of panic. The Prota panics upon realizing that all that water is headed straight for the spot where Hanul the black cat is sleeping. The flood hits the bush dead on, blasting the poor kitty into the air and leaving the feline completely drenched. The black cat lands on the dirt floor with absolute elegance, but its murderous glare shows it did not appreciate the surprise bath one bit. The feline begins radiating a terrifying dark aura, making the little slime shake in terror as it realizes the sheer scale of the danger. The young apostle scoops the trembling slime into his arms and warns that Hanul is usually calm, but turns into an absolute monster when angered. The furious glare from the drenched feline makes even the Prota gulp hard and break out in a cold sweat from sheer fear of that mystical beast. Without losing a second, the young man calls it a day and bolts out of there, cradling the furious cat in his arms to try and calm it down. After receiving tons of affection and head scratches, the black cat lies down on the leaves and starts purring, finally looking at peace. Chan-Su collapses onto the dirt floor completely exhausted, but relieved to have contained the terrifying feline's wrath. The young man then asks Bomb to produce a bit of clean water for him to drink, and the tiny slime obliges by creating a floating water bubble. Upon drinking the water, a system window packed with weird code and bizarre error messages starts flashing right in front of the young apostle. He watches in surprise as dozens of floating screens pop up out of nowhere with glitched symbols, indicating a severe system failure. Chan-Su tries to figure out what is going on, but is interrupted when Hanul pounces toward him with sharp claws bared. The black cat grabs the collar of the young man's jacket with its front paws in an aggressive and determined way, leaving him confused. To the young man's shock, the feline starts biting and chewing the air right where the holographic system screens were glowing. Surprisingly, the glitched holographic screens start shattering and vanishing one by one as the cat bites through the code in midair. The young man recalls making a deal with the cat, offering endless catnip in exchange for protecting that sector of the territory. He also remembers all the investment he put into building a true feline paradise, packed with toys and plants for the kitty. The Prota fake cries while holding the feline, pretending to be deeply hurt by that rebellious attitude after so much spoiling. But the black cat simply ignores its owner's drama, letting out a big yawn and walking away with ultimate feline indifference. Chan-Su takes a deep breath, trying to keep his cool while watching the little animal lick its own paw with total calm. The young apostle reflects calmly and concludes that the cat is far too smart to do anything without a good reason behind it. In the end, he realizes that despite losing a few occupancy rights, the bizarre errors freezing the system have finally vanished for good. While the young apostle tries to process everything that just happened, the bespectacled wizard comes running over, calling his name. The wizard notices the young man's pale, exhausted face and asks with concern if he is feeling all right after all that chaos. The man insists on knowing if there was a major issue, and the Prota begins explaining the whole situation with utter discouragement. Meanwhile, the skeletal creatures keep working hard, harvesting the territory's little red fruits without a clue about the drama. Suddenly, a gasp of shock pierces the air, startling even the undead, who drop their harvest onto the ground from the sudden fright. The bespectacled wizard screams in terror upon hearing about the terrible occupancy rights parasites, leaving the Prota intrigued. The young man asks what that is all about, and the man reveals in fear that those parasites are one of the 7 great calamities, just like Hanul the cat. Park Han-gyul asks indignantly if he was living under a rock to not know about something so dangerous and legendary. The wizard explains in detail that the threat acts like an infection, contaminating a block and spreading to the buyer as soon as they acquire the area. He goes on to say that if this infected person buys the rights to another block, the contamination travels right along with them, instantly infecting the new spot. This destructive cycle repeats endlessly like a silent plague until the entire territory is completely ruined and lifeless. The wizard warns that the invisible parasites multiply extremely fast, making it almost impossible to notice the infection has already started. He adds that the plague spreads everywhere before anyone even notices, pointing out that this is exactly what happened there. The young apostle gets really worried and asks what actually happens when one of the farm's blocks is overrun by this plague. The wizard explains seriously that the area loses all functionality, locking the exits and causing all local upgrades to vanish. He also warns that anyone holding occupancy rights will be infected upon stepping foot there, telling the young man to be extra careful from then on. Checking the panel, the young man notes there are still 90 blocks untouched. Realizing Hanul the cat only ate the infected portion, the prota smiles in relief, realizing his mystical feline wouldn't have destroyed those system blocks without a noble reason. Chan-su affectionately praises the black cat, saying he knew he could count on it, while the feline strikes a proud pose. Hanul starts scratching the grass to demand its reward, and the young man quickly uses his power of abundance to grow some catnip. But right after, the young man bursts into tears, remembering all the hard work he put into clearing the path that got wiped out by the cat. He recalls that other factions had their eyes on those lands near the city, concluding that someone must have bought a block around there. The prota asks if there is any kind of poison to wipe out the pests, but the wizard reminds him that this is a legendary calamity. The bespectacled wizard mentions that rumors exist about a magic cure out in the world, but confesses nobody knows the exact details of how to make it. The man warns that traveling through the areas will be extremely dangerous now, while Hammy, the little pet, tugs at the young man's clothes to grab his attention. The tiny hamster starts flailing and squeaking in panic, while the prota asks for calm, saying he is super busy at the moment. The little pet strikes the cutest pose in the world, making its eyes sparkle irresistibly and instantly melting the young farmer's heart. Suddenly, the young man lets out a desperate cry, calling for the territory's goddess, realizing something very strange is going on over there. Meanwhile, far away in the beautiful sacred temple, the goddess in her plant form wonders if her young apostle is doing well. Doji the little pig tries to calm the goddess, telling her not to worry, while Ari the chick complains about the young man in a snarky tone. The angry chick gossips that the apostle should focus solely on the goddess, but he heard the guy is even raising a cat in the neighboring block. Ari swears up and down with a furious expression that he will give the prota a massive scolding the moment he dares to return. Suddenly, a massive, dark, dimensional rift begins cracking open the sky, terrifying the pets, who instantly stop their conversation. The chick and the other little pets freeze in terror as they hear the deafening sound of that magical tear opening up out of nowhere. A terrifying, chaotic red energy bursts from the rift, spreading a spine-chilling voice that claims to smell something delicious nearby. The greedy little pig asks where the delicious food is, but the chick slaps him, warning that the monster is talking about eating them. Ari tries to keep his tough stance and threatens the dark creature, but the monster merely lets out an evil laugh, closing in on the group. The chick screams, warning that the monster will bitterly regret invading the area, while Doji complains about being tricked with food. The goddess tries to stop the two pets, warning that they aren't strong enough to face that monster on their own, but it is too late. Doji and Ari activate their massive divine forms, revealing themselves to be a colossal boar and an imposing, powerful fire phoenix. The fire phoenix swoops down from the sky at top speed against the red rift, unleashing a devastating attack to finish off the enemy once and for all. But a terrifying counterattack hits them head-on, triggering an explosion of energy that sends the divine pets flying without mercy. The chick tries to act victorious, asking if the villain enjoyed the fire kick, but the monster doesn't even budge, remaining untouched in the smoke. Right after, both pets take a massive blast of purple electricity that fries their little bodies, reverting them back to normal. The pig and the chick slam onto the dirt floor completely knocked out, eyes spinning after taking a beating from the dark invader. The goddess in plant form runs frantically toward her fallen companions, asking if they are alive after taking such a hit. Meanwhile, the terrifying dimensional crack keeps expanding across the temple sky, releasing even more dark and threatening energy. Seeing how dire the situation is, the tiny goddess makes a tough call, deciding to spend the points her apostle worked so hard to earn. But before she can cast her magic, Rohan the Swordmaster appears like a true hero, sprinting past her with his massive sword. The red-haired warrior leaps toward the dimensional threat, delivering a powerful slash against the rift to defend the sacred temple. Rohan charges forward, landing a vertical strike with extreme precision against the rift threatening the sanctuary. The attack triggers a bright explosion, completely destroying the invading monster's energy portal. The goddess peeks from the side, still terrified by the force of the impact, and sighs in relief upon seeing the threat has vanished. Rohan sheathes his massive blade with total calm and elegance, maintaining the imposing stance of an elite warrior. The tiny inhabitants of the temple watch the warrior walk away, knowing they are only alive thanks to his strength. The swordsman approaches the tiny goddess and gives a respectful bow, leaving the little plant quite confused. Right after, Rohan sits down calmly on the ground and starts digging through his clothes for something. He pulls out his usual juicy imperial apple, and the sweet aroma of the fruit instantly catches Doji the pig's attention. The hungry pig wakes up drooling at the delicious smell, while Ari the chick still tries to focus on the battle against the monster. Without wasting time, the two start devouring the pieces of imperial fruit that fell to the ground, savoring its unique flavor. The goddess comments to the chick that they now owe the swordsman a huge favor, concluding he must be a good person after all. Suddenly, the young apostle comes running over frantically in the distance, screaming for everyone at the top of his lungs. Chan Su arrives out of breath and deeply worried, asking if everyone made it through that bizarre dimensional attack unscathed. Ari the chick starts yelling in outrage, asking if they look fine to him, calling the young apostle a dummy out of pure anger. The little creature keeps scolding the young man for vanishing during the danger, while Doji the pig sleeps soundly on a full belly. The prota looks embarrassed by the lecture and mentions with his head down that he heard Rohan helped out big time to protect them. The young man gives a sincere bow of gratitude to his red-haired friend for saving the whole clan from the terrible occupancy parasite. Rohan takes a huge bite of his imperial apple and dismissively remarks that he only sliced the pest because it was in his way. The swordsman thinks the block's issue is solved, but the prota knows full well that the real headache is just getting started. Rohan looks confused by the negative response, and the bespectacled wizard asks if he failed to eliminate the danger completely. The young apostle wears a grim look and warns with absolute certainty that this was just the beginning of a much larger problem. The swordmaster stares at the young man seriously, agreeing that these parasites will keep popping up in the territory from now on. The prota is shocked by his friend's statement, asking what he means by the parasite threat not being over yet. The redhead reveals in a mysterious tone that what he sliced with his massive sword was just a tiny fraction of the entire plague. Rohan describes seeing an endless swarm of terrifying insects inside that dimensional rift, with something even worse hiding behind them. The prota asks what else could be inside, and the warrior theorizes there must be a central host creature acting as the queen. The wizard adjusts his glasses and agrees that since these monsters don't reproduce on their own, a leader must be controlling the plague. He points out that the big question now is understanding why the parasites revealed themselves so suddenly and attacked that specific area. The young man concludes their target is the sacred temple, since, being a special block, the monsters plan to take over the spot entirely. Unlike the other blocks, the prota notices that the sanctuary's occupancy rights are still working perfectly in the system. Rohan asks what their game plan is, and the young farmer admits he has no clue what they can do against this. The tiny pets stand together, determined with tears in their eyes, as the Prota states they must protect the temple no matter what. The young apostle puts on a look of absolute determination, solemnly swearing he will do whatever it takes to defend his home and friends. But the bespectacled wizard immediately ruins the heroic moment, realistically asking how exactly he plans to mount a defense all by himself. The young man smiles and jokingly replies that if there isn't a ready-made bug spray on the market, he will just make one from scratch. The man asks how he intends to invent that, and Chansu proudly reminds him he is the apostle of abundance, capable of working miracles. He explains he has already enhanced the functions of various crops in the territory while creating boosters and testing different herbal blends. With all that practical experience, the young man guarantees he can formulate a test version using specific plants from the farm. The young man plans to ask his business partner, Hai Soo-jin, for some rare saplings, while the wizard remains quite skeptical of the idea. A few days pass, and the story moves forward to show the territory's lush green forest on a sunny, peaceful morning. The wizard asks if it was really necessary to walk to that distant location, and the young man explains that the forest block is already contaminated. The Prota warns it would be a disaster to test near the temple, making the infected forest the perfect lab for their experiment. He adjusts his backpack and says they need to act as quickly as possible, while Rohan stands guard, keeping an eye on the surroundings. The bespectacled wizard asks if the young apostle really brought the special poison, and the chef guarantees everything is safely packed right there. But upon unzipping the bag, the young man gets a huge fright as little Hammy jumps out of the backpack, letting out a cheerful squeak of surprise. The Prota scolds the pet, reminding her he told her to stay safe at the temple because that forest area is extremely dangerous. The hamster puts on a guilt-inducing face that instantly disarms any scolding, and the young man gives in, letting her stay as long as she sticks right by his side. The young man rummages through the bottom of his backpack and pulls out the glass vial containing the test poison pills, confirming everything is intact. Before starting the test, the Prota opens the system panel to try and buy back the occupancy rights for that forest block. The system confirms the purchase of the infected block, and the young man gulps, mentally preparing himself to face whatever comes next. Chansu scans the area and notices things look quiet for now, since the infestation symptoms are usually invisible. The young man talks with the wizard to make sure the monsters haven't decided to invade the neighboring territory and cause even more headaches. Determined to solve this mystery, the young farmer pulls a mysterious pouch of experimental medicine from his pocket to start the test. Without a second thought, he swallows the pills all at once, hoping that Crazy Mix actually produces some practical effect. The young man sighs in relief as a system message alerts him that he has finally lost the occupancy rights to that glitched block. With a bright smile, the Prota celebrates that his crazy plan to glitch the system and get rid of the territory worked like a charm. Spotting an immediate reaction in the soil, Chansu gets ready to test a high-quality pesticide to exterminate the area once and for all. The bespectacled wizard gets worried about the black smoke and asks if he isn't going overboard, but the young man warns that extermination has to be heavy-duty. Wrapped in that cloud of smoke, the young farmer prays the poison is strong enough to at least weaken the creatures. Curious about his allies' gear, the wizard asks about that strange sword the Prota is carrying at his waist, which he had never seen before. Chansu draws a fully flexible sword and proudly explains he obtained this unique weapon through his alchemy experiments. Even though its durability is pretty low, the young man explains that the blade's flexibility makes it perfect for severing the necks of crawling creatures. He takes a close look at the exotic shape of the curved sword, concluding it will be extremely useful for slicing enemies that try to pounce on him. Suddenly, the wizard points frantically ahead, revealing a massive and terrifying reddish dimensional rift tearing open right out of nowhere. The young man grips his weapon tightly and dares the monsters to show themselves, wondering if they dissolved in midair before even coming out. To everyone's surprise, what comes out of that scary portal is just a tiny, round, fluffy monster that tumbles onto the ground. The Prota gets completely bewildered staring at that cute little creature, which lets out a friendly squeak instead of a monstrous roar. Right after, other fluffy monsters start popping up, leaving the young man unable to comprehend if this is truly a terrifying system calamity. Chan-Su remarks that those little critters look way too harmless to be a real threat, while the wizard confesses he has never seen them before either. But the peace is short-lived as an endless wave of those furry monsters starts pouring desperately out of the rift. The young man readies himself for combat, but gets puzzled upon realizing the creatures are so round he can't even find their necks. The bespectacled wizard senses the real danger and makes a face of pure panic, noticing the cute little critters are about to reveal their true nature. The man screams desperately for the Prota to fall back, while using his light magic to try and protect the group from that bizarre horde. Suddenly, the furry bodies of the monsters split right down the middle, exposing massive jaws packed with sharp, terrifying teeth. The cute little critters transform into giant, monstrous insects, drooling with hunger and ready to devour anything in their path. The wizard screams for his companion to be careful as one of the giant monsters leaps full force toward him, flashing a massive tongue. Keeping his cool, the Prota activates his special decapitation skill while wielding his curved sword with razor-sharp precision. The system crosshair locks perfectly onto the giant insect's weak spot, marking its monstrous jaw for the young man's fatal strike. With a swift movement, Chan-Su delivers a precise slash that rips the monster in half, spraying dark blood everywhere. Even surrounded by several of those hungry beasts, the young farmer stays calm and prepares to leverage his new weapon's flexibility. The young man fixes his sharp gaze on the enemy's movements, waiting for the exact moment they all try to attack together at once. In the blink of an eye, he spins his body with full force, executing a devastating circular slash that chops multiple monsters to pieces in midair. Chan-Su casually wipes his blade and remarks that he figured combat would be easy ever since his days hunting the undead. The bespectacled wizard watches the whole thing in absolute shock, blown away by the young farmer's overwhelming combat prowess. But before he can celebrate, the man is blindsided by one of those furry critters leaping straight at his face. The creature slams right into the wizard's face, while Chan-Su calmly asks him to hold Hammy the hamster so she doesn't get in the way of the rest of the fight. The Prota flashes a confident smile upon noticing the monsters have finally exposed their necks, making his blade's job a whole lot easier. He activates his mass decapitation to slice through everything in sight, leaving the wizard relieved to have such a powerful warrior by his side. The sliced monsters drop lifeless onto the forest floor, quickly melting into a pool of foul yellow slime. Completely drained after so much effort, the Prota collapses onto the dirt floor, breathing a sigh of relief now that the intense battle is over. The wizard approaches holding the hamster and praises the young man for his excellent combat performance while holding the frightened pet. They watch the red dimensional rift close up completely, but the young man laments the fact that the queen entity never showed up. Chan-Su analyzes the creature's remains and realizes the experimental poison he created still lacks the perfect effectiveness he wanted so badly. The wizard agrees and compares the poison to his own combat boosters, which help out during fights but don't actually fix the root problem. With a discouraged sigh, the young farmer accepts that asking for perfection on the first try was a stretch, but his ally tries to cheer him up. The man pets Hammy and tells him to have more confidence in himself, since managing to track down these rare creatures was an unprecedented feat in itself. The wizard reminds him that the Prota ordered some very special new bug-repelling plants, assuring him that the results will be top-notch with those. Feeling much more motivated by his companion's support, the young man smiles warmly and offers a sincere thanks for the encouraging words. As they walk back, the young man wonders if his business partner got delayed because of the terrible parasites invading other tribes. The wizard reassures the young man, saying she should arrive soon, but both are interrupted by someone shouting Chan-Su's name at the top of their lungs. Hai Sujin arrives, running out of breath, apologizing for being late and asking if everything is okay over there. The young woman greets Wizard Bak Han-gyul with quite a bit of surprise, noticing he decided to stick around as well. Curious about the new presence, the young man asks who that mysterious person accompanying the merchant is. The visitor steps forward with a friendly wave, saying it is great to meet the Prota again. The person formally introduces themselves as Edwin Paracelsus, revealing they are a researcher from the alchemy faction. Chon-Su instantly remembers that this person was the same crazy researcher who managed the water dungeon. The prota greets Edwin with a friendly handshake, introducing himself as a member of the Abundance faction. The young farmer gets curious and asks what could have brought the alchemist to his territory along with Hai Su-jin. The scientist explains that the two of them simply bumped into each other along the way and that she actually has her own goals there. Suspicious of that sudden friendliness, the young man demands to know the real motive behind that unexpected visit. With a determined look, the researcher places her hand on her chest and announces that her wish is to be hired by him. Chan-Su doesn't get why someone from alchemy would want to work with Abundance until she reveals she wants to study the water spirit. The young man turns thoughtful, realizing that woman's research obsession made her ignore any danger just to come all the way here. She tries to hide her over-the-top excitement, telling him not to worry since she also brought along some medical gear. The young man compliments her bravery, and the scientist freaks out with joy, confessing she didn't want to miss a single second of the slime's growth. She confesses she wanted to come the very same day, but had to settle paperwork, while the system awards responsibility points to the young man. The young man asks if she plans to use strange drugs in her experiments, leaving the little hamster completely terrified by the thought. Chan-Su asks if she intends to dissect the creatures, and the scientist quickly denies it, guaranteeing she will only perform ecological observations. The young farmer accepts the terms, allowing her to stay at the camp to work under his conditions. Edwin agrees to work for free in exchange for room and board, while the young man asks for her help to research a crucial matter. Chan-Su gets suspicious of that offer sounding too good to be true, wondering if that mysterious scientist isn't hiding some secret motive. With few options at the moment, the young man decides hiring the scientist is the best move to help him out on the farm. He shifts his focus to his backpack, knowing the top priority right now is developing a remedy to eliminate the terrible parasite. The young man decides to hold off on the rest of the chat until everything is properly finalized and organized in the area. He turns to Su-jin and asks about the goods he ordered, and the young woman excitedly announces she brought everything he requested. The merchant hands over a bag full of garlic and cloves, guaranteeing the mixture will have a devastating effect against the local pests. Holding the smelly package, the prota wonders if a system calamity would be capable of taking on a human form in this world. The young man reveals he plans to use those strong-smelling ingredients to create a cure for the occupancy rights parasite. Edwin goes into utter shock upon hearing the parasite's name, remembering that plague is considered one of the 7 great calamities. The prota asks if the challenge will be too tough for her, but the scientist guarantees with full motivation that she will solve the problem. The researcher celebrates, saying analysis is her specialty, while Su-jin pulls the young man aside to give him a serious warning. The merchant shares that a faction sent an apology invitation, promising to cancel the revocation if they keep sending supplies. The young man asks if it is safe to enter human territory because of the plagues, but the young woman assures him the invitation grants free passage. Chan-Su asks about the trip back, and the merchant's worried expression makes it crystal clear that returning from there would be an almost impossible task. She reveals they have already sent an official recall order for the bespectacled wizard, who stands completely shocked upon hearing the news. The prota finds it insanely hypocritical of that faction to act so friendly and reasonable after everything they pulled. The young man gives a sarcastic wink, realizing their plan is merely to delay the production of his famous energy booster. He notices his business partner's discouraged look and starts thinking she is genuinely concerned for his well-being. Chan-Su tries to cheer up his companion, telling her not to be sad since at least her information helped the group out a lot. The young woman turns completely red and thanks him for the sweetness with an adorable smile that melts away any tense mood. Su-jin warns there are rumors that items coming from outside human territory are infecting people with mysterious parasites. The wizard asks if that sabotage is also the work of the enemy faction, but the prota prefers not to jump to conclusions. The young man explains that many want to crash their market because of the monopoly on imperial apples, while the scientist remains clueless about the topic. He fears the people's outrage might end up growing, suggesting they head out immediately to resolve that complicated situation once and for all. The prota mentions he will go grab Little Bomb the Slime and sets a meeting with the rest of the group in the farm's west block. With a look of absolute confidence, the young man announces the time has come to crush some annoying bugs in the forest. Suddenly, the head of one of the skeleton workers falls off onto the ground, startling Edwin, who is jotting down notes on her clipboard. The scientist goes into total panic, seeing the headless undead running around frantically in a hilarious display across the farm. Chansu introduces the little blue slime, leaving the researcher fascinated by the appearance of that cute, mystical creature. She gets intrigued that a water spirit took on the form of a slime instead of a human shape, and the young man reveals its name is Bomb. Chansu asks out of curiosity if there are biological advantages to a slime body, and the scientist strikes a smart pose to explain her theories. Edwin stares at the young man dead seriously, concluding that the creature's only major advantage is simply being way too cute. The young man introduces Bomb and asks if the little slime is cool with being observed by that crazy scientist who just arrived. The little monster cheerfully agrees, bobbing its head and leaving the new employee super hyped over the permission. Seeing that everything is in order, the young farmer suggests they start discussing the hiring terms and wages. The scientist says room and board are more than enough, but the young man insists on paying a minimum wage of 1 imperial apple per day. Edwin nearly faints upon discovering that each of those rare apples is worth an absurd fortune of 200,000 gold. The prota outlines the rules of the place, warning that the temple is off limits and that she will have to live right there on the farm alongside the others. The woman falls into total panic upon realizing the local workers are actually a horde of undead skeletons. The skeletons casually gossip about how visitors scare so easily, while the two girls bolt away in terror. The undead supervisor barks an authoritative order, telling everyone to stop the chit-chat and get right back to heavy labor. Edwin is completely horrified by the thought of having to share the same daily space with underworld creatures. The scientist begs on her knees for him to reconsider her housing, claiming she will have terrible nightmares every night if she stays there. The young man tries to calm her down, explaining that despite their scary looks, all the undead are stellar employees of abundance. The young man assures her they are much better people than they appear, and that she is being paid extremely well to deal with that minor detail. Left with few options, the researcher accepts her terrible fate until she spots the friendly black cat passing by nearby. Edwin celebrates in relief at finally finding a cute, normal creature on the farm, happily crouching down to pet the feline. The prota and Su-jin go into total panic, screaming desperately for the scientist to back away from the animal immediately. Not understanding the reason for the panic, the woman keeps petting the cat as a dark, sinister aura begins rising from it. The cute black cat morphs into a colossal, terrifying beast, revealing its true identity as an apex predator. The scientist bolts away in sheer panic upon discovering the cute kitty is actually one of the legendary dangerous 7 calamities. The young man tries to reassure her, saying the cat is gentle as long as nobody touches it first, but reminds her she already made that mistake. The researcher cries in regret, wondering what kind of cursed place houses 2 legendary calamities at the exact same time. As the cat licks its paw victoriously, the poor woman screams for help, utterly traumatized by her new life on the farm. 2 weeks pass, and the story moves forward to show that preparations for the big battle against the plague have finally wrapped up. The prota takes his stance in the forest, wearing a special boot equipped with a giant metal spring to launch over the insects. He stomps hard on the ground, triggering the spring mechanism that hurls him at top speed straight up into the sky. Gliding through the air, the young man tells his tiny hamster to hold on tight while he readies his curved sword for the attack. With great agility, the young farmer focuses his attention on the crawling targets gathering right below him in the middle of the grove. He displays an extremely calm, focused expression as he positions himself in midair to execute a precise cutting movement. The young man unleashes a circular strike in midair that slashes the parasite insects to pieces before they can even react. Chan-su lands on the ground with absolute elegance and grace, proving his jumping training was an absolute success. He sheathes his magic weapon with a calm smile, celebrating that the clearing of that farm area is finally finished. The system notifies him that he acquired 2 more blocks, and the young man celebrates finally hitting the milestone of 100 territories. The young man remembers that the medicine developed with Edwin's help is perfect for preventing territory loss and curing those infected. He notes that now he just needs to make the poison work on the dirt blocks, but is cut short by a deafening crash in the sky. The young farmer stands in absolute shock upon spotting another one of those purple dimensional rifts opening right in the middle of the forest. The sinister magic crack tears through the sky with even greater violence, releasing a dark, terrifying energy throughout the entire area. Enormous, monstrous furry legs begin forcing their way out of the rift, revealing that the nest's true threat is about to emerge. Far from being intimidated by the scene, the Prota flashes a challenging smile and celebrates that he will finally face the enemy leader. The terrifying parasite queen emerges from the portal, exposing a gigantic body covered in black fur and glowing red eyes. The young man observes the colossal monster and gets intrigued upon noticing tiny larvae sprouting directly out from inside that fur. He looks closely at the details of the tiny creatures and realizes the larvae look nothing like their mother, except for the bizarre amount of fur. The giant monster lets out an overwhelming roar that makes the Prota shudder in disgust as a foul breath hits him straight in the face. The colossal beast charges forward with full force, opening a terrifying maw packed with sharp teeth to swallow the young farmer whole. The parasite queen crashes heavily onto the ground, shattering trees and kicking up a massive cloud of dust across the forest. The young man watches the violent attack and takes back what he said earlier, realizing the danger of that mystical creature is real and massive. He leaps nimbly through the air, drawing his flexible sword, and notes that the queen's mouth is identical to those of the tiny forest parasites. The system glows brightly on screen, notifying that the Prota successfully activated his powerful mass decapitation skill. Chan-Su launches himself with everything he has, landing a high-powered diagonal slash to slice the colossal monster before it escapes his reach. The gigantic queen displays absurd agility, managing to dodge the young man's fatal blow in a swift movement. The Prota widens his eyes in shock upon realizing his foolproof decapitation attack was completely dodged. The colossal beast counterattacks, swooping down with full force and slamming its sharp claws against the young farmer's curved blade. Chan-Su slides backward while keeping his balance, accepting that facing a real mystical calamity won't be easy at all. The young man looks at his tiny pet hamster, who is shaking with fear in the middle of that deadly fight against the insect. With great care, the Prota places the frightened pet inside his jacket pocket so she can rest in safety. The young man winks at the crying hamster and readies himself to resume the mortal combat against the gigantic monster queen. The beast charges forward, crushing forest trees, while the young man uses top speed to dodge the brutal strikes. He realizes long-range attacks are useless against such a fast target, and that decapitation only works by aiming for the neck. The Prota grips his flexible sword even tighter, concluding there is only one single way to beat that beast. Without hesitating, the young man launches into a direct frontal attack against the giant monster, betting all his cards on that single move. The parasite queen readies herself to snap up the young man, releasing a scary new attack pattern from her furry body. The colossal monster fires a barrage of tiny, explosive furry larvae right at the Prota to try and stop him. The young man dodges the projectiles and complains that calling in allies mid-fight is straight-up cheating, even if they are the beast's kids. With a confident smirk, the Prota gets ready to showcase the full hidden potential of his curved blade. The young man warns that enemy numbers don't matter and goes all out to land a final slash with his magic sword. He executes an incredible sequence of curved strikes that slice through the larvae and the parasite queen's limbs at the same time. Chan-Su dashes through the grove as the sliced pieces of the creatures fall lifeless onto the dirt ground, kicking up clouds of dust. The beast's massive jointed limb falls severed, proving the Prota's flexible strike was utterly devastating. Seeing she lost the battle, the queen tries to crawl back into the portal, but the young man spots her escape and dares her to keep fighting. He grips his curved sword and warns it is way too late for her to try running away with her tail between her legs from his territory. Activating his boot's maximum boost, the young farmer launches into a colossal leap, soaring high into the sky above the tree canopy. The young man displays a look of pure determination and shouts that any escape attempt by the queen will be completely futile. He drops from the sky, landing a devastating vertical energy slash to wipe out that giant bug once and for all. The young man lands safely and breathes a sigh of relief, watching the smoke clear while hoping that intense fight is over. Silence returns to the forest, and the Proto watches the remains of the colossal monster melt away completely into the dirt ground. With the situation under control, the young man tells his tiny hamster that the danger has passed and she can come out of his jacket pocket now. Chan-Su cradles the crying pet in his hands and praises her for a great job and for the bravery she displayed during the battle. The system notifies that unidentified points still remain, and the young man gets curious, wondering about the size of the reward he earned. The young farmer goes into total shock upon opening the holographic screen and facing a mind-boggling amount of accumulated points. He squeezes the hamster out of sheer excitement, celebrating that the queen yielded far more reward points than an entire horde of undead. The young man pinches his cheek to make sure he isn't dreaming and starts entertaining the crazy idea of starting a parasite farm. He thinks it would be super profitable to keep a few queens alive to generate infinite reward points in the farm system. Hammy puts on a face of pure despair, and the young man laughs, apologizing, but still thinks the idea of profiting off a calamity is awesome. Chan-Su remembers that insects evolve fast and jokes about mosquitoes surviving even the end of the world back on Earth. The young man fears a miscalculation could cause a bizarre apocalypse, turning the real world into a chaotic sci-fi novel scenario. He decides to think things over more carefully to prevent the bugs from building up resistance, when suddenly he hears someone calling his name. Hae Soo-jin arrives running and shares that she heard rumors the Proto found a foolproof way to eliminate the territory's pests. The merchant asks if it's true he already finished making the special poison, and the young man gets surprised by how fast gossip travels. Chan-Su suspects a spy might be leaked, theorizing the leaked info must have come straight from the enemy faction. The young man brushes his suspicions aside and proudly confirms the pesticide is ready to save all the tribes from that infection. He analyzes the holographic map packed with red infected blocks and jokes that it really would be a great idea to open a pest farm. The merchant notices the large number of red areas on the map and asks if someone didn't spread that plague on purpose. The Proto gets intrigued by his partner's sharpness, asking how she managed to figure out that mystery so quickly. The young woman explains that land speculators always pop up after major territory expansions, acting out of sheer greed. She shares that rivals used the parasites to wipe out the competition, but their stupid plan backfired, triggering total chaos. The merchant reveals a conspiracy theory that the faction that created the cure actually spread the virus on purpose just to profit. The young man gulps hard, fearing he might end up becoming the villain of the story, since he will need to take over territories to cure them. The young woman suggests it would be way better to sell the poison, rather than trying to clear all neighboring tribes at once with his own hands. The young farmer agrees, but asserts that due to his duty, he will make a point to clear at least the areas along his path. A metal helmet drops heavily onto the sand of a desolate desert, exposing the trail of a recent and utterly exhausting battle. The silver-haired warrior vents in frustration with his head down, clearly reaching the physical limits of his strength. The young man is revealed to be the third apostle of violence, furiously asking if that bizarre infestation was planned to wipe them out. His soldiers lie collapsed and completely exhausted on the desert sand, complaining that the whole situation turned into a total mess. He recalls that the tiny parasites looked cute at first, before revealing massive jaws against his troops. One of his female warriors uses her shield to block a bite from one of the monsters, complaining that they mutated into such hideous creatures. The apostle kicks an enemy away, swearing that if they hadn't acted fast, the troop would have been completely wiped out. One of his wounded soldiers mentions a rumor that the creator of the poison they used is supposedly a disciple of the legendary master Rohan. The silver warrior grinds his teeth in pure rage and envy upon hearing about the swordsman, feeling challenged by that creator's standards. With a vengeful glare, he accesses the merchant system panel, determined to leave a terrible review to ruin his rival's business. The warrior screams furiously that he will show the poison's creator just how scary and ruthless an unsatisfied customer on the internet can be. Meanwhile, back at the farm, the system notifies that a new customer review was just posted on the Abundance online store. Best of all, the young apostle has no idea his pet black cat already knew all the gossip before the system even alerted him. The young man celebrates listing the poison on a regular online shop, which made receiving buyer feedback super easy. The young man stands up excited to check the post details and see what buyers thought of his pesticide's practical effects. The pets Hammy and Bomb play happily, rolling around on the green lawn, completely oblivious to the young farmer's business concerns. The Prota analyzes the system reports, concluding the poison's oral consumption formula doesn't seem to show any major flaws. But the young man gets deeply confused upon noticing consumer reaction to the pesticide was totally different from what he planned. He comes across multiple one-star ratings complaining the poison is extremely tough to handle and almost killed the users. Another comment accuses the product of being a dirty scam to crush the competition, leaving the young farmer quite baffled by the complaints. But suddenly, the young man's eyes widen as he spots a shocking 5-star review right in the middle of all those furious complaints. The bizarre comment says that, surprisingly, the poison tastes delicious and has already helped 25 people quit smoking. The Prota stands in complete disbelief, wondering what kind of madness would make someone eat a pesticide and think it tastes amazing. While the black cat casually licks its paw, the young man panics, utterly unable to comprehend why on earth people are ingesting poison. The scene shifts to a deserted beach, packed with footprints and seagulls, showing the army of the Apostle of Violence is in the same area. One of the tiny insects leaps by surprise at the silver warrior, who readies himself to chop the invader with his heavy weapon. With a fast, brutal slash, he shreds the parasite in midair, splattering fluids across the fine sand of that tropical beach. The monster falls defeated, and the warrior rests on his knees, completely drained by the extreme fatigue of that endless battle. The Apostle of Violence laments his lack of energy, confessing he can't focus because of terrible withdrawal symptoms. The Silver Warrior's hands shake in desperation from not smoking, complaining that an Apostle of Violence should look way more imposing. He recalls how tough guys usually smoke cigarettes to look cool, lamenting that he is going through such public humiliation. The young man decides he needs to stay focused so he doesn't fall behind in the power struggle, grabbing the pack of poison sticks he bought from his rival. He stares at the flavored wooden stick, wondering if he should have saved a bigger stash since he won't be able to head home today. The warrior screams with determination that his willpower isn't weak, tossing the stick away, set on beating the habit on his own strength. But his determination lasts only a moment, and he quickly changes his mind, staring intently at the pack of poison in his hands. Unable to resist, the apostle puts the poison stick in his mouth and begins chewing aggressively, swearing this will be his final attempt to quit. In his cute form, he gets surprised to notice a spicy, sweet, nutty flavor, admitting his rival's poison actually tastes delicious. Amazed by the discovery, the Silver Warrior analyzes the piece of wood, wondering what the unit price of that delicacy would be. The merchant system panel begins receiving an avalanche of new, glowing 5-star reviews praising the product's flavor. Chan-Su yells in outrage seeing the posts, unable to grasp how his powerful pesticide became the ultimate smoking cessation tool in the mystical world. Hai Su-jin comes running into the camp calling for the young man, while the black cat simply watches the merchant's arrival with curiosity. The young woman asks if he saw the buzz around the reviews, and the Prota confesses he was already pretty worried about that whole bizarre situation. The merchant holds the cat in her arms and excitedly reveals that the poison is about to stop being a medicine and turn into a famous spice. The Prota gets utterly baffled, arguing he can get people trying to eat poison, but it makes no sense to use it in cooking. Stunned by the young man's innocence, the young woman asks if he really didn't know about the flavor, challenging him to take a bite of the stick to test it. Chan-Su holds the flavored piece of wood with deep suspicion, preparing to sample his own experimental creation. As he chews, the young man gets shocked by the amazing flavor, commenting that Doji the pig would definitely go crazy if he found out about this. He recalls that the healthy abundance effect prevents any poisoning, but points out that being able to eat something and should be eating it are two different things. The young woman explains that the unique spicy kick of the poison perfectly met the needs of people trying to quit cigarettes. The young man agrees, but asks what she meant by trendy seasoning, since there shouldn't be that many people consuming the product out there. Hai Soo-jin remarks that the prota seems a bit out of the loop, deciding to explain how the world's population is divided between devoters and apostles. She breaks down that world natives are devoters, while people summoned directly from Earth like them take on the role of apostles. The young woman explains that regular citizens don't hold occupancy rights, so they remain safe from infestations, opening up room for shady merchants to act. Shrewd merchants spread fake contamination rumors just to force panicked people into buying pesticides in bulk. Fortunately, the plagues don't harm civilians, but the reckless use of the product ended up causing massive inconvenience across the territory. In this bizarre scenario, rumors spread that the abundance poison was the perfect cure to help people quit smoking for good. To make matters worse, the merchant reveals people are now using the pesticide as a culinary spice because of its exotic flavor. The young farmer facepalms in pure despair, unable to comprehend why humans are being drawn to the poison instead of the pests. Soo-jin finds it hilarious, sharing that the poison has even been turned into chocolate and ice cream flavors, leaving the poor prota with a massive headache. The young woman presents a tiny metal box, sharing that merchants have already begun manufacturing and selling the pesticide in refined little sticks. Chan-Su opens the package and questions why they are making such tiny sticks, since the original goal was to attract forest pests. The merchant explains that the creatures come out one by one, asking when they will finish clearing the blocks packed with parasites. The young man suspects someone might be enabling the bugs to help them build resistance and ruin his pesticide business. Soo-jin laughs off the conspiracy theory and asks what the farmer's next moves will be from here on out. The young man admits he would love to ban improper use, but knows that in the end, how the product gets used is entirely up to the end consumer. The prota decides to launch a separate product line for culinary use, while the pets keep playing happily around him. He plans to shrink the size of the poison sticks so usage is more controlled, while Bomb shows off a cute little plant on its head. The young man asks his partner to urgently warn customers not to snap or cut the sticks into sizes smaller than the standard. The merchant asks if he truly believes the pests can build resistance to the formula, and the young man confirms that is his main concern. Soo-jin thinks her partner is being overly cautious, while the cute pets keep having fun, unbothered by the plagues. Chan-Su reflects that the danger is real since it involves one of the mystical system's 7 calamities, and that one can't be too careful with bugs. He admits he might be overthinking it, like she said, as he tends to harbor pretty negative thoughts about the farm's future. The young man even jokes, wondering if the god of negativity himself might be stalking his steps because of his constant gloom. The merchant complains that she grew gigantic plants for nothing, as skeletons carry huge garlic bulbs and colossal mugwort leaves. A buff worker groans in back pain while carrying a giant lemongrass stalk that looks more like a heavy wooden log. The prota observes the monstrous plants created by his abundance power, hoping things keep running smoothly with the harvest. The young farmer notices the bizarre look of the veggies, swearing he will never learn the communication skill just to avoid hearing scary things. Little did the young man know at that moment, his gut feeling was spot on, and a massive plot twist was about to hit the abundance farm. A few days pass, and the story moves forward to show the temple pets watching Master Rohan train his slashes with his giant sword. The tiny temple goddess in her plant form observes the surroundings with a proud, satisfied look at how the work is progressing. She puts on a serious face and reminds herself that her apostle shouldn't get comfortable thinking the current setup is already perfect. The deity ponders that great rewards carry proportional risks, concluding the young man is definitely facing dangerous battles. She notes he never comes back injured from expeditions, just as the Prota himself pops up, waving cheerfully in the distance at his goddess. The goddess realizes that for a skilled farmer, fighting bugs is just routine, praising the fact that he doesn't neglect the farm's crops. Thinking her apostle is overly competent, the deity decides she needs to grant him a new special skill to aid him on his journey. She strikes an imposing stance and calls for the attention of all the pets, who promptly answer with bows full of respect. The mystical little plant announces she will bestow a new technique upon the young man, and the pets root anxiously for it to finally be communication. The goddess fears a bug extermination technique might mistakenly pop up in the system, driving her apostle to abandon the temple to hunt pests worldwide. The pig and the chick chat excitedly, trusting that this time the Prota will definitely pick the long-awaited communication skill. The tiny deity agrees with the pet's guesses, recalling that this is already the third consecutive time the option has appeared on the panel. The goddess mentions that the young man's arrival is close, suggesting the whole group head to the temple entrance to welcome him with a celebration. Swordmaster Rohan turns around, surprised upon hearing the cheerful calls coming from inside the territory's sacred forest. Chan Su appears smiling, cradling his little pets, apologizing for the delay since he was busy clearing out a distant tribe. The red-haired swordsman notices the group's strange commotion, asking curiously if something important happened while the young man was away. The young apostle gets surprised, asking why everyone came out of the temple to welcome him in such a warm, festive way. The goddess presents the system panel, offering the set communication technique alongside a random option as a gift for the young man. The panel glows brightly, notifying the blessing of abundance that promises to grant a peaceful yet simple skill. The goddess proudly explains that the abundant land option is excellent for fertilizing soil, leaving the area perfect for crops. She considers that since the technique targets large plantations, her apostle probably won't need it right now. The deity celebrates in silence, trusting this is the perfect opportunity for the young man to finally choose the communication skill. The tiny mystical goddess clasps her hands, begging with sparkling eyes for her apostle to finally select the communication technique. She places all her divine faith in the young man's choice while he stares at the system screen with a hesitant, thoughtful look. Chan Su knows communication seems like the most logical, obvious choice to pick at that stage of evolution. But the young man recalls all his past shenanigans, feeling he lacks the moral high ground to pick a communication skill with the goddess. He imagines that if a nature-protecting elf found out how he treats his mystical crops, he would definitely get an arrow straight between the eyes. The young man prefers to avoid another headache in his life, concluding he manages just fine without understanding what the pets are saying. He already knows the pig just wants to eat, and that the chick constantly complains about his greedy farm companion. The young man notices that little Bomb the slime just wants to play around his feet all day, making cute noises. Meanwhile, the divine little plant herself keeps gesturing frantically for him to pick the abundant land option. Realizing even Hammy the hamster agrees with the others, the young man concludes there really is no reason to choose communication. With a mischievous grin, the Prota taps the holographic screen and decides to acquire the abundant land skill once and for all. The system notifies the new skill acquired, leaving the pets and the temple goddess completely frozen in shock and outrage. Chan Su plays dumb, seeing the sacred plant faint upside down into the dirt, calmly asking Bomb the slime for a glass of water. The tiny water spirit obliges, firing an absurdly powerful water jet straight at its startled companions. The jet hits the tiny temple goddess dead on, leaving Ari the chick in despair seeing his deity get soaked like that. The mystical plant stands up drenched with empty eyes, accepting that her destiny with that apostle is absolute ruin. Later, the young man remarks to the swordsman that he finds his pet's growth super slow, considering 3 months have passed since their arrival. He questions why the chick is still a cute little thing, and the pig remains small and docile, showing zero physical evolution. Chan-Su asks if mystical animals simply don't grow in size, and Master Rohan merely shrugs, not caring much about the topic. The young man brushes his doubts aside, set on testing his new abundant land special skill while the pets rest in the shade. The system explains in a holographic window that he can now cast the Blessing of Abundance directly through his new area skill. The young apostle points his finger, glowing with green energy, to test the spell's range, casting the Abundant Land technique onto the forest. He gets surprised to notice he can bless the crops even from far away, but regrets that this will also make weeds grow like crazy. Suddenly, Rohan, the red-haired warrior, radiates a dark aura of pure intimidation behind him, making the prota break into a cold sweat without knowing why. The young man realizes his friend wants him to use the power on the giant apples, asking if he really wants the fruit to grow even bigger than normal. Giving in to the warrior's pressure, the prota channels his mystical energy, blasting the abundance spell straight toward the distant orchard. The young man watches the spell travel through the sky, questioning if the magic will actually take effect given the huge distance to the imperial apple trees. A bright spark explodes on the horizon, and Rohan the Red Warrior bolts off like a madman to check the size of his beloved apples. Chan-Su finds the power super useful, but confesses he would have preferred a skill focused on boosting the farm's seed germination rate. The goddess's face appears in a close-up, revealing the sanctuary's deity is about to explode with rage over her apostle's stubbornness. She bursts into tears and starts screaming frantically, calling the young man an idiot for not choosing the blessed communication skills she begged for. The next day, the story moves forward to show the prota chatting calmly with the bespectacled wizard in the Abundance Farm's west block. The young man holds a mysterious box, commenting that growing normal seeds is easy, but his true wish was a skill tailored for them. The bespectacled wizard laments that his territory evolution score froze again at 79, showing he hit a roadblock. The man draws a parallel to college grades, explaining he needs something special to raise his rank from seed to bloom. The prota confesses he is making bad jokes to cover up the lack of answers, but the wizard asks him not to rush so much. The wizard adjusts his glasses and focuses his clinical gaze on the young man, noting that holding that specific score might have a hidden reason. He asks if the prota has read the famous censored scene from the mystical magazine, leaving the young man confused by the out-of-nowhere question. The man reveals with a sly grin that the magazine's censored scene was the most impressive part for him, startling the skeleton workers. Chan-Su turns beet red and yells in embarrassment, telling the wizard to shut up and use a filter since there are kid pets around. The wizard regains his serious composure, explaining they urgently need to find a way to neutralize the side effects of pure mind. He considers that they made great progress thanks to Baum and Edwin's work, but stresses the group still needs something way stronger. The man suggests using the dewormer experience to look for similarities, asking if the other apostles from the enemy faction don't share the same problem. The prota reflects that the previous tooth medicine should be enough for them, when suddenly a system alert chime echoes through the air. The young man widens his eyes upon noticing the red notification flashing on screen, and the wizard asks worriedly if a major problem occurred. The system message reveals that the dreaded apostle Lee Min-Soo of the Wrath faction is requesting immediate permission to enter the territory. A gigantic, insanely muscular man appears in the forest, glaring at the prota and formally introducing himself as the Apostle of Wrath. The colossal warrior displays an insanely embarrassed, blushing expression while removing his scarf, revealing a deeply personal secret. The feared Wrath leader turns out to be bald, asking with sparkling eyes if the rumor that Chan-Su holds a miraculous cure for hair loss is true. The young apostle pulls a hilarious face of shock and despair, wondering why on earth these ridiculous rumors keep spreading across the world. The scene shifts to the blizzard in Wrath Village, where leader Lee Min-Soo confirms there is no lack of supplies and asks the merchant if she needs anything. The big guy lets out a proud laugh, guaranteeing nothing is missing in the village, while the merchant breaks into a cold sweat, realizing the hair loss pun is real. The The Wrath faction leader stops laughing to grab the young woman's attention in a suddenly much calmer, more observant tone. He praises the young woman's hair, remarking that it looks way glossier and fuller than usual, leaving the merchant confused. The giant asks if she has been consuming something special lately, while the young woman tries to hide her surprise, claiming she doesn't recall anything. The apostle leans in with a knowing smile, asking why she would keep such a valuable secret from a longtime ally. He lets out a boisterous laugh, arguing their business is long-term, while the young woman maintains a deadpan face. Hai Soo-jin thoughtfully touches her own hair, starting to remember her friends had been making identical comments about her look. She recalls meeting up with her friends, where everyone praised the glow of her skin and hair, asking if she was secretly dating someone. The young woman widens her eyes, realizing the beauty market is massive and insanely lucrative, picturing a literal mountain of cash in her mind. The giant calls out to the distracted merchant, and she excuses herself, saying the only change in her routine was her new diet. She reveals with glowing eyes that she has been eating mystical black beans cultivated by the famous apostle of abundance every day. The young woman reflects on the miraculous effects of the imperial apples and hangover tea, concluding all of Chan-Su's products are true miracles. The Wrath Apostle widens his eyes in an intensely dramatic way upon hearing about the Abundance Guy's legendary skills. The big guy flashes a smile of pure satisfaction, realizing the young man isn't just some mercenary, but a top-tier, highly respected farmer. Soo-jin tries to warn him about his territory expansion, but the giant ignores the danger, guaranteeing that if the young man cures his baldness, they will be like brothers. He confesses his faction's initial plan was to attack the Abundance lands for expanding too close around the Wrath territory. The big guy flashes a radiant smile and passionately declares that any attack against the Abundance guy will now be considered a declaration of war. Soo-jin feels super awkward, trying to cool down the giant's excitement by reminding him the hair treatment results aren't guaranteed yet. Lee Min-soo's expression changes instantly, threatening to snap the young man's neck if his expectations of regaining his hair are crushed. The merchant trembles in terror, inwardly praying the treatment works, mentally apologizing to Chan-Su for getting him dragged into this mess. Back in the present, the giant warns the young man not to try denying his abilities, since the merchant already spilled all the secret details. The prota remembers the scene where his business partner apologized, crying, finally understanding the true reason behind all that desperation. The young man sighs, knowing the young woman had good intentions, but laments that mystical gossip got twisted in such a bizarre way. The Wrath leader glares seriously at the young farmer, asking if his faction plans to swallow the entire neighboring territory with that block expansion. Chan-Su defends himself, saying he didn't even know about the mystical village there. But the big guy warns that although they were ready for war, things changed. The giant points to the wizard and declares the Abundance Guy as the official savior and greatest benefactor of the entire Wrath faction. Bak Han-gyul pets the tiny hamster in his lap, playfully commenting on how the feared war leader was so easily won over by the young man. The wizard notices the pet's concern, teasingly asking if they are also scared of that colossal warrior's over-the-top reaction. Lee Min-soo steps closer to the prota, warning in a deeply serious tone that if that whole hair treatment story turns out to be a lie, the giant flashes a scary glare, eyes blazing with fury, swearing the young man will personally learn the true meaning of wrath. Chan-Su goes into full panic mode while cradling the mystical cat, desperately lamenting that he is just a simple farmer, not a miracle doctor. The system panel presents an educational block map displaying the expansion of abundance land surrounding the neighboring Wrath territory. The cute chibi version of Soo-jin presents the dangerous situation Chan-Su got into by angering the enemy faction, asking what will happen next. Chibi Merchant says goodbye in a friendly way, inviting everyone to keep following the upcoming chapters of that farm adventure. The narrator reveals Earth's dark past, where negativity consumed the population in despair before they were summoned to the new world. He details how the summoning card system worked for mystical worlds, where compatibility with gods was the main factor. He explains that negativity was rampant on the old planet, showing the split path apostles had to walk right from the start. Warrior Lee Min-soo appears in the past, welcoming new summons in the snowstorm area, warning that a cruel fate awaited them there. One of the young soldiers screams in panic upon discovering the Wrath faction's power exacted a terrible price, leaving warriors bald. Lee Min-soo appears in the past crying over his hair situation in the snow, watching his hair fall out in clumps due to using his power. The warrior cries in despair, swearing that if he had known the terrible consequences, he would have picked the negativity faction over Wrath. He complains about his cruel fate, but one of his soldiers seriously warns that wearing a cap or hood only worsens things by trapping heat on his head. The ally warns that trapped heat damages the remaining strands, and the warrior snaps, deciding he would rather shave it all off once and for all. The combat companion lowers his head with a sad look, confessing he had that thought too, but never had the guts to shave it off. He removes his cap, revealing a shiny, bald head, lamenting that the Wrath power inevitably extracts that cruel toll from warriors. The narrator considers that all new warriors thought they would be the exception to the rule, but in the end, everyone ended up bald upon awakening top power. Soldiers faced the cruel dilemma of staying weak to protect their hair or losing their locks to become legendary warriors. The mystical Wrath village was known for recruiting only the most ruthless and powerful warriors willing to accept that aesthetic sacrifice. Back at the farm, the giant places his hand on the prota's shoulder, trusting in a friendly way that they will find a solution for baldness. Chan-soo deadpans at the giant, admitting he has zero clues on how to fix his hair problem. The Wrath leader points to his own shiny head, begging to know how to bring the strands back to life after losing the top. The prota tries to be helpful, suggesting he pay a visit to the negativity faction, since resurrecting the dead is their specialty. The joke lands flat, and the brute gets so depressed over the sarcasm that Chan-soo immediately apologizes for the slip-up. Meanwhile, the rest of the crew watches the drama while eating popcorn, knowing that if the giant came all the way here, he must have tried everything already. Chan-soo sets jokes aside and ponders whether it would be safe to cast one of his support spells directly on a human. He decides to test the blessing of abundance on himself, and his hair instantly grows to an absurd length, blowing the giant away. Min-soo's eyes sparkle with excitement, shouting to know the trick behind making hair pop up so fast like that. The young man inspects the long locks, thinking the technique works well and could be handy if he ever wants to switch up his look in the future. But he quickly realizes the spell isn't flawless, since there is no telling if the hair just stretched out or if new strands actually grew. On top of that, the energy point cost is way too high to be considered an efficient, everyday method to fight baldness. Even so, the young man gives the Wrath leader a mysterious look, saying he has another method he would like to try out first. With a friendly smile, he asks the big guy for permission to run the test directly on his bald head. The giant charges forward, overly hyped, forcing Chan-soo to tell him to step back a bit, since the magic works perfectly at a distance. The young man holds out his hand and channels a greenish energy right onto the top of the warrior's head, who feels the power working instantly. The big guy shouts that the sensation is insanely hot, asking eagerly if his beloved hair has finally started sprouting. To everyone's sadness, the giant's head stays just as smooth and shiny as before, leaving the prota pretty embarrassed by the failure. The warrior asks if there is a skill that causes hair loss, and Chan-soo explains that the extreme heat from his power scorches his hair. At that, the young man realizes the issue is excessive technique heat, deciding to use a lab method similar to Bakhan-gyul's. The brute complains, saying an abundance apostle should know how to plant hair, and Chan-soo yells, telling him to go find a real doctor. The prota chooses not to give up, planning to make a medicine to change things while serving as a great stamina boost for the group. The scene shifts to the lab, where someone appears deeply focused, drawing on a tablet with total dedication. Edwin lets out a romantic sigh while secretly drawing cute illustrations of the water pet. She admires her own artwork super proudly, thinking how little Bomb the Slime is the absolute cutest creature in the whole wide world. Suddenly, the young man bursts in yelling her name, startling Edwin so badly she nearly sends her research tablet flying into the air. The alchemist hides her nervousness behind an awkward smile, and the young man tells her he needs a very important scientific favor from her. He shows off a jar full of walnuts and black beans, asking her to craft a super-concentrated blend effective against hair loss. Edwin accepts the challenge with open arms, starting to mix the mystical ingredients at high speed amid smoke and mini explosions. After tons of effort, the scientist adjusts her glasses and proudly presents a bowl filled with a miraculous black powder she just refined. The young man grabs the bowl and calls Little Bomb, asking for some mystical water to bind that herbal mixture together. Chan-Su begins mixing the ingredients on the forest floor, while the scientist frantically notes down every recipe step on her tablet. With the process done, the young man displays a dark, shiny pill, asking if the great Wrath leader would like to be the test guinea pig. Even knowing the formula needs tweaks, the young man watches the giant gulp down the pill all at once to check the practical result. The big guy widens his eyes and starts scratching frantically, screaming that he can feel hair strands sprouting from his head. The giant shakes with anxiety, asking if it worked, but the young man warns he doesn't see any hair, just a ton of smoke pouring out of him. Chan-Su decides to hand over the rest of the batch for him to test over time, promising to hunt down stronger new ingredients. 2 days pass, and suddenly, a much larger army of brute wrath warriors returns to the territory. The Prota gets startled by that sudden invasion, wondering why so many wrath guys showed up out of nowhere. That entire horde of buff soldiers approaches, staring at the young man with intense, expectant glares. To everyone's surprise, the warriors drop to their knees, desperately begging the Abundance Apostle to save their lives. The glare reflecting off dozens of bald heads together is so intense that Chan-Su has to cover his eyes to avoid getting blinded. The warriors admit they finally found hope to face their cruel fate, begging from the heart for a hair treatment. The young man explains that the rare ingredients he ordered haven't arrived yet, but the leader mentions they already have almost everything stored. Min-Su reveals the tribe's diet revolves around brown rice and black sesame seeds, which they sprinkle on absolutely everything they eat. He adds that everyone drinks green tea after meals, and Chan-Su asks, surprised, if they also have seaweed over there. The giant feels offended by the doubt and confirms they do, leaving the Prota stunned to realize they have the perfect pantry for the cure. The young man sighs in relief and tells them to bring all the supplies to the temple, sending the soldiers sprinting off instantly. He warns the brutes he can't promise a definitive cure, and that they wouldn't even believe him if he made false promises. But the young man gives a sincere smile, guaranteeing he will do his absolute best to bring back hair hope for all of them. The entire troop of wrath warriors cries tears of emotion, swearing eternal loyalty and promising to do anything if he manages to save them from baldness. Chan-Su gives a subtle smirk, realizing that situation is actually perfect for snagging valuable free labor for his farm. The young man prepares a huge outdoor feast for the Wrath soldiers, warmly inviting them to eat as much as they want. The dishes served are made with special ingredients grown under the powerful abundance blessing, guaranteeing insane nutritional value. One soldier asks in surprise if the young man used magic to harvest the seaweed so fast, and he simply laughs, replying it was thanks to his divine power. Bakhan Gyul savors the food with a satisfied smile, noting that exotic combination is perfect for boosting their physical stamina. Min-Su devours everything noisily, praising the divine taste of the meal, while the Prota enjoys watching that bizarre scene. Chan-Su looks at the top of the leader's head, mentally comparing his funny look to a nest packed with steaming ostrich eggs. One of the warriors bites his lips in extreme tension, breaking into a cold sweat out of fear that the young man's food won't deliver the expected hair effect. The Prota claps his hands warmly, letting everyone know they can grab seconds freely if they want to eat more from that feast. He knows he needs to maintain his flawless mystical expert persona, while the brutes politely thank him for the hospitality. Suddenly, one of the soldiers widens his eyes as a mysterious electric shock hits the top of his bald head directly. The brute jumps out of his chair, yelling in surprise, and Chan Su wonders in alarm if the food ended up harming the warrior. The other battle companions look on shocked, pointing at his head, shouting desperately that something has finally started growing there. The soldier sheds tears of pure emotion, touching the top of his head and realizing his beloved hair has finally started growing back. Cheering erupts across the feast, with everyone weeping in celebration upon noticing the hair treatment actually works over a wide area. The warrior hugs Chan Su, crying tears of gratitude, emotionally declaring that from that day on, the abundance and wrath factions are one. He confesses he doubted a simple meal could work miracles, but the young man reflects that the key was gradually tweaking their physical constitution. Chan Su breaks up the party mood, warning that it is way too early to truly relax, leaving the cured soldier pretty confused. He explains that the main issue is hair loss triggered by the heat of wrath power, suggesting they do a friendly spar to test it out. The two brutes start throwing powerful strikes in the middle of the clearing, releasing a wave of intense heat due to their techniques. Leader Min-Su watches everything with an intensely locked-in look, while the warriors keep fighting with all their might. Chan Su shields himself from the hot gust of wind, impressed by the Wrath faction's devastating power, knowing he can't sleep on those guys. The bespectacled wizard watches the training nostalgically, commenting that he remembers well back when he had all that youthful energy too. The young man halts the spar for safety, and the soldier asks, sweating nervously, if his hair ended up falling out again after the physical effort. The prota holds up a mirror for the warrior, who lets out a joyful scream upon seeing his new locks are still holding strong right there. Chan Su feels suspicious, suggesting the soldier try rubbing his scalp to ensure the strands are really locked into the roots. The young man playfully teases that he shouldn't settle for looking like a boiled egg covered in moss, hurting the poor warrior's feelings. The soldier rubs his head hard to prove his new hair can take the side effects of his skills. To his despair, every single strand falls out instantly into his hand, and the big guy cries, shouting against his cruel, unfair fate. Chan Su realizes the issue is far more complex, asking for permission to touch the scalp of the warrior kneeling on the ground. The soldier lets the young man investigate, and the prota instantly pulls his hand back, burned by the pain from the absurd temperature of his head. The young man complains that the spot is so hot you could easily fry an egg on it, making a hilarious mental comparison. He explains it would be a true miracle for anything to grow healthily in such a hot, hostile environment like their heads. The young man theorizes whether using some plant fiber or heat-resistant artificial hair could be a viable workaround for them. The Wrath leader makes a sour face, instantly rejecting the idea, saying he would rather stay bald than wear fake hair. Despite being scared, the giant grabs the young man's hands, begging for help, and Chan Su decides to find a way to cool their heads during battle. He spots the empty plates and mentions he will need a volunteer for a scientific test to see if hair falls out without eating the meals. Min-Su asks curiously what the experiment will be, and the young man explains the chosen one will have to stop eating his blessed feast for a while. The warriors exchange intensely tense glares, knowing the massive risk of losing all the new hair strands earned through hard work. The young man jokingly suggests everyone stop eating together to test it, sending the brutes into complete panic over the idea. To decide who will be the guinea pig, they quickly organize a game of rock, paper, scissors, shouting that the loser will face baldness. The soldiers reveal their throws on the table with high, dramatic tension, praying they don't pull the worst symbol combination in the game. The unlucky loser drops to his knees, lamenting that without the blessed meal, his hair follicles lose all strength and his hair falls out. Chan Su keeps serving fresh, special meals, working non-stop to refine his secret growth formula more and more. He analyzes a warrior's head up close, noting with satisfaction that the new strands are coming in much thicker and tougher than before. The young man teases that his hair still flies off like popcorn when his power heats up, and the big guy agrees, sighing in resignation. The young man walks away thoughtfully, muttering that maybe a hair gel with a cooling effect could fix the root's heat issue once and for all. Leader Min-Su watches the young man from afar with eyes sparkling with emotion, seeing that he truly cares about their hair struggle. The giant cuts into the young man's thoughts, inviting the Abundance Apostle for a guided tour of the Wrath faction lands. The tiny hamster on the prota's shoulder squeaks curiously, while the young man ponders if it is safe to accept that sudden invitation. Min-soo accepts the partnership on the spot, saying they should link their territory portals right away, since they are now considered blood brothers. The big guy leads the way, guiding the prota through the portal straight to Block 35, which serves as the Wrath faction branch. Chan-soo notes the frozen village is smaller than he imagined, and the warrior explains the spot is reserved exclusively for their most ruthless fighters. The young man concludes the place is used to extract resources from the snowy mountain, and Min-soo confirms, adding that training in the cold speeds up technique mastery. The young man notices everyone in the frozen village is wearing beanies, wondering if they are trying to cool their heads to avoid early baldness. However, judging by the sad looks of the warriors holding their beanies in the snow, it is clear the natural cooling tactic failed miserably. The Wrath leader quietly asks the young man not to stare too much, since his men are extremely sensitive about the hair topic. Chan-soo feels bad about the situation, resolving to focus on finishing his hair growth formula as fast as possible to help those poor men. The young man switches topics, asking about the snowy mountain flora, and Min-soo reveals a rare medicinal herb with freezing powers grows there. The prota realizes this freezing plant might be the perfect secret ingredient to craft his new hair-cooling gel. The big guy warns that the herb drains the strength of Wrath warriors, and Chan-soo theorizes the cold effect must cancel out their firepower. The young man excitedly concludes that if the plant really suppresses heat, it will be super useful to neutralize fire technique side effects. He double-checks with the warrior if the herb is truly a common plant, and the giant confirms it is, with no mystical catches involved in the name. The farmer flashes a greedy smile, realizing he can use his powers to maximize that ice herb's effects and cultivate it on a large scale. The young man already starts planning insane profits, selling the rare herb in the mystical market, while saving a batch to make the miraculous hair gel. A few days pass on the mystical farm, with imperial apples growing plump on the branches, signaling progress on new territory experiments. Little Ari the chick walks around suspiciously, wondering what on earth that nosy apostle is up to now in his garden. Doji, the pig, tries to calm his partner down, who keeps complaining non-stop about that confusing environment full of mystical updates. Ari lets out an annoyed chirp upon seeing Chan-soo carrying ice plants, complaining that the young man is bringing yet another stranger to the sacred temple. Edwin complains about the grumpy chick's noise, and the young man laughs, explaining little Ari is still super shy and feisty around new people. The prota thinks the scientist is a chill person who just wants to focus on her research, hoping the chick doesn't start trouble with her. The feathered pet keeps grumbling that the young man never learns his lesson, constantly pulling off dangerous experiments without consulting anyone on the farm. Chan-soo ignores the pet's complaining and sprints past with his high-quality ingredients to start the new alchemy recipe. The alchemist thanks him for the opportunity to work at the temple, and the young man friendly replies that he also needed her technical expertise. The farmer starts squeezing fresh aloe vera gel into the mixing bowl, letting her know they need to finish the refining process as soon as possible. He adds elemental water from Balm the Slime along with mint and eucalyptus leaves, setting everything to simmer over low heat in the test cauldron. To finish the recipe, the young man adds the freezing medicinal herb he managed to bring straight from the Wrath territory's snowy mountain. A bright golden light wraps around the vial, announcing that the powerful hair-cooling gel is finally ready for testing. The prota thanks Edwin for her valuable help, and she smiles proudly, saying that kind of scientific research is just her daily job. He also praises Little Balm the Slime for providing the high-purity mystical elemental water needed to give the gel its exact consistency. At that, the young man pets Hammy the hamster, who starts squeaking happily, claiming her share of credit for the hard work on the farm. Bak Han-gyul and Swordmaster Rohan walk over to the experiment table, asking if the new cooling product is finally done. The group hopes the formula is truly effective against the extreme technique heat, while the temple goddess watches everything hidden from a distance. The pets notice the mystical deity's presence, shaking in fear, wondering if she is pissed off about not being invited to the feast. The goddess runs over hyped toward the group, proudly thinking the young man is her #1 apostle and shouldn't be away from her for so long. She dives in and tightly grabs Chansu's leg, demanding attention from her favorite apostle, who spends all his time away fixing other people's problems. The young man gets startled looking down to see the temple goddess in the shape of a yellow root clinging to his pants in such an affectionate, clingy way. The prota pets the mystical deity's head, realizing he really has been super busy lately and ended up putting her on the back burner. Suddenly, the goddess grabs a tiny green sprig and runs off embarrassed, forcing the young man to shout, asking her to hold on a sec. He scoops up the tiny mystical deity gently in his hands, staring at her warmly and understandingly, trying to calm her down. The cute goddess nestles affectionately against Chansu's cheek, rubbing her green leaves on him to show her divine love for her apostle. The young man gives an awkward smile at all that affection, but feels happy to see his guardian deity finally regain her good mood. He says goodbye with a cheerful wave, letting her know he has to take a quick business trip to test the gel with his new Wrath allies. The young man assures her he is doing great, asking her not to worry, since all that mystical hard work will yield great fruits for abundance. The goddess strikes a proud pose, wishing her favorite apostle a safe trip, reminding him he will always be the top priority in her heart. As soon as he leaves, the mystical deity turns into a fangirl, jumping for joy and screaming with heart eyes that her apostle is the best. Meanwhile, in Wrath Village, the tribe's most disciplined soldiers appear meditating barefoot in the snow, trying to cool their bodies after training. The prota pops up at the village entrance, waving cheerfully to the brutes, announcing the ultimate hair treatment has arrived. The hamster on the young man's shoulder cheers happily, noting the new ally's hair has already grown a bit thanks to the previous blessed diet. One soldier flashes a radiant smile, thanking everyone and confirming the young man's help was crucial in bringing hair hope to the village. Chansu displays his new glowing green hair gel product, humorously asking if the Wrath leader wants to be the first guinea pig for the test. The brute Wrath warriors widens their eyes, staring at the gel vial with an intensity that would freak out any regular person. Sitting in the snow, they whisper anxiously about whether they are really going to use hair gel, and the young man politely invites them to try the product. One soldier scoops up a dab of the refreshing pomade and begins spreading the cream super carefully over the new hair strands on his head. The warrior strikes a handsome pose while styling his hair with the gel under admiring looks and surprised gasps from all his companions. He lets out a boisterous laugh, feeling insanely stylish and refreshed, while the prota watches the scene with a satisfied smile. Hyped over his look, the soldier decides it's time to test if the pomade can handle extreme heat, activating one of his combat skills. A strong wave of mystical heat starts emanating from the warrior's head as he concentrates to keep his firepower active in front of everyone. Chansu senses the danger of the hot smoke and yells, telling the soldier to stop the test immediately before he burns everything for good. The young man explains the hair gel worked well, but warns that for now, they should use the product only as a temporary layer of protection. He shows the soldier's hair survived, but the gel completely evaporated from the heat, suggesting a new tactic to fix the problem for good. The farmer suggests spreading the product directly inside a mystical beanie, and the brute agrees with the idea, proposing to test it with a spar. Even though combat practice went great, the prota wonders with a doubtful look if that tactic will actually make any real difference. The soldier refuses to take off his beanie out of sheer fear of seeing the outcome, while his teammate tries to yank the accessory off by force to check the hair. The teammate yanks the beanie off full force, calling the soldier an idiot, and the warrior screams in despair, fearing he lost his entire new head of hair. Chansu inspects the top of the young man's head, commenting in surprise that his look seems completely normal and healthy, much to everyone's relief. But he quickly spots a few fallen strands inside the hat, and the poor warrior instantly gets depressed upon realizing a small patch fell out. The young man warns that the guy fought holding back out of fear of losing hair, asking if he will be able to win real fights acting with so much caution. He concludes the only permanent fix is planting the freezing herb on their heads, but the soldier instantly rejects the idea in despair. The young man laughs, clarifying calmly that he doesn't plan on planting crops directly on those wrath brutes' scalps. He suggests planting the mystical herb on decorated beanies, or even creating something like a feather headpiece to make the look more acceptable. The prota even suggests a battle helmet with plumes in Roman style, but giant Min-Su gets skeptical about the idea. The leader finds the look interesting, but asks how the freezing herb would survive technique heat if the combat environment gets too hot. The young man reveals there is a mystical plant called endothermic grass that could help the process, though he isn't totally sure of the outcome. He breaks down that this peculiar plant grows by absorbing all ambient heat around it, but warns it lives in isolated, super dangerous spots. The young man notes that gathering supplies would normally be easy, but regrets that the farm warriors are super busy hunting parasites. Chansu asks the leader if he is sure the endothermic grass is really a plant, and the big guy confirms hesitantly as they walk. The prota picks up the pace, calling the giant back, letting him know they need to set off immediately on that mystical gathering expedition. The scene shifts to the bright blue sky above the sacred temple, showing tree leaves swaying gently in the territory's peaceful breeze. However, Tiny Hammy the hamster appears sitting with her back turned, wrapped in a dark, depressed aura from being left behind by her beloved master. Pets Doji and Ari observe their companion's suffering, wondering why the hamster remains at the temple with the goddess instead of following the young man. The pig whispers suspiciously that maybe those two are eating something yummy in secret, and the chick kicks him, telling him to stop being an idiot. Ari runs over to the mystical deity, asking if she is okay, and the goddess replies softly, trying to reassure the tiny pets. She gazes at the depressed tiny hamster, mentally wondering how dangerous that mission must be for her apostle to have left Hammy behind. The mystical deity blames herself for letting the young man leave alone, fearing her anxiety might worry the farm's little animals. She regains her energy, brushing silly thoughts aside, recalling that everything her apostle does is to bring prosperity to the temple and territory. The goddess walks resolutely over to the abandoned little rodent, calling her name in a super sweet, comforting voice to console her. She comforts the little creature, guaranteeing the apostle will definitely take her along on the next journey, asking her not to stay so down from here on out. The hamster gets deeply touched by her guardian deity's sweet words, weeping with emotion while letting out tiny, cheerful squeaks. The group of pets and the goddess share a warm hug, praying from the bottom of their hearts for the young man to return safe and sound from his dangerous expedition. The scene shifts to Block 42, where the Protas group spots a massive active volcano, and Chansu asks if the grass lives at its peak. The young man displays a relieved smile upon noting the mystical trek to that dangerous volcanic region went by without any major issues. However, the Wrath warriors accompanying him break into a cold sweat of terror, whispering and pointing at the young farmer's terrifying power beside them. Min-Su chats secretly with his companion, noting he already knew the sword master's fame, but didn't expect to see such power coming from Chan-Su. The battle companion trembles in fear, whispering that it would have been an absolute disaster if the Wrath faction had declared war on that young monster. Chansu catches the nervous whispers of the group, turning around to ask if something is wrong, but the brutes cover it up right away, saying it's nothing. The leader explains the place was wiped out by an ancient typhoon, suggesting they move fast before a new mystical disaster strikes that area. The prota walks casually along the lava mountain, but stops upon seeing the terrified giant pointing in shock ahead with wide eyes. Min-Su asks desperately what that structure is, and the young man smiles, explaining it's just his mystical sword morphed into a giant spider. The warrior stands jaw-dropped, confessing he saw the flexible weapon along the way, but admits he never imagined it could be used as a ride. Chan-Su calls the giant imaginationless for failing to see the brilliance of using his own flexible sword as a transport spider. Suddenly, a warning shout echoes, alerting everyone to an impending ambush on the lava mountain, telling all warriors to stay on guard. The prota looks up at the sky, spotting a gigantic creature flying at top speed straight toward the farm expedition group. Chan-Su stands jaw-dropped upon realizing that even the giant eagle attacking them was completely bald on top of its mystical head. The warrior slaps mystical hair gel onto his head and announces excitedly that with the pomade's protection, there is no reason to run from battle. The bald eagle swoops aggressively at the group, but one of the Wrath soldiers readies himself to throw a devastating punch at the flying monster. With surprising agility, the brute leaps straight onto the creature's back, leaving the giant eagle completely caught off guard. The warrior gets ready to finish off the monster with a punch packed with explosive energy, showing off his faction's true raw power. He lands the blow full force, slamming the eagle against the rocky ground, triggering a massive explosion of dust and rocks around the mountain. The prota has to shield his face with his arm to protect himself from the dirt storm caused by the soldier's devastating punch. Chan-Su thanks them for the mystical help against the danger, but gets confused seeing the brute carrying the monster's heavy body on his back. The soldier explains he learned from an ancient cookbook that roasted mystical eagle meat is a true culinary delicacy. He reveals the cookbook was left behind by a legendary gourmet and helped the group gain crucial geographical details about the mountain. Swordmaster Rohan, who was leading the trek back, points ahead, letting the abundance guy know they have finally reached their destination. The young apostle widens his eyes in excitement upon spotting the green fields of the mystical garden popping up right after the dangerous volcano crossing. He excitedly announces that the red-petaled thermal absorption herb is right before them, growing healthily amid the flowers. The giant wipes away sweat and praises the area's fresh air, noticing the red plants are absorbing all the excess heat from the volcanic soil. The prota suggests gathering resources quickly and heading back to the lab to craft and test the new thermal cooling product once and for all. However, subsequent research revealed the red herb had no other miraculous use besides simply absorbing ambient heat. With that, the group concluded that to save the Wrath faction from hereditary baldness, the freezing power of the white ice herb was essential. The fix found by the young man was crafting special crowns and hats, combining the properties of both mystical plants for the warriors. Chan-Su places a delicate green leaf crown on the mystical giant's head, who watches the scene with a pretty suspicious look. The young farmer praises the accessory, assuring it suits him perfectly, but the brute doesn't seem very convinced. The Wrath leader complains that the leaf accessory feels a bit too fragile, and the young man freezes in total shock upon hearing that insult. The prota snaps in anger, launching into a detailed rant, breaking down all the alchemy engineering behind the design and the crown's adhesive gel. Annoyed by the giant's complaint, he tosses over a pink flower crown, telling the big guy to wear that model if he isn't happy. To Chan-Su's surprise, the warrior loves the floral accessory, smiling brightly while the young man mutters, he doesn't care if the guy wants to look ridiculous. The teammate asks the leader to crank his mystical power to max to test the new flower crown's effectiveness once and for all. The buff warrior agrees to the request, beginning to build up his combat energy, releasing a massive wave of power across the clearing. The flower crown's power kicks in, releasing a bright, freezing aura that completely cancels out all the heat generated by the mystical technique. The giant touches his new hair, breaking into a cold sweat from high expectation to know if the young farmer's plan actually worked this time. He cries tears of pure joy, shouting in happiness upon verifying his precious hair remained intact even after using full power. The big guy places his hand on his chest in extreme solemnity, swearing eternal loyalty to his mystical savior right in front of his whole crew. He speaks emotionally, guaranteeing the Wrath faction will never forget that favor and that they will serve as the farmer's personal shield. All the warriors drop to their knees, promising to crush and burn any enemy daring to threaten the security of the Abundance territory. The leader cries, thanking him repeatedly for the miracle, while the young man smiles awkwardly at that over-the-top display of military affection. Chan-Su accepts the group's sincere thanks, but thinks to himself whether those Wrath brutes aren't rushing things a bit too much. The giant asks for permission to call him brother, and the young man reflects happily on the level of trust gained, though he still finds it all pretty bizarre. The new cooling hats and crowns, crafted with so much care by the mystical farm, quickly turned into a massive sales hit. However, usage of the accessories was strictly regulated, as the mystical crowns were allowed only for elite warriors of the faction. On the flip side, other mystical hygiene products and hair lotions gained massive popularity among the worried residents of the neighboring village. The young Prota celebrates excitedly upon realizing the profit margin on his new hair formulas is insanely high compared to the effort required. On top of that, he celebrates scoring dozens of buff wrath helpers to work on the farm for free, hauling his harvests. The young man flashes a proud smile, and the giant asks in awe about the insane amount of points the young farmer manages to stack up. The giant considers the young man's point return is unreal, asking if he gets system bonuses for making the warriors' heads abundant. The Prota confirms with a smile that the system automatically sends away larger amount of points than he ever imagined. The giant asks if the reason he gains so much power is due to his allies' actions, and the young man calmly confirms that is the case. The system breaks down that merchant Hai Su Jin generates valuable points for the territory through efficient supply circulation in the market, and wise Bak Han Gyul stacks points by keeping his mind locked on the purity of his mystical research, helping develop the territory. With that, the young man concludes with a pretty creepy look that the best move for abundance to stack points is chopping off giant monsters' heads. The narrator dryly points out that despite focusing on farms, the abundance faction is actually an extremely violent combat crew. Chan Su coldly calculates in his mind the exact time needed to draw his blade and sever the heads of all the undead monsters before him. The system screen displays a green alert, announcing that the promise of abundant skill was successfully activated, wrapping the young man in magic runes. With a swift, surgical strike, the young man executes his mass decapitation technique, tearing through the air and slicing the monster army in a single second. The Wrath Warrior watches that whole slaughter in slow motion, standing completely frozen in terror, witness to such a display of raw strength. The young man calmly brushes dust off his clothes, saying he just went to welcome the monsters, and the brute admits he will never get used to that. The soldier stands baffled, seeing the young man didn't catch a single scratch after taking on an entire horde of undead solo along the trail. He warns that mountain monsters usually leave behind terrible curses, but the young man counters, saying you just have to slice them before they start the spell. Chan Su breaks it down simply in his chibi version, explaining that if the kill is instant, the mystical creature simply has no time to lay a curse. The brute asks how he dodges everything while hunting hundreds of them, and the young man corrects him with a bored face, revealing the exact count is 443. The warrior gulps hard, remaining in dead silence, terrified thinking about how a simple farmer can be so absurdly overpowered. Night falls over the frozen Wrath territory, while cold wind blows hard through the snow-capped mountains beneath a beautiful starry sky. One of the mystical tribe's soldiers appears sitting in front of a campfire in the dead of night, deep in thought about his clan's future. His companion walks over, noting the young man's hair has grown now, but asking why he still seems so down and lacking energy. The warrior asks if his buddy could hunt an undead monster, and he replies yes, but points out the abundance guy hunts 400 of them every single day. The ally encourages him to focus on strength training, guaranteeing that if he stays locked in on muscle growth, he will reach that level one day. Min Su jumps into the chat, yelling enthusiastically that even though Chan Su isn't muscular, he possesses unbelievable combat strength. The companion gives him a friendly slap on the shoulder, calling him silly, reminding him abundance focuses on crops, while wrath focuses on raw power. He flashes a confident smile, arguing his tribe holds its own special evolution methods that suit them way better. At that, the military camp turns into a full-blown nighttime training center, with dozens of soldiers lifting heavy weights with extreme dedication. The camera zooms in on one of the warriors gripping an iron bar tight, pushing past his physical limits in the cold. One of the tribe's strong female warriors lifts weights with drive, shouting for everyone to focus on muscle gain without fear of fatigue. Min-Soo watches all that mystical bustle confused, asking why everyone suddenly got so obsessed with lifting heavy overnight. The companion explains that in the past, everyone avoided heavy workouts because physical effort trapped tons of heat in the head, speeding up hair loss. He adds that now, thanks to Abundance's miraculous feasts, soldiers pack on muscle easily without running the slightest risk of going bald. The ally mentions the game plan now is heavy training to clear entire dungeons, making the giant curious about why they are raiding catacombs. He reveals there are various abandoned dungeons in the region and that they need to stack riches and power to become legendary warriors. The warrior looks at the leader, explaining the group's grand goal is gathering enough resources to pay off their entire debt of gratitude to Chan-Soo. Min-Soo breaks into a wide, determined smile, getting his men's noble intention and gladly accepting the challenge. The leader runs hypedly toward the equipment, wanting to know how many sets are left so he can jump in and lift heavy with the team. The workout continues excitedly, with the giant helping his buddy lift the bar while the guy yells, complaining he is losing form on the exercise. A few days pass on the mystical farm, and Doji the pig remarks while lying on the dirt how peaceful the territory's vibe has been lately. Ari the chick agrees, saying the reason for the peace is that the farmer has been spending all his free time cooking and pampering the temple goddess. In the kitchen, Chan-Soo pops up in high spirits, nimbly chopping fresh veggies while whipping up another special meal for his allies. The goddess in plant form watches the young man cook, flashing a radiant smile of pure joy at the farm's harmonious vibe. She closes her eyes, tearing up with happiness, thinking how glad she is to receive so much attention and love from her dear apostle lately. The tiny deity silently wishes every day could be this peaceful, when suddenly merchant Hai Soo-jin comes charging in, shouting for the young man. The young woman bursts into the kitchen, and Chan-Soo greets her with a bowl of steaming stew, asking warmly if anything new happened. Hai Soo-jin wears a worried look, asking if the young man has been doing well over the last few days, leaving the farmer pretty suspicious. The prota tries to cut the tension with an awkward smile, but the young woman warns in her chibi version that a massive mess just went down. She seriously reveals that a new mutant parasite species has emerged, developing total immunity to the tooth medicine he crafted. The merchant breaks down that the creatures evolved and can now pop up on their own across territories, spreading terror through neighboring dungeons. The young farmer goes into full panic mode, clutching his hamster in his lap, begging to know how on earth the creatures managed to spread like that. Soo-jin explains the other factions got scared of the Wrath faction's military expansion and decided to pull back their parasite-hunting troops from the borders. Lacking the needed combat force, the burned medicines failed to wipe out the pests, allowing survivors to flee and undergo mutations. Chan-Soo clutches his head in despair, remembering the Wrath brutes had gone hunting in dungeons, wondering if that was a setup for the disaster. The young woman explains the new monsters are causing massive damage to humanity, and all leaders are blaming the war faction for the initial failure. She pulls a scroll from her bag, revealing the war faction sent a letter containing an insanely polite, formal plea for help to the young man. The prota gets suspicious, finding the request natural since it was their fault, but asking if brutal war warriors would really be polite. The young man opens the scroll and reads the elegant message of formal apologies, standing shocked upon realizing those feared soldiers really are polite. Soo-jin explains that the fact a massive, influential faction like War is acting with such humility means their situation is desperate. She points out the huge influence of his agricultural products, wondering if the young man can develop a new cure against the evolved parasites. Chan-Soo reviews the document super carefully, asking if there is no mention of a reward or payment for such complex work. The merchant reveals they mentioned payment with a mysterious artifact, and the young farmer asks excitedly if the item belongs to his faction. The young man gets worried, remembering artifacts require compatibility, wondering if the offered object belongs to the feared war faction. The young woman smiles mysteriously and shakes her head, revealing the item offered as payment belongs to a completely different group. The camera displays a dark, gothic castle landscape under a blood moon, announcing the mystical reward belongs to the Death faction. With a dead serious look, the merchant reveals the prize offered by the war army is a legendary, dangerous death artifact. The pets and the goddess pop up behind a tree, trembling in terror upon hearing about the scary Death faction that was wiped out in the past. Sujin explains that officially it is just a loan, but guarantees they plan to hand the item over for good if the farmer shows strong compatibility. The young apostle gulps hard, asking with intense curiosity about the history of that mysterious faction that was wiped off the map. The young woman shares that the Death faction had a terrible relationship with the Denial group, and the young man asks why she speaks of them in the past tense. She explains that Denial held techniques that defied natural laws, allowing their warriors to command armies of undead. Over time, the Denial faction ended up completely consuming and wiping the Death group off the mystical map during ancient wars. She theorizes they snagged the artifact during the invasion, but the item ended up lost since it held zero mystical compatibility with the conquerors. Chansu feels lucky it's an extinct faction, since that means no rival apostle will show up to demand the death artifact back down the road. Rohan and the wizard watch the chat from afar, and the swordsman asks about what the real effects of the mysterious death bracelet actually are. The prota looks at the scroll in his hands and asks the merchant what he should write back in the reply letter to the army. Drawn by the divine power of the artifact, the young man makes his call, sending word that he accepts the mystical cooperation deal with the warriors. Meanwhile, out in the farmyard, mystical cat Haneul appears playing happily, wiggling its butt in a super cute way. The kitty widens its big golden eyes in pure excitement, locking its focus onto a feather toy swaying back and forth. The young man has a blast playing chase with his mystical feline in the grass while waiting for the war faction messenger to arrive. He sways the feather toy and comments that the military envoy is taking a while to cross the map's territory blocks. Suddenly, a system alert announces Messenger Li Kang-hai is requesting immediate permission to enter the Abundance territory. The mystical feline makes a precise leap to pounce on the toy, while the young man quickly dodges his playful cat's attack. A beautiful officer wearing a white military uniform and cap emerges through the portal, revealing herself as the messenger sent by the war faction. The farmer greets her politely, formally introducing himself as Ochan-su, the official apostle of the Abundance territory. The mystical officer displays a dark box, explaining her faction seeks a plague cure, offering the artifact in exchange for technical support. She opens the velvet case, exposing a dark bracelet carved with raven details and a glowing red gem at the center radiating a black aura. The young man finds the bracelets look a bit flashy and cartoonish, but asks politely about its practical effects. Li Kang-hai breaks down that the bracelet rots inflicted wounds and grants a temporary strength boost to the user whenever an enemy is downed. Chan-su finds the item's mechanics super similar to those of the undead, asking worriedly if the artifact carries any dangerous side effects. The officer reveals that if the user's compatibility is low, they will catch a terrible death curse every time they down an opponent in combat. The prota breaks into a cold sweat, realizing the supposed side effect is actually a direct express ticket to total madness, making his hamster shake in fear. She clarifies that because of this, the war faction's intent isn't to have him fight directly with the bracelet, but rather use it to formulate a new recipe. The young man asks if the bracelet can transfer curses onto objects, and the officer breaks into a cold sweat, realizing she doesn't even know the answer herself. Chan-su decides the best way to uncover the death artifact's properties is by running a direct compatibility test with the object. He holds out his hand, and a bright green energy begins interacting seamlessly with the bracelet's dark aura, showing compatibility is solid. The young man decides to risk putting the bracelet on his wrist, thinking that even if he catches a curse, he has a safe backup plan at the farm. He glances at Swordmaster Rohan, who is chilling, eating an imperial apple, trusting his powerful ally can hold him down if things go south. On top of that, he remembers Wizard Bak Hangyul is nearby, a true master in high-level curse purification magic. The young man asks how to equip the accessory, and the officer instructs that bringing it near the wrist will make the mystical gem snap on by itself. He carefully brings his hand near the velvet case, preparing to launch the dangerous compatibility test for the legendary artifact. The bracelet leaps out of the case instantly, snapping onto the farmer's wrist, releasing a heavy burst of dark smoke and purple flames into the air. The dark aura spreads across the area as the carved ravens on the bracelet come alive, glowing with intense red eyes of pure energy. The young man raises his arm, watching, startled as the death artifact's overwhelming power acts directly on his body and mystical flow. He blushes slightly, complaining the accessory is squeezed way too tight on his wrist, much to the relief of the officer, who explains all he has to do is wish for it to loosen. Wanting to test the practical effects, the young apostle grabs a few pesticide wooden stakes to see if he can infuse his blessing power into them. He spreads the small wooden stakes across the sandy yard soil, getting ready to cast his abundance area technique right there. The young man channels his green power, but the wooden stakes end up rotting instantly with black smoke, showing the blessing was corrupted. The young man looks down at his completely rotted wooden stakes, lamenting that his valuable pesticide turned into useless trash. He lets the officer know he didn't feel any bad side effects, but explains he will need more time to get used to the mystical bracelet. Li Kang-hai assures she doesn't mean to pressure him at all, mentioning she will set up camp nearby until the young man is ready for the task. The prota gets surprised learning she wants to camp right there, asking if the officer really thinks the farmyard is a safe spot for that. The young man looks around suspiciously, pointing out that the territory's noisy vibe isn't exactly the ideal setting for a young woman to spend the night alone. The camera shows the wrath brutes hauling giant veggies and the friendly skeleton in a straw hat waving cheerfully in a pretty scary way. In the middle of the night, a desperate cry echoes through the farmhouse as the young farmer laments that his refining experiment ended up rotting once again. He lets out a long sigh, deciding to drop the attempts for today to get some sleep and try again tomorrow, staring at the rotten apple on the table. Right when the young man was ready to hit the sack and rest, a weird noise coming from the yard catches his attention, making him look out the window. He spots a noisy horde of parasites and monsters closing in on the territory in the dark, realizing he will have to deal with unwanted guests. Anxious to resolve the situation fast so he can sleep, the young man ponders if it would be better to take off the mystical bracelet to avoid catching a curse in battle. The young man tries to yank the bracelet off by force, but the mystical accessory starts glowing intensely, refusing to leave his arm while the monsters surround him. Unable to remove the bracelet, the farmer decides to fight even at the risk of getting cursed, sprinting toward the monsters with blade in hand. He charges at the mystical horde, delivering a heavy strike, deciding he will handle the invaders first and think about consequences later. The young man widens his eyes in surprise as the death bracelet reacts to combat in a completely unexpected way, releasing a massive wave of power. A giant spiral of dark smoke and purple flames sweeps through the air, wrapping all the invading monsters in a dark vortex of life force. Chansu stares at the glowing red gem on his wrist, totally baffled, wondering what kind of bizarre magic was just cast by the artifact. He realizes in awe that the dark bracelet simply siphoned and devoured the life force of all undead invaders at once, in a matter of seconds. The young man opens the system status screen, getting outraged upon noticing he received 0 bonus XP points after downing those creatures. Desperate over the loss, he starts shaking his arm and crying, yelling at the bracelet to spit back all the experience it had just stolen from him. Suddenly, scary black smoke begins pouring out of the bracelet's red gem, putting the young farmer on high alert in the middle of the yard. The young man stands jaw-dropped, seeing the spirits of the consumed monsters fuse into a single colossal dark giant right before his terrified eyes. The massive creature attacks furiously, but the farmer reacts quickly, activating his powerful mass decapitation skill to slice the smoke giant. Upon noticing the monster regenerates instantly, the young man realizes the creature is a fusion of hundreds of enemies, deciding to see who wins that clash. To take down the giant for good, the young man needed to land no fewer than 44 consecutive slashes with his mystical sword. He watches the creature's remains vanish into thin air, opening the system panel super curious to know how many XP points that tiring fight granted. Chan Su goes into full shock, shouting for joy upon seeing the system awarded over 10 million points after defeating the fused undead giant. The farmer switches stances on the spot, hugging the death bracelet with a greedy smile, declaring with glowing eyes that now he definitely wants the item. The young man decides he needs to hurry up and finish the war faction's formula to secure the mystical bracelet as payment, but remembers he has another priority first. He crashes onto the bed, completely drained after the night battle, mentioning he needs to sleep a bit to recover his physical and mental energy. The next morning, he wakes up and sees his little pets sleeping together peacefully under the blanket, breathing a sigh of relief at the room's quiet vibe. Suddenly, the temple goddess dives in, landing a direct punch straight onto Chan Su's face, completely ruining the farmer's peaceful morning start. The young man deadpans at her with a bloody nose, calmly asking what the mystical deity is doing awake at that hour. The little plant keeps slapping the bracelet dramatically while the young man patiently asks if her tiny hand isn't hurting from hitting it so much. The goddess bursts into tears, screaming desperately, calling the young man a fool for accepting that dark artifact on his wrist instead of trusting abundance power. The farmer observes the sulking mystical deity in a dark corner of the yard, commenting worriedly that she has been acting strange since last night. The goddess cries out of jealousy, grumbling that if the young man wanted a mystical artifact so badly, he should have asked her, since she could have made a way better one herself. The animals watch the drama unfold, and the goddess asks herself how the young man ended up picking such a creepy object while the farmer enjoys his mystical tea in peace. The tiny deity glares at the bracelet with pure rage, starting to curse the object with all her divine energy in the middle of the farmyard. She radiates a heavy, purplish aura, swearing she will use all her sacred power to destroy the artifact and defeat the rival death faction once and for all. The cute little plant shouts, telling the bracelet to shut its mouth, guaranteeing with drive that with her divine power, even death can be overcome by her apostle. The system notifies that the goddess used her rapid-fire punch skill on the mystical bracelet, but the attack produced very little practical effect on the object. The young man gently cradles the tiny deity in his hands, asking her kindly to stop the attacks before she ends up hurting her own hands. The goddess grows determined, swearing she will create a sacred abundance artifact so powerful it will make the death bracelet look like a useless toy. She weeps with emotion, declaring her artifact will top any dark object, while the farmer watches her with a pretty awkward, blushing face. Doji the pig watches the mystical drama with a sweaty face, asking himself in fear if the deity really needs to go that far over jealousy. Ari the chick slaps the pig, telling him to respect the goddess, and the narrator notes the deity decided to stick right by the young man's side to keep tabs on the artifact. The young man holds out his hand, controlling the bracelet's dark mist, thinking with satisfaction that that rotting energy will be a huge help for pulling weeds. The farmer inspects a clay pot, excitedly concluding the bracelet's energy can also absurdly speed up the food fermentation process. The young man licks his lips deviously, thinking he can use the new technique to produce high-end alcoholic drinks and make a literal mountain of cash. The adorable goddess of abundance pouts and assures everyone that her faction can do all that and much more, but the dark bracelet had another trick up its sleeve. The dark accessory actually functions as a supreme conduit, capable of summoning fragments of a dark deity directly onto the field. With this evil force activated, the boy manages to drastically amplify all of his physical attributes as well as the destructive power of his decapitation technique. Furthermore, the bracelet emanates such a heavy aura of downfall that it makes even the worst invading monsters tremble in terror before so much accumulated negative energy. Even Chansu's animals are completely terrified and frightened when they feel the terrible pressure of that curse that scares any living creature. The divine little plant stands in shock before the temple, unable to understand how such a sinister object could have such absurdly powerful and unusual effects. She watches the boy out of the corner of her eye, wondering how that lazy farmer managed to adapt and master such an evil power so quickly. While Chan-Su happily celebrates because the bracelet is more useful than he imagined, a dark voice from beyond whispers excitedly that the boy is its new apostle. This makes the land's goddess so jealous that she screams furiously, declaring that the boy belongs to her and ordering him to avenge himself on that audacious voice of downfall. With its body burning with pure rage, the cute little plant screams at the top of its lungs that Chan-Su is its apostle and no one else's in that world. In the midst of that confusion, the little slime bomb suddenly appears, shooting a jet of ice-cold water right in the deity's face to try and calm her agitated state. The other little mascots watch that soul-cleansing fight under a beautiful rainbow and conclude that things on the farm have truly gotten out of control. The goddess realizes that if she can't craft a better artifact, she'll have to find a way to grant an overpowered divine ability so she doesn't lose her precious boy. Chan-Su tries to calm the little plant by asking if it's feeling better, while the bracelet's voice continues laughing and swearing that the young farmer belongs to it. The boy remains confused, kneeling on the ground, while the goddess turns away, hurt and determined to temporarily postpone the release of that divine communication ability. She makes a very sad and tearful face with her eyes shining as she decides to give her apostle the cold shoulder to make him value her presence more. He strokes the leafy head of the mystical deity, who is already secretly planning a very attractive skill to win the boy back in the future. Several days pass and the routine of hard work continues at full speed, with skeletons and workers carrying heavy loads of vegetables across the farm. The farmer realizes that his compatibility with the bracelet is so perfect that he hasn't suffered any side effects and even looks much healthier. He holds his blue slime affectionately, wondering if this high affinity with the Death faction is directly related to his decapitation technique. Edwin suddenly appears and comments to the boy that the taste of that experimental pesticide mixture they created ended up being much more intense and profound. He is shocked to see the alchemist chewing on the pesticide sticks and worriedly asks what he will do if she gets sick from eating strange things on the farm. The scientist happily chews the shavings and praises the slime, commenting that products that look dangerous are usually the ones that taste the best. She assures him that the effectiveness of the parasite treatment has improved considerably, but the young man still wonders with skepticism if that alone will be enough to contain the infestation. Edwin explains that the parasites have developed resistance even against normal human attacks, and therefore it is impossible to give a definitive answer without further testing. The boy already suspected things wouldn't be so easy, while his pet hamster, Hammy, perched alertly on his shoulder, sensing the danger ahead. He clenches his fist firmly and announces with a confident smile that the only alternative left for them is to personally test its effectiveness in the field. Chan-Su thanks the swordsman Rohan for clearing the path and promises to give him one of his imperial apples as a reward for his excellent bodyguard service in the territory. The farmer walks across the dry land, holding his tool on his shoulder, and begins to observe the devastation around him with a worried expression on his face. He looks at the devastated land and comments aloud that the place is a complete mess and totally destroyed by the action of those invasive pests in the region. As soon as the boy set foot inside the territorial block, a bizarre monster leaped from the shadows with sharp claws, attempting to tear him in half in a surprise attack. With excellent reflexes, the boy draws his flexible transmutation sword and makes a quick spinning motion to deliver a precise counterattack on the monster. The system announces the immediate activation of its decapitation technique, and the blade easily severs the creature's neck, spreading mystical blood across the dry ground. Suddenly, a whole horde of furry monsters appears, leaping from all directions, while poor hamster Hammy screams in terror, clinging to his owner's shoulder. Without wasting any time, Chan-Su activates his powerful mass decapitation technique, creating a veritable storm of precise cuts that slice the monsters in midair. The invading parasites widen their red eyes in pure terror as they realize that the farmer's swift blade is relentless and offers no chance of defense. The boy points his imposing sword at the ground and asks disdainfully how much longer those stupid creatures intend to keep running straight to their defeat. He notes that the group of monsters attacking Rohan has also begun to retreat and flee desperately back to the safety of the dark forest of that block. Rohan finds the situation bizarre and questions how such resilient creatures decided to flee out of nowhere, wondering if the young farmer has become even more powerful. He crouches down to examine the dry soil and notices that the monsters fled in fear upon coming into direct contact with the stake of the new mystical pesticide that was applied there. The boy is confused when he sees a small creature timidly licking the pesticide stick hidden behind a fallen tree right before his eyes. He's left looking bewildered, not understanding if the mystical parasite decided to just take a quick lick of the remedy before taking off and fleeing desperately. The young man warns that he will have to remake the remedy from scratch because if the creatures continue to taste the stake, they will end up developing total immunity to the agricultural poison. Rohan thoughtfully suggests that perhaps it would be better for them to try a completely different magical approach instead of focusing solely on traditional medicine. He suggests casting a curse disguised as a mystical blessing, while the bracelet's evil voice desperately begs to be used by the human farmer. He scratches his head, laughing awkwardly, admitting that it's difficult to use the bracelet with such precision because his only real specialty is the blessing of mystical abundance. Suddenly, the boy's eyes light up and he realizes that the idea of focusing on blessings makes perfect sense, wondering how he hadn't thought of something like that before. He picks up a handful of dry earth and reflects that the blessings of abundance can be applied in infinite ways depending on how you choose to interpret them. He analyzes the dry soil and concludes that a land of plenty is essentially a very prosperous place where any mystical agricultural crop should grow strong and thriving. However, he knows very well that even in a year of abundant harvest, everything turns to dust and is useless if his cultivated plants end up being destroyed by pests. He concludes that keeping the soil completely protected from irritating pests is also one of the basic requirements for land to be considered truly fertile. The boy plans to expand the reach of his main blessing by using the fertile land ability and mixing it with other spells to purify the entire territory. He places his right hand on his chest seriously and proclaims loudly that he is, Chan Su, the officially elected apostle of the Abundance faction. He solemnly swears that that territorial block will overcome the cursed plagues and transform itself into a true, verdant, and very prosperous paradise. The boy extends his hand towards the sky and conjures his famous mystical blessing of abundance, releasing a brilliant magical wave across the dry field. As Rohan watches the movement with his sword drawn, a sinister sound of claws scratching the ground completely shatters the calm of the moment. A gigantic red crack opens in the air, revealing a monstrous horde of parasites emerging from the shadows with extremely bloodthirsty eyes. Hundreds of furry creatures with enormous sharp fangs and glowing red eyes begin to sprout from the dimensional portal, ready to attack the two. Rohan focuses his attention on the enemies and displays that classic, focused look of a legendary warrior about to slice through some annoying monsters. Chan Su shivers at the sight of the terrifying size of that horde and gives a weak smile while his hamster Hammy hides trembling in the corner of his shirt collar. He sincerely admits that the sheer number of giant insects flying towards him is indeed a little excessive, even by his standards. The swordsman prepares for the fight as the boy pulls out his flexible transmutation blade, making a stylish movement to face the horde head-on. Suddenly, Chan Su's blade is completely enveloped by that black and purplish smoke of downfall, which begins to pulse with an impressive dark energy. The farmer gives a rather confident smirk and, with the wicked look of the active bracelet, assures them that there's not the slightest chance they'll lose that contest. The young man runs towards the fight and throws his little hamster Hammy behind him, shouting loudly for the swordsman Rohan to catch and protect the defenseless creature. He delivers a precise blow that slices the monster in half while the sinister voice from the bracelet lets out a dark laugh, celebrating the true beginning of the massacre. The dark entity within the accessory cries out for battle, and the boy excitedly realizes that the more creatures he defeats, the stronger that aura of power makes him. He clears out the horde by jumping from side to side while the bracelet celebrates ecstatically, saying they managed to solve everything without Rohan's help. Rohan observes and assesses that although the boy's swordsmanship is only average, he is bizarrely efficient at reaping the lives of the pests in combat. The mighty warrior concludes that, after all, there is no need whatsoever to try to teach refined fencing techniques to a wealthy farmer. He shrugs, thinking that his mere presence is more than enough to cover any need for heavy fencing against the threats of the place. Rohan sits quietly and begins to chew on a beautiful, mystical imperial apple from Chan-su, while the little hamster watches him in surprise from the warrior's shoulder. The warrior comments, laughing, that they only came to test the pesticide, but the boy ended up exterminating the entire horde single-handedly and asks about the points earned. The boy is amazed to see that those chubby parasites have yielded a real fortune in experience points, filling his pockets with advantages. He extends his hand, calling the hamster back, and the little creature happily runs to his usual shoulder, letting out a sigh of relief at being far away from danger. Suddenly, the warrior notices the boy scratching himself strangely and asks worriedly if one of those disgusting parasites has managed to climb onto the farmer's body. In fact, the MC explains that the annoying itch is merely a side effect caused by the intense aura emanating from the black bracelet. He examines the mystical bracelet, finding the dark smoke a bit excessive, and wonders irritably if that bizarre accessory doesn't have an off switch. The officer joins the conversation to explain to the young man in a relaxed manner that unfortunately the evil energy of the death bracelet has no intensity control. Knowing this, the young man sighs resignedly and asks the officer if she happens to know what kind of thing attracts those annoying parasites to the territory. He explains that the monsters only tasted the pesticide and ran away, so he is planning to manufacture an irresistible bait to lure them all out of their burrows. Edwin rushes in to announce that she knows a recipe for a very powerful mystical bait, although she's not sure if it will actually work against the calamity. The young man's eyes widen with pure curiosity, and he excitedly asks the alchemist what the secret ingredient is that makes up this bait. The scientist blushes with embarrassment and apologizes to the little slime bomb in a rather cute and suspicious way that leaves our beloved MC intrigued. She starts squeezing and playing with the gelatinous cheeks of the water slime, asking her little blue friend to hold on just a little longer because of the test. Edwin hugs the slime affectionately and reveals to Chan-su that the recipe's mysterious ingredient is actually something the young farmer already knows very well. The ingredient mentioned is the sap of the mystical ostrich tail plant, but not the sap from the stem that the alchemy faction wanted, but rather the sap concentrated in the flower's head. Since harvesting this substance is difficult and laborious without help, the young man asks for assistance from the apostle of the muscle faction, who loves to show off his brute physical strength. The brute grins broadly and assures the boy that hard work is his specialty, telling him to leave everything to his steel muscles. Chan-su combines the sap with some very sweet ingredients in a cauldron and adds a generous dose of his modified blessing to create the perfect bait. The end result proves incredibly effective, instantly attracting dozens of parasites that come running from the shadows straight to the farm stakes. The boy happily announces that their job now is simply to hunt down and eliminate the pests, who are confused under the curse, making the task easier. The officer shyly clasps her hands together and asks if she could directly request a large favor from the young farmer, leaving our hero quite intrigued. She asks if the young man could help with the hunt alongside the swordsman Rohan, and the young man immediately realizes that this is a golden opportunity to make a fortune in the negotiation. He puts on a show and pretends to be swamped with work on the farm, commenting that the current harvest season in the area is bizarrely hectic and exhausting. The officer sweats profusely at the thought of the extra costs of hiring a swordsman of Rohan's caliber and panics at the price of labor for that service. Desperate, she offers another artifact of death as a prize, and at that moment, the young man breaks into a huge smile to welcome his newest VIP client. Thanks to this excellent contract, the pair of apostles began hunting the parasites without a second thought, and everything seemed to be going perfectly in the territory. While searching the neighboring block, the boy puts his hand to his forehead and notices with great surprise that the heavily infested area is completely deserted and without any sign of them. Rohan finds the disappearance of the pests bizarre, as the calamity wouldn't vanish on its own, and the system beeps, alerting that something very strange is happening in the region's forest. His eyes widen in surprise in the middle of the forest when a warning sound from the system begins to flash insistently right in front of his face. The system issues an urgent red alert announcing that the terrible bug of greed has launched a mass invasion and orders everyone to prepare for the attack. The boy is intrigued and wonders in surprise if this so-called insect of greed is actually the official name of that cursed pest that steals occupancy rights. The panel reveals that over 300 land blocks have already been fully infected and that all these plagues are coming together in his direction to attack. Chansu gives a slightly sarcastic, wry smile, though he's sweating profusely, and wonders if those little creatures were really that annoyed by his actions. In an emergency meeting, the wizard Bakhan Gyul forcefully slams both hands on the wooden table, indignantly complaining that the situation is utterly ridiculous. He dramatically explains that it is unprecedented and utterly bizarre to see one of the 7 great calamities focus its attacks against a single faction. The MC gives an awkward laugh and comments to his allies that it did indeed happen and that he probably deeply angered the pests. Bakhan Gyul adjusts his glasses very seriously and asks the boy directly what their plan of action will be from now on. The young apostle responds with a serious expression, saying that since they have been attacked, his only response will be to go there and take off everyone's head. The allies swallow hard in sheer horror upon hearing that statement and think with relief that it's a good thing this young farmer is on their team. He returns to his normal state and scratches the back of his neck, asking for everyone's help since the number of enemies is too great for him to handle alone on the field. The Apostle of Muscles strikes an imposing pose, displaying his defined physique, and enthusiastically declares that he has trained hard his entire life just for this day. The imposing warrior Rohan also nods silently and warns the farmer in his usual serious tone to leave everything to him. The allies offer to help in the fight, although one of them trembles with fear and quietly admits that the task is far too impossible for his weak abilities. Edwin says she needs to focus on preparing medical potions and advises that if anyone is injured in the battle, they can go straight to her to receive the necessary healing treatments. The young man reflects with relief that with Edwin taking care of the cure, everyone will be safe, but he considers that he cannot expect much help in combat from the Apostles of Denial. Knowing this, the farmer practically orders the Apostles of Denial to stay in the rear, helping Edwin with the laboratory tasks and the potions. The young man opens the digital strategic map in the middle of the table and begins to explain in detail the defense plan around the sacred temple to contain the horde of plagues. He divides the positions, sending the forces of Wrath to the left, Bakhan Gyul to the north, Rohan to the east, and decides that he will be in charge of protecting the rest. Bakhan Gyul examines the panel and notes with concern that there remains a completely unprotected strategic territorial block without any warriors assigned to it. The MC flashes that mysterious, sideways smile of his and calmly assures everyone that he has already selected an extremely qualified defender for that position. He looks down at where his black kitten Hanel is rubbing against his leg and announces that he will leave that strategic sector entirely under his responsibility. The allies sweat with nervousness as they watch the boy treat the mystical cat like a cute little pet, while he promises to reward the feline with a feast at the end of the battle. Holding the cute feline with both hands, the young man breaks into a huge smile and excitedly announces that he is truly counting on everyone's support and effort. The system signal shines brightly on the screen, notifying that the dreaded and colossal invasion of the dangerous insect of greed has finally begun throughout the territory. In the sacred temple, the little mascots gather anxiously as the goddess activates a special divine magic barrier that serves as a supreme mystical defense technique. The divine little plant joins its fluffy little hands and, with eyes shining with concern, hopes that all its friends will return safe and sound from the battle. The young farmer nimbly dodges to the side just as an invading insect leaps from the foliage, attempting to snatch him in a swift attack. He makes a precise cut, sending the monster flying, and reflects, confused, that this invasion is too easy to be a calamitous offensive in his territory. The boy observes that despite the large number of disgusting crawling insects, the combat skills of those creatures are incredibly weak and slow. Thanks to the mystical bracelet, he realizes with satisfaction that his body doesn't even feel fatigue because the energy of the eliminated creatures keeps him at full vigor in the field. The young man makes a stylish movement with his flexible sword to wipe the blood from the blade as he prepares to continue advancing across the dry terrain of the block. Suddenly, a colossal shadow is cast over him, revealing the terrifying figure of a giant bald man with red eyes who looms imposingly behind him. Chan-Su turns around, startled, and immediately deduces that the previous horde of small monsters was merely a decoy sent by scouts to locate him alone in that area. Realizing that the enemy is too strong, he begins to run back, thinking that the best strategy is to retreat and reunite with the powerful swordsman Rohan. The system emits a signal warning that the mystical escape portal has completely lost its transport function, leaving the young farmer trapped with no way out in that block. He stops in his tracks, sword in hand, noticing that he is surrounded by dozens of disgusting little monsters that sprout from the ground and block his escape routes. The farmer gives a wry smile and admits that for simple dungeon insects, those creatures prove to be bizarrely clever and very strategic in the fight. The colossal, multi-armed giant rises majestically behind him, while the system coldly decrees on the screen that there is no safe place to escape from there. The young apostle surveys the surrounding horde and notes the presence of normal parasites mixed with specimens of the queen and dozens of other dangerous enemies of the plague. Even some new and bizarrely armored species that he had never seen before in that world begin to emerge, crawling from all corners of the forest. He realizes their plan was to isolate him and points his flexible blade with great determination, preparing to face the real challenge head-on in the forest. With a swift movement, Chan-Su begins to shred the first small monsters that leap towards him, scattering bits of slimy insects all over the area. He spins his body, applying the full force of his enhanced attributes, and unleashes a devastating horizontal slash that clears away a good portion of the enemies in front of him. His flexible transmutation blade moves like a deadly whip, creating an insurmountable barrier of gleaming cuts that slice through anything that dares approach. He plants the tip of his sword in the sandy ground after finishing the devastating sequence of blows, observing the remains of the monsters that fall, vanquished around him. The system panel announces the use of the mass decapitation ability as the colossal, skull-faced giant prepares to deliver a crushing punch. Chan-Su executes a perfect vertical trajectory, cutting through the air and releasing an immense burst of verdant energy mixed with the dark smoke from his bracelet. The colossal giant is sliced in half, falling with a thud to the ground, and the boy gasps slightly, watching that immense amount of goo spread across the dry earth. He smiles and comments to himself quite confidently that he could spend the whole day slicing up those easy enemies without getting tired in the slightest. He decides to finish off the weaker monsters once and for all in order to begin the real battle against the leader of that invasion. Suddenly he sees a gigantic shadow projecting onto the ground and, frightened, begs the colossal monster to wait just one more second before attacking again. The boy tries to defuse the situation with a forced laugh and suggests that perhaps there is just a misunderstanding that they can resolve peacefully through conversation. However, the monstrous giant completely ignores the farmer's talk and delivers a violent stomp that makes the ground tremble and almost crushes poor Chan-Su in one go. The boy narrowly escapes by jumping away and shouts indignantly, complaining that the size of that monster is absurd, since even its foot is that big. The monster delivers another violent blow, destroying the scenery while the farmer screams in terror, trying to dodge the storm of sand and debris. He runs desperately trying to gain distance, while angrily muttering that the monster was the one who first rejected his peaceful offer of friendly negotiation. At that moment of crisis, the mystical bracelet on his wrist reacts again, glowing with an intense reddish light and releasing an absurd amount of smoke. A gigantic and terrifying shadowy entity of black smoke materializes right behind the boy, with multiple glowing red eyes and sharp claws at the ready. A second terrifying and colossal creature emerges, imposingly letting out a terrifying roar that shakes the entire forest and leaves the young apostle in a state of shock. Chansu looks back in fright as the shadowy monster stares at him with its multiple glowing eyes, leaving the boy completely unsure of what to do. The system explains that a fused undead will be reborn 44 times, and that if it is not defeated in one go, it will unleash a terrible eternal curse. Basically, that gigantic creature functions as a bomb of accumulated curses worth more than 10 million valuable points to whoever manages to defeat it. The giant monster, made of bizarre stitches, stares at the young apostle with its single bright red eye fixed directly on him in the middle of the dark forest. The monster's enormous dark claw moves slowly and menacingly as a voice echoes, welcoming the young farmer into this mystical nightmare. The bizarre floating smoke creature mockingly asks if this is indeed the first time the boy is receiving a powerful and terrible mystical curse. Ignoring the enemy's sharp talk, the boy dashes forward across the sandy ground, preparing his next combat move against that giant abomination. He runs with all his speed towards the giant of seams, leaping heroically with his transmutation sword in hand to deliver the blow. His flexible sword begins to coil in the air at high speed, preparing a devastating impact that will concentrate all the farmer's mystical attack power. The giant tries to crush him with his enormous hand, delivering a violent slap, but the boy shows excellent reflexes and manages to pass unscathed through the monster's blow in midair. With a spectacular acrobatic move in the air, Chansu spins his body and prepares to deliver a precise slash using all his accumulated magical energy. He falls towards the terrifying face of the stitched creature, which watches the rapid approach of his sword without being able to react in time to block its blow. The young man channels all the dark aura accumulated by the bracelet directly into the blade of his mystical weapon, leaving it with an extremely powerful dark glow. He summons a gigantic scythe in his hands, and the system hints at the immediate use of his decapitation ability to slice the enemy in half. With a devastating circular motion, the boy delivers his decapitation, severing the colossal creature's neck once and for all in the middle of the forest block. The creature's enormous head crashes to the ground with a thud as the farmer heroically lands on his feet, clutching his gigantic scythe to his shoulder. He gasps slightly as the bracelet deactivates and the dark mist begins to dissipate into the air, leaving the forest environment much cleaner and quieter again. The system announces that it has successfully subdued the seventh calamity, the insect of greed, and advises that due rewards will be given according to its contribution. While the system calculates the score, the boy sits on the floor exhausted, letting out a sigh of relief and celebrating that he managed to put a definitive end to that pest. Looking closely at the aggressive appearance of that weapon, the young man wonders, intrigued, if the Death Faction is actually composed only of rebellious and brooding teenagers. He finds the Reaper's scythe design too stylish and gives an awkward laugh, thinking that dramatic pose is very reminiscent of those embarrassing teenage poses. The system notifies that the counting is complete and awards a special sealed mystical ability as a contribution reward, leaving the young man quite intrigued. The young apostle almost falls over when he reads that the point cost required to break the seal of that skill is no less than 4 billion points. He indignantly complains that the system is basically forcing him to give back all the experience points he just earned with so much sweat hunting the monster. However, the young man admits that he is dying of curiosity to know what the mysterious power is, and decides to extend his trembling finger to pay the exorbitant fee charged. The system releases the new technique for trading occupancy rights, but the young man is outraged to find that he has spent billions without receiving any confirmation screen. He grumbles that the mystical interface remains unpleasant, charging absurdly high prices for a technique without even providing a detailed explanation of its practical use. Upon opening the screen, he discovers with great satisfaction that he can now freely negotiate the rights to occupy territorial blocks that he does not wish to keep on his map. The farmer's eyes widen as he notices that with this new feature, he is able to buy any territory from a distance without having to travel there on the map. The young apostle gives a greedy smile, thinking with satisfaction that thanks to this new trading technique, he will be able to quickly recover all the lost blocks. He concludes excitedly that the restrictions on movement across the map will finally disappear, requiring only spare points and empty land to install new portals. Bak Han-gyul appears, running desperately towards the boy with Rohan close behind, and asks worriedly if the farmer is all right after the terrible mystical confrontation. Chan-su flashes a smile, assuring everyone that he is perfectly fine, and then asks if his teammates managed to escape without injury. The wizard explains that everyone was astonished to see the parasites disappear into thin air during the battle, but the muscular giant assures them that no one was injured in the combat. Bak Han-gyul stares at the young apostle suspiciously and asks very seriously if he really managed to defeat the dreaded insect of greed all by himself. The boy scratches his nose with a humble smile and replies casually that things simply ended up happening that way amidst all the confusion. The group stares at the farmer with expressions of pure surprise and admiration as the system issues a notification informing him that he can now see enemy blocks. The wizard looks worried as the panel displays a direct purchase offer for the land block registered under his ownership on the map. History points out that since land ownership rights could only be exchanged within the same faction, the only alternative for disputes between rivals was always to declare a mystical war. Bak Han-gyul stares closely at the young apostle with a rather analytical expression, trying to decipher what is actually going on in his brilliant mind. Rohan holds his mystical imperial apple and wonders, intrigued. What's wrong with the boy who suddenly became motionless and with a completely thoughtful expression? The wizard waves his hands in front of the farmer's face and asks him to wake up from that deep trance and pay attention to the group's conversation again. The young apostle nervously winces at his own face and mutters to himself that the properties of this newly acquired skill are utter madness. The system displays an absurd warning asking if he wishes to forcibly purchase Bak Han-gyul's territory, confirming that the technique does indeed do just that. He notes that the price charged for this forced transaction is ridiculously high and inflated, but the mere existence of this feature is already a great advantage. He thanks Rohan for his concern and reflects that the true core of this ability lies in the fact that he can forcibly take territories belonging to rivals. The boy takes a loud bite of a piece of mystical apple to relieve the tension in his thoughts and regain his energy after the battle. As they walk, the young man excitedly calculates that if he has enough points, he can simply take control of all the territorial blocks in the region. He displays a radiant smile, holding the mystical fruit in his hands, and confidently assures his allies that he is perfectly fine. The young farmer thanks everyone for their concern and secretly begins planning his rapid territorial expansion to the center of humanity's lands. He knows that this technique can make him invincible, but he recognizes that forced purchase is a terrible seed of discord generated by the insect of greed. The boy concludes that using it thoughtlessly will make him a target for everyone and decides to use the feature only as a strategic shortcut for his quick movements. He invites the group back to the farm in a very friendly manner and makes sure one last time that no one on his team ended up hurt during the hunt. In the farmyard, the pig Doji and the other magical vegetables observe the bushes with very worried expressions, sweating with pure nervousness. The young apostle comes running down the path with a huge smile on his face and waves happily, announcing to his little mascots that he is finally back. As he gets closer, he notices the tense behavior of the mascots, and his expression changes to one of pure confusion as he tries to figure out what is happening there. Doji and the chick Ari begin to squeak and chirp in a very frightened way, trying to warn the boy that something very strange and surprising has happened to the goddess. Suddenly, a beautiful and delicate little girl with long green hair and a white dress appears amidst the flowers, looking like the perfect human version of the little goddess. The boy is speechless with surprise and lets out a startled cry when he realizes that the beautiful little girl in the middle of the garden is actually the temple's own deity. He runs to her, hurriedly holding her little hands, and anxiously asks if she has finally regained all her divine power and if she will remain in this form. The system announces that the goddess of abundance is granting a new technique to the boy who awkwardly remembers that something similar happened in the last transformation. The little deity closes her eyes with an extremely sweet and angelic smile that leaves the young farmer with no reason to refuse the new gift. He sits on the ground with his status screen open, right in front of the little goddess to take a look and find out what the new divine abundance ability is. He becomes very confused when reading the choices, which include the idleness of abundance, the reaper's scythe of death, and a mysterious technique simply called laborer. The farmer scratches his head, puzzled, wondering why a death scythe attack skill is listed under a faction focused on agriculture. The boy examines the mystical skull icon with suspicion and begins to suspect that this dark ability hides some bizarre secret connected to his bracelet. He thoughtfully considers that the grim style of that reaper's scythe actually matches very well with his decapitation technique inherited from the mystical death faction. He is quite suspicious of that dark power, but the bracelet on his arm begins to glow again, whispering insistently for the young man to choose the scythe. He recalls that the goddess is actually a powerful deity who created decapitation and wonders if the scythe might not be yet another power inherited from her hidden past. He confesses that he even considered choosing the divine communication skill this time, but notes with disappointment that the technique has simply disappeared from the system's list. Deciding to leave the goddess's dark past behind, the young apostle makes his final decision and points his finger at the screen, selecting the mystic worker skill. The system confirms the worker's new technique, and the young man celebrates joyfully, exclaiming that new forces of hard labor are always very welcome on the farm. However, his joy is short-lived when he reads the detailed description and discovers to his shock that the power does not summon any helpers, but rather transforms him into a worker himself. Setting aside his professional dissatisfaction, the young man refocuses his attention on the goddess, who begins to swing her legs with a very tired expression. Suddenly, the little girl with green hair completely loses strength in her legs and collapses in the middle of the farm's grass, putting the young farmer on high alert. He kneels beside her, holding her tiny hand, and sighs with relief upon realizing that the mystical deity has indeed grown a little and is in good health. The boy wonders worriedly why the goddess is so listless and lacking energy, and asks the little slime bomb for help to fetch her some fresh water. He squeezes Bomb's body to make the water run into the goddess's mouth, humorously reminding her that she is no longer just a simple yellow farm ginseng. The goddess sits in the middle of a small puddle of water, and the young farmer, with his hamster Hammy on his shoulder, carefully approaches, asking if she is all right. The little girl releases a few air bubbles from her mouth under the purified water produced by Bomb, gradually recovering her divine glow and her natural rosy complexion. Then she leaps elegantly and strikes a graceful pose, brimming with divine radiance, showing everyone that her power and mystical beauty have been restored. The green-haired goddess stares sternly at the bracelet of death and authoritatively orders the dark energy to immediately depart from her young apostle. She starts slapping the boy's arm, demanding that he select his divine abilities, while the sinister voice of the bracelet merely laughs at the jealous scene. The young man smiles affectionately and comments with relief that he is very happy to see that his beloved goddess is finally feeling much better and full of energy. Suddenly, Oh Chan-su's eyes widened in astonishment as he felt a bizarre surge of spiritual energy suddenly appear, shattering the calm of the courtyard. An immense column of golden light begins to emanate directly from his chest, revealing that a mystical event of extreme importance within the system has just been activated there. Concerned about the danger, the boy holds the goddess tightly in his arms and shouts authoritatively, ordering all the little mascots to retreat to a safe distance away. A huge, shiny, mystical egg appears floating in the middle of the courtyard as a reward for hunting the insect of greed, making the boy wary of the danger. The boy grips the hilt of his sword and swears with a focused look that if any dangerous monster emerges from that egg, he will cut its head off on the spot. The little mascots hide in fear and observe from afar the intense glow emanating from the mysterious pest egg that has begun to crack in the yard. The mystical shell begins to finally break open with a strong silvery light, and the boy waits tensely to see what bizarre creature will emerge from within. To everyone's surprise, a small, cute white snake with a little flower on its head emerges from the egg, acting in a super docile way. The young apostle's eyes widened in astonishment, and he exclaimed in disbelief upon realizing that the feared legendary creature was actually just a harmless little snake. While the goddess hides in fright behind his leg, he thoughtfully concludes that these eggs appear to be from cute little pets and not monsters. The boy suggests that everyone welcome the new member, and the mascots gather curiously around the little snake in the farmyard. He shakes his head quickly, thinking he needs to give the little snake a really cute name soon before serious Rohan shows up and spoils the fun. The boy names the little snake Bami, and it politely bows its head, formally greeting the apostle and the great deity of abundance. The little snake cries with emotion, begging forgiveness for its weakness, but the goddess strokes its head, telling it not to worry about the past. With a very focused look, the goddess announces that she actually has a very special favor to ask of the little snake Bami, who is an expert in magic. She points to the bracelet of death and asks Bami to watch it closely to ensure that the accessory's dark power doesn't end up hurting her apostle. Bami accepts the command and comments acidly that the goddess must have suffered a lot living alongside a bird-headed creature and a stubborn little pig. The chick Ari gets annoyed and retorts by calling the snake a cold-blooded reptile, while the farmer watches in surprise at this mystical dispute over clan hierarchy. Bami praises the apostle's current power, while Ari whispers in terror to the piglet that if the farmer finds out their real size, they'll become dinner. Ari warns Bami to be very careful if she doesn't want to be put in a jar and turned into snake wine, reminding her fearfully that the boy has started making drinks. Bami says they have no faith in the boy, but Doji retorts, crying nervously, that she doesn't know the terrible suffering of being considered farm cattle. Bami scoffs, saying that this concern is silly and unnecessary, ironically pointing out that the farmer allowed two useless people like them to live until today. Chansu extends his hand to help Bami up, and she takes the opportunity to rub it in the others' faces, how incredibly caring and kind her human master is to her. The boy feels the rigid texture of Bami's mystical scales on his arm, and is impressed to notice how dense and powerful the spiritual energy of death is within them. Bami and the little goddess whisper to each other, observing the boy, and note with satisfaction that the young farmer does indeed not yet possess the ability to communicate actively. Bami decides to act on his own and bites into the bracelet of death, attempting to purify the energy and devour all that dense, dark smoke in one go. The boy reacts quickly, grabbing the little snake by the neck to stop its sudden advance and orders it to stop that dangerous behavior once and for all. He holds her firmly in the air and explains seriously that she must never bite or touch that cursed bracelet in any way on the farm. The farmer explains in detail that the bracelet is very useful because it serves to place curses on agricultural stakes and also to ferment his drinks. Bami begins to tremble upon hearing her owner's crazy ideas and agrees, frightened, thinking that in the end the bracelet doesn't seem to be the biggest problem there. Doji and Ari laugh at Bami's face, saying, "Serves her right for not heeding the warnings," and the little snake admits, terrified, that that young apostle is indeed anything but normal. The boy gives a dark laugh while holding a distillation flask, and Bami watches him, horrified by the terrible idea of using death's curses to ferment alcohol. The mascots tremble with terror, huddled together in a corner of the courtyard, and the goddess tries to reassure them, explaining that the little snake must just be confused because it has just woken up. The little mystical deity thoughtfully speculates that Bami must be having mild hallucinations from using her spiritual magic for the first time in a long time. Sitting cross-legged in the middle of the grass, the boy watches his little pets playing and sighs, thinking that now he has gained another demanding mouth to feed. The boy jumps in fright, remembering that he completely forgot to organize the big celebratory banquet for the victory against the monster in the block. Bami gets cold and starts trembling all over with terror, thinking that if she makes any mistake on the farm, her crazy master will stuff her into a bottle of mystical moonshine. As night falls, the Apostle of Wrath joyfully raises his glass of drink and shouts a loud toast to congratulate everyone on their excellent work in defense. The banquet is a truly lively feast, with the warriors eating heartily at the wooden tables, while the black kitten Hanul chews on some herbs in the grass nearby. The partners drink the high-quality golden cider and comment in surprise that the alcohol is excellent because it was mixed with the pure, purified water provided by the slime bomb. The Baada. Warriors of Wrath devour the dishes with the appetite of lions and shout excitedly, demanding more portions of that special black bean rice and plenty of drinks to toast. Wearing an apron, the boy observes the party and reflects that he would never have imagined on Earth that his skills as a worker would lead him to cook at clan banquets. Although the work in the kitchen is tiring, he gazes at the cheerful and noisy atmosphere of his farm, full of friends, and happily concludes that it's not a bad feeling. In the midst of the celebration, his partner Hai Soo-jin sits with him at the table, professionally explaining that the faction members are divided into two large groups. She jokes that they are the apostles and the believers, but quickly dismisses the joke, commenting that the boy probably already knows all this because of the territorial parasites. The diagram explains that the humans summoned from Earth are considered apostles, while the believers are the native inhabitants of that mystical fantasy world. Hai Soo-jin adjusts her short hair and seriously points out that only summoned apostles have the system's permission to expand the map's factions. She says that's why the deities pamper the apostles of Earth so much, but warns the young farmer that he should never underestimate the native inhabitants of the world. She mentions that the natives are numerous and possess strong warriors, and the young man immediately recalls with great admiration the imposing and silent swordsman Rohan. Chansu's business partner glances sideways at him with a very focused look and reveals a surprising detail about the powerful warrior's origins on the server. She reveals that Rohan has no active affiliation with any god or faction on the map, and the boy simply nods, confirming that he works independently. She adds that even with divine discrimination, people choose to become devotees because of the advantages and extra attributes granted by the professions on the map. She points out that for a brute force monster like Rohan, any affiliation would be useless, and the farmer realizes that his bodyguard is much bigger than he thought. She asks the boy if he knows the mystical bonus of the negation faction, the largest in the world, and the young man guesses it must be something like turning into a zombie, and she says he's right. She explains that magic transforms people into the undead, and the young farmer shivers, wondering in horror what kind of horrific mystical bonus this could be. She explains that turning into an undead is actually a great mystical advantage because it cancels out the body's natural aging process and completely eliminates daily fatigue. The farmer understands the success of the bonus, but she warns that the internal competition is brutal and that day after day, people's minds simply rot from exhaustion. She reveals that for this reason, all devotees of denial are always looking for an opportunity to change religion in a safe and risk-free way. The goddess listens attentively to the explanations and thoughtfully concludes that ordinary devotees do indeed have fewer duties than the official apostles of each deity. She points out that after the boy exterminated the parasite, plague, the fame of the territory of abundance skyrocketed absurdly across the entire server map. The business partner gives a rather shrewd, sly smile and suggests that the boy take advantage of this colossal fame to start recruiting new servants for the clan. Sitting on a wooden bench, the boy watches his little mascots playing and murmurs thoughtfully about the bizarre idea of welcoming new faithful to his lands. The camera focuses on a man holding one of those famous experimental pesticide wooden sticks, acting as if he were smoking a real cigar. One of the natives admits with surprise that he had never heard of the abundance, and the other indignantly questions him, asking in which cave he had been living. He explains enthusiastically and asks if his companion has at least heard of the legendary and ultra-valuable imperial apples produced by the young man. He shows his wooden stick and proudly adds that it was the same faction that invented that famous chewable remedy against tobacco addiction. A humorous advertisement for the system showcases the miracles of imperial apples, which supposedly help with absurd weight loss and even stimulate hair growth in bald people. He says that a multitude wants to become farmers in abundance because nobody can stand living like the living dead forever in the suffering under the rival faction. His conversation partner stares at him with a very serious look and questions suspiciously why he himself hasn't yet taken the initiative to move there. The other person understands the difficulties of change for those with families, but warns that the barrier to entry into abundance is incredibly low at this very moment. He takes one last chew of his mystical pesticide and warns earnestly that things may change in the future and he risks not being able to enter there anymore. Pondering the advantages, the man gazes at the buildings of the modern city and begins to wonder, quite curiously, about the exact location of the farm. His friend responds by pointing in a direction and reveals that the farm closest to the boy is located exactly in Block 33, north of the mystical map. He is astonished to notice that the region is outside of human territory, but his partner assures him with a smile that there is an agency that organizes safe trips there. They look up at the top of a building and spot a giant billboard advertising tourism packages from a Pureza agency created exclusively for his farm. The boy is confused by this bizarre initiative from the Purity faction and wonders if they've made some kind of secret deal with his territory. In the company lobby, employees chat happily, discussing the latest agricultural technologies of abundance while planning their next purchases. He adds that even if people don't convert, they can still freely buy all the wonderful, healthy food grown on his farm. The other suggests in a relaxed tone that he take that sightseeing trip to relax his mind and take the opportunity to bring back some rare farm foods as a gift. With a dreamy look, the man reflects that he's heard the vegetables there are divine in size, thinking that at least on the farm he would have a calm and peaceful life. And so a large and diverse crowd of natives from various different factions gathers on the sidewalk to board a chartered bus heading towards the boy's territory. A female thief in a cap observes the bus and smiles greedily as she sniffs out the scent of money, concluding that this agricultural faction is an excellent opportunity for a scam. Another suspicious passenger travels silently, revealing himself to be an undercover spy focused on discovering the secret behind the farmer's massive accumulation of points. A hooded and mysterious young man holds a mystical scythe and seriously questions whether he can actually find loyal allies and revolutionaries within. The driver, wearing sunglasses, adjusts the mirrors and professionally asks if everyone is wearing their seatbelts so he can finally begin their journey. Meanwhile, the leader of Purity laughs evilly, planning to send so many people to the farm that young Oh Chan-su will end up buried under the weight of his labor. Holding a recruitment sign, the young farmer stares at the huge crowd of interested people entering his land and lets out a long sigh of concern. He observes that a good portion of that large crowd of native devotees truly resemble pale, lifeless beings. He claps his hands with a smile while his hamster Hammy, wearing a little hat, watches everything from his shoulder, officially starting the first selective test on his farm. The tests begin in full swing with the candidates attempting to split enormous logs of wood in the middle of the yard to demonstrate their true physical abilities. The first competitor fails miserably at trying to cut the wood, and the boy casually announces that he has failed, immediately calling the next person in line. A young woman tries to lift the heavy axe but trembles weakly, leaving the young man wondering, confused, how those people intend to endure the hard work. He reflects that the basic technique of abundance requires precise decapitation, and therefore the candidate must at least be able to make a clean cut with the weapon. He observes the progress of the test and considers that if it is only to do ordinary manual labor, there is no point in accepting new devotees, and calls the next candidate. As evening falls, the sun begins to set on the horizon, and the narrator warns that more than half of the native candidates in the long line have already been mercilessly eliminated. The boy walks to the middle of the courtyard holding his flexible sword and announces in an imposing tone that they will now officially begin the second test. He displays a huge wooden stake hanging from a rope and makes a quick, precise horizontal cut to show the candidates what needs to be done. The blade cuts the log perfectly in half, causing the wood to fall and leaving the entire audience of competitors astonished and completely speechless at the precision. He displays the piece and explains in a very relaxed manner that candidates only need to make a thin cut, like a toothpick, since the material is very soft. The farmer kindly advises that any type of weapon or personal blade is permitted in the evaluation, leaving everyone free to attempt the move in their own way. However, a total silence falls over the courtyard, and the boy realizes with surprise that none of the frightened candidates wants to be the first to risk striking that stake. Suddenly, the con artist in the white cap steps forward, brandishing her sharp sword with a confident smile, and announces resolutely that she will be the first to try. He observes, thinking with satisfaction, that he likes to see candidates with this determination, while the young woman concentrates and assumes a professional, attacking stance. He assumes the girl must know how to cut a vegetable, but the moment she strikes, the blade only grazes the log, making an unpleasant noise. The girl blushes with embarrassment at her failure, and the young farmer's eyes widen in disbelief that she didn't even attempt a vertical cut. One of the contestants stares at the young apostle suspiciously and angrily asks if he is deliberately trying to scare them away from the farm with idiotic tests. The man yells furiously, saying it's obvious the test is difficult, and angrily questions why an agricultural faction would require sword combat tests. He clenches his fist with determination, aware that he cannot hide the dangers forever, and concludes that the best path for the clan to grow is the truth. The farmer is completely frank and reveals loud and clear that surgical decapitation is indeed the basic combat requirement of the Abundance faction. The young man patiently explains that after removing the heads of the pests, they are given as a mystical sacrifice to the goddess, generating valuable experience points. He points out that although they cultivate food using mystical blessings, the real points that sustain everything are only obtained by decapitating the invading monsters. The man breaks out in a cold sweat upon realizing that the job requires decapitations and immediately gives up, crumpling his inscription and whimpering that he prefers to stay where he is. He storms out and throws in the boy's face that this bloody style of decapitation is the real reason for the historical failure of that agricultural faction. The boy is completely shocked and speechless upon hearing that gratuitous insult, and his little hamster Hammy is also speechless beside him. Most of the group decides to leave, giving up on the test, and the young man admits, disappointed, to himself that it's impossible to argue against that harsh truth. However, he notices that a small group of brave and persistent individuals still remain in the courtyard and decides to focus his attention on them to test their true abilities. Only 6 people out of hundreds of applicants decided to stay, and the young man reflects that the number is small, but at least he managed to sell the imperial apples. The thief in the white cap raises her fist forcefully, loudly proclaiming that with a little practice and dedication in the field, she too will be able to cut the stake straight. The young man assesses her determination and thoughtfully concludes that since the remaining 6 truly have willpower, it's worth giving them an internship opportunity. He looks at the wood scraps on the ground and honestly warns that none of them possess the fencing skills necessary to be accepted on the first try. The young man then proposes that they begin with a special internship program before becoming official devotees and asks amicably if anyone objects to the idea. Everyone celebrates, and the thief gives the boy a tight hug from behind. The boy, embarrassed, politely asks her to move away from him for a moment. However, out of the corner of his eye, the young farmer focuses his attention on a specific candidate from the group of interns, finding his demeanor very suspicious. It focuses on the undercover spy, wondering, intrigued, why that guy with great fighting skills deliberately failed his cutting test. Several days pass on the farm, and at the end of the workday, the Apostle of Muscles joyfully thanks everyone for their excellent effort in the hard work. The infiltrated spy easily carries the enormous sacks of mystical harvest on his shoulders, acting discreetly so as not to arouse any suspicion from the clan. The man wipes the sweat from his brow, feigning tiredness, and tries to mentally decipher the real reason why a farm faction would be conducting fencing tests. The spy analyzes the location and concludes that despite the presence of Rohan and other allies, the boy's strength seems to be purely advanced mystical agriculture. He chuckles, finding it ridiculous that decapitation is a mystical planting skill, and concludes that the farmer made up that nonsensical story. With a focused gaze, the spy swears that his main objective there is to find the source of infinite experience, suspecting that the secret is hidden in the temple. While he plans to quickly become a devotee so he can invade the sacred temple, the boy announces that dinner is ready, causing everyone to rush hungrily to the table. The workers and interns gather around a large wooden table and politely thank everyone in unison for the start of that divine farm feast. The meal is served with delicious and abundant dishes that leave all the native interns with their mouths watering and eating very quickly and with great appetite. One of the men devours his bowl of soup with shining eyes, while Oh Chan-su serves glasses of fresh juice to accompany the dishes at the mystical banquet. The spy takes a deep sip from his mug of golden apple cider, and his eyes widen as he feels the delicious taste and the incredible invigorating effects on his body. He marvels at the black bean dessert served with mystical green tea and concludes with a smile that the entire meal is perfect and divine. Looking at his own reflection in the mystical green teacup, the man passionately reflects that he would gladly work there for the rest of his life. He looks to the side and sees his teammates devouring the dishes with extreme greed, proving that they were all won over through their stomachs. The spy smiles, concluding that his disguise amidst the abundance is perfect and that no one will ever suspect his true mission there in the temple. He silently boasts with great pride of his tactics, declaring with absolute certainty that he is indisputably the best active spy on that map. However, the young farmer observes him from afar with a silent, sly smile, showing that he has already perceived the true intentions of that trickster. The boy is happy to see everyone eating, but comments disdainfully that just as in the test, all the spy's intentions are obviously written all over his face. Meanwhile, in the farmhouse bedroom, the green-haired goddess gently strokes Bami's head as she rests peacefully on her soft, decorated bed. The small mystical deity closes its eyes and smiles very gently, happily thinking that soon its new intern will become a truly faithful devotee of the temple. In the hallway, the boy wipes the sweat from his neck with a towel and reflects with satisfaction that after defeating the great calamity, everything is running perfectly there. On the bedroom floor, the piglet Doji munches on some delicious sweet potatoes while the chick Ari squeals angrily, complaining that his friend is stealing his dinner. He watches his pets frantically fighting over food and concludes, laughing nervously, that he urgently needs to increase the daily ration for the animals. The boy walks to the center of the room and gazes at the goddess and the small snake Bami, initiating a very serious conversation to discuss the next steps of the clan's plan. He reveals that he intends to soon accept the interns as official devotees of the temple, and the green-haired deity celebrates with pride at his attitude. The young man confesses that he needs to train the newcomers in precise decapitation cuts and reveals the plan to create a special combined dungeon for them to practice. He says that Rohan warned him that combined dungeons might contain new species or weak monsters, and the goddess listens to him with wide eyes of pure curiosity. The narrator explains that a combined dungeon is essentially a multi-level labyrinth generated by merging various portals and dungeons from the mystic map. However, the little deity knows very well that these places tend to be bizarrely more dangerous and unstable than the common labyrinths generated by the system. Noticing his protector's apprehension and silence, the young man turns very calmly, wondering out of the corner of his eye if she is truly worried about the plan. He holds her little hands tenderly, asking her not to worry, because all this effort is solely aimed at expanding and consolidating the influence of his temple. Chan-su smiles confidently and assures his deity that he will achieve absolute success in this new endeavor. He clenches his fist tightly, thinking that becoming the most powerful being in the world might be the way to return and see his parents. The little green-haired goddess looks at him with admiration and decides to place all her faith in the choices of her beloved apostle. The magic bracelet shines brightly as she accepts the challenge of conquering the entire world alongside her favorite farmer. But the cute moment is short-lived because soon after, the goddess starts biting the boy's arm to show she's tough. Meanwhile, Rohan calmly asks in the cabin which dungeons the young farmer is planning to merge for training. Chan-Su explains that the original dungeons don't disappear in the process, and therefore his idea is to mix 3 different types at once. He plans to create a mysterious environment devoid of normal monsters, suggesting the unusual fusion of a desert dungeon with a sea dungeon. Rohan finds the idea interesting and comments that it would be great if it were an easy maze for the farm interns to conquer. The farmer points out that Rohan doesn't know much about the undead either, because those creatures tend to be extremely annoying. He wonders where these monsters could be hiding since the interior of the labyrinth seems to be completely devoid of life. The system screen shows that they have already defeated hundreds of undead, but one last mysterious enemy remains to finish the job. The scene shifts to the first floor of the dungeon at the mystical coordinates where the sun shines brightly under an incredibly clear blue sky. Chan-Su walks through the sand dunes alongside Lee Min-Soo, noticing the stifling heat of the combined dungeon created for the test. The brute from the Wrath faction appears wearing a very cute hat, decorated with white flowers to protect himself from that unbearable heat. Lee Min-Soo complains, sweating profusely, that the desert is too hot, and the farmer retorts that the big guy is grumbling for nothing. The giant points out that it's very easy to talk when you have a helpful little hamster placing a crown of refreshing leaves on its head. Chan-Su adjusts his makeshift crown of green leaves and asks his partner if that wouldn't already be enough to protect him. The warrior insists that it would be much better to wear a woolen hat like his, but the boy politely refuses, assuring him that he already looks great. The boy shines with pride, reminding everyone that he is the apostle of abundance, while his goddess responds with her usual typical despondency. Looking out at the horizon of empty dunes, the two realize that there really is no sign of any hostile monster roaming that region. The farmer walks distractedly, commenting that the place is deserted, but a dark fin begins to glide across the sand right behind him. A drop of sweat trickles down the young man's face as he feels a shiver down his spine and realizes that something very dangerous is approaching rapidly. Suddenly, a giant shark leaps directly from the sand as if swimming in the sea, leaving them both completely shocked. The terrifying predator lunges forward with its enormous mouth full of sharp teeth, and the young man cries out desperately for his companion to get out of the way. Chan-Su throws himself to the ground, covering his head, as the monster dives back into the sand dunes, raising a huge cloud of dust. He notices that the sand behaves like water to the creatures, and the brute desperately asks what kind of dungeons he's been found in. The boy confesses that he combined a deserted sea and the dungeon of the undead, thinking they would balance each other out, but he didn't imagine this bizarre synergy. The Giant of Wrath stares at his friend worriedly, hoping he isn't planning on putting the new trainees through that hellish training process. Chan-Su gives a nervous smile and jokes that if the intention was to destroy the interns, it would be much faster to just take off their heads. The young man agrees that bringing the newcomers would be madness, while another aquatic monster leaps from the sands right in front of the pair of explorers. Little Hammy becomes completely desperate and starts screaming in terror when he sees that frightening creature jumping right before his eyes. Maintaining his composure, the farmer draws his combat weapon and states decisively that first they need to exterminate these threats. The system instantly activates the decapitation ability, and the boy unleashes extremely fast blows against the desert monsters. He decapitates several swordfish and sea snakes, lamenting ironically that the head is the tastiest part, and he ended up ruining everything. He jokes that the goddess might eat heads, but gets a shock when he sees that a shark has just bitten Lee Min-Soo's muscular arm. The brute starts running back and forth, furiously complaining that these sand monsters are bizarrely fast in their attacks. The farmer observes that pathetic scene and thinks that the giant is slow to dodge the monsters precisely because of his exaggerated muscles. He shouts, asking if his partner can't just endure the ordeal using his muscles, and the warrior thinks that's a wonderful idea. The shark tries to sink its sharp teeth into the giant's neck, but his muscles are so tough that the bite simply has no effect. He lets out a confident laugh, saying the bite only tickles, while the swordfish next to him stares at him with a look of pure confusion. With a swift movement, the warrior uses his brute strength to hurl the fearsome predator into the air as if it weighed absolutely nothing. He delivers a devastating upward punch, and the boy wonders if that might be the famous rising dragon kick from video games. The warrior of wrath begins to unleash a frenetic sequence of punches in the air, detonating all the monsters that dare to jump in his direction. The young man reflects that he always thought his friend looked like a classic fighting game character, only now he finally has hair on his head. One of the defeated sharks falls lifeless onto the sand dunes, raising dust and demonstrating that the giant's physical strength is truly absurd. The warrior lets out an exclamation of surprise upon noticing a very curious detail about the behavior of the monster he has just defeated. He carries the creature, laughing, and notices that after defeat the fish can no longer dive into the sand, while the farmer stares at him in fear. The brute shows off the little creatures, biting his ears like earrings, and assures with a smug smile that he feels nothing. The young farmer watches his friend carrying the monsters and thoughtfully reflects that when the body is strong, the mind really doesn't need to work very hard. The brute decides to take the lead of the excited group to advance immediately towards the second floor of that combined dungeon. Chansu pushes open the large wooden door that leads to the next level, praying that they won't find anything even more bizarre ahead. They reach the second floor of the dungeon and find themselves in a damp, muddy scene that closely resembles a vast mud plain. At that very moment, the warrior slips in the mud, completely losing his balance, while the farmer shouts desperately for him to be careful. The boy manages to grab the giant in time, saving the big guy from suffering a nasty and humiliating fall straight into that sticky mud. Chansu assesses the slippery terrain and concludes dejectedly that fighting there is impossible and that they'll be doomed if any enemy appears. The young apostle thinks he could manage on his own, but he knows that for the muscular warrior, fighting there would be a real nightmare. He decides that the best thing to do is turn back, but the warrior points excitedly ahead, announcing that the grand prize has finally appeared. A colossal crab emerges from the mud, and the warrior shouts that it is a mystical king crab while the boy corrects him, saying that it is just a giant blue crab. Chansu wants to retreat since the monster doesn't even seem to have a visible head to decapitate, but the big guy refuses to miss the feast. The warrior's mouth waters as he explains that these giant crabs are extremely delicious and worth a fortune on the market. Even knowing that the farmer won't be able to help in the fight, the muscular man stretches confidently, assuring himself that he can handle it alone. The warrior runs through the mud using such perfect body technique that he seems to be floating, leaving the young apostle completely speechless. He gives one last precise push, slamming his foot hard into the wet mud and focusing all his attention on the giant creature that lies just ahead. The brute leaps high toward the giant monster, yelling at the top of his lungs for the crab not to dare move from its spot. The giant crab senses the threat from above, and its mystical black eye gleams with a menacing glow, ready to retaliate. The monster strikes the warrior with one of its colossal claws, sending the poor fellow flying away under Chansu's disbelieving gaze. Seeing the situation getting dire, the young farmer pulls out his combat gear to try and intervene before his companion becomes crab food. The warrior plummets through the air, screaming desperately as he tries in every way to regain control of his muscular body before impact. The apostle uses his flexible blade like a whip to lasso the big guy in the air and pull him safely away from those sharp claws. Chansu runs to check on his ally while the big guy gets up grumbling that he's fine, but with his pride badly wounded. The crab's colossal claw descends swiftly like a meteor toward the pair, causing the young apostle to lament his terrible fate. The monster's blow strikes the ground with brutal force, generating a devastating impact that sends mud flying in all possible directions. The young man manages to narrowly dodge the debris and mud flying towards him by creating an improvised barrier. Gasping for breath, he comments that it was a close call and wonders if that giant monster happens to have extremely poor eyesight. The farmer suggests closing that dungeon right away, but the warrior absolutely refuses to leave without his seafood feast. The boy argues that maintaining such an expensive cast maze without using the upper floors is a complete waste of precious farm resources. The giant continues whining about the crab, leaving the farmer puzzled and unable to understand the great obsession with that crustacean. When Chan-Su reveals that he has never eaten crab in his life, the big guy is in complete dramatic shock, finding it utterly absurd. The brute becomes so indignant that he promises to bring heavy reinforcements just to ensure his friend finally gets to taste the creature's flesh. He warns that he is going to hunt the animal and asks the farmer to provide the drinks, making the young man suspicious of his true intentions. The warrior grins broadly, mischievously, admitting that good mystical food always calls for a special alcoholic beverage to accompany it. Chan-Su is surprised by his friend's smooth talk in getting the drink, but comments that he doesn't know if his fermentation tests turned out well. They walk down to the farm's underground storage area to check the first experimental barrels of beverages that the young man has been producing. Smelling the sweet aroma emanating from the containers, the gluttonous warrior assures that the final result must be wonderful. Completely motivated by the promise of drinks, the giant swears up and down that he will hunt that crab no matter what for the feast. The farmer reflects that after obtaining the artifact of death, he began experimenting with recipes for fermented foods, such as sauces and preserves. He also ended up developing some batches of mystical alcoholic beverages using his famous and valuable imperial apples in the process. By controlling the mystical bacteria, he manages to accelerate fermentation, making a high-quality apple wine in just 1 hour. The boy realizes that the alluring smell the giant detected from afar came precisely from his fermentation experiments in the cellar. To facilitate production, he created special trees that already store the fermented beverage directly in their trunks, ready for extraction. He admits, laughing, that he looks like a mad plant scientist, and the elf warns him with an arrow to the forehead, saying that he has completely lost his mind. Despite everything, the boy is happy because these tests served as excellent practical training to master his altered mystical technique. While filling a glass jar, he concludes that beverage production has too many variables and therefore does not intend to dedicate his entire life to it. Since he's not a big fan of alcohol and doesn't intend to sell the beverage, the young man decides to be satisfied with the farm's current production. Even so, he holds a steaming pot, wholeheartedly hoping that his culinary creations will please the discerning palates of his allies. As night falls under the moonlight, a mysterious person dressed in white walks silently along the forest trail towards the mystical farm. Suddenly, a thorny vine emerges from the shadows with extreme speed, whipping the air to attack the unsuspecting traveler from behind. The young man reacts with incredible reflexes and uses his flexible magic sword to strike and crush the carnivorous plants that try to surround him. The blade cuts through branches and tendrils at high speed, thwarting the ambush of those wild pests that inhabit the dark forest at night. Chan-Su walks through the dark forest carrying his backpack and grumbles that building the beverage stockpile so far from the farm was a mistake. He decides to proceed with great caution so as not to awaken the carnivorous pests and avoid an unnecessary fight in the middle of the road at night. Upon his return, he is warmly greeted by Bakhan Gyul, while little Hammy jumps for joy right onto his shoulder. However, the farmer's eyes widen, and he breaks out in a cold sweat when he notices a bizarre, smoky structure erected right there in the middle of the yard. The giant Lee Min-Soo emerges, full of pride, and reveals, laughing loudly, that he built a giant custom-made steamer pot to prepare crab. The warriors of Wrath use their own mystical heat abilities to directly heat the structure, speeding up the cooking of the meat. Chan-Su watches that absurd display of thermal energy and wonders in shock if the warriors of Wrath have stepped out of a classic martial arts novel. The giant curiously asks what kind of fermented beverage the farmer brought in his backpack, and the young man modestly replies that it's just a test. The brute starts drooling with anxiety, completely ignoring the boy's warning not to get his hopes up too high about the drink. Suddenly, the warrior breaks into a wide smile, announcing that the enormous giant crab has finally finished cooking in the mystical steam. Steam rises, revealing perfectly cooked crab with a bright red color that will leave anyone watching with their mouth watering. The muscular man tears off one of the crustacean's giant legs with extreme ease, while Chan-Su stares at it, astonished by the sheer size of the piece. The boy wonders thoughtfully if the meat of this monster is really so tasty that it would make those warriors risk their lives in the mud. The big guy hands a juicy, glistening piece of clean meat to the farmer, assuring him he'll fall in love with the first-rate flavor. The boy examines the piece of meat on the spoon, noting that it appears extremely tender and cooked to absolute perfection, just right. He politely thanks them for the meal and puts the first spoonful of that succulent meat in his mouth under the watchful gaze of his pet hamster. The initial salty taste soon gives way to an incredibly sweet and smooth aftertaste that takes the young farmer's palate by complete surprise. He is amazed as he feels the meat melt in his mouth in such a creamy way that it resembles a vanilla cream with a light touch of the ocean. The giant asks what he thought, and the young apostle of abundance confesses that all that obsession with the monster makes perfect sense now. Seeing that the boss approved of the food, the other companions who had been watching from afar decided to join the table to devour everything together. Everyone cheerfully toasts with their glasses full of drink, celebrating the beginning of that legendary banquet in the mystical courtyard of the farm. The muscular man cries with emotion at the taste, and Edwin comments that the drink is dangerously sweet and strong because it uses elemental water in its mystical formula. Another warrior takes a deep sip and feels the strong impact of the mystical alcohol, praising the sweetness and potency of that mysterious clan drink. Chan-Su is relieved and happy to see that everyone is having a lot of fun while the giant continues to chug mugs without stopping for a second. The brute angrily questions whether the boy created an abomination with a mint and chocolate flavor, and the farmer is confused, not remembering having done so. Suddenly, one of the interns slams his fist on the wooden table and starts yelling that it's not real alcohol. The man continues his drunken protest, claiming that the Apostle of Abundance's drink is merely a mystical juice without any depth. The farmer observes the drunken man, wondering if that might be the new intern who's infiltrated, and everyone calls Jack Wayne. The drunkard tries to shout insults at the Apostle, but his teammates panic and quickly cover his mouth before anything worse happens. While the mascots tremble with fear at the awkward situation, the young man calmly observes the scene, thinking that this could be a great testing opportunity. He says in a friendly tone that he understands the dissatisfaction with not being professional and makes room for those who find his agricultural methods inefficient. The young apostle calmly asks anyone who disagrees with his decisions to step forward and speak freely. However, he flashes a terrifying and grim smile, assuring everyone that he would never take off anyone's head for sincere advice, leaving them all speechless. A deathly silence falls over the courtyard, and Chan-Su asks them to relax, claiming he only wants to reassign everyone to the most suitable sector. The rebellious intern shivers with fear upon realizing the tremendous mistake he has just made under the furious gaze of his experienced team leader. The boy smiles again, in a very gentle and angelic way, asking if at least the mystical giant cooked crab was to everyone's liking. Edwin quickly stands up to defend the quality of the drink, assuring everyone that the strange chocolate mint flavor was actually great. Another warrior of wrath agrees, saying that the combination of food and drink was perfect, while the runaway intern sneaks away. Bakhan Gyul caresses the small water slime and praises the strong alcohol content and the subtle touch achieved with the precious elemental water in the recipe. The group's sharpshooter grabs the runaway intern by the hair in a furious rage, declaring that ignorant fools are always the loudest. The colossal Lee Min-soo appears wielding a huge metal shovel and casually asks if the boy wants him to bury the rebel right there. The young apostle waves his hands, laughing awkwardly, and comments that burying the poor fellow would be a tremendous exaggeration for a simple evaluation session. He awkwardly thanks the warriors for their unconditional support and decides that the best course of action is to end the conversation amicably. The following day, the little green-haired goddess and the farm's mascots happily gather to devour the delicious crab remains. The boy sits at the table with Hai Soo-jin to share the bizarre events of the previous night while enjoying a mystical snack. He notices that the young partner seems to be distracted and suspiciously asks if she is really paying attention to his words. Clearing her throat awkwardly, she tries to disguise her distraction and curiously asks what became of that rebellious intern. Chan-soo reveals that as soon as the man sobered up, he begged for his life on his knees and ended up agreeing to work in the production of the drinks. The farmer explains that he decided to take advantage of the man's talent for fermentation, and the young partner finds that decision quite wise and shrewd. He says that to avoid health problems, he placed the rebel under the rigorous and intense physical care of the giant warriors of the Wrath faction. The little slime bomb shoots a refreshing jet of water upwards, while the chubby Hammy watches with a rather curious expression. While Doji and Ari playfully bicker on the lawn, the young businesswoman focuses her attention on Chan-soo, a business proposal flashing through her mind. Soo-jin brings his face closer, his eyes shining intensely, imploring the young apostle to sell him that new and delicious mystical drink. The farmer looks away, sweating nervously at the sudden approach, and timidly replies that they need to assess the market first. He offers her a dish of grilled fish, missiles from the dungeon, asking her to assess whether that type of seafood would also sell well. The girl chews the grilled fish with delight and assures with absolute certainty that this mystical food will be an absolute sales success. He celebrates the good appraisal price and considers that it might be a great idea to leave the labyrinth open under the watchful eye of the warriors of wrath. Soo-jin reveals with a smile that several clients who have sampled the farm's latest harvests are already eager to place large purchase orders. She suggests a great marketing strategy, mixing the vegetables and selling them ready-made as mystical salads, guaranteeing even greater success. The young partner explains with conviction that products geared towards healthy diets and aesthetic skincare are always the public's top priorities. Her eye literally shines with the symbol of gold coins, making the farmer realize, ironically, that her real focus is to extract money from the people. While the little mascots take a nap on the grass, the businesswoman enthusiastically thanks everyone for the incredible variety of high-quality vegetables produced there. Soo-jin displays a flawlessly and brilliantly assembled salad bowl that strongly resembles the most sophisticated products found in luxury stores. The young apostle of abundance calmly asks how much that salad costs, and his business partner replies with a smile that it costs a fortune. She adds that special extras like imperial apple slices or giant crab meat will raise the prices to absurdly luxurious levels. Chan-soo thinks the prices are outrageous, but the girl counters that selling too cheaply would cause problems by breaking market rules. She spears a piece of lettuce with her fork, praising the perfect crispness of the mystical vegetable, cultivated with the rich blessings of abundance on the farm. The businesswoman savors the salad, highlighting that the onion doesn't leave bad breath and the broccoli doesn't have that grassy taste, making the product unique worldwide. She brings her gaze closer in a serious and focused manner, indicating that there is an even greater market secret behind all that enormous appreciation. Soo-jin extols the walnut mayonnaise and mystical balsamic vinegar sauce, firmly asserting that the flavor is something completely outside of mystical reality. Licking her lips charmingly, she playfully says that the quality is so high that customers will buy the whole salad just for the dressing. The young woman assures that the stock will sell out within minutes of the launch, while the piglet Doji walks happily near Chan-soo. The farmer vents his frustration, hoping that this time the vegetable salads won't be consumed for completely bizarre purposes by the local buyers. He recalls, sweating profusely, how goji berry teas became a hangover cure, and mystical black beans became the clan's ultimate baldness remedy. Suddenly, the little pig Doji starts making shrill, hungry squeals, completely breaking the mood of their business conversation. The little pig and the chick Ari begin to fight over the leftover food, making funny cries and begging the apostle of abundance to feed them soon. Chan-soo feeds his mascots with a tender smile on his face, sincerely wishing that his new mystical salad product sells well. In a mystical forum, native users fervently debate the high price charged for the special salads of the famous Apostle of Abundance. Other forum members are surprised to note that the vegetables don't taste bad, praising the Abundance clan as the absolute kings of mystical planting. A beautiful woman with long hair angrily bites her nails in front of the computer while reading all the overwhelmingly positive feedback about the rival salads. The comments continue to praise the abundant balsamic vinegar dressing, claiming that the flavor is so deep it seems to have been aged for decades. Some users curiously ask what the practical effects of that vegetable salad are, besides being very good for the body's health. Another forum user jokingly replies that the Apostle of Abundance has already cured baldness on top and worms below, needing to do nothing more. The woman clenches her teeth in deep hatred as she realizes that the influence and popularity of the Wealth Clan are growing too fast on the map. She is officially revealed as Lee Dami, the powerful apostle of the Denial faction that controls the valuable and lucrative aesthetics and beauty market. To draw her own conclusions, she decides to prepare and try a dish of the famous and much talked about mystical salad from her new agricultural competitor. Lee Dami chews her food furiously and admits with extreme bitterness that the fact that the rival salad is so delicious makes the situation even worse for her. She reflects irritably that the boy, who started with apples and hair loss remedies, is invading her territory of aesthetic rejuvenation and crossing the line. The narrator explains that Lee Dami's lucrative aesthetic clinic business is the main source of income and power for the Divine Negation faction on that map. By denying the natural aging process, she accumulated many mystical points until the Apostle of Abundance appeared to spoil everything. With her purple eyes gleaming with fury, she angrily questions how a lowly farmer of plenty dares to challenge her entire empire of mystical rejuvenation. Suddenly, a wealthy and very vain client cheerfully enters the luxurious mystical beauty clinic, loudly announcing her arrival for the day. Lee Dami greets her with a rehearsed professional smile, but the wealthy lady quickly asks if she has ever tried the miraculous salads of abundance. Dami feigns complete ignorance on the subject, claiming she has been very busy, while the customer insists on praising the taste and effects of the food. The vain client is full of praise, saying that her own skin has improved dramatically in just a few days, and alerting the clinic owner to take better care of herself. The businesswoman gives a forced laugh, but notices with shock that the woman's skin has truly improved dramatically and absurdly in a very short time. She leads the client to the treatment room, arguing venomously that having temporarily beautiful skin doesn't mean preventing real aging. After the mystical beauty session ends, the wealthy woman happily thanks the staff for their always excellent treatment and exits through the spa's main door. However, the client notices that the rejuvenating effect of denial no longer has the same strong impact as before, suspecting that her skin is already too good. Dami bids farewell, but remains completely paralyzed and trembling with hatred in the mystical shadows, vowing to destroy the reputation of the damned rival farmer. Lee Dami notices that his aesthetic experience points have dropped drastically and concludes with hatred that Chansu's salads are in fact cleansing people's skin. She paces back and forth anxiously, aware that if she continues at this pace, her clients will disappear completely and she will be left behind. With a focused look, the woman declares that she will not let this affront go unpunished and decides to start an all-out war against the meddling Apostle of Abundance. Sitting in front of her computer, she racks her brain trying to devise a sordid plan to make the young farmer's life disappear once and for all. Dami reads several accounts online about the boy's youthful and pure beauty and comments that eating abundant foods truly rejuvenates. She reads rumors about his controversial basic decapitation technique, while some more naive users defend him, assuring that he is a good guy. The woman smiles wickedly, deciding that the best way to deny his existence is to erase him by taking his life in the cleanest way possible. She analyzes the farmer's main technique and shrewdly concludes that Chansu's greatest weakness would be facing a creature without a head. Although her main technique is based on curses, the villain reminds us that there are many dangerous sorcerers who have mastered the wicked art of the undead. Dami envisions a terrifying headless horseman, knowing that there are many greedy and glory-seeking people who would accept hunting the farmer. With a victorious expression, the Apostle of Denial concludes with a smirk that recruiting henchmen for the mission will be much easier than she imagined. She ambitiously reflects that if she manages to obtain the exclusive sales rights for those mystical salads, the profits from her clinics will easily double. Licking her lips maliciously, she decides that if the boy refuses to cooperate with her business plan, she will simply have him eliminated without mercy. Oblivious to the approaching dangers, Hai Soo-jin happily celebrates near the farmer, rubbing it in his face that her sales ideas were correct. The businesswoman floats with happiness amidst a shower of gold coins, celebrating that all batches of mystical salads sold out in minutes. She starts spinning chubby hammy in the air with excitement while Chan-soo watches from afar, thinking that all that extra profit is indeed wonderful. He ponders thoughtfully that money itself doesn't help the goddess's evolution, but at least the clan of abundance is gaining much fame in the human realm. The girl suggests further increasing the production rate to begin supplying the mystical vegetables directly to the best restaurants on the map. Hai Soo-jin is quite surprised to realize that the young farmer was already thinking about expanding the business so quickly and intelligently there. She rummages in her leather bag and excitedly reveals that there are actually dozens of official business partnership proposals awaiting a response. The little mascots watch the scene curiously, while the businesswoman comments that the pile of accumulated orders from large restaurants is absurdly high. The young apostle of abundance almost falls backward as he holds that colossal stack of paper, realizing that the work is going to be tiring. The two sit on the ground in the woods to analyze the papers, and the young man shyly confesses that he is feeling somewhat overwhelmed by everything. Looking at the leaves, he comments worriedly that the farm doesn't have the capacity to supply everyone and asks how they should choose the best partners. The young businesswoman bites her lip thoughtfully and adopts a very mysterious look, indicating that she already has the perfect solution to the impasse in mind. She raises her fists energetically and triumphantly proposes the creation of a legendary and grand competition to elect the best cook in the world. The boy stares at her with a completely confused and frightened expression, unable to understand the reason for organizing a tournament of such absurd proportions. With flames of determination blazing in the background, the girl excitedly argues that his divine foods should only be handled by worthy, elite chefs. She points out that this elite tournament would bring excellent publicity to the farm, while the little mascots tremble with fear at the girl's excitement. The young apostle agrees that organizing a culinary competition is indeed a great idea, but asks her to moderate the size of the event to avoid fatigue. He suggests keeping things simple and discreet to avoid a failure ruining the clan's reputation, and the young businesswoman reluctantly agrees. Soo-jin makes a funny pout of disappointment at not being able to create a mega-world event, and the boy watches her, chuckling at her despair. Later on the farm, Chan-soo meets with the little green-haired goddess at the sacred temple and calmly reveals his decision to create the tournament. The little deity's eyes shine with extreme happiness as she celebrates the news that the clan will finally hold a culinary competition. The little mascots begin to jump for joy, celebrating the food festival, while the goddess fondly remembers when her former devotees competed there. She confesses, moved, that just hearing about that mystical culinary festival fills her heart with pride, but quickly shows apprehension. With a cute expression of concern, the little deity reminds them that the event will probably have to be held far away, within the human domain. She gazes fondly at the stone steps of her sacred temple and sighs softly, admitting that unfortunately there is no other alternative for the clan. She considers that although her divine sanctuary has been restored, organizing a large-scale festival requires a human city that is much more accessible. However, the green-haired goddess stamps her foot resolutely and raises her head, showing that she will not let this detail discourage her for even a second. She proudly points out that the Abundance clan is growing steadily and steadily, already counting exactly 7 trainees ready for baptism. The deity ponders thoughtfully whether to resurrect the ancient skill of mystical harvesting for the new trainees, since basic decapitation is difficult. She climbs onto the sacred stone pedestal and calls the attention of all the farm's little mascots to discuss the important new rules of her clan. Doji the pig, Ari the chick, and Bomb the little slime give a cute and noisy salute, swearing absolute loyalty to the orders of their guardian goddess. She asks their opinion about recreating the decapitation technique, and the chick Ari excitedly shouts that it's a brilliant and perfect idea. However, the goddess is conflicted when she remembers that each devotee can only have one basic skill, and that this might not directly help her beloved farmer. The pig Doji suggests getting rid of the mystical decapitation, but gets a smack on the head from Ari, who shouts furiously, asking if his friend wants to cut off the food supply. The slime and the little snake Bami find the suggestion ridiculous, while the goddess worriedly calculates that creating a new technique will delay her own regeneration. She gazes at her apostle with guilt-ridden eyes, feeling that instead of rewarding the young man, she is only placing heavier burdens on his shoulders. In a sudden outburst of drama, the goddess throws herself crying into Chansu's arms, begging forgiveness for her incompetence, leaving the young farmer completely bewildered. Chansu gently wipes the tears from the little goddess's face, calmly wondering what the real reason for all that dramatic crying could be. The small green-haired goddess quickly assumes a determined expression and bravely orders her apostle to take revenge once and for all against the negation faction. She touches the glowing mystical bracelet on the boy's wrist and says she's ready to perform a powerful infusion to help him fight his rivals. The goddess considers that using the mystical power of the artifact of death would indeed greatly help the young farmer, but she soon begins to hesitate at the idea. However, the goddess begins to gently tap the farmer's hand, shouting in a very sweet way that she had already told him not to get into dangerous trouble. She yells loudly, telling her little mascots to shut up, while Doji and Ari remain lying on the cellar floor pretending it's not their problem. Little Bomb, the slime, and chubby Hammy are sweating nervously, watching from the sidelines the enormous tantrum their guardian deity is throwing. The goddess desperately hits the farmer's hand, yelling that he is her precious apostle, and he nervously begs her to stop laughing. Crossing her arms proudly, the goddess exhales smoke from her head and sternly warns that no one in the mystical world has the right to mess with her apostle. Suddenly, the goddess has a brilliant idea and recalls with surprise that each mystical clan is only entitled to grant a single basic ability. She smiles mischievously, wondering if it wouldn't be a good idea to secretly cooperate with a mysterious entity that also wants revenge on its rivals. She swallows hard, knowing she would never work with other clans, but considers that since it is a mortal remnant of an ancient entity, there will be no problem. Grabbing the boy's wrist, she shouts that she'll do anything for his sake, while the farmer is relieved to see that his goddess has finally regained her energy. Suddenly, the imposing swordmaster Rohan silently emerges behind Chansu in the shadows of the sacred temple, announcing that he has finally found him. Rohan sits down next to the boy on the stone bench and curiously asks about the cooking tournament, and the farmer replies that things have taken that turn. The swordsman asks if the event will take place in the human realm and wants to know how long the boy will be away from the mystical farm overseeing this project. Rohan stares intently at the young man, his gaze fixed and penetrating, leaving the farmer quite embarrassed by the profound silence that has formed between them. Noticing the gluttonous warrior's genuine concern, the farmer gives a friendly chuckle and tells him not to worry about the supply of imperial apples. He promises to leave several active growth blessings before departing to ensure that Rohan can continue enjoying the delicious fresh fruit. Rohan bites into his fruit, grumbling that the apples in stock are different, and vows with complete conviction that he will devour the entire enormous stockpile in a week. A mystical crow caws in the sky, making the atmosphere rather awkward, while Chansu nervously agrees, laughing at his guardian's unbelievable gluttony. While the goddess tries to convince a little snake to eat vegetables, a system notification pops up, leaving the boy with a rather serious expression. The small green-haired deity approaches, startled, and asks with wide eyes what this enormous problem could be that the system just alerted her to. The swordsman Rohan himself turns around, surprised, wanting to understand immediately what is happening that is so serious as to leave the farmer so worried. The young apostle stares at the system's holographic screen and reveals, shocked, that the scale of the cooking tournament has just become bizarrely much larger. The green-haired goddess begins to sweat nervously and asks in a trembling voice what the true dimension of this mega event generated by the system might be. The boy reads that the tournament has reached global proportions, capable of literally electing the best chef in the world, making the mascot's eyes shine with excitement. The goddess falls into complete dramatic despair and angrily questions why her humble temple has to crown the winner of this colossal tournament. Scratching his head awkwardly, the farmer confesses very honestly that he also has no idea why they were chosen for this. The deity shouts, fully agreeing with Chan Su's doubts, marking one of the rare moments when their thoughts are perfectly aligned. The scene changes to a beautiful and traditional upscale Korean restaurant as a customer curiously inquires about the quality of the new dish being served. A lady savors a spoonful of the dark balsamic sauce and praises the dish, declaring that it possesses a simply magnificent depth of time. She comments with delight that it's possible to taste years of mystical aging, even though she was told the vinegar had only been fermented for a week. The head chef of the upscale restaurant smiles and remarks that the Apostle of Abundance seems to have magically found a way to transcend time itself. While preparing the tea, the talented master chef enthusiastically declares that it would be a wonderful honor to participate in that great mystical culinary tournament. He closes his eyes respectfully, revealing his great dream of recreating the legendary lost fermented pastes of Earth using the boy's mystical blessings. In another famous fusion restaurant on the map, a skilled chef chops onions with impressive speed and surgical precision. With an imposing mustache, he proudly displays his sharp knife, declaring that good, high-class cuisine is always 70% based on the ingredients. He stirs the food in the flaming pan, stating that extracting maximum flavor from high-quality ingredients is the supreme attitude every chef should have. The cook concludes firmly that by using the optimized vegetables from the abundance, he will be able to deliver the absolute pinnacle of flavor to his judges. Meanwhile, in the kitchen of a luxurious French restaurant on the map, the chef slams his fist on the metal counter, completely irritated by the current situation. The French chef rages furiously upon discovering that a copycat and disloyal competitor has also decided to register at the last minute for that important tournament. With a confident smile, he vows that this will be the perfect opportunity to demonstrate in practice the enormous difference in level and class between the two. The scene shifts back to the luxurious, mystical aesthetic clinic where a woman's finger forcefully clicks on the holographic screen of the online news system. Lee Damey reads incredulously the comments on the mystical forum, highlighting that the Tournament of Abundance has magically managed to gather the best chefs on the planet. Biting her nails in anger, the villain can't understand how the tournament is so successful, even after she spread false rumors online. Clenching her fist in hatred, she decides that since things have taken this turn, the cook of her faction needs to win the tournament at all costs. In a luxurious meeting room, a man gazes at his guests, praising the colossal success of the tournament, which flourished despite Lee Damey's sabotage. Hai Sujin gives a vain little laugh, modestly commenting that she only did the necessary work to manage that enormous culinary festival. The fusion restaurant chef smiles slightly, observing the situation, and comments that with the tournament's growth, Chan-Su's workload will increase significantly. The man smiles maliciously, noticing that the rival's plans will be delayed, concluding with satisfaction that it's all part of a dirty plan by the Purity clan. Su-jin displays the blue holographic screen and reveals to Chan-Su that the number of entries for the cooking tournament has reached an incredible 6,000 teams. The young apostle doesn't understand why so many famous chieftains are signing up for his small clan's tournament while their assistants are collapsing from exhaustion. He worriedly questions whether they will be able to organize everything, and the young businesswoman reassures her partner, revealing that there are already people offering help. Looking at the list, he notices with surprise that the rival clan of Purity has also offered to help, immediately suspecting that they only want to keep him occupied. The girl explains that rivals can provide valuable resources such as broadcast studios and arenas that ordinary money simply cannot buy. Even though he is suspicious of the enemy clan's true intentions, the young man willingly accepts their help, acknowledging that they are not in a position to refuse resources. With a rather malicious smile, the farmer decides that the best course of action for the clan now is to take maximum advantage of everything the rivals have to offer. He stares at the sacks of mystical harvest and realizes with apprehension that his agricultural stocks seem far too small to supply such a gigantic tournament. He knows that preparing everything will be hard work, but he's excited about the unique chance to test how the fame of his mystical clan will impact the goddess's evolution. With the green-haired goddess listening to everything, the boy decides that they should save the best mystical harvests just for the grand final stage of the tournament. Suddenly, he has a flash of mystical genius and announces with a radiant smile that he has just devised the perfect test for the first elimination round. The green-haired goddess listens in horror as the young farmer sadistically suggests using that apple with the horrible smell and taste in the first test. In a human city, the delivery man hands a sealed wooden box to one of the registered chefs, asking only for their mystical signature on the receipt. The boss reads the test instructions on the lid and becomes extremely excited, believing that inside the box is one of the famous and legendary luxury imperial apples. He opens the package, his hands trembling with joy, excitedly celebrating that he will finally have the divine opportunity to cook using such a valuable ingredient. However, as soon as he breaks the seal, the man almost faints, suffocated by a terrible, rotten, mystical green gas emanating from that hideous fruit sent by the clan. The scene shifts back to the mystical farm, and firm footsteps are heard echoing across the sacred temple lawn, indicating the arrival of an important visitor. Chan-Su walks through the courtyard, sensing a sweet aroma of fermentation lingering faintly in the mystical air, until he finds his new beverage manager at work. Jack Wayne greets him calmly, and the farmer notices with surprise that even after drinking heavily, the ex-spy's physical condition has improved incredibly. Chan-Su recalls with a laugh that the rigorous physical training with the giant warriors of wrath truly works miracles, transforming the coward into a muscular man. The new beverage manager praises the boss's work, revealing that he managed to cultivate an imperial apple with 3 times the aroma and flavor of a normal apple. The former spy comments, laughing, that almost all the participants in the cooking tournament gave up immediately after smelling the rotten aroma of that test apple. He praises the brilliant mind of the young apostle, who scratches his head and sighs, unsure whether his new employee's comment was actually a compliment or not. The two walk along the trails of the mystical farm, and the young man curiously asks what his talented fermentation manager has prepared for him today. Jack Wayne observes the mystical boy and confides that his greatest dream now would be to become an official devotee to receive mystical blessings directly from the clan. The boy sincerely apologizes for the inconvenience and promises to train and refine his fencing techniques quickly in order to finally pass the test. Chan-Su is quite confused by his focus on fencing, but decides to focus his attention on the golden drink the manager just prepared for him. Jack Wayne suggests that the allies of the Wrath or the wise Han Gyul would be better to assess the situation, but insists that his young boss take a sip and give his opinion on the drink. Gazing at the cup, the young apostle sadly recalls that, having survived in a devastated land, he barely knows good food, let alone fine alcoholic beverages. He takes a light sip of the mystical golden drink under the watchful and curious gaze of his helpful hamster Hammy, who tries to sniff the strong aroma from his shoulder. His palate identifies the bitter notes of artemisia and the astringency of nuts blending over a full-bodied base of mystical sweet potato. The young apostle also notices that this whole combination of flavors is subtly accompanied by the spicy aroma of mystical cloves. The drink reveals deep notes of having been carefully aged inside a special barrel made entirely from imperial applewood from the farm. To complete the complexity of the recipe, he notes the unique freshness of the liquid having undergone a second aging period in mystic eucalyptus leaves. But after analyzing all that mystical complexity, the boy confesses to himself that he has no idea if that bizarre mixture is actually tasty. Swallowing hard, the fermentation manager stares at him anxiously, hoping to receive positive feedback from the apostle of abundance. The farmer replies very frankly that he found the drink quite bitter and astringent, while the little hamster beside him agrees with its owner's grimace. The employee sighs in relief and smiles, commenting that he's glad he didn't completely hate the drink, claiming that it actually requires a mature palate. The apostle admits he doesn't understand alcohol, but thanks Jack Wayne from the bottom of his heart for helping to make the lives of the inhabitants much more abundant with his work. The boy listens to the praise, moved, and with eyes shining with emotion, assures that he will always be immensely grateful to be part of that divine family. He beats his chest with pride and makes a solemn promise that he will create a perfect mystical drink capable of deeply moving anyone who tastes it. With a rather gentle smile on his face, the farmer wishes him much success on his journey and amicably assures him that he will always be rooting for his achievements. While he considers the possibility of assigning suitable roles to the other interns, a new system notification sound suddenly echoes through the sacred temple. The boy is startled to read the bright alert that an unknown person named Sophie Day is requesting permission to enter the private area of his farm. The young apostle finds the name quite unusual and silently hopes that she is just another client wanting to become a devout follower of his temple. However, the young woman with long red hair appears at the entrance to the courtyard and introduces herself coldly, stating loudly and clearly that her name is Sophie Day. The farmer greets her, sweating nervously, aware that the expression on the red-haired girl's face looks like that of someone who is extremely furious. He politely asks if she came to become an official devotee of the temple, but the redhead replies curtly, saying obviously not. Chan-Su almost falls backward at the cold response and asks, startled, the reason for her visit, and the girl reveals decisively that she wants to enter the culinary tournament. Chan-Su stares at the redhead, confused, and asks if she may have missed the deadline to officially register for the mystical cooking tournament. With a rather sharp look, Sophie Day replies very curtly, assuring her that she obviously sent in her application form on time. She pauses dramatically and bitterly laments that unfortunately things didn't go as planned with the event organization. The girl bites her lip in embarrassment and reveals that she was summarily eliminated in the first stage of the resume screening process by the bosses. The young apostle's eyes widen in confusion, wondering if she really wasn't accepted in the initial selection process for the test. She quickly corrects herself, very proudly stating that she actually had everything she needed to be easily accepted among the best competitors. But she sighs dejectedly, repeating that unfortunately fate has been quite cruel to her plans to demonstrate her true mystical talent. The redhead girl lowers her head melancholically, confessing that she was rejected during the document review because she didn't have a famous reputation on the map. The boy whispers to the hamster that the rejection was harsh, but gets a fright when the girl shouts angrily, warning that she can hear everything he says. With her cheeks red with anger, the redhead rages that her cooking skills are infinitely superior to those of the contestants who have passed. Chan-Su silently ponders that she might actually be excellent, since the selection process eliminated many elite cooks based solely on fame. She points her finger angrily, questioning whether it makes sense to elect the best chef in the world without at least giving each participant a chance to taste their food. The young apostle of abundance acknowledges that the girl's logical arguments are entirely correct, but considers that there is a practical side to them. He patiently explains that it's impossible to taste the food of thousands of people and confesses that the true objective of the tournament is not to choose the best. Ignoring logical explanations, the red-haired girl clasps her hands together and desperately begs for a single chance to participate in the tournament. The farmer observes that enormous determination and decides to listen to her, asking very calmly why she is so eager to enter this competition. With a mystical glint in her eye, she reveals that her greatest desire is to use cooking to prove to the world that her native people also have a history. Chan-Su is intrigued by the expression used, and she coldly explains that she is referring to the people whom foreigners usually call natives. The boy thoughtfully recalls that Earth's culture eventually spread and became quite familiar and common to the inhabitants of that mystical world. He knows that the cultural influence of his former home planet has taken extremely deep root in the daily lives of almost the entire native population. Realizing that a true cultural invasion has occurred, he perfectly understands the redhead girl's noble desire to preserve her own essence. With a rather gentle smile on his face, the farmer decides to make a mystical exception and give Sophie Day a chance to test her true talent. He sets up a simple workbench in the woods and positions a small portable camping stove to officially begin that surprise practical test. The boy places a basket full of those terrible, smelly, mystical green apples right in front of the redhead girl, marking the start of the evaluation. Chan Su presents the initial challenge and very calmly asks if she is capable of extracting a wonderful and refined flavor using that rotten fruit. She stares at him, finding the test incredibly cruel, but the young farmer replies with a smile, saying she is free to quit if she wants. Tying her checkered apron with determination, the redhead vows she will never back down and proudly states that cooking is her specialty. She quickly lights the mystical stove, confidently announcing that she will solve that terrible culinary problem in a matter of minutes. Chan Su watches her work, impressed, noticing that the redhead girl immediately began preparing the recipe without showing the slightest sign of hesitation. She cuts the fruit into perfect slices, releasing a smoky aroma that leaves Chubby Hammy quite surprised by the rapid change in the air's scent. The young redhead finishes her exotic recipe and presents the dish proudly, firmly asking the Apostle of Abundance to take his first bite. He takes a piece of the dessert, praising her incredible speed in preparing everything in such a short time. Although the dish looks rather bizarre, intrigued, the farmer questions why she chose that strange shape. But the redhead insists that he first taste the mystical sweet. Chewing, the boy's eyes widen in amazement as he notices that the flavor is incredibly delicious, praising Sophie Day's quick and brilliant mind. Sophie Day lets out a smug little laugh and wipes the sweat from her brow with pride, rubbing it in his face that her cooking skills are truly elite. She explains that creating delicious dishes using unfamiliar ingredients is the ancestral technique of her people, leaving the young farmer quite thoughtful. The mystical boy proposes conducting a few more quick cooking tests to assess its consistency, and the redhead accepts the challenge without any fear of failure. She prepares more bizarre yet extremely delicious recipes, demonstrating impeccable knife-cutting and handling techniques that greatly please the young man. As they walk, the young farmer asks seriously if she absolutely insists on entering that dangerous, mystical culinary contest. He stares at the meticulously sliced apples on the plate, mentally praising her precision and concluding that this is an extremely valuable talent for the clan. Chansu reflects with satisfaction that her exotic cuisine blends perfectly with the abundance faction that is always generating new ingredients. He asks if she belongs to any rival faction and breathes a sigh of relief upon discovering that the redhead actually has no active divine affiliation. The young man says he wants to accept her, but warns that the direct entry of someone who failed the initial screening would cause immense outrage among the other bosses. With a focused expression on his face, the young farmer stares at the red-haired girl and suggests creating a plan to attract even more attention from everyone. He flashes a mischievous smile and brilliantly announces that they will make it happen in the most bombastic and noisy way possible on the map. The scene changes to a noisy press conference where camera flashes go off non-stop towards the main stage. A huge illuminated panel officially announces Sophie Day's special entry as an abundance competitor in the tournament as she calmly introduces herself. Facing the crowd, the red-haired girl admits that her entrance will cause controversy, but swears that she has come to sample the grand culinary tradition of her people. With her hand on her chest, she asks everyone to closely watch her performance and declares loudly and clearly that her only real objective there is victory. Outside, people begin to gossip indignantly, questioning how a cook who failed the selection process managed to get a special spot directly in that big competition. Although Sophie was harshly labeled the villain of the story, discussions about the fairness of that culinary competition continued at full speed. About a month after all that big controversy, Chan-Su observes, quite surprised, a huge monitor that they decided to bring into the middle of his territory. The hulking Lee Min-soo explains that the device only displays a simple recording since the common communication network does not work outside the borders. With everything properly prepared, the whole group finally settles comfortably on the sofas to watch the official start of the broadcast together. While intently watching the screen, the young farmer comments rather ironically that the outcome of that dispute was already completely decided. Sophie's cheeks turn completely red with embarrassment, and she timidly asks if they really have to go through the torment of seeing that. The humiliation begins when the screen displays several malicious comments from internet users, laughing at her failure and calling her recipes bizarre cooking. The girl throws herself to the ground, crying in a defeated pose, while cursing her past self for having done something so embarrassingly stupid on national television. Chan-Su tries to offer moral support while the poor cook tearfully begs to be buried under any imperial apple tree on the farm. At that point, the giant Lee Min-soo bursts into the conversation, shouting at the top of his lungs that she only failed the test due to a sheer lack of real practical experience. He tries to console her by saying that this was only her official debut and that in a future event she will surely be able to compete for first place. But the hulking warrior ruins the whole mood right after by whispering that she'll probably be mocked on the internet for all eternity. Chan-Su decides to give her a friendly pat on the head to comfort her, reminding her that the important thing was that she introduced a unique cuisine to the world. Sophie wipes away her tears and agrees that it's natural to be hampered by a lack of experience, humbly acknowledging that she still needs to improve a lot. At this point, the protagonist decides to change the subject and recounts with a sly smile that a bizarre accident ruined all the ingredients for the tournament. He explains that the event organizers now want them to meet with the favorites in the competition to fine-tune the flavor of the locally grown ingredients. The farmer admits that demonstrating his farming skills in front of TV cameras will be tiring, but will bring an excellent financial return. While petting Little Bomb, Chan-Su seriously suspects that this series of convenient problems is yet another act of sabotage by the Purity faction. Observing the images recorded on the screen, Han-gyul curiously asks if that unfriendly-looking cook was the one responsible for eliminating Sophie. The big guy confirms that his rival had a bizarre evolution in the dispute, leaving the redhead intrigued as to why he woke up at that particular moment. Han-gyul adjusts his glasses, adopting a rather thoughtful posture, and suspects that the man's true affiliation is highly suspicious. His strong suspicion is that the competitor is actually part of the dangerous negativity faction, while the scene cuts to a mysterious room. In this dark room, the cunning Lee Dami disdainfully observes the photos of the eliminated cooks, leaving only one candidate standing for her ambitious plans. She lets out a mischievous laugh upon realizing that her puppet has managed to advance to the next stage and begins to think that it has a real chance of winning the grand final. The woman plans to use his medicinal cooking techniques to promote a luxury beauty course and make a fortune in the mystical market. With eyes gleaming with pure greed, she celebrates the postponement of the attack plans, imagining the mountains of gold and points she will soon accumulate. Her celebration is abruptly interrupted when the door to her office is flung open with a terrifying bang, causing her to look back in fright. The enraged third apostle of negativity bursts into the room shouting, demanding to know how long they will wait to eliminate the apostle of abundance. Lee Dami points her finger at the big guy, asking for patience because the cooking tournament is going very well, but he retorts that she doesn't control him. Ignoring the brute's fury, the woman simply turns her back and tells him to keep quiet while she awaits her next orders. The bald apostle's head boils with hatred, and he shouts menacingly that he will carry out the attack himself to resolve everything by himself. With a look of pure mockery, she ironically questions whether his group would really be able to break through the mystical defense of a legendary swordmaster. Feeling his pride wounded by her words, the warrior states very seriously that he no longer wants to receive any contact from the advisor. The big guy slams the door shut as he leaves, leaving Lee Dammy muttering to herself about the boundless stupidity of those impatient warriors from the faction. She begins to bite her nails with worry, silently hoping that those idiots won't do anything rash and attack anyway. After all, she knows very well that facing a swordmaster of Rohan's level is basically the equivalent of committing voluntary suicide. Meanwhile, back at the sacred temple, the little goddess and the mascots appear drooling and whimpering with hunger, without their beloved farmer nearby. Time flies by, and the big filming day finally arrives at the television studios with the distinguished presence of the competitors who reach the semi-finals. Renowned chef Fabian Cooker opens his arms and greets the group with a friendly smile beneath his mustache, saying he was very eager to meet the young man. Chan-Su shakes his hand politely, while Sophie observes her opponent with a look filled with pure distrust and much accumulated resentment. The girl clenches her fists so tightly she trembles with rage, remembering when she labeled that man the worst traitor in the world of traditional cuisine. She screams furiously, pointing her finger and accusing the man of having no ethical boundaries in the kitchen, forcing the poor farmer to try and calm her down. Chan-Su glances sideways at his rival, knowing that he has accepted Earth's cooking methods and would do anything as long as the end result is delicious. To the boy's dismay, Fabian pulls an experimental pesticide from his pocket and praises it as a revolutionary seasoning, prompting the creator to warn that it shouldn't be eaten. At that moment, the recording director appears, waving from afar, and excitedly announces to everyone that the TV studio cameras are now broadcasting live. Chan-Su flashes a rather frightening smile as a crimson aura of pure menace surrounds him, suggesting he adjust the flavor of the vegetables first. The experienced chef swallowed hard, overcome with nervousness, as he realized firsthand that the rumors about the young man's talents were entirely true. The man is speechless when he sees a tomato plant sprout and grow before his eyes in seconds, but the young apostle pretends that this is something normal. Still in shock from all that display of agricultural magic, Fabian gathers his courage and asks them to make some even more specific flavor adjustments. The young farmer stares at the cook with a rather confused expression and asks, alarmed, if his work hadn't actually already been finished. Fabian pouts and asks him to readjust the crops to meet his demanding standards. The swordmaster Rohan begins making absurd demands, asking to make one sweeter, another saltier, and to remove the bad taste from the other. 3 hours of hard work pass, and boss Fabian Cooker excitedly celebrates, saying he is very much looking forward to working with him in the future. The young farmer breaks out in a cold sweat when he realizes that the tournament winner will be entitled to a lifetime supply, which means he will be enslaved permanently. He refuses to spend his whole life just adjusting the flavor of vegetables and decides that that boss can't possibly win. They arrive at the next location and are greeted very formally by a lady who asks about the rapid fermentation. The lady introduces herself as Chef Lee Bok-ja and reveals that she desperately wants to restore her restaurant's lost stock of traditional sauces. Then, another rather arrogant cook places 2 plates of pasta on the table and tells the boy to try them all at once. Chan-Su savors the noodles with the little hamster on his shoulder and confesses that both dishes are so delicious that it's hard to choose which is best. The arrogant chef gives a smug smile, revealing that the 2 identical dishes were made, one with his own crops and the other with common ingredients. Jung Tae-o crosses his arms and introduces himself, proudly stating that he is capable of creating perfect dishes even without using the protagonist's mystical plants. He stares at the farmer with superiority, stating that vegetables are merely supporting actors in the kitchen and that he will not be fawning over the apostle. Instead of getting angry, the farmer celebrates with relief upon realizing that he has finally found the perfect competitor to root for in the final. The grumpy cook glares at the hamster and grumbles that bringing a furry creature into a restaurant is a tremendous lack of basic manners. Chan-Su pets little Hammy to comfort him and remarks to the arrogant cook that his mean comment was quite rude. The chef counters by saying he was merely stating the facts, while the TV program director timidly tries to intervene in the middle of the discussion. The cameraman quickly changes the subject and nervously asks if the apostle also produces alcoholic beverages. The protagonist replies, surprised, that he does indeed produce some artisanal beverages, which makes the rude chef jump in astonishment. The subject instantly changes his posture, grabbing his hands and begging for sincere apologies in exchange for a supply of mystical alcohol. The farmer is left with a terribly bewildered look on his face, unable to understand what's wrong with that old bipolar cook's head. Chan-Su's slow footsteps echo through the lit hallway as he walks wearily toward the last recording location of the night. The boy walks alone under the moonlight, wondering wearily why everyone at that tournament is so bizarre. He stares at the neon sign of the last restaurant on the list and hopes with all his might that it will be his last hope for normalcy. The young apostle of abundance opens the door and enters the silent establishment, being politely received by the local owner. The owner introduces himself as Zhang Jiabong and welcomes guests, commenting that his journey must have been extremely tiring. The farmer stares at the host, quite intrigued, not understanding why he had turned on the lights in the hall only at that moment. The host serves several cups of very hot tea to everyone present, explaining that it will help relieve all the fatigue of the day. He assures us in a calm and friendly tone that this special drink is excellent for melting away all the accumulated fatigue in the body. The protagonist takes a sip of the tea, finding the taste very pleasant, and notes with a slight smile that the liquid really does induce a very relaxing sleep. The boy warns the owner of the place not to worry about Rohan, because the swordmaster is extremely picky about everything he consumes. The man sits down at the table to begin the technical conversation about mystical crops, while the young farmer responds in a very relaxed manner. The restaurant cook suddenly says he will be eternally grateful to the apostle, leaving the young man confused and not understanding the reason for such gratitude. He explains with a gentle gaze that mystical plants awaken endless inspiration on how to create new, delicious, and fun dishes. Hearing that, Chan-Su is thrilled to realize that he has finally found his absolute favorite to win the grand culinary tournament. The man presents the banquet he prepared with great care for tasting, modestly commenting that he hopes to please their discerning palates. The boy picks up the spoon, quite excited, and politely thanks them for the wonderful meal that was served before his hungry eyes. He savors the food, feeling a comforting warmth that seems to give his soul a warm embrace after a long day of exhausting trials. Food brings a profound sense of peace and comfort, acting as the perfect remedy to heal the aches and pains of an extremely tiring routine. Suddenly, the young farmer's vision begins to blur considerably, and he wonders, confused, what is happening to his own body. An overwhelming and bizarre drowsiness suddenly hits the young man, causing him and the entire team to collapse unconscious on the hall floor. As his consciousness rapidly fades, the protagonist realizes too late that the sneaky cook has put some dangerous substance in the tea. He collapses completely onto the table, unable to react, wondering if that terrible feeling is actually a powerful mystical curse. The third apostle of negativity sneaks into the room, laughing evilly as he sees that everyone has fallen asleep exactly as planned. The bald warrior stares at the unconscious protagonist with a look full of superiority, mocking the rumors about his powers as pure exaggeration. He begins to look around, wondering where the mystical bodyguard has gone, not noticing that a sinister shadow has appeared right behind him. The brute feels a chilling shiver down his spine and turns his head back in complete panic upon encountering the menacing presence there. In a fraction of a second, Rohan delivers a colossal kick of pure mystical energy that hurls the invading warrior straight out of the restaurant. The enemy apostle spits blood amidst the rubble of the destroyed wall, indignantly wondering why the swordmaster was unaffected by the tea. The red-haired swordsman stands imposingly before the fallen enemy, while the young farmer slowly begins to regain consciousness. Rohan looks back quite calmly and asks how the boy is feeling, while the little hamster trembles with fear and shelters on his shoulder. The swordmaster stares intently at the enemy, calmly assuring them that he is feeling perfectly fine. Chan-Su shudders as he remembers that the curses of the negativity faction are so dark that they send real chills down the spine. Suddenly, a few more enemy warriors enter the hall complaining about the noise after having put the entire team to sleep. One of the guards freezes in shock upon encountering the overwhelming combat aura of the legendary Swordmaster. The soldiers are terrified to see that the Swordmaster is a relentless opponent who has planned every counterattack move right there. Without giving anyone time to react, the swordsman leaps swiftly, delivering an incredibly quick and precise blow in the air. The blade cuts through the air at high speed, surgically slicing through the invader's armor with ease. With a silent movement, he sheathes his mystical weapon, while the defeated adversaries vanish into thin air like smoke. Chan-Su approaches the cook with a very serious expression, questioning whether public safety in that region was always so terrible. The young farmer stares at him with a sharp, direct look, demanding a good explanation for the whole bizarre situation. The cook lowers his head, revealing that the negativity faction possesses a bizarrely immense number of apostles under its command. The boy ponders silently, aware that this is by far the largest faction in the world, which makes his actions quite dangerous. The man bitterly confesses that he ended up accepting their grim proposal simply because he had no other choice to survive. The farmer asks if he means he was the target of blackmail, and the cook confirms with a sad nod. He deeply regrets it, acknowledging that the blackmail does not justify his mistake, but explains that he was forced to act like a puppet. The boy discovers that the cook failed to become a powerful apostle, but that he used their help to achieve his great dream. His greatest desire was to abandon the battles altogether and open that cozy restaurant, which was very successful at first. However, the mystical skill he hastily chose ended up generating terrible rumors that his food carried a curse. After seeing the restaurant fail repeatedly, the young man ironically comments that he should have just made some bizarrely spicy food. He jokingly suggests that people nowadays would love a cursed pepper, leaving the poor cook completely speechless. The farmer asks him to continue the story in a more serious manner while the man clears his throat, slightly embarrassed. He reveals that the treacherous Lee Dami offered him a huge financial investment, turning him into a mere pawn on her chessboard. The man says that her accomplices threatened him as soon as they learned of the farmer's arrival, although he doesn't know if the order came directly from Lee Dami. Chan-Su concludes that he will need to be very careful with this mysterious Lee Dami, while the cook swears he genuinely praised the crops. The cook bows deeply, bending his whole body, offering sincere apologies and gratitude for the unique opportunity to cook. The young apostle of abundance stares thoughtfully at him, knowing that even after being blackmailed, the man had still committed a serious offense against the group. He walks towards the silent hall, coldly commenting that every person must pay the appropriate price for their sins. The farmer orders the man to raise his head immediately, adopting a rather authoritarian tone of voice in the room. The young man surprises the cook by directly asking if he truly has the ability and determination to win the tournament. The young apostle proposes that he win the great contest and join his faction so that all his past mistakes may be fully forgiven. The man is completely bewildered by the generous offer and wonders, confused why the young man is extending his hand to him. Chan-Su stares at him seriously, his faithful mystical hamster perched on his shoulder, maintaining an extremely firm and determined posture. He explains that he doesn't want to spoil a tournament that took so much work to organize, especially now that the man has reached the semi-finals. The young mystical farmer adds that he also has no intention of letting such a rare culinary talent slip through his fingers. He flashes a playful grin, warning that the cook could pay for all his sins by working hard on his farm. The scene changes to the following day, where the boy appears letting out a long sigh of weariness in the courtyard of his mystical farm. The young farmer massages the black kitten Hanul, who is upside down, while grumbling lazily under the watchful eyes of his allies. The giant Lee Min-Soo approaches and asks the reason for the complaints, revealing that he is trying to obtain a special weapon against the undead. Sophie angrily suggests that he simply buy a weapon since he has plenty of money, but the warrior explains that nobody wants to sell. He explains that the negativity faction tightly controls rare forging materials, forcing him to seek resources in dangerous sectors. The boy silently ponders that traveling from one region to another is not a mystical problem, but the radius for searching for materials is far too immense. The giant gazes hopefully at the red-haired girl and remarks that perhaps she has a useful clue to help him find the ores. Upon hearing that, the young mystical farmer leaps from his seat with such excitement that even the frightened black kitten flies out of his hands. The muscular apostle points out that he himself knows nothing, but that Sophie possesses the valuable information they need. The boy stares at the red-haired cook, his eyes gleaming with surprise, wondering if she really has any clue about the whereabouts of the weapons. Sophie notices his disbelieving look and becomes quite irritated, asking the farmer to forget everything she just said. The red-haired girl proudly displays her grandmother's recipe book, revealing that she was a legendary master at cooking monsters from those distant lands. Chan-Su is quite confused, wondering to himself how the crazy genealogy of that mystical world works after hearing that revelation. She patiently explains that her father was adopted by that legendary mystical cook, confessing that she was also very shocked when she found out. The young farmer reflects on the story and curiously asks if a simple cookbook actually contains formulas against the undead. Sophie warns that the official cookbook doesn't actually contain anything about this, but then builds suspense. She reveals with a smile that her grandmother's personal notes are full of oddities that could be very useful in the search. Back at the temple, Chan-Su is seen sitting on the edge of the sidewalk, conversing with the cute goddess of his territory. The little goddess makes a rather sulky and determined pout, crossing her little arms in front of her apostle. Meanwhile, the little mascots gossip amongst themselves, complaining about the goddess's delay in finally releasing their food. The deity displays a gleaming plate, proudly revealing that it has managed to create a new basic ability using the energy of death. She celebrates that the creation of this unprecedented technique will help attract many new devotees and expand the influence of her faction. However, in her thoughts, she desperately cries out for the boy to accept his new and marvelous divine ability as soon as possible. The goddess ends up with her cheeks flushed with shyness because she is too proud to say all that out loud. Chan-Su grabs her wool by the armpits with considerable concern, noticing that she's been very distracted and hasn't even touched her food. He stares closely at her with a confused look and jokingly wonders if the little deity has already entered puberty. Leaving the goddess aside, the boy recounts that he managed to identify on the map the exact locations where the forging materials are hidden. He calmly warns that he is planning to embark on a dangerous search expedition soon. The young man throws some treats for his cute little pets to eat and asks, laughing, if it isn't time for them to stop being shy. The little animals rush hungrily to the food, and the farmer kindly informs them that there will be no midnight snack tonight. The boy gazes at the small, mystical hamster and very affectionately explains that it will need to stay in the temple because the journey is too dangerous. Hammy starts whining, tugging at the collar of his shirt, but his owner warns him that those pitiful little eyes won't work this time. He hands chubby Hammy to the goddess and gently asks her to take very good care of all the little pets while he's away. The little deity watches the farmer walk away with a rather worried expression, wondering how dangerous that distant area is. She takes a deep breath and sets aside her pride, deciding to make any shameful sacrifice for the well-being of her beloved apostle. The farmer observes the little animals lying on the ground with bellies gigantic from eating so much and asks if they don't have an ounce of self-control. He mentions that he tried using an automatic feeder, but concluded that leaving all the food out in the yard at once was the safest option. He flashes a beautiful, satisfied smile, knowing that this mystical banquet will be more than enough to keep them nice and calm. Suddenly, a huge, bright alert appears before him, announcing that the goddess of abundance has just granted him a special ability. The boy's eyes widen in confusion as he stares at the floating screen, unable to understand where this sudden divine gift came from. He reads the details of the planting skill and wonders, laughing, if it really needed all that hype about being something special. Immediately afterwards, the system notifies him that a second mystical ability has been unlocked, leaving the farmer quite intrigued by all the suspense. The boy begins to feel a terrible foreboding as soon as he reads the ominous name of the second technique called Harvest of Death. He stares at the floating screen with a tremendous bead of sweat on his forehead, wondering what kind of bizarre English acronym the goddess invented to put there. The farmer comments disdainfully that the name sounds tacky, straight out of the mind of a dramatic teenager, leaving the goddess mortified. He analyzes that the word means spoon in English, but notices that the letters seem to form a very familiar stylized acronym. He has a mental click when he associates the acronym with the famous Rest in Peace, wondering if it's a dark, double-meaning joke. The boy remembers that all of this refers to the figure of the Reaper of Death himself, but he knows it's impossible that he received the power of that deity. He deduces with absolute certainty that it was the little goddess who named the technique, while the poor thing denies it in complete despair deep down. The farmer stares at the skill menu screen, wondering if his cute deity has picked up these strange habits from hanging out with death. He comments very frankly that he already found the ability to sow seeds somewhat bizarre in itself. The boy sighs, concluding that the goddess's teenage drama crisis only worsens each day, while the poor girl cries in shame in the corner. Faced with so many strange options on the screen, the farmer stares thoughtfully at the alternatives, unsure which skill to choose. He reads the description of one of the posture protection techniques and can hardly believe that the system created something focused on back pain. The boy wonders, quite ironically, how physically weak the ancient apostles of the Abundance faction must have been in the past. Meanwhile, the goddess giggles mischievously behind him, eager to see her companion's reaction when choosing his new mystical powers. Suddenly, she completely loses her patience and starts chasing after the frightened little mascots, screaming that she's going to wipe them all out. The farmer stares at the scene with a tremendous bead of sweat on his head, wondering if the dark, sealed side of the goddess is about to awaken. He confesses to himself that the real reason for his immense hesitation in choosing the technique is quite simple and practical. The boy worries that the goddess sacrificed all the mystical efficiency of divine power just to leave him with a cool and stylish look. But putting aside silly worries, the young man decides once and for all to press the button and accept the mystical harvest. The system officially confirms your decision on the floating screen, announcing the definitive unlocking of your new divine combat technique. He stretches his arms and confidently remarks that all that concern the system had about his spine was a tremendous overprotective measure. He glances at the goddess out of the corner of his eye, a slight apprehension in his thoughts, wondering if her teenage obsession is contagious by any chance. The little deity of the territory breaks into a beautiful, fluffy smile from ear to ear, joyfully celebrating that his beloved apostle has achieved what he wanted. The little goddess rejoices that he has finally become a true apostle, while the boy stares at the dark smoke emanating from his hand. At that moment, the deity runs off at high speed across the courtyard, desperately fleeing from the mascots who want their plate of food. She suddenly turns around, unleashing an extremely fast and furious mystical punch in their direction. The mystical blow hits one of the little creatures squarely, releasing a shockwave that sends the mascots flying backward. The goddess lands nimbly on the ground after demonstrating that she also knows how to fight when it comes to defending her plate. She dramatically screams, begging the boy to avenge his faction, while Chan-Su stares at the scene, thinking about how much he hates this whole charade. The boy gives a sheepish little smile and decides to ignore the nonsense to focus on analyzing the practical details of his new mystical ability. Fortunately for you, the divine technique can also be used directly in cultivating plants on your farm. The boy notes with surprise that the activation conditions are excellent, performing the entire harvesting and milling process with a single physical blow. The only negative point he identifies is that the point reward for each harvest is rather meager. The young apostle of abundance finally arrives at Block 37 North to enter the dangerous dungeon of that desert region. Suddenly, 3 gigantic and extremely muscular lizard monsters appear right behind the boy, who is calmly stretching. He recalls that this dungeon is home to dangerous creatures known as orangutan lizards, who fight using only their bare fists. The giant lizard lunges forward, delivering a devastating punch toward the farmer, who manages to dodge it swiftly and effortlessly. The boy draws his mystical sword, thinking this is the perfect opportunity to test his new technique against real monsters. He stares at the creature with an extremely cold and focused gaze, remembering that his faction of abundance also focuses on combat. With a swift strike, the farmer realizes that the conditions for activating his new harvesting ability have become even better. A bright new system alert appears, announcing that it can now use the mystical harvesting technique against defeated enemies. He thoughtfully deduces that the true purpose of mystical power is actually to reap souls, since it cannot be activated directly on living monsters. The boy runs at high speed towards the downed lizard monster to finally test the practical functioning of the technique. The system confirms the activation, and the young apostle unleashes a horizontal slash of pure mystical energy against his opponent lying on the ground. He stares thoughtfully at the scene, noting that a common attack would simply decapitate the monster with ease. But by using the new mystical ability, the entire body of the defeated enemy is transformed into energy and sent directly to the goddess. The boy grins with satisfaction upon realizing that this technique is excellent for converting the useless parts of monsters into divinity points. He notes with surprise that he can select which parts of the monster he wants to leave on the ground, although the system doesn't allow him to keep their heads there. The young apostle of abundance gives a playful sigh, concluding that his cute deity really does have rather peculiar tastes on the farm. Leaving the monsters aside, the boy straightens his clothes and warns that they need to continue their journey in search of resources to fight the negativity. The farmer opens Sophie's old recipe book and begins to leaf through the dusty pages in search of any more useful clues. Ancient notes tell the bizarre story of a divine bird that lost its shine after being hit on the head with a stick, leaving only its gleaming feathers. The swordmaster Rohan glances sideways at the farmer, asking with his usual calmness what he plans to do next. Suddenly, a gigantic and menacing ghostly bird appears hovering in the dark skies of the dungeon, making the warrior question where to attack. The boy remembers that his usual physical attacks would be useless against that spiritual creature and decides to entrust the front line to his bodyguard. He playfully informs the warrior that overtime will be paid with delicious imperial apples, prompting the swordsman to hastily agree. The young farmer's eyes widen and he freezes in sheer astonishment upon noticing something unexpected before him. He screams desperately, begging the swordmaster to stop the attack immediately and wait a moment. The protagonist activates his heightened perception and notices with surprise that he can perfectly see the mystical cut lines on the creature's body. He gives a small, knowing smile and apologizes to his partner for changing his mind so suddenly about who would fight. The young apostle of abundance advances at high speed, wielding his blade, and firmly announces that he himself will defeat that phantom monster. The mystical creature lets out a deafening scream into the air as the boy's attack passes right through its spiritual body without causing any real damage. However, the mystical boy does not give up the fight and stares at the flying monster's neck with great determination. He realizes he needs to strike precisely along that glaring line of spiritual weakness he has just found. With a swift and surgical movement of his mystical sword, he executes a perfect horizontal cut through the neck of the phantom creature. The giant bird completely disintegrates, turning into smoke under the watchful and quite impressed gaze of the swordmaster. The farmer stares at his own hand in horror, unable to believe that he had actually managed to defeat a phantom monster using divine power. He sighs to himself, concluding ironically that his sweet goddess really has been spending too much time with the deity of death. The swordmaster questions the reliability of that ancient diary, but the boy replies that they unfortunately have no other option at the moment. He flashes a confident little smile and suggests giving Sophie's grandmother's notes another chance before they leave. The farmer maliciously asks if the warrior will accompany him on the quest, and the swordmaster quickly agrees upon hearing the promise of more apples. The two continue their walk along the dark forest trails, while the boy jokingly tells him to eat until his stomach explodes. They finally reach the northernmost block, 77, under a stormy sky filled with lightning, contemplating the beginning of yet another great mystical journey. Chansu checks the old notes and notes with surprise that everything there is identical to the diary, although it seems somewhat dangerous. He stares at the stormy hillside under bright lightning, wondering if they will actually be able to retrieve the lightning-stricken wood. The boy puts his hand to his head in considerable concern upon seeing the immense danger posed by that electrical storm barrier. Suddenly, Rohan mercilessly drags him into the lightning storm, causing the poor farmer to scream in complete panic. The boy closes his eyes as energy crackles around him, realizing he only survived thanks to Rohan's incredible power. The swordmaster continues walking calmly and coldly tells them to keep going, leaving the farmer completely incredulous. He runs to catch up with his friend and asks worriedly if he's all right, noting that the electrical situation is only getting worse at the top. The swordsman raises his heavy mystical blade to directly block a devastating lightning bolt striking in their direction. Meanwhile, in the sacred temple, the little deity senses the immense danger and begins to pray desperately for the apostle's safety. She stares at the immense divine statue in the temple in a very confused manner, noticing a sudden mystical glow appearing there. The little mascots approach slowly and ask in a very cute way what's happening, leaving her with that shocked look on her face. The little goddess stares at the horizon with wide, worried eyes, fearing the worst for the fate of her beloved companion. Back on the stormy hill, Rohan lets out a slight grunt of effort as he receives another colossal lightning strike on his sword. With a swift and imposing movement, the swordmaster cuts the lightning's own energy in half in an unbelievable way. A massive explosion of blue light and mystical dust consumes the entire hilltop after the brutal clash of powers. The farmer stares at the scene, completely shocked and unable to believe that the warrior had actually torn his own lightning bolt. The swordsman calmly turns his back, reminding the boy that they truly need those resources to confront the negativity. He bluntly warns them to quickly collect the wood while he takes care of repelling all electrical discharges. Chansu, laughing, recalls his wise ally's advice and concludes to himself that hiding behind Rohan's giant back is indeed the best option. He gratefully acknowledges his friend's immense effort on his behalf and decides there is no time to lose in the midst of that dangerous storm. The warrior adds that he wants to finish the work quickly so he can go back to eating apples, leaving the farmer with a terribly dumbfounded look on his face. The scene quickly cuts to the swordmaster, happily savoring a bright red imperial apple with a snapping bite. At the official research headquarters, Edwin Paracelsus stares at the burnt logs in astonishment and asks what on earth they brought. The boy leans on the table, exhausted, confiding to the alchemist that they almost ended up burned to death trying to obtain those resources. He points to the swordmaster savoring his favorite fruit in the background, stating that they would have turned to ashes without his help. Edwin gazed at the glistening wood with amazement. Praising the perfect condition of the material the farmer had collected, she explains with considerable academic enthusiasm that this rare wood carries one of the most powerful positive energies known in alchemy. The scientist ironically comments that the rival faction itself recognizes the effectiveness of this resource and even goes so far as to sell it under the table. The farmer compares the situation to cockroach poison and laughs to himself, noting how incredible the laws of capitalism are in any world. She stares at the piece of tree trunk, explaining that most of the time it's just superstition, although that particular sample seems to be truly special. The young apostle of abundance agrees wholeheartedly, asserting that he himself has tested and proven the mystical efficacy of the power of wood. The researcher smiles slightly and immediately begins forging the special weapon, asking what shape the farmer wants to give it. He rests his hand on his chin, pondering the simple and common design, but is startled to see his mystical bracelet suddenly begin to tremble. He stares at his arm, quite confused, upon realizing that his goddess's jewel is releasing a very suspicious and mysterious purple smoke. The scene shifts to humorous internet comments, where viewers playfully debate the crazy twists and turns of the grand culinary finale. Amidst all the digital commotion, the sincere reassessment of Sophie and Yang Jaebong's trajectories becomes the most talked-about topic in the community. In an empty and silent professional kitchen, the skilled Jang Jae-bong appears, chopping ingredients with remarkable agility. He hears a sudden beeping sound echoing through the kitchen and stops his cutting work to look towards the salon's entrance. A mysterious female voice asks disdainfully if he is still cooking at this hour of the night, considering that the grand final of the tournament will be tomorrow. The treacherous Lee Dami enters the room with calm, disdainful steps, commenting that managing one's own physical fatigue is also part of being a skilled boss. The cook stares coldly at the woman in thought, wondering in fear if she might have infiltrated an accomplice into the production team. She throws a brown envelope onto the counter and authoritatively warns him that he has an absolute obligation to win tomorrow's contest at any cost. The advisor places her finger on the paper and coldly orders him to mention the names of all the people on that secret list during his victory speech. The cook stares at the envelope with considerable apprehension in his eyes and directly asks who exactly. The people mentioned on that paper are... Lee Dami simply turns his back in a very arrogant manner and coldly warns that he has no right to ask questions and must simply obey. She approaches him with an extremely disturbing look and warns him closely, with a sadistic smile, that being a submissive pawn is the true destiny of his life. Jang Jae-bong stares at the floor melancholically, remembering that although she treated him like a slave, it's also true that he only survived thanks to her help. Lee Dami gathers his belongings and disdainfully announces that, starting tomorrow, his restaurant will no longer need that kind of simple, home-style food. The cook clenches his teeth tightly in indignation as he watches the woman's back walk away, feeling an immense fury rising in his chest. He questions her quite firmly as to whether that violent surprise attack that occurred earlier was in fact not a direct order from her. The treacherous woman feigns false sympathy, claiming she only cooperated by fate, but confesses to being curious about the young man's opinion. She reveals that the defeated attackers were in fact her secondary contingency plan, but swears she wasn't the one who gave the order. With a terrifying look and a sadistic smile on her face, the villain mocks, saying that if it had been her official attack plan, it would never have ended so badly. She turns her back, coldly warning him that the original plans remain in place and that he cannot fail or try anything underhanded. The woman makes a grim threat of downfall, warning that none of them will emerge unscathed from the tournament if they fail to bring her victory. The following day, the main stadium for the Grand Culinary Final was packed with spectators, cheering excitedly. The official presenter of the event takes the microphone announcing that the first stage of the mystical culinary finals ended with enormous success. The man on the podium asks for everyone's attention to first listen to the sincere words of thanks from the young host of the tournament. Chan-Su steps onto the stage, his cheeks flushed with shyness as he receives the warm applause of the entire audience in the stadium. The young man begins his closing speech by commenting that everyone worked hard in the mystical kitchen, emphasizing in his thoughts that he himself suffered the most. The other competitors and allies of abundance clap smilingly, celebrating the end of that grand and exhausting competition. The young man breaks the mood by announcing quite firmly into the microphone that there will be no second edition of the tournament, while the audience laughs, thinking it's a joke. Han Gyul laughs loudly, amused by his friend's honesty, while the eliminated contestants in the background seem extremely upset. The young farmer stares at the sweating crowd, realizing that the spectators are fully determined to ignore his cancellation notice. He recalls that his minor deity also agrees with the decision, aware that the fame from that tournament brought no benefit whatsoever to his divine evolution. Tired of all the stalling on stage, the young man hurries the presenter, saying he wants to go home immediately and orders the official result to be announced. The presenter announces the name of the arrogant Jung Tae-oh as the grand winner of the coveted Culinary Excellence Award of the night. The chef takes the floor, proudly stating that despite using different cooking methods than his Earth competitors, his recipes are no inferior. The mystical boy silently and thoughtfully agrees, aware that even the most experienced judges in the tournament had trouble deciding which dish was best. The cook surprises everyone on the platform by issuing a serious warning about rumors that a mysterious group plans to attack the tournament's protagonist. He adopts a sullen posture, saying that he will not forgive the villains if his supply of mystical alcohol is interrupted, eliciting laughter from the farmer. The young protagonist flashes a mischievous smile in front of the cameras, preparing to announce the most anticipated moment of the entire evening. He raises the sheet of paper with enormous suspense under the watchful eyes of the entire crowd, eager to find out who the big winner of the trophy is. The young man loudly announces the name of the cook Jang Jai-bong as the well-deserved winner of the grand prize in the culinary tournament. With firm, calm steps, the cook walks slowly toward the center of the illuminated stage to receive his well-deserved divine reward. The man gazes at the boy, his eyes brimming with pure emotion, and humbly confesses into the microphone that this achievement is more than he deserves. Lee Dami watches live TV in his office as the chef very emotionally declares his rediscovered love for the fine art of cooking. The greedy woman stares at the screen with her fists clenched in pure rage, forcing herself to listen to the sincere and happy speech of the man she used as a pawn. Her head boils with rage when she realizes she has lost control over the mind of her most valuable puppet in that mystical culinary competition. Completely ignoring Lee Dami's orders to cite that mysterious list of allies, the cook directs all his sincere thanks to the farmer. He bows deeply before the young apostle of abundance, publicly demonstrating his utmost respect in an honorable manner. Chan-Su flashes a gentle and friendly smile at his new kitchen ally, accompanied by his chubby hammy dressed in a tiny formal suit. The presenter resumes the broadcast with enormous joy and announces that the mystical culinary festival has finally reached its glorious official conclusion. Back in the luxurious meeting room, the villain Lee Dami stares at her cell phone, her eyes blazing with an almost uncontrollable purple fury. She completely freaks out, screaming at her security guards about what the hell happened at the stadium after the whole charade has been destroyed. The woman angrily calls her accomplices, demanding answers about the fate of all that immense fortune they invested, which ended up turning to dust. One of the security guards in a black suit tries to calm the boss down by cowardly claiming that the cook simply lost his train of thought due to sheer nervousness. She hangs up the phone, forcing a sadistic little smile on her face, while murmuring mockingly that she will give special and priority attention to that traitor. The call ends with a dry crackle on the floating cell phone screen, leaving the luxurious office in complete, deathly silence. With a cold, dark look of pure malice, she gives express orders to her henchmen to immediately mobilize the entire army of soldiers from the faction. The scene cuts to the courtyard of the mystical farm under the reddish sunset, where the boy thoughtfully comments that the enemies must have already discovered their plans. Walking along the farm trails, the worried Jang Jai-bong asks if he will truly be safe there, while the burly warrior firmly reassures him. Lee Dami's former henchman surveys his surroundings with considerable apprehension, commenting that his former boss possesses a bizarrely colossal elite force. The giant Lee Min-soo stares proudly at the cook, assuring him that not even the undead stand a chance against the young man, leaving the cook confused by the revelation. He strikes a muscular pose, exuding enormous confidence, assuring that his apostle is surrounded by legendary warriors to defend him from any threat. The big guy changes the subject and jokingly asks about the boy's famous mystical flower crown, shedding fake tears of pure teasing. The cook sighs with relief as he closely observes the strong and friendly unity of the team of allies of abundance. Chan-Su calmly walks through the woods, amicably assuring his new employee that they have already taken all necessary defensive precautions. A new mystical system alert sound suddenly echoes before the boy's eyes, interrupting his silent walk through the territory. He stares at the floating screen with a slight smile and thoughtfully concludes that the enemy warriors arrived a little earlier than he expected. A huge troop of armored soldiers advances in absolute silence through the mystical Sector 32 North. At the head of that terrifying march appears a headless Dullahan knight mounted on his brown steed. The negativity faction declares open war against abundance, while Lee Dami coldly orders the invasion to proceed. A gigantic mystical battering ram is fired against the invisible protective barrier of the protagonist's farm. With a devastating impact, the heavy weapon manages to crack the mystical security shield of Chan-Su's territory. The immense dome of energy shatters in the air like glass, opening a huge passage for the enemies to invade. Chansu watches everything and admits with surprise that the enemy faction's true destructive power is indeed on another level. The shards of the barrier continue to fall as the warriors acknowledge that their rivals must be extremely furious with them. Seeing that enormous armed troop standing before them, the boy concludes disdainfully that this dispute would never be resolved through conversation. Lee Dami takes the microphone and warns the warriors of wrath and purity in a threatening tone, making sure they listen carefully. The villain screams, ordering all her allies to leave immediately if they don't want to fall along with the farmer. Her words echo through the forest skies as the allied warriors from the farm observe the scene with complete tranquility. Chansu stares at the woman on the floating screen and murmurs thoughtfully that he has finally seen the face of the mysterious Lee Dami. The muscular giant Lee Min-soo puffs out his bare chest imposingly, preparing to unleash one of his famous battle cries. The warrior shouts at the top of his lungs that the Wrath faction will never retreat and that they will fight side by side with the Apostle of Abundance. He warns in an intimidating manner that the farm's enemies are also his enemies and that he will reduce them all to ashes. The giant flashes a playful, satisfied grin, leaving the poor, mystical farmer sweating profusely under the weight of his exaggerated muscles. The wise Bakan Gyul joins his hands and politely advises the enemies to leave if they wish to survive the battle. Lee Dami grits his teeth in pure rage upon seeing that no one has paid the slightest attention to his threats. The woman completely loses it and starts cursing the big bald guy and the bespectacled wizard with heavy insults into the microphone. Lee Min-soo's head is boiling with hatred as he stares at his enemies, ready for a fight, while the farmer tries to calm his allies. He sincerely appreciates everyone's concern, but warns with a small smile that he prefers to resolve that dispute alone. The Giant of Wrath refuses to back down, saying it's too dangerous, leaving the boy wondering if they're really worried about him. The villain celebrates, reminding the protagonist that his technique doesn't work against headless enemies, and orders her Dullahan to lead the attack. The mystical farmer stares at the invaders, his eyes gleaming with determination, and explains that he has two reasons for fighting alone. He reveals that thanks to his new divine harvesting technique, he can now perfectly see souls and flows that were previously invisible. The boy adds that his second trump card is the fact that he secretly attributed the powerful element of death to that block of the farm. He explains that the terrain now functions exactly like the divine artifact, generating the most perfect and chaotic war scenario possible. The protagonist calmly walks towards the troops, warning them that they can intervene if he is in danger, leaving his allies quite apprehensive. Under the mystical influence of the terrain and the element of death, the fearsome troop of phantom knights advances at full speed. Chansu harnesses the energy of the setting to strengthen his mystical curse of confusion, letting out confident laughs of pure power. A massive whirlwind of red flames and dark energy surges into the skies above the mystical farm, consuming the entire combat area of the troop. The headless horseman looks from side to side in an extremely confused manner, not understanding what is happening around him. The spiritual connection with the enemy soldiers is violently severed, causing their armor to collide and fall to the ground in complete chaos. Lee Dami stares at the scene in complete shock and despair, unable to comprehend how an agricultural faction uses dark curses. The boy grins victoriously, mocking the negativity faction and questioning if they've ever heard of the terrible curse of death. The villain rages desperately at her surviving mages, ordering them to re-establish the spiritual control connection at any cost. The young farmer appears before her and interrupts the woman's panic by asking an ironic question that leaves her paralyzed with terror. He raises his heavy mystical sword and questions what actually happens when someone's head and body are separated in combat. The woman opens her mouth in complete panic, letting out a deafening scream as she realizes that her tragic end is very near. The boy executes his devastating mystical decapitation strike with surgical precision, tearing through enemy armor with incredible speed. The treacherous woman falls to her knees on the hard ground, completely defeated, staring at the apostle with eyes full of terror and submission. Several system alerts appear announcing that he defeated a multitude of invaders and had all his physical attributes amplified. The boy flashes a confident little smile, commenting that losing that battle has become an impossible mission and activates the mass decapitation attack. The enemies attempt to unleash a relentless rain of arrows and attacks against the farmer, but the creature's bones are sliced in midair. The survivors attempt to reorganize their defense line by sending in their army of the undead to contain the boy's advance. The villain watches that scene of mass destruction with sweaty cheeks, wondering in panic if that boy really is just a farmer. She screams in horror, unable to comprehend how a simple plant grower could be such an absurdly skilled and fast warrior. The enemy sorcerers desperately try to cast weakening spells on the boy, but complain in terror that he moves too fast. The villain orders more monsters to be sent to hold him in place, but her warrior warns in despair that there are absolutely no soldiers left standing. The villain stares at the battlefield, completely shocked, realizing that her entire immense army of hundreds of undead has been totally annihilated. She looks at Chansu in the middle of that pile of bodies and wonders in panic when and how he managed to do the impossible all by himself. With a mocking grin, the young man explains that facing 400 undead a day was already his daily routine on the mystical farm. She bites her lips in pure rage, clenching her fists, refusing to accept that a mere territorial defense bonus would justify such humiliation. The woman realizes indignantly that he did everything alone while the other warriors only watched from afar, complaining about not having fought. To make matters worse, she observes that the powerful swordmaster Rohan didn't even bother to draw his weapon. The enemy leader enters a complete state of denial, gritting her teeth in the face of that incredibly absurd and unbelievable reality. Desperate, she reaches into her mystical bag to pull out a secret trump card, leaving even her own soldiers terrified. She retrieves a terrifying mystical artifact, vowing that she was guarding that powerful weapon only to confront the legendary Rohan. A gigantic and terrifying mystical centipede emerges, enveloped in a dense fog of destructive purple energy that shakes the entire forest. With eyes gleaming with pure malice, she declares that it's now all or nothing and decides to bet everything on that final attack. The monster begins to glow blindingly as the villain yells for all her henchmen to cover their eyes immediately. Seeing the imminent danger, the allied warriors shield their faces while debating whether or not they should intervene to help the boy. A devastating beam of concentrated energy is unleashed by the colossal creature, sweeping away everything in its path. The impact of the technique is so brutal that it shreds the surrounding mystical vegetation, leaving only dust and destruction in its wake. She lets out a sadistic laugh, assuring everyone that just looking at that cursed beast is enough to cause suffering from terrible poisons. Despair grips the battlefield, and the surviving soldiers begin to run in panic, trying to save their own lives. The villain celebrates, saying that with the arrival of night, the destructive power of her invocation has been completely doubled against the farmer. She taunts the protagonist, asking if he has lost the will to fight or if he doesn't even have the strength to lift his harvesting weapon. To her surprise, the boy merely smiled slightly, commenting that the goddess of victory seemed to be on his side on that chaotic night. He advances at an absurd speed, leaving the woman completely paralyzed and unable to react to that sudden counterattack. He stares at his mystical watch gleaming on his wrist and repeats ironically that the deity truly chose to bless his territory. The boy reveals with an intimidating look that he was referring specifically to the powerful goddess of the abundance faction. He grips the handle of his mystical scythe with both hands, concentrating all his enormous energy to deliver a single, precise blow. The villain's eyes widen, and she lets out a whisper of terror as she realizes that downfall is literally knocking on her door. Inevitably, the image of the merciless Reaper is reflected in her pupils as she murmurs in disbelief that this couldn't possibly be happening. He executes his famous mystical decapitation technique by cutting the air with surgical precision that would make any warrior envious. The powerful blade tears through the giant centipede's armor, cutting the monster in half with frightening and devastating ease. With a deafening roar, the colossal creature is completely destroyed and dissolved into pure mystical dust before all those present. system screens begin to appear on air announcing that the enemy faction has been defeated and initiating the calculation of war reparations. The system notifies that the war was initiated unfairly, and therefore a heavy penalty fee will be added to the final amount charged. The woman almost faints when she reads on the screen that she will have to pay the paltry sum of 10 billion gold coins as punishment for her audacity. Locked behind the bars of a mystical prison, she cowers, crying and muttering that the whole situation makes no sense at all. While she laments her tragic defeat, a mysterious figure with purple hair approaches the cell, yawning with utter boredom and mockery. The newcomer walks calmly and asks sarcastically the reason for so much shouting and crying at such a late hour of the night. The prisoner throws herself against the iron bars, gripping them tightly while fearfully questioning what the other girl is doing there. The newcomer reveals herself as Choi Dan-ha, the fourth apostle of negativity, who came only to gloat over the colossal failure of her rival. Desperate, the blonde begs them to stop pointing the finger at her, claiming that the apostle of abundance cannot remain free like this. The imprisoned villainess insists that the farmer will be a stumbling block for everyone, but the young woman with purple hair merely mocks her interference. With a cold and merciless look, the young woman warns that the protagonist will no longer be a problem for her since his mystical career is over for good. Holding the iron bars, the blonde indignantly asks if her rival really believes she's completely finished after this slip-up. The apostle of negativity slowly approaches with a macabre smile on her face, coldly stating that her defeat is a point of no return. She snaps her fingers, remembering that her rival's only talent was manipulating people with money, and that now she will lose even her last mystical coin. The blonde sighs in devastation, realizing that no one else in the clan will listen to or respect the orders of someone who was defeated so badly. Choi Dan-ha flashes a merciless smile and warns, his eyes glowing red, that in the negativity faction, there is no room for losers. Back on the battlefield at the farm, the fearless Rohan calmly thanks the boy for resolving that mess so easily. Chan-su downplays it, claiming it wasn't a big deal, while the swordsman sweetly insists that he deserves all the recognition. The boy mentally admits that even though he can resurrect plants and allies, he still absolutely refuses to take the lives of real people. He ponders the billion-dollar compensation he received from the system, deciding that he doesn't need to keep the enemy leader locked up as a prisoner. Suddenly, the giant Lee Min-soo appears, shedding rivers of tears, moved by the brilliant display of power from that group of friends. The giant Lee Min-soo watches everything, laughing, while the little hamster Hammy tries to imitate the brutal scythe, blows in the air. The little creature spins in the air with its mystical mini-tool, striking the cutest and most menacing pose a chubby rodent can manage. Hammy falls directly onto Chan-su's back, who lets out a scream of terror at being caught off guard by his own pet. The hamster bursts into laughter, saying he never imagined seeing his master shouting the name of a move in such a corny way during combat. The big guy congratulates the boy on his victory and jokes that now he knows his peculiar and dramatic tastes in fights. Chan-su's cheeks turn red with embarrassment, wondering why on earth he got so excited that he yelled the punch. He tries to justify himself to Bak Han-gyul by blaming the scythe's dark design, while the bespectacled mage says he respects his tastes. Lee Min-soo pats the boy firmly on the back, assuring him that his performance was incredible and extremely stylish to watch. Rohan seriously suggests a grim nickname for the harvesting weapon, but the young farmer desperately refuses on the spot. A mystical message appears revealing that the 10 billion gold coins from the war reparations have already been deposited into his account. The mystical farmer decides to release the prisoner because of the payment and wonders what he will do with this enormous mountain of money. Rohan stares at the floating screen in surprise upon seeing that he has received a bonus of 1 billion gold coins directly into his personal account. The other allied warriors are also shocked to see notifications of hundreds of millions of coins falling into their accounts. The bespectacled wizard asks, confused, what that means, and Chan-su explains that he didn't win that dangerous war alone. He recounts, with a friendly smile, that he has decided to distribute a portion of that enormous mystical reward to each of his allies. Lee Min-soo and the soldiers of the Wrath begin to cry with emotion upon realizing that the young farmer truly values their unity. The giant swears eternal loyalty and promises that they will never again mock the humiliations the boy endures during combat. With over 5 billion coins remaining in his pocket, the protagonist smiles gratefully and begins to plan his next expenses. Suddenly, the immense blue energy dome protecting the mystical farm begins to slowly deactivate in the skies above the territory. With the end of the protective barrier, the goddess of the territory emerges, walking in her human form to receive her beloved apostle. The small deity runs hurriedly across the floor of the mystical temple, accompanied by a small white creature that floats beside it. Hammy watches the little white dragon let out some cute squeaks to say goodbye to his new adventure companion. The boy picks up the goddess in his arms with a huge smile on his face, relieved to see that his sacred temple remains intact and safe. The cute deity pinches his cheeks worriedly, warning that the warriors of the negativity faction are extremely dangerous. She recalls that this rival faction was responsible for the decline in abundance in the past, but the young man warns that he arrived very quickly. Chan-su flashes a victorious little smile and comments that, contrary to all their worries, the battle was quite simple. He holds the goddess in his lap and jokingly says that the feared invaders were actually just a bunch of weaklings who were easy to defeat. The deity stares at the boy with a completely disbelieving expression, unable to understand how on earth such an invasion ended so quickly. Later inside the temple, the farmer relaxes at the altar while his mystical little pets rest peacefully on the stone floor. He calmly explains that using the properties of the terrain and magical artifacts made that defense a very easy task to accomplish. The goddess comments that she would like to use the money to expand the sacred temple, but laments that the necessary materials are difficult to find. Suddenly, the boy's bracelet begins to emanate a sinister red aura, accompanied by a dark voice laughing and celebrating victory over his rival. The little deity notices with concern that the remnant of death is accumulating mystical points every time Chan-su uses his abilities. The bracelet's dark voice shouts, taunts against its rivals as the goddess notices that the entity's presence is growing stronger. She stares at the boy suspiciously, fearing that her beloved apostle might end up being seduced by the evil words of that dark spirit. Chan-su becomes thoughtful, touching his chin and grumbling that he's been a bit distracted lately, deciding he needs to choose his techniques more carefully. The shadowy entity declares that it wishes to speak with the boy soon, leaving the goddess furious and determined to prevent it from happening. She begins shaking and hitting the boy's bracelet, worried that this evil energy might eventually resurrect. The goddess freezes in terror instantly as she repeats the frightening word resurrection in her mind, her eyes wide. She begins to cry in panic, begging that it isn't true, while the bracelet emits an even more intense red glow. The mystical jewel continues to pulse with dark energy and release macabre laughter that echoes eerily throughout the sacred temple. The deity wonders how a mere mystical remnant of death can demonstrate so much life and power even without having a physical body. She recalls with dread that that terrible, shadowy faction shouldn't even have a single active apostle on that land. The goddess stares at the farmer, wondering in despair if any allied apostle would have the courage to betray the group to switch factions. She shakes her head, quickly dismissing the idea, certain that she would have sensed the mystical signature of such a betrayal. While she racks her brain thinking, the mascots happily eat on the floor, praising the boy's incredible culinary and mystical skills. The deity gazes at the floating icons and finds it strange that an agricultural harvesting technique is being used in such a deadly way in combat. She completely loses it, grabbing Chan-su's arm and screaming at the top of her lungs, ordering that mystical jewel to stop laughing so frighteningly. Weeping with jealousy, the goddess pulls at the boy's cheeks and cries out desperately, claiming that he is the sole apostle of abundance. The boy stares at the whimpering deity on the floor of the mystical farm and sighs wearily at the whole dramatic and noisy scene. The goddess shrinks back sadly because she really wanted to accept new followers into the faction, but she thinks the boy's new technique scared everyone away. She begins to whine loudly, claiming that because of that scythe and the energy of death, they will never again be able to recruit new allies for the farm. Chan-Su calms the goddess by explaining that he intends to accept new followers soon and that the modified harvesting technique will be simple enough even for trainees. Hearing the kind words of her beloved apostle, the little goddess's eyes shine with so much emotion and mystical gratitude. She blushes with embarrassment and wonders how the boy manages to read her mind so perfectly lately. The goddess smiles foolishly, happily concluding that their connection is incredible even without him using his divine communication skills. The scene changes to young Sophie running through the mystical forest, proudly reflecting on her free spirit and the heritage she received from her grandmother. She stares at the horizon, determined to make a faction choice she will never regret, while the exhausted young man follows her in the background, begging to talk. The girl thinks that joining the abundance might prevent her from hunting monsters alone to make her famous, bizarre recipes. Sophie licks her lips, her eyes sparkling as she remembers the most delicious and succulent parts of the forest creatures. She looks back thoughtfully, concluding that the potential for abundance seems to be much greater than any other faction she knows. The young woman remembers Chan-Su's incredible display of power, single-handedly defeating the entire elite of negativity with absurd ease. She wonders if joining the faction will also make her strong enough to study dangerous creatures from various different blocks. Suddenly, the boy appears out of nowhere and touches Sophie's shoulder, calling her name, which makes the poor girl let out a scream of fright and jump into the air. Chan-Su appears wearing a very simple straw hat and makes a direct invitation, asking the girl to become his new companion. He notices her astonishment and decides to change tactics, tipping his hat to make a much more dramatic and eye-catching proposal. The farmer strikes an exaggerated pose with purple lines under his eyes and a dark mist, inviting the girl to join the abundance. Sophie goes into chibi mode and yells angrily, saying that that ridiculous pose doesn't suit a serious invitation and that he should be ashamed. The protagonist awkwardly scratches the back of his neck, admitting he didn't know the pose would be so bad, while the girl stares at him with a cold, bored look. Even grumbling and feigning disinterest, she eventually gives in and, with flushed cheeks, announces that she will accept his invitation no matter what. The mystical farmer is surprised and asks if he heard correctly, while the girl firmly repeats that she has decided to join his clan. With flushed cheeks, she proudly declares that from that moment on, she will officially be a follower of abundance. Chan-Su joyfully welcomes the new member as a bright blue system screen appears before her. The alert congratulates young Sophie on her entry into the mystical faction, confirming her new official rank as a follower of the territory. The system warns that the goddess has granted her special abilities and asks her to immediately choose between decapitation or harvesting. The girl stares at the screen confused, admitting she'd heard about the harvest, but wondering what on earth that strange acronym means. Sophie looks at the boy with shining eyes and calls him a veteran, leaving the poor farmer's heart pounding with emotion. She asks suspiciously if his deity is really the goddess of abundance or if it is actually the god of youthful second-hand embarrassment. The boy, sweating profusely, tries to explain that he simply changed the name of the move to make it more useful against monsters. She questions whether it's actually necessary to shout the technique's name to activate it, and the young man's awkward silence reveals the whole truth. Sophie sighs wearily at that suspicious response and begins to seriously consider choosing the common decapitation technique. Chan-Su advises the girl, explaining that she can choose to harvest now to grow and then acquire the decapitation without problems. She stares at the boy curiously and questions whether this is really possible, since the basic rule of the world dictates only one skill per person. The boy scratches his head, thoughtfully, admitting he's not sure about that, and the girl concludes that he possesses some strong secret that even he doesn't know about. She stares at the floating screen in surprise, deducing that possessing two basic techniques must be the great secret behind her veteran's colossal power. Excited by the discovery, Sophie chooses the decapitation skill, vowing to work hard to follow in her superior's footsteps. Chan-Su happily thanks everyone for their support, but awkwardly grins and warns that she is actually the second follower to join the faction. Sophie freezes completely, her eyes flashing with anger as she questions who the hell dared to walk in front of her. The boy reveals that the cook, Jang Jae-bong, ended up joining first because she took too long to accept the farm's invitation. The girl starts crying with rage, calling the cook a traitor, but calms down when the boy says she was the first to choose decapitation. Chan-Su affectionately places his hand on the girl's shoulder and officially calls her a follower of abundance for the first time. He flashes a warm smile, assuring her that he is very eager to work with her, leaving the girl's cheeks flushed. The scene cuts to the next day, showing a beautiful sunny blue sky, indicating that a new, peaceful routine has begun on the farm. The entire team of allies appears gathered around a large wooden table in the forest, enjoying a delicious communal meal. The burly warrior wipes his mouth with satisfaction and sincerely thanks the new cooks for the wonderful meal they prepared. He praises the boys, commenting that the food at the mystical farm has become 1,000 times better since Jang Jae-bong and Sophie took over the kitchen. Chan-Su rests his arms on the table, accompanied by his little mascots, and asks, with a friendly smile, if everyone actually enjoyed the feast. With a somber look and eyes glowing red, a mysterious girl murmurs contentedly that the long-awaited moment has finally arrived. The cook, Jang Jae-bong, cheerfully announces that after a good meal, the most anticipated moment of all always arrives: dessert time. The boy excitedly raises his spoon, assuring everyone that they were eagerly awaiting that dessert, and Chan-Su announces that it's time to choose the dessert. The cook, Jang Jae-bong, uses dessert as an opportunity to directly ask if the boys have finally decided to become followers of abundance. The big guy drops his spoon on the table in shock when he realizes that if they accept the invitation, they'll end up losing access to that wonderful food. Lee Min-soo bursts into complete despair, screaming, wondering if that delicious meal they just had was actually their last supper before parting ways. Chan-Su calms the table by explaining that a new basic skill has finally been unlocked in the clan system since their arrival in the territory. One of the boys curiously asks if a new technique has actually been created, and the protagonist excitedly reveals that the skill's name is Harvest. He explains that the new magic works perfectly on plants, being much easier and safer to use than the terrible combat blows. The Giant of Wrath stares at the dish in confusion, finding it bizarrely absurd that a deadly technique like decapitation was created before the harvest. Ignoring the plight of his allies, the young man breaks into a bright smile and officially invites everyone to become the newest followers of his mystical clan. To give the choice a little nudge, he displays images of marvelous dishes, promising that even better banquets will be served in the clan. Amidst all the excitement over the food, the giant Lee Min-soo shyly raises his hand, announcing that he has a very important question. The warrior comments that he knows the apostle usually earns and spends an absurdly gigantic amount of mystic points on his farm. He asks suspiciously if this massive gain in points is sustainable in the long term and if the new followers will also be able to profit as much. The young man understands his ally's curiosity about his mystical earnings and explains that it is indeed very difficult to achieve so many points by harvesting alone. Faced with the warrior's doubtful expression, the protagonist calmly reveals that he manages to amass this fortune by hunting hordes of the undead. The big guy from Ira jumps out of his chair, terrified upon hearing the word undead, while the farmer stares at him, not understanding the reason for such fright. The warrior explains, sweating profusely, that this shadowy creature is an infamous monster that most factions prefer to seal away or avoid at all costs. He adds that the undead are resurrected every day and grow stronger, making combat an inevitable route to defeat. The warrior trembles as he asks how many of these monsters the boy is hunting, and Chan-Su calmly replies that he is only facing one, a feat of merging hundreds. With complete composure, the protagonist points to the forest, promising to show them his main daily source of 10 million points. The giant of wrath stares at the horizon, his teeth clenched in terror, realizing that this source of income is neither friendly nor safe. He screams in despair upon seeing a colossal and terrifying creature of flames and bones standing before them in the middle of the dark forest on the farm. The warrior wonders in panic how they are supposed to steal points from such a colossal disaster, while Chan-Su calmly walks towards the beast. The protagonist draws his blade and delivers a swift blow, slicing the giant creature in half incredibly simply and effortlessly. He puts away the weapon with a gentle smile on his face, assuring them that if they all try hard, they too will be able to defeat the monster easily. The boy asks in a friendly manner if his explanation was clear enough while staring at his allies, who are completely traumatized with terror. The warrior of wrath asks, perplexed, if the farmer possesses some secret purification technique to ward off the monster's terrible curses. Scratching the back of his neck shyly, the boy confesses that he actually possesses no magical purification skills against mystical evil. He explains, all smiles, that all they have to do is cut off the creature's head before it attacks, but the giant shouts that this strategy is madness. The warriors desperately realize they have no chance of dealing with that monster, even if they decide to steal the clan's point source. Lee Min-soo observes the mystical farmer with considerable apprehension, wondering if there truly is any human way to defeat that demon. He swallows hard, his hand on his neck, imagining the tragic fate of all warriors should they attempt to face that colossal beast head-on. The big guy lets out a long, thoughtful sigh, trying to calm his nerves after witnessing that absurd display of strength from the boy. However, he clenches his fists determinedly, concluding that the wonderful food from the mystical farm is too delicious for him to simply give up. Noticing everyone's confusion, the protagonist claps his hands in a friendly manner and suggests that the allies take a few days to think about the proposal. He calculates the clan negotiations and decides to accept only living in harmony with everyone in the same mystical territory without forcing conversions. With this, he calculates that currently, the Abundance faction officially has the loyal and adorable support of its 5 divine mascots. He adds Sophie and Jang Jae-bong to the count of active clan members and concludes with satisfaction that they are now a team of 8. He smiles warmly, thinking that with the arrival of the new interns, he'll soon not have enough fingers on his hands to count everyone. Meanwhile, the Chikari walks angrily through the temple and lets out a furious squawk when he almost trips over the sleeping piglet Doji. Ari angrily complains about the stick figure drawing made by his master, while the pig Doji just snorts, finding the art quite accurate. The little mystical snake grumbles at the bird to watch out, while noticing with surprise how much that greedy little pet has been eating lately. Chan-Su walks back to the temple and asks the goddess with a big smile if she also enjoyed today's wonderful mystical banquet. He excitedly announces that they will soon receive many more faithful followers at the sacred temple, leaving the goddess thrilled with the news. The deity happily agrees, listing the excellent salaries and delicious farm food as the perfect reasons for anyone to join. The boy breaks into a radiant smile, agreeing that there is no logical reason for anyone to refuse the invitation to join their faction. The goddess celebrates with all her might, certain that the clan's victory is guaranteed, but the young man soon realizes that things would not be so simple. The young intern Emma appears blushing and shyly reveals that she has fallen madly in love with the apostle of the rival faction of Wrath. She bends over, desperately apologizing to the protagonist for deciding to abandon the mystical clan to follow the love of her life. The boy awkwardly calms the girl and sincerely wishes her a beautiful romantic relationship with her warrior of wrath. The young woman, crying with relief, thanks the young man for not having her head cut off because of the betrayal, leaving the farmer completely perplexed. Chan-Su crosses his arms with a playful grin and asks intern Dason if he also intends to join the rival faction of Ira. The boy in the white tank top gets a fright and asks, embarrassed, how he discovered the secret plan while the farmer points to his muscles. Dason scratches his head awkwardly and offers a sincere apology, confessing that he decided to change factions only to be able to stay close to his beloved Emma. The protagonist is completely astonished to realize that the intern trained and became extremely muscular just to have an excuse to follow the girl. The boy blushes deeply, sighing lovingly, while Chan-su stares at him with a look of utter disbelief at so much romantic drama. The farmer sighs and wonders if the love-struck intern has even the slightest idea of the real reason Emma decided to join the Wrath faction. The boy flashes a silly little smile in his chibi form, confessing that he has no idea if there's a special reason, leaving the farmer exhausted. Chan-su waves his hands and warns that the farm doors will always be open should he change his mind and need a friend's comfort. The boy finds that phrase somewhat suspicious, but the protagonist quickly changes the subject and calls the next person in line. In that place appears a girl in a baseball cap and black leather jacket, full of swagger, declaring with complete poise that she plans to join the Purity faction. The farmer almost falls backward in surprise, remembering how much she begged to enter the abundance, and questions the reason for changing so suddenly. The girl proudly replies that the bespectacled sage Bak Han-gyul revealed that she possesses an incredibly special mystical talent. Chan-su confronts his wise ally, complaining that it's a real dirty trick to steal his intern, but the bespectacled man simply says it was the perfect fit. He adjusts his glasses and whispers in a warning tone that the girl is actually a huge con artist who only came to the farm for the money. The protagonist opens his mouth in complete shock upon discovering the truth and lets out a scream asking if she really is a criminal. Desperate, the farmer demands explanations about the swindler, while the wise man calmly reveals that she is a professional imposter who loves money. The boy comments, confused, that he didn't feel any evil energy coming from her, but the magician explains that he had already spoken to and disciplined the girl before. He ignores the excuses of the con artist who awkwardly tries to approach him, showing off some new, high-quality material she just collected. Bak Han-gyul calmly turns his back and explains that he only kept the imposter around to use her labor before sending her to the temple. Chan-su becomes suspicious and questions why a lying con artist fits so perfectly into the Purity faction. The wise man turns around with a cold stare and explains with the most brazen face in the world that the answer is simple because she is a pure and utter con artist. The young farmer remains in complete and utter deathly silence, staring at his clanmate, unable to believe that absurd response. The wind blows gently while the boy's mind explodes with indignation, wondering what kind of mystical logic of purity that is. Chan-su sighs exhaustedly, trying to digest that bad joke, when a mysterious hooded figure suddenly appears behind him, calling his name. The hooded man announces that he needs to discuss a very serious matter while the young man sits at the table, commenting that the visitor arrived early. The protagonist invites the mysterious visitor to sit down for a chat, but the man interrupts him, declaring that the young man is highly qualified. With a half-smile that appears beneath the shadows of his hood, the mysterious intruder makes a direct invitation, calling the boy to join his faction. The farmer is surprised by this sudden proposal, questioning why he should join them and not the other way around, as is usually the case. The hooded figure agrees and briefly explains that he is part of a secret organization that commands the Earth's resurrection movement. He extends his hand, inviting the boy to fight to expel the invaders and revive the planet, while Chan-su remembers having heard this rumor before. The boy recalls that in his old world everyone knows that Earth is doomed and that the repatriated people try to keep the planet afloat as best they can. He thoughtfully recalls that the true reason for the loss of Earth's life force and the secrets of the transmission system remain a mystery. He ponders the famous conspiracy theories that the organization actually sells people from Earth to invading forces from space. The boy concludes that if this rumor is indeed true, the root of all the evil destroying his home is the shipping organizations themselves. He knows there's no way to find out the truth now, so he decides that the most realistic and intelligent plan is to focus only on the present. Chan-su sets aside his thoughts and asks directly if there is a way to return to Earth while retaining all of his powers. He recalls that the system's rule dictates that every returnee instantly loses all accumulated power upon setting foot back in their home. The mysterious man smiles slightly beneath his hood and enigmatically confesses that his secret organization is still searching for a way out. The mystical farmer's gaze changes to a cold one, and he angrily warns that he has no time for games, telling the man to come back when he has the answer. The hooded figure notices the young apostle's firm determination and admits that he does not, in fact, possess the proof or his trust to close a deal now. The hooded man politely accepts the refusal and makes a friendly gesture, assuring them that they will wait patiently for the right moment. The mysterious figure bids farewell with a polite wave and begins to slowly sink into the forest floor as if merging with the earth. The invader's body disappears completely beneath the dark earth of the mystical farm, leaving absolutely no physical trace of his presence. Only small ripples of dust remain on the beaten earth as the boy stares thoughtfully at the spot after that mysterious conversation in the woods. Chan-Su sighs thoughtfully, gazing at the reddish sunset sky and reminding himself that his greatest life goal is to see his parents again. He starts walking back home while the little hamster Hammy jumps desperately on his back, letting out funny squeaks. The little creature makes the most dramatic crying face in the world and shakes itself all over in an extremely cute attempt to comfort its master. The young farmer lets out a genuine and amused laugh as he looks at the rodent and asks if the little hamster is really trying to comfort him. He flashes an affectionate smile and gently strokes the head of his little adventure companion, thanking him wholeheartedly for the sweet support. With his heart warmed and renewed by the loyalty of his mascot, the boy gazes at the horizon, his eyes shining with unwavering mystical determination. Newcomer Sophie watches in surprise as the friendly, hard-working skeletons from the mystical farm help carry agricultural supplies. The new, muscular helpers work hard, carrying heavy loads with huge smiles on their faces, contagious with the joy of the clan. The wise Bakhan Gyul takes notes while Rohan savors a delicious imperial apple under the watchful eye of his business partner, Hai Su-jin. The little goddess of the territory sleeps peacefully on the green grass, surrounded by the affection and cuddly company of all the clan's mascots. With a radiant smile on his face, Chan-Su holds little Hammy in his hands, determined to make everyone around him very happy.